Chapter 3152, back to the center. General Verl expressed disappointment at Vess's choice. He genuinely believed that Commodore Abigail Avern could do a good job in managing the affairs of the clan. That's the thing, General. It's not enough to have the capabilities to manage all of the heavy responsibilities that come with the job. They also have to gain the support of a majority of clansmen. The position of Chief Minister is one of the highest offices of the clan. Anyone who takes it up will become one of the faces that will represent all of us. I don't want to appoint someone who is either a hexer or close to it to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on our behalf. I see, I may have neglected this angle, he said. I'm used to dictating orders to subordinates, but the political arena requires a different approach. Verl should have been more sensitive to these considerations, but he had been in charge for such a long time now that he had lost some of the political acumen that he used to possess back when he was a firestarter. I'm not writing Commodore Avern off, General. She already ticks most of the boxes. As long as she and the penitent sisters work harder in reforming their image, the barriers that are hindering her from ascending to higher office will become a lot easier to overcome. That's good to hear. While all of our clansmen are loyal, the penitent sisters are much more notable in this regard. That's mostly due to their religious nature. From what I've noticed during my previous visit, the penitent sisters are mainly devoted to the Superior Mother. Though they also have plenty of reasons to be loyal to me and the rest of the clan, sometimes I feel like they are only fervent because of our relation with the Superior Mother. Vase remarked, I know what you mean, but in the end our hold over them is solid. If there is any chance that they are drifting apart from our clan, we will definitely be able to pick up the signs early enough to do something about it. No matter what, the best way for them to grow closer to their object of worship is to pilot your mechs. Their dependence on you and your work is our best guarantee that they will never go back to their old ways. That was true. Even if someone else was able to tie a design spirit to a mech design, Vase possessed a deep relationship with the avatar of his actual mother. As long as he issued a request, the Superior Mother would probably indulge him. He was her son, after all. Didn't he deserve to get spoiled once in a while? Ahem. Vase softly coughed. Let us set Commodore Avern aside. What alternatives do you have? That's a bit of an issue, sir. The Larkinson army is lacking in upper-level talent. While we do not necessarily have to settle on a senior officer, our remaining officer base is too young and brash to draw upon. The responsibility of leading the clan as a whole is so great that it is best that it is left to people with a certain level of maturity and life experience. Vase agreed with General Verl, though there was an argument to be had for younger and more flexible leaders. He himself was very young for a clan patriarch, but then again his entire life didn't make any sense. Still, Vase prioritized stability and control. The clan was already developing well enough that it didn't need to take any further risks. He preferred to appoint a cooler head that wasn't so quick to take a lot of risks. Our clan might be lacking in senior leaders, but we have over 150,000 people in our midst. I seriously doubt that you can't find another eligible candidate from their midst. If necessary, we can set our sights on a retired veteran. Let's not be so quick to draw upon them. I have another name in mind that might suit your purposes. The former commander of the Living Sentinels entered the conference room and presented herself to Vase. Patriarch, she saluted. I am at your service. Vase fell silent as he studied the older woman. Magdalena Larkinson used to be a lot stiffer. As a military veteran and a mech officer, she was accustomed to projecting strength and authority. Yet now that she had passed on her previous command, she moved on to become a staff officer who worked directly under General Verl. The break from her former command seemed to have done wonders for her mood. She looked as if she had fully moved past her rather shameful departure. How are you doing, Magdalena? I'm doing well, sir. Commander Casella Ingvar is a much more suitable figurehead for the Living Sentinels. I don't miss my former job. What do you do these days? I serve as General Verl's deputy for the most part, she replied. Due to my background, I mostly assist with mech-related problems. I supervise the logistics concerning the allocation and transfer of newly produced mechs among other tasks. It was a rather boring-sounding job to Vase, but it was people like Major Magdalena that ensured that the different mech troops kept running smoothly. As the Major continued to elaborate on her job, Vase found that she possessed a comprehensive understanding of the military machine of the Larkinson clan. Her diverse experience allowed her to gain a good perspective on what the forward and rear sides of the Larkinson army required from each other. This allowed her to anticipate problems before they blew up and meet the needs of many soldiers without waiting for them to voice their complaints. All in all, her job wouldn't change all that much if she became a chief minister. She would still be working on the same problems. The only difference was that she would have to address issues plaguing the rest of the clan. There was only one major caveat to choosing Major Magdalena. How popular is she among the clansmen? General Verl grimaced. Not high. While she has been helpful inside the military bureau, much of our work is hidden in the background. There are thousands of Larkinsons who don't have a good impression of Major Magdalena. The living sentinels who survived the horrors of the Xianxia Gap will especially feel sour if we reward her with a huge promotion. Vase fell silent for a moment. This is indeed an issue, but how many people are we talking about? Sir, our clan was a lot smaller when we journeyed through the Xianxia Gap. Vase observed. We didn't have all of the lifers, Heavenswarders, Pernissers, Ivanans and all of those other people on board yet. Did they have any bad impressions of Major Magdalena? It is unlikely they even know she exists, sir. General Verl replied. She's not a prominent presence in the clan at the moment. There are so many other clansmen who draw attention that Major Magdalena is outright invisible. Vase smirked. Then that's that. Compared to the few tens of thousands of Larkinsons who personally lived through the events of the Xianxia Gap, the 100,000 newcomers haven't developed any negative impressions of her. That means the opposition to her ascension won't be as strong as you fear. I'm not quite certain about that, sir. The clansmen who have been with us for a longer time are much more influential than those who came after. All of the new recruits look up to them. The negative impression will definitely spread once Major Magdalena enters the spotlight again. Vase didn't look very worried. There is a limit to hearsay. In any case, most of her responsibilities will likely concern background matters. As long as she doesn't show up in public too much, I bet that most of our clansmen will no longer pay attention to her. She needs to do a good job, though. If she slips up, then she'll only inflame and vindicate all of the criticism. As Vase and General Verl discussed the merits of Major Magdalena's suitability as chief minister, the woman in question looked increasingly bewildered. She never expected that the two leaders were seriously thinking about putting her in charge of the entire clan. Patriarch, with respect, I believe you should consider another candidate. Vase turned his head. Why would you say that? I haven't done anything to deserve this honor. While I am aware that you are considering me because there are not enough choices, I can recommend several colleagues who will be able to serve your needs better. Both Vase and General Verl smiled. You have learned a lot from your previous failures. Vase spoke. I like that. It is only when you fail that you will truly understand the severity of your responsibilities. I would rather put someone humble in charge than some hotshot who wants to take bold action. At least I can be assured that you will not overreach in your decisions. General Verl added his own words. The Larkinson army needs to send a representative that stands up for it and meets its needs. I am reluctant to nominate someone with more ambition because there is a greater chance that the resulting chief minister will seek to fulfill his own interests. With Major Magdalena, we can be assured that she will look after the needs of our soldiers with humility. In the end, Vase made his decision. Despite the lack of merits and the negative sentiment towards Major Magdalena, he predicted that opposition to her ascension wouldn't be particularly strong. As long as the backlash was limited, there shouldn't be a major problem. Vase didn't want to consider anyone else, not when he had a candidate who was competent, humble, experienced and trustworthy. The fact that she was a true-blood Larkinson who came from the original Larkinson family was icing on the cake. With her appointment, that would mean that 2 of the 3 chief minister seats would be filled by true-blood Larkinsons. Not only would this ensure that the Larkinson clan would develop along the lines of his original ideals, the combination of Magdalena and Raymond would also serve as a powerful check against Novelon Pernis. The man would always be in a minority. If he wanted to implement any measures, he had to gain the approval of either Magdalena or Raymond. Both of these older Larkinsons were not so easy to fool and they were much more loyal to the Larkinson cause than adopted clansmen. All in all, this arrangement sounded great to Vase. He did not hesitate in passing on the necessary instructions. Though Major Magdalena would not be able to take office straight away, it wouldn't take long before she would formally become one of the most powerful and influential Larkinsons in the clan. Though the woman in question still expressed a lot of reluctance about her suitability, she eventually accepted the decision. If you need me in this position, then I will do my best to repay your trust, she said as fire began to spark in her eyes. Once they handled this important matter, General Verl eventually dismissed the soon-to-be chief minister, leaving him alone with Vase and a number of bodyguards. "Well, that's that," General Verl said as he put down his formality a bit. "I didn't expect you to embrace Major Magdalena, but if she is to your liking, then I support your choice." Vase crossed his arms. "Our clan has to remain firmly in the hands of those who are authentic Larkinsons. We have taken a lot of people lately who come from vastly different states and backgrounds. While it is nice to see that we are all getting along with each other, we can't let that overshadow our original culture. We need to reassert our original values and make sure that we don't become too swayed by other outlooks. The minority groups need to stay in the minority. The minority is quite stubborn about clinging to their old culture and heritage. Also, it is quite helpful for us to host different groups who excel in different matters. Just look at the Ilviananes or the Sword Maidens, for example. We would have become a very different clan if we stamped out all of that uniqueness. In fact, we might not even be alive today." Vase sighed. This was a recurring dilemma to Vase. The clan had swung too much in the other direction for his liking, but that was also what made it strong today. Chapter 3153. Second Transformation. The clan experienced many changes after another in the next handful of weeks. Now that Vase approved of the selection of the 3 chief ministers, the clan could finally implement the meat of Sheddarin's reform plan. A lot of formal induction ceremonies and other official rituals took place as many people received new appointments. In particular, a lot of members of the former Pernus family filled up newly created administrative positions in order to help run the rapidly expanding bureaucratic machine of the Larkinson clan. Many clan departments changed into ministries as the clan administration began to wear the coat of a state. There weren't many people that considered the Larkinson clan to be an actual state, but that did not mean it was detrimental to get a head start on transitioning to a state structure. The rank-and-file members of the Larkinson clan didn't experience too many changes in their daily lives. Sure, the clan apparatus had grown bigger and more comprehensive, but the lower levels largely remained the same. At most, some of the instructions coming down from the top had changed because a lot more people got to be in charge. The clan soon felt the short-term benefits of all of the reforms. The leadership deficit that had been plaguing the clan still existed, but became less severe. A lot of neglected issues were finally starting to be addressed and the clan was allocating more resources to priorities that had long been overdue. The establishment of something that resembled a real government exerted a strong influence on the civilians of the Larkinson clan. Before the reforms, the Larkinsons felt as if they were subjected to a military rule of some sorts. Everyone knew that the clan largely moved when Vase dictated his commands. While there weren't many people who objected to his leadership, the lack of other prominent leaders meant that a lot of average clansmen felt as if they were in a situation where they had no choice but to obey orders. Now, the extra layers in the hierarchy along with the opening of many new positions allowed average Larkinsons to feel more connected with those who ruled over them. The distance between had narrowed and a lot more initiative started up due to the appointment of so many fresh and eager officials. The Larkinson army didn't undergo as much upheaval. The military bureau formally transitioned into Central Command, though most soldiers simply referred to it as headquarters or Central HQ. While the expansion of Central Command had already begun prior to the huge wave of changes, a lot more support and staff functions had opened up before subsequently being filled by both old and new clansmen. However, the most drastic change was the transformation of the Mech forces into Mech legions. On the surface, this was largely a simple change in how they were being called. In reality, the Mech legions gained a lot more autonomy and power to decide on their own matters. However, they also become more dependent on Central HQ for matters such as personnel affairs and hardware transfers. It was a rather paradoxical change at first, but as time went by, the changes started to make sense to people. The staff working the Mech legions just had to focus on the tasks that directly affected their operation, assured that Central Command took care of all of the overhead. This was a time of great change and progress. The Larkinson clan ushered in its greatest transformation since it opened up its doors to adopted Larkinsons. Though there was opposition to many different changes, none of them were overwhelming enough to stop the reforms from proceeding. Not even Major Magdalena Larkinson's elevation to the position of chief minister stirred a lot of unrest. The opposition that Vase half expected to emerge didn't really come to life. Sure, there were a lot of disgruntled relatives of deceased living sentinels, their curmudgeonly complaints never gained any traction. There were simply too few clansmen who lived through the events that took place in the Nixian Gap. Of those survivors, there were even fewer people who retained any strong feelings about something that happened a long time ago. Time healed many wounds and the memories of the darkest days of their lives had faded. There was so much going on in the Larkinson clan these days that there were not a lot of people who still wallowed in the past. With Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson, Chief Minister Novalon Pernis and Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson taking over many of the duties that Vase had neglected, an entirely new energy infused the clan with forward momentum. They were finally making real progress now. Even though the clan hadn't acquired any new capital ships or picked up a huge batch of recruits, the different organizations within the clan were making much better use of existing resources. The design department largely remained unaffected by these changes, though. This was Ves's personal kingdom and he was still in charge of it while Gloriana continued to lead the current projects. With his wife becoming increasingly more motivated to do a good job, she exhorted everyone else to complete the design of the Sentry project as fast as possible. The expert rifleman Mech was a very different beast from the Dark Zephyr. While both of them were rather slim, the former fought in a completely different way than the latter. The lack of defenses and the lackluster mobility of the Sentry project caused it to be highly vulnerable to attacks up close. Vase and the other mech designers tried their best to give the ranged mech a bit of chance in winning a close-range battle, but it was a futile effort for the most part. That said, the trade-offs were more than worth it. The abundant amount of available capacity devoted to supplying as much power to the Luminaire crystal rifle was impressive. Considering that the weapon that combined both alien technology and human ingenuity produced a lot less waste heat than comparable weapons, Vase was able to crank up the power of its shots to a high degree without worrying too much about melting the entire weapon. The Sentry project's firepower can only be surpassed by an expert artillery mech in the same class. Yet that didn't mean the Sentry project was limited to firing a handful of discrete high-powered beams. Energy weapons were highly scalable and easily adjustable. This allowed Vase to enable the weapon to lower its energy output to a substantial degree. The lower energy draw along with the reduced stress of firing low-powered shots allowed the expert mech to fire a rapid barrage of weaker beams that should still be powerful enough to eliminate hundreds of regular second-class mechs. Of course, a true mid-range expert rifleman mech such as the upcoming Star Dancer Mark II was able to make much better use of a rapid-firing gun than a more sniper-oriented machine like the Sentry project. Upon the final days of the project, the mech designers completed another intensive work session. Moreau, Blinky's star-streaking form had faded again as he reached the limit of his capacity. The invisible bonds that tied the minds of Vase, Gloriana and their assistants had all faded, causing them to feel a lot more diminished. Still, the smiles on their faces signified that they were highly pleased with what they accomplished. Even with the bottleneck in processing power, there was still plenty of manual work that they could do to improve the design by another push. Vase slowly approached his wife and pulled her into a warm embrace as her fading but still pleasant scent wafted in his face. "We can finally start with fabricating our second expert mech," he remarked. She nodded as she leaned her head against his shoulder. I've already prepared all of the necessary materials and prepared all of our production equipment. I hope that this time we will be able to employ a lot more skill when trying to fabricate and assemble all of the complicated components of this expert mech. I have done my best to study up and practice with the production machines. I'm as ready as I can manage. The only thing I'm lacking is actual experience." The two continued to cuddle together as they gazed at the almost finished schematic of the Sentry project. In fact, it was already good enough to be put in use, but Gloriana still wanted to address some final issues before she was comfortable with finalizing the design. She looked down at her body. Her pregnancy was still at an early stage, so her belly didn't show any significant swelling as of yet. However, she wasn't looking at her body, but instead trying to imagine her growing daughter. "I can feel her," she swore. "My baby daughter, I think I can feel her. She's so tiny, but there is just something within me that I can't help but shower with love." Vase scratched his head. "Are you sure? I think that Blinky is helping me connect to my daughter. I swear that in the last few days, whenever your new pet performs his job, I feel more connected to everything, including my baby girl. It's so magical. Whenever I feel troubled or frustrated, I just need to direct my concentration of what's inside my womb in order to regain the motivation to work hard again. She's been my greatest support." Vase didn't know what to say. He was initially skeptical about her claims. Blinky most certainly did not poke his tail through Gloriana's stomach. How could his wife already feel the growing collection of cells that was quietly growing inside her body? Then, he realized what might actually be happening. Whenever Blinky formed a design network, every participating mech designer shared some of their abilities to others. Vase already knew for a while now that Gloriana obtained a portion of his sensitivity towards life, but she mostly relied on her own abilities in order to optimize her mech designs. There was hardly any room for her to make use of what she was able to borrow from her husband. Only in their closest and most intimate synergy sessions was she able to understand his abilities to a degree where she could make better use of it. Outside of that, the advantages that he passed on to her only provided her with general benefits such as being able to make her work more in line with the spiritual design of her work. Yet Vase overlooked that a sensitivity towards life also enabled Gloriana to pick up the growing presence of her remarkable daughter. Compared to other fetuses who were in a similar stage of pregnancy, their daughter already developed a stronger spiritual presence. Vase infused it with his own spiritual energy every day so that his unborn child would quickly be able to develop to the point where Vase could impart her with a companion spirit seed. She was far from reaching that point, but her presence had already grown strong enough that even someone with a weaker version of his sensitivity like Gloriana could feel her own daughter. Vase could see how that was affecting his wife. Gloriana exuded the warmth that only mothers could convey. Her entire body and mind became filled with affection. Love was a wondrous force that could never be quantified in numbers or described in words. Yet Vase did not mind that at all as he basked in the glow exuded by his partner in life. Gloriana's daughter was his daughter as well. Neither of them wanted to see their little girl come to harm. "We still have many months to go," she whispered. "Yup," he nodded. "I really can't wait to hold her. The months go by too slowly for my tastes. We can speed it up as long as we do our best to finish our remaining expert mech designs." I'm not sure if we can complete the current round in time." "Do your best. Do it for our daughter." "I'll try." Chapter 3154. Different mech pilot. The Dark Zephyr raced across a large volume of empty space and showcased the full speed and agility of the mech. It danced back and forth as it tried its best to evade hundreds of invisible energy beams. At this stage, the Larkinson army and more specifically the Hall of Heroes had refined Venerable Tusa's training regime. The power of an expert mech was so great that the normal intensity of routine practice was completely inadequate. Over multiple months, the live training sessions became increasingly more intense, systematic and professional. For example, in order to conveniently provide a huge practice space where the Dark Zephyr could show its paces without exposing anything, the Black Cats specially procured and modified interference bots in huge batches. Thousands of tens of thousands of them could jam and mess up most forms of detection in a volume that stretched out for plenty of kilometers. If Venerable Tusa wanted to test the limits of his expert mech speed, then the bots could be deployed in a long rectangular track so that the expert pilot would be able to gain precious experience in handling situations while accelerating forward. In order to provide challenging exercises to Tusa without burdening the Larkinson army too much, the Hall of Heroes also procured small and compact bots that were capable of firing weak, invisible beams that hardly did any damage but could be fired at an incredible frequency without worrying about inflicting any damage to anything. No matter if it hit a starship, a mech, a shuttle or even a human wearing a vac-suit, no one would come to any harm. This enabled the practice scenarios to be omnidirectional, which meant that Tusa had to worry about dodging attacks from every angle. The ranged bots came with a variety of targeting modes. They could rely on their awful inbuilt targeting systems. They could connect to a central automated targeting system aboard combat carriers and combat-oriented capital ships for much better results. Mech pilots and other people could even connect to them remotely in order to put their skills to the test against the most challenging foe they faced. Through these tools and more, Venerable Tusa gained plenty of stimulation from having to dodge these attacks, especially when he did not rely on his mech's characteristic perception distortion ability. At first, his performance wasn't exactly stellar. His ability to anticipate attacks started off rather poor when the ranged bots first came into service. The bots were small and numerous, so it was hard to keep track of their movements. What was worse was that it was hard for the Dark Zephyr to track the activity of their ultra-weak energy projectors. Without the capacity to reliably detect energy and heat buildup just before a weapon released a shot, Venerable Tusa had to rely on other measures in order to avoid getting hit. He relied heavily on his instincts, intuition, experience and other intangible sources to judge where he should move in order to avoid an attack that he had no objective way of perceiving. It was outright magical how the Dark Zephyr was able to glide away from a danger zone moments before an energy beam punched through the area, Venerable Tusa was not only able to do this once, but hundreds of times before he finally slipped up and allowed his expert mech to get grazed. His performance was drawing a lot of admiration from the other Larkinson mech pilots. Both old and new clansmen were continually amazed at all of the incredible maneuvers that Tusa was able to pull off. The parameters of his expert mech's excellent agility, responsiveness and thrust-to-mass ratio were so high that it was as if they were looking at the shadow of a first-class mech. Currently, the practice session had become a little more interesting than other times due to the participation of other mechs. Just over a dozen ferocious piranhas tried their best to chase after the Dark Zephyr while being subjected to the harmless beams of dozens of ranged bots. Unfortunately, compared to the graceful and seemingly prescient Dark Zephyr, the ordinary second-class light skirmishers were doing a pretty bad job at evading the invisible beams. It was not because the attacks weren't visible. The sophisticated sensor systems of second-class mechs were easily able to detect the weak energy beams, but by the time the systems passed their observations onto the mech pilot, the lightspeed attacks had already struck their targets. Obviously, ordinary mech pilots did not possess the superhuman intuition and judgment of an expert pilot. This caused the mech pilots that Venerable Tusa took under his wing to struggle considerably. "All right, stop," Tusa commanded. The bots immediately ceased fire while the mechs turned around and accelerated in the other direction in order to stop going forward and shooting past the interference envelope. As Venerable Tusa brought his expert mech in front of the ferocious piranhas, their respective glows and other influences mingled together. The glows of the ferocious piranhas were harmless towards friendlies, fortunately, but their presence still charged the surrounding space with an indefinable energy. The combined pressure exuded by the Dark Zephyr was not as easy to endure to other people. The combination of an expert mech and prime mech produced a slightly more empowered aura that made the speed demons a little more lightheaded. It was fortunate that Tusa's force of will was actually the gentlest and least oppressive out of the Larkinson mech pilots. It was disturbingly easy to overlook Tusa and his expert mech when they wanted to attract as little attention as possible. "I'm glad to see that you're making progress," he transmitted to the Larkinsons who received the privilege of receiving direct instruction from an expert pilot. To become a true speed demon, it is not enough to maximize the thrust power of your flight systems and waste a lot of power in vain. What truly matters is to anticipate attacks, move away from them before they even appear and to keep your mech alive. Excellent training can only take you so far. Just look at the performance of our latest edition. As much as I applaud his trained judgment and his technical piloting skills, he is not the best performer among your group. The mech pilots all directed their sensors towards the ferocious piranha floating to their right. This mech was different from the rest because it wasn't piloted by a Larkinson. Instead, its cockpit was occupied by Jessica Quentin, one of the 20 MTA mech pilots assigned to train with the Larkinson clan. The woman did not look pleased at her performance. "If I was piloting my old service mech, I would have been able to respond a lot faster. This ferocious piranha is a fine mech by second-class standards, but it is not a machine that I am accustomed to working with. The delay between issuing a command and having it actually move is excruciating." "Don't blame the machine for your poor showing, Jessica," Tusa admonished. The Dark Zephyr gestured towards another ferocious piranha. "Some of our own clansmen managed to outperform you despite possessing worse skills. Do you know why that is the case? They were lucky. The results of a training exercise like this are highly randomized. We did not run it long enough to average out results to an adequate degree. We aren't statisticians here, Jessica. I don't give a crap about luck. No matter whether you're lucky or unlucky on the battlefield, you have no choice but to deal with whatever happens. Instead of thinking about factors outside of your control, you should be working on relying on measures you can actually take." Now, does anyone know why Jessica performed worse in this particular test? "She's not used to piloting our mechs," someone suggested. "Her intuition isn't as good. She's so used to piloting the good stuff that she doesn't know how to pilot our inferior mechs." Venerable Tusa smirked. "These are all valid reasons to me, but I think the biggest variable is something else. Let me ask you all a question. Do you love your mechs? I do. The ferocious piranha is perfect for my style. I just love to terrorize our foes with its glow." Even the clansmen who preferred to pilot a swifter and more scouting-oriented light mech had come to embrace the ferocious piranha. The notorious mech model designed by their patriarch not only conveyed unique advantages through its nauseating glow, but also performed well in many different areas. The light skirmisher model's only major shortcoming was that its straight-line acceleration was not the best. However, There was one property in particular that caused many if not all Larkinson mech pilots to love their respective mechs. Do you know what you are missing, Jessica? The MTA mech pilot frowned. I don't love my mech as much as the rest. Tusa nodded. I can see it in the way you treat, handle and speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about your mech. To you, the ferocious piranha is just an inferior, temporary machine to you. Even though you should be able to feel the living traits of your fine light skirmisher, you don't take advantage of them as much as the rest. The entire concept of living mechs sounded a bit exaggerated to Jessica. How could machines made out of metal and composites be alive? What she felt whenever she piloted her mech could easily be dismissed as psychedelic illusions. I don't see how this has anything to do with my performance in this test. It has everything to do with your performance. Look, I can't exactly tell you how to become an expert pilot. You need to find your own way. What I can tell you, however, is that I think you are making it much harder for yourself by continuing to treat your mechs as tools. Mechs are instruments of war, Venerable. You're not wrong, pilot, but they can be more than that. The mechs designed by our patriarch especially embody this. I believe that your refusal or reluctance to bond with your mech is hindering you from improving any further. Don't take my word for it, as I don't really know how this actually works, but in my opinion you are not worthy to go any further unless you drop your disaffection towards your current mech and begin to appreciate it for its merits. Though Jessica respected Venerable Tusa for his power and accomplishments, that didn't mean she was easily swayed by him. The systematic training she received from the MTA went into great detail about the different properties and possibilities of different mechs. First-class mechs came in very great varieties, and it was essential for every qualified MTA mech pilot to acquire some of the knowledge that typically belonged to mech designers. She could make detailed comparisons between the ferocious piranha and her old first-class service mechs. The unquestionable gulf in performance between the two prevented her from developing a sincere appreciation for her weak and crippled machine. It was as if she used to live in a mansion but suddenly had to room in a shabby student dorm. To her, the transition was so great that it was as if she was forced to reside in a small packing crate. Venerable Tusa could sense Jessica's stubbornness. Just think it over, Quentin. No good ever comes with disrespecting the machine that does its best to protect you and serve your needs in battle. One of the lessons that our patriarch has taught to us is that we are not separate from our mechs. We are two parts of the same whole. In order for one to grow stronger, the other has to cooperate. Otherwise the mech will serve to hold you back and pin you in place. The other Larkinson mech pilots all nodded in agreement. They had no reason to question or reject these sage words of advice. Jessica Quentin, who trained under a completely different mech culture, simply thought that the expert pilot was spewing fantasies. Perhaps there were a few nuggets of truth in his story, but the MTA was well aware that expert pilots never excelled in science and logic. Chapter 3155. Outpacing the rest. Venerable Tusa was quite disappointed by Jessica Quentin's lack of adjustment. The point of hosting them was to subject them to alternative training methods. Jessica was supposed to be one of the mech pilots who agreed to allow the Larkinsons to dictate her training program. Yet despite instructing her for a few months, Jessica never blended in to the extent the Larkinson instructors desired. She was hardly different, as the other MTA mech pilots also exhibited varying degrees of resistance to the lessons taught by the Larkinson instructors. This was not a difference that could easily be bridged. To the superior mech pilots who worked hard to become proficient at piloting an entirely different class of mechs, the machines utilized by the Larkinsons looked like toys in comparison. Even though the second-class mechs employed by the Larkinson clan were actually quite fantastic by the standards of the current region, they were as responsive as elephants and as sluggish as whales to those who once had the privilege of piloting real first-class mechs. The mechs employed by the Big Two as well as every first-rate state were powerful works that were packed with so much high technology that not even Vase would be able to comprehend their full designs. The latest advancements in neural interface, power transmission systems, processing capabilities, armor toughness, attack power and so on all conveyed so many advantages that first-class mech pilots had to learn an enormous amount of theory in order to be able to effectively pilot these beasts. It was practically impossible for unaugmented humans to pilot a first-class mech. The prerequisites were so overwhelming that only superhumans were able to pilot them. That included both augmented mech pilots and extraordinary mech pilots such as Venerable Tusa. As someone who received a robust suite of augments, Jessica Quentin's skill and knowledge exceeded that of pretty much every other mech pilot. Even Tusa admired some of Jessica's knowledge and capabilities. Yet it was exactly because of her amazing skills and powerful augments that he regretted her inability to adapt to piloting a living mech. On the surface, there was no problem with the way she handled her ferocious piranha. She probably downloaded the entire manual in her fancy implant and memorized all of the instructions and specifications. She knew exactly how much she needed to push a system in order to achieve her desired result with less wasted energy and movements than others. She even exhibited her unique flair by excelling in close-range duels. Her knife-fighting skills were so good that she regularly kicked the butts of expert candidates in simulation battles. That makes it even worse. From his understanding of the MTA mech pilot, Jessica was so confident in her own acquired skills and abilities that she fundamentally looked down on the methods taught by the Larkinsons. Though Venerable Tusa didn't necessarily think it was wrong for mech pilots to stick to their own courses and try to achieve success in the manner that aligned with them best, the expert pilot nonetheless thought that Jessica could at least take over a bit of advice. Her continual disdain and lack of appreciation of her ferocious piranha and any other mech fielded by the Larkinson army were extremely regretful in his eyes. If the opposite was the case, then even if her chances of breaking through had hardly changed, she would at least be able to perform a lot better in some of the training sessions. She'll be able to dodge more attacks at the very least. The practice sessions with the ranged bots was one of his favorite moments. He not only got to exercise the skills that he valued most, but also made slow and steady progress in improving his extraordinary intuition. Even though facing an arsenal of harmless bots was not as stimulating as enduring actual enemy fire, the challenge of trying to anticipate and evade attacks before they even happened never got tiresome. It was because he worked so hard to improve this aspect of his piloting abilities that he felt so bad about Jessica Quentin. Unlike the close-minded MTA mech pilot, Venerable Tusa fully embraced what he said. He treated the Dark Zephyr like his partner and perhaps even his soulmate. He frequently slept inside its cockpit and constantly tried to convey his sentiments to the machine. Whether his mech understood his words or not, he sincerely believed there was something inside of the Dark Zephyr that opened up to him. He could feel it in his bones. Already, the mech had become even more responsive to him despite already scoring high in this category. He also derived other benefits that were difficult to describe but should definitely make a difference in battle. What's even better is that there are 2 additional somethings inside my mech. He smiled. He piloted and bonded with the Dark Zephyr long enough to understand most of its nuances. He was able to distinguish the sources of 2 different glows. Tusa had mixed feelings about the stronger source. Its character was different. It mostly came to play when he activated the Perception Distortion Resonance ability. The stronger he channeled this ability, the more he felt as if he could mislead his attackers even more if he coordinated with this mysterious presence. He never really managed to do so. He didn't have much in common with this meek and humble presence. Though he felt tempted to dismiss this presence entirely, it was part of his Dark Zephyr for a reason. If Venerable Tusa truly wanted to master his expert mech in its entirety, he had to find a way to work with all of its facets, including the ones he liked the least. Compared to this obvious presence, Tusa much preferred to become attuned with the second presence. Though it was weak to the point where he could easily miss it, this smaller influence sang to him to a much greater degree. From the first time he piloted the Dark Zephyr, he made an immediate connection to what he felt was some kind of young and innocent bird. This little chick might not be as impressive as all of the other influences he managed to get in touch with, but none of them resonated with him quite as much as this humble little bird. Tusa had already forged a solid connection with the bird after piloting his Dark Zephyr just a few more times. He could still feel him or her even when he left the cockpit. Trisk, is that what you're called? Chirrup, the little bird was like his muse. Even though he wasn't really sure how Trisk could help him out in battle, he never looked down on him or her because of that. He knew that Trisk was still young and just beginning to develop his or her powers. Each time he started a new session, he sensed that he or she had become a bit stronger, a bit more mature and a bit more expressive. The only irritation that nagged him was that he couldn't quite tell the gender of what he was bonding to. In one moment, Trisk showed tendencies that Tusa associates with males. In the other moment, Trisk became a lot more feminine for some reason. The bird never remained static. He or she was constantly changing into different forms. Are you a boy bird or a girl bird? Chirrup, forget I asked anything. This little confusion didn't affect his closeness to Trisk. Developing greater bonds with his expert mech and the additional presences watching over it not only made him feel more comfortable when piloting the Dark Zephyr, but also deepened his resonance. The fruits of all of this progress started to become increasingly more clear. As Tusa quietly attuned himself to his expert mech while it floated in open space, 3 distant mechs steadily approached the interference zone and came close. 3 prime mechs stopped a short distance away from the Dark Zephyr. Their forceful auras were quite powerful in their own right, but the Dark Zephyr's active resonance practically turned the zone around it into a territory where only Tusa and his expert mech reigned. Joshua, Dice, I see you've brought a third partner this time. We're tired of getting beat up by you all of the time. You've improved so much lately that we can't keep up with your performance anymore. Venerable Joshua helplessly transmitted over the short-ranged communication channel. Hey, I've heard so much about these little practice duels of yours. Venerable Orphan chuckled. My prime mech might not be as quick and agile as the others, but don't underestimate my spear. Tusa curled his lips into a grin. I'll be sure to take that into account. Now, let us check our practice weapons. I'll need to apply the right settings to my expert mech before we can begin. There was always a considerable risk whenever mech pilots sparred against each other with real combat machines. Even with lots of precautions, there were still ways for mechs to collide against each other with such great force that mech pilots could lose their lives. The expert pilots in question were not regular pilots, however. They were able to control their machines a lot better. Their mechs were also covered with solid unending alloy plating, which was extremely difficult to break through incidental attacks. Still, just to be sure, the mechs did not employ their standard armaments that were also made of unending alloy. Instead, they wielded custom practice weapons made out of softer and weaker materials. Such weapons did not provide them with an authentic dueling experience, but safety came first. You're lucky that you don't have to face my sharper pair of knives. Tusa said as his Dark Zephyr wielded a pair of weapons that were purposefully coated in red. My real weapons could cut right through the weaker parts of your prime mechs. Hey, let's see if you are still able to boast after we gang up on you, Tusa. Orphan replied as her prime spearman mech wielded another brightly colored weapon. The 4 mechs all charged at each other without exchanging any more nonsense. Though the Dark Zephyr should have easily been able to outpace and outmaneuver the 3 prime mechs by a huge margin, the expert mech was actually performing well below its previous standards. In order to make this practice session fairer, Tusa had voluntarily activated a custom setting that artificially reduced the maximum performance of many of the Dark Zephyr's parameters so that it performed nearly identical to the now-defunct Piranha Prime. This put all of the mechs on even ground in theory. Though the handicap still left the Dark Zephyr with a distinct mobility advantage, Tusa's 3 opponents had already moved to surround the expert mech. Though Venerable Tusa was sure that he could slip out from this cage, he deliberately allowed his foes to box him in. The point of this practice session was to test and exercise his close combat fighting capabilities. Come, 2 spears and a sword closed in on the Dark Zephyr with impeccable timing and coordination that only expert pilots could accomplish. Yet before they could strike their targets, the Dark Zephyr raised its weapons to deflect the 2 spear thrusts while easily moving out of the way to evade the sword strike. Not enough. After parrying a few more attacks that came from multiple directions, Tusa finally decided to go on the attack. It's my turn now. The Dark Zephyr, which still performed a lot worse than normal, was easily able to weave through the different attacks and somehow managed to reach the rear of the Valkyrie Prime. Though Venerable Joshua responded remarkably quickly by reversing the Valkyrie Prime's spear and stabbing towards the back all the while moving away, the Dark Zephyr easily avoided the hasty defensive stab before striking lightly at the flight system of the Valkyrie Prime. Damn, help me get this guy off my back. The Dark Zephyr was already long gone by the time the Bright Sword Prime and the Bright Spear Prime had caught up. In fact, the expert mech had already circled around and managed to strike the rear of Venerable Dice's expert mech before the Sword Maiden expert pilot could move her sword around in time. You're in my way. We'll never catch him at this rate. Damn, ganging up on Tusa is harder than it looks. He keeps circling around and forcing us to move around each other. Though the Dark Zephyr operated at reduced strength and did not employ any of its resonance abilities, the gap in performance was still evident. In just a couple of months, Venerable Tusa's growth had already outpaced the other expert pilots of the Larkinson clan. Chapter 3156, The Importance of a Good Weapon. The expert pilots ended their practice session and returned to the Spirit of Bentime so that their mechs could be checked over by the best technicians of the Larkinson clan. The results of their little competitive duel were the same as before. The addition of Venerable Orphan and her bright spear prime did not tip the balance against Tusa's favor. In fact, it was the opposite. Because the three mechs all had to get close to the constrained Dark Zephyr in order to launch their attacks, there were frequent moments where their paths were blocked by their own allies. This forced them to go around, which produced significant delays in which Tusa could easily deal with the opponent immediately in front of his expert mech. "We need to work on our positioning," Venerable Dice gruffly spoke as she and the rest entered a private ready room where the expert pilots could talk among themselves. "Our performance earlier was outright embarrassing. We can't keep getting in each other's way when we confront an actual enemy expert mech in battle." Neither Venerable Orphan nor Venerable Joshua looked happy. They both sat down with downcast eyes and depressed force of wills. It was hard to imagine them as valiant expert pilots who achieved dramatic results during the Battle of Reckoning. Every Larkinson expert pilot knew that they only had to wait a little longer before they got their own turn. Yet seeing Tusa making the most out of his head start to the point where he could completely beat down all of the other remaining expert pilots was a hard pill to stomach. "Hey, it's just a couple of more months according to the design department." Venerable Tusa attempted to soothe his colleagues. "A good living expert mech is definitely worth the wait. While I got to receive my own machine first, that also means you guys will be better off. The next expert mechs will probably be even higher in quality." Tusa was fine with that. Unlike ordinary mechs, expert mechs were never completely finished. They were under constant development and periodically received upgrades so that their performance would still be able to keep up with the overall trend. Still, not every improvement was easy to implement. He expected the last batch of expert mechs to become a lot more impressive than his humble Dark Zephyr. He would have no choice but to live with that, he supposed. "Why are you so much stronger?" Venerable Joshua plainly asked. "Can piloting an expert mech as opposed to a prime mech really make such a difference?" Venerable Tusa crossed his arms as he leaned against the bulkhead. "I can't even begin to describe all of the changes. The simplest way I can put it is that the Dark Zephyr is the first mech that I can truly merge and resonate with. There are many elements about the mech that makes it extremely easy for me to handle it as if it is my own body. The customized neural interface, the exceptional responsiveness, the powerful processors and the living mech itself are all so much better that I can fully exercise all of my skills without worrying about being held back by my own partner. Instead, we are both working together to achieve greater results together." It was the cooperative and synergistic relationship that was the key to his rapidly improving performance. The other three expert pilots in the room envied Tusa for being able to pilot a machine that truly strengthened rather than hindered his performance. Out of the three defeated expert pilots, Venerable Dice was the least affected. The stern expert pilot had drawn her personal greatsword out of its sheath and polished it with a simple cloth even though the weapon didn't even require such treatment. "We are expert pilots," she stated. "We are warriors, not monsters. Unlike exo-beasts and the like, we can't fight by relying on our own natural abilities. We need to wield a good, sharp weapon in order to exert our full strength and skills. It's just like wielding a sword. A stronger, sharper sword will yield better results than a fragile and duller blade that could easily fall apart if you hit something a little too hard. Right now, most of us are still stuck in this situation." It was sad, but their prime mechs were simply not a good fit for their present strength. They were fantastic mechs compared to ordinary mechs, but they were ultimately not the right tool for the job. Even fabled swordmasters could be felled with ease if they were caught without swords in their hands. The stark contrast between expert pilots with and without an expert mech caused all of them to realize the importance of a good machine even more. "I'm glad we're part of the Larkinson clan," Tusa said with a smile. "Even though we no longer serve in a military where the higher-ups take care of everything, I think we're far better off here. We're in the company of a couple of great mech designers who can design fantastic expert mechs that I'm certain can't be replicated by any other mech designer. I can't make any comparisons, but from what I have observed from other expert mechs such as those fielded by the Cross clan, our machines are the only ones that actively cooperate with us. All of those other powerful machines are more like tools than partners." Not every mech pilot had to respect their mechs in order to break through to expert pilot. If that was the case, then Vess's design philosophy would have already become a lot more prevalent. Even so, Tusa still thought that Patriarch Reginald Cross could have taken another step forward if he adopted some more Larkinson ideas. "How much has your resonance strength grown these days?" Venerable Joshua curiously asked. My current record is 6.34 lavares. Damn, so much. Considering how little time had passed, Tusa had more than doubled his previous level. Dice, Orphan and Joshua might be powerful in their own right, but their prime mechs didn't offer nearly as much improvement as an actual expert mech. I'm still growing. Tusa revealed an important observation. While my growth rate has slowed down after the first month, I'm not close to hitting a wall yet. I first thought that the warnings that the mech designers gave to me were right and that a mid-tier expert mech is a bit too arduous for me to pilot effectively. That didn't turn out to be the case. My expert mech fits me like a glove, and I think that is helping a lot with mastering its capabilities and sustaining my growth rate. Though he wasn't sure about it, he attributed these effects to Gloriana. Throughout the design process of his expert mech, the infamous Hexer wife frequently requested his input. She took a lot of measurements, drafted up numerous different plans and allowed him to pick whatever he wanted even if his choices were not always normal. The great effort she put into making the Dark Zephyr into a machine that completely complemented his piloting style and his inclinations was some of the most luxurious treatment that he had ever received as a mech pilot. He could feel the personal touches that went into designing and making the expert mech each time he took it out for a spin. After sharing a few more thoughts with his fellow expert pilots, Tusa changed out of his cumbersome custom piloting suit and wore a rather understated uniform that was barely different from that of any other Larkinson. He exited the hangar bay and navigated through the corridors, making sure not to make his presence felt by his passing clansmen. This was fairly easy for him to do as he could easily make his force of will as light as a breeze. He ascended a couple of decks and reached the second deck, which was the fanciest of them all. This was where all of the ballrooms, formal meeting rooms, main offices and other impressive compartments were situated. Tusa took a few turns and eventually entered a large office that was a bit lacking in decoration. Grandpa, Tusa, one of the three chief ministers looked up from his terminal. Did you have a good time outside? The Dark Zephyr is truly a joy to pilot. Tusa sighed as he sat next to his grandfather's desk. The two chatted a bit. Though Raymond did not have a piloting background, his Larkinson heritage granted him a great understanding of what Tusa was going through. The latter was hardly the only expert pilot that carried the Larkinson name. How is the Larkinson family doing these days? Tusa changed the topic. I've been wondering what they have been doing for some time. Couldn't you call them up yourselves? Tusa shrugged. My old friends act all differently now that I'm an expert pilot. That's what I like about our clan. I can still hold a normal conversation with a fellow clansman, somewhat. Well, if you must know, the Larkinson family has been quiet lately. Unlike us, they haven't grown and haven't entered any battles that I know of despite taking on mercenary contracts in the Garland Empire. Our relatives are making good use of the Larkinson mechs that they have been permitted to make and utilize themselves, but they are hardly an equal to our avatars and other mech legions. The Larkinson clan had improved so quickly that the Larkinson family were forever stuck with playing catch-up. It didn't help that the old family refused a lot of handouts offered by the clan in good faith. How is Uncle Ark doing? He still hasn't really shown up in public so far. Raymond said. He's been in retreat for a long time. Maybe too long. Tusa furrowed his brows. If he's preparing to break through to ace pilot, then, I'm not sure if he'll be able to find his opportunity behind closed doors. He should seek out a battle. Combat has always been the best way for people like us to break our limits. His grandfather shook his head. Do you think that Ark can go off on a reckless adventure like our patriarch? He can't afford to push himself and his family members into danger. The entire reason why they refused to join our clan is because they reject our approach. Then why not leave the Larkinson family behind for a time and take on a more exciting mercenary contract? One of the reasons why the Larkinson family remains respected in the Garland Empire is because Ark is propping it up. Raymond pointed out, while it is understandable for him to go out and seek a breakthrough opportunity, what if he enters the wrong battle or fights for the wrong side? Those Garliners are brutal, Tusa. The Crossers aren't the only ones who are lusting to challenge expert pilots. Though Ark can be considered to be among the strongest of expert pilots, his expert mech, Ark's original expert mech that he kept after deserting from the mech corps, was a powerful machine, but only by third-class standards. It was barely adequate in second-class standards and could easily be crumpled by genuine second-class expert mechs. One of the greatest difficulties he faced right now was the lack of a proper high-tier second-class expert mech that could fully keep up with the battles in the enormous second-rate state. Though there were plenty of organizations in the Garland Empire that were willing to supply an expert mech to an expert pilot, the troublesome part about Ark was that he required a machine on par with Patriarch Reginald's Balvo's Rage or stronger in order to do him justice. Designing and fabricating such a powerful but expensive war machine was not cheap, and not every organization was capable of bearing the enormous cost. "Can't the Larkinson family come to us for help?" The elder Larkinson snorted. "You can keep waiting, then. It's highly doubtful that they will drop their pride and ask for assistance from us. They need to prove to themselves that they can succeed on their own." "That sounds stupid. That's pride for you. It's been the downfall of Venerable Ganso, and it might even deny your Uncle Ark his greatest opportunity. I hope you'll be able to learn from their example. Don't think you're such a big hotshot now that you've become a supreme expert pilot. You're still human enough that you need to rely on the weapons that we supply to you in order to kill all of those powerful enemies." Venerable Tusa took his grandfather's words very seriously. No matter how strong he became, he vowed that he would never forget the people that made it possible for him to fulfill his dreams. "I can only be free because my fellow clansmen enable me to spread my wings. It is only right to stick with them and protect them from their enemies." Raymond looked pleased. Spoken like a true Larkinson. The old family should have adopted your attitude. It's the only one worthy of our heritage and our ideals. Chapter 3157. An extra touch. Vase and Gloriana stood side by side as they gazed up at a giant projection of a refined mech design. After several months of intensive design work that involved a lot of number crunching, a lot of experimentation and a lot of adjustments, the mech designers finally completed their second expert mech design. "What a powerful ranged mech." Gloriana sighed as she hugged Clixie against her chest. Compared to ordinary expert rifleman mechs that militaries routinely issue to expert pilots, this one is definitely a cut above the rest. Meow. It's not a high-tier expert mech, but it comes close. The greatest determinants of the tier of an expert mech was the material composition and design quality of the machine. Looking at the budget was another good way of determining the overall placement of the expert mech. The Larkinson clan did not skimp too much in designing the Sentry project. The only reasons why the clan couldn't incorporate any better materials was because they were too prohibitive in cost or very difficult to obtain in the open market. Regardless, the armor system, the structural parts and other physical aspects were actually quite decent by expert mech standards. Against a horde of ordinary mechs, the Sentry project should be able to withstand a barrage. It was not a rugged expert mech by any means, though. Compared to melee mechs which didn't have to allocate as much capacity towards ammunition and energy cells, the Sentry project structure resembled an egg. As long as an attack punched through its relatively thin surface, it could inflict serious internal damage, especially when it was empowered by resonance. The parts density of the Sentry project was nearly just as high as the Dark Zephyr. Both mechs contained a lot of powerful miniaturized components that were nearly pressed against each other like passengers riding a low-budget transit shuttle. There was barely any space to incorporate any redundancy and compartmentalization in the interior. As a result, the Sentry project was quite vulnerable against penetrating attacks, which most offensive expert mechs could easily launch. This was the great compromise of the sniper-oriented expert rifleman mech. In ideal situations, the Sentry project should never be deployed too far forward. Its fantastic firepower along with its high precision allowed it to deal effective damage at ranges where most opponents simply couldn't retaliate. "I'm quite proud of how my Luminaire crystal rifle turned out." Vase grinned. "It offers substantially greater firepower and efficiency compared to normal rifles. It's too bad that it's one of a kind in a sense." The best Luminaire crystal rifles could only be made by him. His affinity for Luminaire crystal technology, his ability to merge with the illustrious one and his possession of the crystal cube all combined into a unique capability that was probably unique. It's the prime materials and resonating exotics that truly makes this rifle stand out from the pack. He whispered. Though the Dark Zephyr hadn't fully showcased the power of combining both prime resonance and true resonance in a single expert mech, Vase expected to witness a different result with the Sentry project. The opticonium incorporated in the weapon was one of the more remarkable resonating alloys developed by a specialized material development company. When Vase studied the materials himself one day, he found out that it was neither a metal nor a crystal. Instead, it combined the properties of both, no doubt due to the exceptional materials in its formula. Though Vase had no idea how it worked, he admired the way that Master Willix seamlessly integrated this key material through the structure of the Crystal Luminaire rifle. The transparent and reflective aesthetic of the mech-sized gun gained additional dimension and complexity with slightly darker and more opaque elements in its interior. He couldn't wait to make this rifle for real and see how it looked when Venerable Stark finally piloted the Sentry project for the first time. With all of the energies running through the crystal body, he predicted that the weapon would turn into quite an interesting light show. Vase even bet that many energy weapon specialists throughout the mech industry would grow green with envy if they heard what the Luminaire crystal rifle was capable of. Despite his dependence on alien technology, the results were undeniably superior to the prevailing competition. Only other mech designers or weapon developers with access to exclusive technology could match the advantages of Luminaire crystal technology. Gloriana admired the gun as well. This weapon is the key piece to the ensemble. It's a dream for me to be able to work on an expert mech design that is paired with such a powerful rifle. The simulations don't do it justice at all. I'm so eager to see how much damage this expert mech can unleash with its perfectly matched armament. The entire expert mech design revolved around the expert pilot and the Luminaire crystal rifle. The flight system, the targeting system, the sensors, the armor layout, the energy transmission system and so on were completely shaped in a way to support the expert pilot and her weapon. All of this effort was worth it. Combined with the first true Luminaire crystal rifle of its kind, the Sentry project was a truly unique work of art, craftsmanship and design. The expert mech's extreme parameters did not prevent it from looking sleek, refined and utterly deadly. The only hidden flaw that Vase was truly worried about was whether Venerable Stark would be able to embrace the highly unusual main weapon. Though she responded well enough when Vase explained the weapon system and allowed her to wield one of his infantry-grade Luminaire crystal rifles, there was an undeniable alien element to the mech. Given Venerable Stark's awful history with the Sandman, he was afraid that she might develop a strong aversion to the Luminaire race and its signature technology. Would she reject the Sentry project? Nobody knew. The power and efficiency that Luminaire crystal weapons offered was too good to resist. But if Venerable Stark became so boneheaded to the point where she couldn't bring herself to make use of alien technology that belonged to an ancient extinct race, then Vase and the other mech designers would have to waste a lot of time to modify the expert mech. Both Vase and Gloriana had done their best to increase the compatibility and comfort of the Sentry project to its intended user. As long as Venerable Stark felt at home inside its cockpit, then the chances were high that this potential issue would never even come up in her mind. Gloriana checked the schedule. We've just entered FTL travel a day ago, so we have a couple of days to prepare for the fabrication attempt. I've already made the necessary preparations, but I think it is best to inspect the state of our machines and calibrate anything that has become misaligned. Don't be so quick to leave the design lab. He spoke. Our design might be finished, but that doesn't necessarily mean it will be the version that we will turn into a reality. I think we have room to give our design an extra touch. What do you mean by that, Vase? She furrowed her brows. Even Clixie tilted her furry head. Meow. I haven't considered this option for a while as I never thought it was necessary to consider it. However, I think this is a great opportunity for us to gain a lot of insights in how to design a high-spec mech. Do you remember what we did when we finished the original Bright Warrior design? Though it happened a long time ago, Gloriana could never forget what Vase had brought. Are you talking about letting Mr. S perform a pass on our design? She whispered as she widened her eyes. Yes. Vase smiled and nodded. We shouldn't disturb him too often, but there are 3 strong reasons why I think it is worthwhile to ask for his help this time. First, this is still one of our earlier expert mech designs. We still have several more to go, which means that we can incorporate many of the lessons and insights that we can learn from an improved Sentry project to our other projects. Gloriana already looked eager when she heard this prospect. That is a great idea. It's a pity that we completed the Dark Zephyr too soon, but we can always revisit it later on when it is time to update its design with everything we have gained since its initial completion. This was a benefit that Vase but especially Gloriana had gained a lot from. Since the system's superpublish function always employed the most direct way to upgrade a design implementation while staying true to the original design intent, the solutions it came up with often came into a form that an older and more experienced version of themselves might have developed. Being able to study their future direction in advance was an incredibly powerful learning experience that would allow them to skip years of trial and error and immediately design mechs that were literally ahead of their time. The second reason why I think this is the right choice is because the Sentry project is one of our most critical expert mechs in our lineup. Vase continued. While I admit that I am partial towards the Chimera project, I won't deny how critical it is for us to field a strong expert mech that can form a powerful deterrent at range. In space battles, ranged combat is too predominant. If we don't score well in this area, then we'll definitely suffer disproportionate losses if the enemies we face bring their own ranged expert mechs along. Gloriana cared less about this reason, but it was an important consideration for Vase. While he didn't think the melee expert mechs were useless, they usually came into play in the later stages of a space battle. At the start, the ranged duel that ensued between two distant forces could inflict quite a lot of damage. The outcome of this critical duel would have a heavy influence on how the remaining battle unfolded. The Battle of Reckoning had taught Vase that it was extremely critical to maintain an advantage in this aspect. If the addition of a powerful expert rifleman mech could ensure that all of the transcendent punishers, eternal redemptions and bright warriors could suppress the enemy without too many concerns, then half the battle was already won. What's the third reason? His wife asked. Vase grinned and pointed his thumb at the rifle wielded by the projected expert mech design. I'm curious to see how Luminaire crystal technology can be pushed further. I have already reached the limits of my knowledge when it comes to improving and optimizing the design of the Luminaire crystal rifle, but I feel there is a lot of depth that I haven't been able to explore as of yet. If I can gain a couple of insights on how this new weapon system can be elevated to the next level, then all of our subsequent mech designs armed with ranged weapons will benefit hugely from this gain. This was actually his primary motivation for choosing to make use of the superpublish function. Working on the Sentry project for such a long time had caused him to become more fascinated with this essential cornerstone technology. Since he didn't want to spend any more DP on upgrading his skills, this was the next best way to gain an instant boost in how to apply the tech in a practical manner. This was slightly different from dumping more theories in his mind. His recent improvement in this area already filled his head with a lot of knowledge, but he was sure that his utilization rate had dropped. Luminaire technology was spiritually reactive, which meant that Vase needed to manipulate it in a spiritual manner in order to bring out the best of its capabilities. Perhaps by superpublishing the expert mech, Vase would be able to glimpse the system's own understanding of spirituality when it improved the expert mech design. This kind of knowledge was probably something that wasn't contained in any of the skills and sub-skills offered by the system. After all, it stole all of this knowledge from existing human works. Chapter 3158. Active Chief Ministers. Vase originally wanted to save the superpublish function for the Chimera project. He wanted to make sure that Venerable Joshua's expert mech would become the best out of the current batch of expert mechs that he designed and made. Directly improving the quality of the Chimera project's complicated design would definitely yield a lot of results. Yet, this was not exactly an efficient decision. Much of the gains that he could derive from superpublishing a mech design was not the immediate improvement in a single work, but all of the methods and solutions that a different source had implemented onto the original work. The latter meant that it was much more beneficial if he employed the superpublish function earlier rather than later. Though the Dark Zephyr preceded the Sentry project, Vase thought it was a bad idea to superpublish the expert light skirmisher. The first time was the most special. Vase did not want to spoil the first expert mech that he had a significant part in designing and making. He did not regret this decision as he was more than happy with the Dark Zephyr's performance. Could it have been better? Certainly. Was it desirable? Not if it came at the expense of more worthy choices. The plain reality was that light mechs were simply less valuable and impactful than more substantial machines. They were smaller, cheaper, less demanding and less burdensome to design and craft. That made it an excellent starting point for Vase to dip his toes into expert mech. Designing the Dark Zephyr was more of a trial than anything else. All of the problems and complications that Vase and the other journeyman encountered during the fabrication run proved that it had been necessary for them to undergo this ordeal by themselves. Now that Vase had experienced what it was like to complete an expert mech design project, he no longer needed to stick to this original approach. It was fine to ask for help every once in a while. Though Vase did not like the fact that his ownership of a superpublished design would definitely drop, this was a relatively small price to pay for all of the benefits that he and his fellow mech designers stood to gain. Besides, as much as I care about the Sentry project, it's not dedicated to an actual Larkinson expert pilot. Venerable Davia Stark may have pledged to fight on behalf of the Larkinson clan, but her true loyalties remained uncertain. Vase did not expect her to stick with the clan permanently, considering her motivations. Even if she sticks with us for 100 years, she probably won't feel any reluctance to part ways with us once she has fulfilled her promise. He knew better than most that expert pilots were incredibly stubborn about their choices. Their ironclad wills essentially made it impossible for others to indoctrinate them. The survivor of a fallen and forgotten third-rate state definitely had greater objectives in mind, ones that would inevitably cause her to split ways with the Larkinson clan. Since this was the case, Vase felt a lot better about losing some ownership in the Sentry project in exchange for receiving a lot of useful gains. Once he announced his choice, his wife enthusiastically endorsed his decision. She was incredibly hungry for more guidance and practically shooed him away so that he could contact Mr. S and request the mysterious Mech designer to make a pass on the latest iteration of the Sentry project. "I can't wait to receive the guidance of a supreme Mech designer," Gloriana exclaimed, completely ignoring the fact that the presumed master or star designer was most probably a man rather than a woman. "Don't come back until you can deliver an improved Mech design." Vase pretended to go somewhere private in order to make contact with his secret patron. In truth, he simply summoned his system comm, activated the superpublish function and applied it to the Sentry project. After that, he suppressed his desire to study the transformed design and acted as if Mr. S hadn't gotten back to him yet. He spent the remainder of the day attending his other duties. One of the more important ones was checking up on what the newly instated chief ministers were up to. He decided to head over to his main office and summon them all in order to have a good talk. The chief ministers currently resided on the Spirit of Bentime, but there was talk that this might change in the near future. This was because the concentration of leaders was too high. If the factory ship ever blew up or fell out of contact, then the rest of the Larkinson fleet would momentarily fall in confusion. In order to prevent a single decapitation strike from completely upending the clan, it was prudent to spread all of the chief ministers out. They just needed to work all of the details, but that was not something that Vase needed to be concerned about. Minister Magdalena, Minister Raymond, Minister Novalon. He nodded to each of the older clansmen who took their seats across his desk. "I've been hearing good things about the changes that are taking place. There are also rumblings of uncertainty as people aren't quite sure whether all of the changes will remain good. A lot of people's lives are affected by the decisions you make and the plans you are implementing. This is why I would like to hear from you what you are preoccupied with. What are your current priorities and what issues are you trying to resolve?" The three ministers looked at each other before Novalon decided to speak. "Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up first. We are still finding ways to approach our new positions. It is unusual for an organization like our clan to be governed by three equal decision makers. Right now, we are attempting to test an approach that will compel us to vote on major decisions but leave the implementation to the most suitable chief minister. This was the most common sense approach that allowed all three chief ministers to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of their constituents but not waste too much of their time on redundant work. As long as you guys keep checking up on each other's work, I'm fine with that." Vase dismissively waved his hand. "I'm more interested in hearing what kind of major changes you have in store. What new initiatives have you come up with or are planning to propose?" Novalon decided to speak. "Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up first. Since we are transitioning to a state, but lack actual territory to rule over, I believe it might be wise to organize our various ships like towns and cities. The sub-capital ships are small enough that these changes won't have a significant impact on people's daily lives, but it will likely assist with meeting the needs of all of the people who live aboard our capital ships. This is especially important once we discard all of our sub-capital ships in order to enter the Red Ocean." The Larkinson clan was slowly nearing 200,000 members, and that was not even the limit. While the population density of Larkinson fleet was fairly low since everyone was spread out across hundreds of ships, once the fleet condensed into just 10 or 11 capital ships, the amount of people stuffed aboard those ships would definitely lead to a very different atmosphere. Even if the Larkinsons slowly acquired additional ships later on, the capital ships would still remain as dense population centers for a long time. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven cheek. "I'm okay with this as long as the authority of these local governing institutions are limited and clearly defined. We can't have mayors or councillors demanding that the Spirit of Bentime reduce the power output to the shield generators or the production halls just so that they can start producing candy or something. The essential functions along with the defenses of our ships must never be compromised. Chief Minister Novalon has already consulted me from the start." Magdalena Larkinson spoke up. "I have been advising him on how to ensure that the new positions will not encroach on restricted territory." Vase smiled. "That's good to hear." Novalon proceeded to outline some additional plans, but none of them sounded exciting to Vase. As the highest leader of the Larkinson clan, he lived above every other clansman. He didn't share their toils and struggles, so it was hard for him to appreciate the initiatives meant to give them more conveniences. Fortunately, Raymond soon took over. "I have been looking at the finances of the clan," he said. "The LMC earns a lot of money, but most of it is channeled towards strategic acquisitions and heavy military expenditures. Only a fraction of it is left to improve the rest of the clan. Don't get me wrong, I am not proposing to reduce our military spending. What I am actually working on is finding ways to increase our sources of revenue, find better ways to spend our money and cut costs in areas that already receive plenty of funding." "That sounds like a big task," Vase remarked. Raymond sighed. "It is, and I am far from finished. So far, I can only share a number of tentative plans with you. One of the most impactful is to start our own central bank." Vase blinked his eyes. "Pardon, it's something that needs to be done sooner or later. Let me make an assumption. Up until now, you have always been thinking about prices and costs in terms of hex credits, correct?" Yes, he admitted. He hadn't even realized how ingrained it had become for him to measure everything of value by the currency of a state that was already many light years away. It made less and less sense to price everything in hex credits now that they were no longer purchasing goods from the hexadric hegemony. With the way the Komodo War is progressing, the hex credit might no longer exist as legal tender. Chief Minister Novalon added his own piece. "We don't have to worry about losing money since our cash reserves consists of many different local currencies, but our continued use of the hex credit as our de facto currency prevents us from developing our identity as a sovereign clan." Raymond proceeded to give a brief presentation that was rather heavy on economics. Knowing that Vase wasn't interested in learning about the technicalities of setting up a central bank and issuing a new currency, he quickly came to the point. "If we want our clansmen to develop a greater sense of independence from other states and organizations, they need to adopt and develop confidence in our own currency. No matter what we call our own coin, spending it will increase the prosperity of our clan and make everyone feel that we can stand on our own while we continue to journey the stars." In other words, implementing a currency that was exclusive to the Larkinson clan was not just about economics. It was also about shaping and strengthening the distinct cultural pride and identity of the people. A state that failed a population to spend its own currency was a state that could never truly serve its own people. It was like living in a house without electricity. The basic shape of the home and the essential function of providing shelter was still there, but there was still something missing that would always make its residents feel as if they were missing out on something that other people took for granted. "I think this is a good idea." Vase eventually nodded. "However, something as complex and impactful as introducing a new currency for our clan is doubtlessly a huge and disruptive shift. Take it slow and don't rush it. There is not much harm in continuing to use hex credits as our default currency for the moment. I plan to establish our central bank and have it ready to issue its own currency before we enter the Red Ocean," Raymond promised. Chapter 3159. Untapped Manpower. Vase never thought that something as simple as the currency used to make transactions could have such a profound effect on the clan. Since he was primarily a mech designer who frequently brushed with danger, Vase mostly paid attention to the military and production aspects of his clan. As a result, the way it developed up to this point was disproportionately slanted towards productivity and military force. Was this a bad development? Vase didn't think so. In the early days, the Larkinson clan urgently needed to grow stronger. The best and most direct way to do that was to focus on increasing the clan's income, bolstering the internal production capabilities of the clan, and most importantly expanding its military might. The downside to this constant focus on production, business, self-sufficiency and defense was that a lot of other priorities never really gained the attention they deserved. There were other leaders and decision-makers in the clan, but their authority was not high enough and their expertise was not always remarkable. The reforms that were still in the process of transforming the Larkinson clan changed all of that. The addition of a lot of newly appointed officials meant that there were finally people in the clan who could address all of those issues that Vase never thought about. Since Raymond wanted to do it right, he was far from ready to establish a central bank, let alone have it issue the clan's new legal tender. It would take many months before the right people were put in place to set up a good structure for the new currency. Our currency can even become something more in the future. The oldest man in the room revealed one of his ambitions. While there are risks involved, if we can make it circulate among the other states and organizations in the Red Ocean, we can derive an immense amount of economic benefits from this circumstance. Vase looked incredibly skeptical. What reason would others adopt our currency? Won't they be looking to do the same thing as us? I seriously doubt that our currency will become relevant to outsiders unless we engage in transactions or something, but even then we'll probably pay in Terran or Rubarthan coins. That is why we need to anchor our currency in something unique and valuable. We happen to have both in spades. For example, if you have become good in designing powerful and unique mechs that can only be produced in our fleet, we can demand our customers pay in our money rather than other currencies. Won't our customers simply change their foreign currencies into our own before transacting as normal? It sounds like we haven't gained much except for an opportunity to rip off our customers through manipulating fees and exchange rates. The actual implications of this change are far more than that, Vase, but I suppose I am getting ahead of myself. We should revisit this topic in a decade once we have managed to find our footing in the Red Ocean. Raymond Billingsley Larkinson came up with other ideas, some of which had to do with the LMC and others which affected other parts of the clan. They were less impactful than introducing a new currency, so Vase quickly lost interest. Soon, Vase directed his attention to Magdalena Larkinson. She had developed a couple of ideas as well, but none of them were extreme. One proposal was to allow the older mech cadets to intern in various different mech legions. This not only allowed the future mech pilots to know what to expect, but also helped them with deciding which elite mech troop suited them best. We should also be setting up a proper military reserve. The former commander of the Living Sentinels proposed. There have been numerous incidents in the past where we have suffered heavy losses and couldn't get back up to strength fast enough. Since it is a lot more dangerous to remain under strength in regions such as the Red Ocean, we need to make preparations beforehand so that we will be able to bounce back in the event we have suffered significant losses. Now this was a good suggestion. In a frontier region like the Red Oceans, friends were hard to come by and order was still non-existent in many zones. Any fleet that roamed the dwarf galaxy had to maintain their strength at all cost or risk getting swamped by other rivals. Where will we find the additional manpower? Vase asked. Well, we have a growing pool of retired and partially disabled veterans. She said, I've talked with the lifer biotech experts over at the Dragon's Den, and they told me that they can apply many treatments and augments that can mitigate a lot of common injury and age-related ailments. As long as we invest in our retired mech pilots, they can regain enough fighting capability to fight once more if necessary. Vase was not completely ignorant about this topic. As a mech designer, it was mandatory for him to know what kind of people were suitable to pilot certain kinds of mechs. The ability for older and severely injured mech pilots to interface with a mech once again is quite difficult to restore, at least from what I have learned. The act of mech piloting is not only a mental but also a physical burden. The reason why so many older and badly injured mech pilots are forced to retire is because their brains have sustained a lot of wear and tear, either through decades worth of piloting mechs or undergoing a traumatic experience where they felt the deaths of their own machines. He should know, as his own grandfather was among this group. Benjamin Larkinson used to hold the title of Venerable, but after suffering a defeat during one of the battles of the Bright Vija Wars, he had lost virtually all of his extraordinary capabilities. It was a rather sad outcome for a once promising expert pilot. The fact that Benjamin was unable to maintain his force of will to this day signified that this crippling had likely collapsed his will for battle. Fortunately, the Larkinson family's support structure provided him with enough warmth and love to find meaning past his military service. Chief Minister Magdalena looked pensive. The lifers have conducted some preliminary studies on this, and it is indeed true that our retired veterans will not come close to returning to their peak. Their effective genetic aptitude grade will probably range between D and E. Perhaps we'll find a number of exceptions who can achieve AC grade, but those will be the exception rather than the rule. Vase crossed his arms and thought about it. In many second-rate states, young potentates who received a score of D or lower weren't even allowed to attend a mech academy. While there were a lot of them, they simply weren't worth the effort to train and bring into service. Even if a military organization implemented a rotation for mechs, it was still prohibitively expensive and troublesome to make sure that each trained mech pilot had the opportunity to pilot a machine. It was far too expensive to produce a lot of mechs and assign them to awful mech pilots who could easily be defeated. Yet, the Larkinson clan's situation was not identical to other states. The demand for sufficient manpower in a place where it was a lot more difficult to poach mech pilots from others meant that there might come a time where the clan needed to rely on these old and infirm veterans to hold the line. As long as these medical treatments aren't too costly, I guess it might be worth it to increase the readiness of this group. Vase commented. However, there is a very major shortcoming to this plan. If we end up in a scenario where we have just survived a difficult battle, then we not only lost a lot of lives, but also a lot of mechs. With the way our fleet is configured, we don't have a lot of room for spare mechs that we can just stockpile and bring out whenever there are vacancies. Magdalena already had an answer for that. We have the Spirit of Bentheim, and in the future we will likely expand our fleet with other mech-producing vessels. As long as our stock of materials is sufficient, we should quickly be able to pump out a lot of new mechs. What if your assumption is wrong? As long as we are able to secure the original battle site, we should quickly be able to salvage the broken debris and reprocess them into materials that we can use to quickly fabricate new mechs. Quality isn't important, and it shouldn't matter too much if we can't obtain all of the necessary materials. We just need to expand our numbers as fast as possible so that our mech legions look substantial again, so we shouldn't hesitate to kludge something together even if the resulting mech doesn't resemble one of our original designs. Even if we do that, our reservists aren't strong enough to utilize our Larkinson mechs effectively. Even the Bright Warrior, which is our most basic model, is actually an advanced second-class mech that requires a mech pilot's substantial training as well as a high minimum genetic aptitude in order to perform well. One of the core mech doctrines of the Larkinson army was elite development. The Larkinson fleet simply didn't have enough space to carry a lot of mechs on its ships, so instead the clan focused on making the most out of the limited slots available. This prompted Vase to design premium mechs that were considerably more powerful than a typical second-class mech. He did so with the confidence that most if not all of the current mech pilot roster was trained and skilled enough to control these powerful machines. The recruiters had always maintained high standards of recruitment. Mech pilots with genetic aptitudes that were too low to pilot the current edition of the Bright Warrior simply couldn't go any further. Now that Vase potentially had to consider the needs of a lot of previously disqualified mech pilots who could barely go back in the saddle, he suddenly realized that he didn't even have a design ready for these reservists. If we want to be ready to activate the reservists, then we need to pair them with mechs that even the worst of them can pilot and become effective on the battlefield. How about a frontline mech? If you aren't able to design one yourself, then we should look into licensing one or borrowing one from the Hexers. Magdalena suggested. No, Vase immediately spat out. We are not going to rely on the products of others. It's not necessary and not desirable. If we want to do a good job, we have to do it ourselves. They quickly discussed the requirements of a potential Larkinson frontline mech model. In order to serve the clan well in a crisis under difficult circumstances, it had to be quick and simple to fabricate. If Vase pared down the complexity of a second-class mech to its bare essentials, it might be possible for a production line to pump out a frontline mech within 24 hours. This was already 3 to 4 times faster than usual. Vase just gained a good idea. Aside from that, by designing this frontline mech ourselves, we can reuse materials and even whole components that are used to make our other Larkinson mechs. This will allow us to quickly replenish our strength as long as we maintain control over the debris field at the end of the battle. The more he thought about it, the more it sounded like a great idea. Though it wasn't certain whether the Larkinson clan would ever have to resort to this measure, Vase wanted to have a complete contingency plan in place in case the worst had happened. Designing a basic frontline mech should not be difficult. It might even be an interesting exercise. Chapter 3160, Path of Least Resistance. The chief ministers all came up with lots of ideas, some of which sounded great to Vase. He was quite happy that they already showed a lot of initiative in addressing the various issues that the clan hadn't been paying attention to. He would have never come up with these solutions himself because a lot of underlying problems failed to enter his sights. The advantages of appointing 3 chief ministers instead of 1 became apparent as well. Though Novalon was not able to exercise as much discretion as his father had hoped, working alongside 3 very different Larkinsons who came from different wings of the clan soundly covered the areas where the former Pernusser was not inclined to pay attention either. This would probably become the model of the institution of chief ministers going forward. The only minor complaint he had was that the title of chief minister itself sounded unwieldy, but that was not a big deal. Obviously, Vase couldn't completely divest himself from his responsibilities as patriarch. Some of the proposals were so impactful and wide-reaching that he had to make sure that they aligned with his own ideas. I'm glad that we could all come together so that I can get up to date with the initiatives you are working on, he said at the end of the meeting. I'm quite satisfied with what I have heard. Each of you have unique visions of what needs to be done, and I wouldn't have agreed to appoint you if I doubted your judgment. We try our best to make the clan better every day. Novalon spoke like a true politician. It is a challenge but also a pleasure to lead a young and growing organization. As a spacefaring clan, the problems we face are different and many solutions cannot be employed due to the absence of territory or fixed locations. This circumstance will grow much worse once we enter the Red Ocean. The only way for us to keep up is to become more inventive. The Larkinson clan was unique. From being led by a mech designer to entrusting recently recruited personnel to important positions, the clan could not be equated to other spaceborne clans. Vase stood up from his seat. I don't have any further comments on most of your plans, but I have my own ideas about the proposal to mint our own coin and the initiative to set up a military reserve. I'll speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to you later about them when I have the time. He had a couple of special ideas in mind to increase the effectiveness of both. While he could have allowed Raymond and Magdalena to implement these respective plans like normal, Vase did not want to stick to the normal approach when he was capable of doing more. Once the chief ministers left his office, Vase spent the rest of his day on various other matters. He still had to pretend to wait until Mr. S got back with a revised design. Though the system had already supplied him with the revised work, he tried his best to suppress his impulses. Someone as sensitive as Gloriana would probably be able to tell if he had already spent hours on studying the superpublished design. She would probably crucify him if she realized that he already held the improved design for a time but kept it out of her hands. A long day passed before Vase felt that enough time had passed to present the design that had ostensibly been improved by a mysterious patron. Vase didn't bother with informing the assistants. Instead, he called Gloriana, Juliet and Keddies over to a secure room inside the design lab and waited until his honor guard had jammed the entire space. Gloriana looked incredibly excited. Even Clixie got caught up in the excitement as the furry cat received a lot of hugs and pets recently. Meow. What's this all about, Vase? Keddies asked. I haven't been working on the Sentry project at all these days, so why am I here? I know that ranged mechs aren't your thing, but what I am about to show you will likely be able to teach you a thing or two on how to push your design ability to the next level. You did contribute to some of the mech in the earlier stages, so the Sentry project is not completely irrelevant to you. Vase turned to Juliet. Your contribution is a lot greater since you have worked a lot on the expert rifleman mech's flight system. Even if it isn't as powerful as that of the Dark Zephyr, I believe you'll be pleasantly surprised to see how it has transformed. The two women looked confused. What do you mean, sir? Juliet modestly asked. Have you managed to convince Master Willix to optimize our expert mech design further? Vase grinned. You're on the right track. I did entrust our expert mech design to a powerful mech designer. He is my patron of sorts. While I can't tell you much about him, just know that this is a precious opportunity for you to look into a future mirror of yourself. Take advantage of what you will see and learn from this experience. As he talked, Gloriana grew increasingly more impatient. Even though only a short amount of time had passed since they gathered together, she was already staring daggers in his direction. He did not dare to delay any further and promptly activated a large projection that showed off the superpublished Sentry project in multiple different forms, from a realistic mock-up to a detailed wireframe diagram that exposed all of its internal nuances. Every mech designer including Vase fell completely silent as they studied the new mech design. On the surface, not a lot had changed. The outwards appearance of the mech alone was more than 95% identical to the last iteration that the design department had developed. An average person on the street would probably think the two designs were identical. Vase and the others weren't laymen, though. They were skilled and passionate mech designers who trained their vision for mechs to an exceptional degree. An invisible ripple spread from this room. The subtle changes that were applied throughout the entire design were incredibly profound, so much so that all four journeymen momentarily lost all of their situational awareness. Their entire attention had been sucked into the beautiful and more refined mech design. This is exactly what I need, Gloriana muttered to herself as her eyes became so wide that she practically looked crazed. So this is what I could have accomplished. I was blind before, but now I can see again. Juliet and Keddies hadn't said anything, but that was because they were too flummoxed to spare any energy on reacting to the astonishing display. They had become fully invested in studying each and every improvement to the design elements they spent a lot of precious hours developing. Even Vase did not spare any time on observing how much he managed to surprise his colleagues and eagerly studied how the system refined his own applications. First of all, the superpublish function did not disappoint. It truly improved the Mech design in a way that its overall performance had truly improved by a margin of 10% and no more. Though it didn't sound like much, the improvements applied to a design that Vase and the rest had already done their best to optimize. Even if they spent more months on iterating their work, they probably wouldn't be able to improve the Sentry project's parameters by more than 1%. In comparison to such a lackluster result, a jump that was at least an order of magnitude better was practically a revolution. Vase first studied the overall frame of the design. The external contours had become a bit more streamlined, which not only allowed it to resist incoming attacks a little better, but also shifted around the dimensions so that the internals could be arranged to a more efficient architecture. When Vase moved from studying the simulated appearance of the Mech and shifted his gaze over to the wireframe diagram, he studied the guts of the machine. The superpublish function introduced minute but quite impactful tweaks to the core components such as the power reactor, the Mech engine, the flight system and so on. Even smaller and less critical systems such as temperature regulators received a bit of attention. All of these high-grade Mech parts were designed exclusively for Hexer expert mechs, so the hegemon's Mech industry invested heavily in their development. It was quite amazing how the system easily managed to spot ways to improve them further when numerous Hexer master Mech designers and other highly qualified component developers had already poured many years into refining these component designs. However, the improvements to these components were not as relevant to the Mech designers as how they were combined and arranged into a cohesive Mech system. As Mech designers, their primary role was to select existing component designs and puzzle them together into an efficient and ideally synergistic package where the whole was always greater than the sum of its parts. This was where the real brilliance in Mech design lied. With regards to the refinements in the internal architecture, Gloriana had become a lot more crazed about them than Vase. Yet even he appreciated the elegance of the sublime architecture that he was able to study at his leisure. What the journeyman but especially Gloriana found miraculous was that the amount and magnitude of the design. Tweaks weren't even all that great. For example, one component had shifted to the left by a millimeter and another component gained a bit more reinforcement so that it could bear a slightly greater load. The superpublish function's approach to improving a Mech design essentially emphasized maximum efficiency. It aimed to achieve the greatest possible impact with the minimum amount of adjustments. Vase appreciated this very much. He was certain that the system could have thrown out large portions of their old work and completely filled up the cavities with new and original design elements, but it didn't. The current approach almost completely preserved the original design philosophies that gave the Sentry project its unique charm. Vase and the other three journeymen still felt that the Sentry project was their own work. After studying the various improvements to the Mech frame such as the cockpit, the sensors and the targeting system, he finally laid his eyes on the most crucial element of the Sentry project. When Vase originally designed the Crystal Luminaire rifle, he already considered it a work of art in its own right. The system added an extra touch to the weapon design that made it even more beautiful. Sure, the rifle performed substantially better. Vase could quickly tell that the subtle tweaks to the layout made him feel incredibly stupid for missing these possibilities in the first place. Yet his attention never lingered on the design of the rifle for long. This was an aspect that he could always improve as long as he designed more rifles and became more familiar with the feel and functioning of energy weapon systems. What truly mattered to him was how the system treated the individual crystals that made up the weapon and bestowed it with powerful or unique capabilities. The system did not disappoint his expectations. The alien crystals that Vase had only managed to cobble together through unorthodox methods had undergone small changes that nonetheless managed to set off bombs in his mind. So this is what I could have done to increase the effectiveness of my crystals. Though Vase did not understand all of the changes, he tentatively figured out the gist of the changes. Just like with the other portions of the Sentry project, the system sought to improve the rifle by following the path of least resistance. In this case, the easiest and most efficient way to do so was to improve and optimize the material composition of the Luminaire crystals as well as cleaning up their intricate internal circuitry patterns. However, since Luminaire crystals were inherently spiritually reactive, the improvements were undeniably related to the utilization of spiritual energy. It was as if Vase received a brief crash course on how to leverage spiritual energy to create stronger and more exceptional Luminaire crystals. As Vase and every journeyman became more and more engrossed in the areas that sucked them in, the entire room buzzed with creative energy that gave birth to many new and profound insights. Chapter 3161. Relative boost. Vase always knew that luminaire crystals held a lot more potential that he had never managed to tap. His fundamental understanding of this tech was too shallow and his reliance on external help was too great. This caused him to hit walls fairly early. It was quite frustrating to know that he could easily improve his implementation if he mastered the tech a little more. He was sure that all of those ancient luminaire engineers would have laughed at him if he presented his work to them. He was an outright amateur compared to what the luminaire race had pushed their signature tech. This was why the superpublished version of the Sentry project was so precious. The overall improvement of the Mech was 10%, but there was more to this. Proportionate boost than met the eye. In the aspects where the Sentry project was weak at, this little boost was extremely interesting to Gloriana but not so much to Vase. If the different parameters of the original expert rifleman Mech design was graded into standardized numerical scores, then if its offensive capabilities was set at 100, its defensive and mobility capabilities would roughly fall at 13 and 25 respectively. Of course, these numbers could change drastically depending on what kind of scoring criteria Vase adopted, but the general range shouldn't deviate too much. The point was that a 10% boost in defense would only effectively increase the Sentry project's defenses by just over 1 point. In relative terms, this was a huge change. In absolute terms, an enemy expert Mech that tried its best to smash the Sentry project to pieces would hardly notice any differences. An attack that was powerful enough to penetrate the armor of Venerable Stark's expert Mech would punch through regardless if it was just a bit stronger. The boost in mobility was a little more significant. With an increase of 2.5 points, the Mech became a bit faster and more maneuverable. The greater performance was just significant enough for Venerable Stark to clearly benefit from it in desperate battle situations. Yet, it's the boost in offense that is truly remarkable. The Sentry project was an expert Mech that was designed with extreme offense in mind. Vase and the rest deliberately made a lot of trade-offs that made the expert Mech slower and easier to break relative to other expert rifleman Mechs. They did not hesitate in doing so because these sacrifices enabled them to push the offensive capabilities of the precision-oriented expert Mech to become the ultimate sniper machine of the Larkinson clan. With an offensive score of 100 points, a 10% boost took on an entirely different meaning in this area. Vase had already done his best to pile up as much power and efficiency as possible in the rifle. He also worked together with Gloriana to adjust the Mech frame so that it offered much greater support for its luminaire crystal weapon. They pushed until they were no longer able to squeeze any more performance out of the whole design. Now that someone, or something, else casually strolled in and made a few incredibly advanced changes that easily pushed the limits upwards by a whopping 10 points, the end result was much more impressive. As Mech design was a discipline where greater performance was often subject to the laws of diminishing returns, the adjustments made to the expert Mech design effectively elevated it from a journeyman-level design to a senior-level design. Vase wasn't sure how close the firepower boost was to reaching master level, but from a technical perspective the superpublished expert Mech design was a substantially more dangerous combat asset due to this concentrated improvement. After the journeyman slowly realized how much had changed, they couldn't wait to study the adjustments in detail in order to figure out the effects and underlying theory why they worked. It was not enough for them to enjoy the superpublished Mech design as a single work. If they wanted to apply all of these solutions to the Mech designs going forward, then it was crucial for them to reverse engineer all of the changes down to the last details. This was why they quickly split up and moved to their respective workplaces in order to puzzle out the answers they wanted to see the most. When Vase settled down in order to study all of the improvements made to the Crystal Luminaire rifle, he soon realized that deriving useful insights from the design was far from simple. Some of the effects of the improved crystals can't be described in words and numbers. I have to see how it performs for real. This required him to reproduce the improved Crystal Luminaire weapon for real, but that was a bit of a problem as the complete rifle design was not only huge, but also extremely expensive and difficult to make. The opticonium integrated in the design also made it prohibitive to make a weapon just for study purposes. I should wait until I am truly ready to fabricate the Sentry project before I make this powerful rifle. Vase decided to take a step back and simply apply some of the new and improved methods on a smaller infantry-grade Crystal Luminaire rifle. Even though the hugely reduced scale meant that he had to adopt a substantially different design approach, the general principles remained the same. Thus, When Vase quickly fabricated a crystal luminaire rifle that incorporated at least 70% of the new and improved implementations, he eagerly handed it over to a bot in order to witness it in action. Fire. When a bright and searing beam struck the target dummy at the other end of the reinforced test firing range, Vase paid close attention to the sensor readings. A 5% increase in maximum firepower. The efficiency is a little higher as well. Though this improvement was only half as much as the original boost, this was still a huge difference considering that only a couple of hours had passed since Vase first studied the new design. With more time and effort, Vase could easily derive further gains from the superpublished design and push himself closer to the standard of the newly updated version of Sentry Project. He frowned a bit. The only problem is that I need to master the theory behind these changes as soon as possible if I want to maximize the quality of the Sentry Project. The key to making a good mech was to understand how it worked. The more he comprehended what made it good, the more he was able to ensure the physical product was as ideal as possible. Vase decided to try out an unconventional approach. He retrieved the crystal cube and settled in to perform a rigorous comparison between the normal and superpublished versions of the Sentry Project. Illustrious one, I need your help. He expended a lot of spiritual energy in order to merge with the luminaire design spirit and study the altered crystals from an alien perspective. As his entire aura and demeanor became more radiant, his eyes glowed with light as they blazed at all of the intricate design details that held his interest. The crystal object in his hands glowed as well as it became partially active. Hours went by as Vase slowly gained more insights. He did not focus that much on the improvements in material composition. There was hardly any mystery behind them, though he had a feeling that the MTA would be really interested in how to make better second-class luminaire crystals. No, what Vase truly tried to study was the more esoteric aspects of the improved crystals. He regularly referenced the hastily improved test rifle that he made and studied it in detail with his spiritual senses. Though a mech design only consisted of a blueprint of a complete product at its basic level, this was actually not the complete package. A proper design always included essential documentation which may or may not include design logs, clarification, a fabrication plan and so on. Though the system hadn't really added a lot of extra material, the handful of pages of essential information needed to fabricate the improved luminaire crystals were extremely crucial. They were free instructions that came as a side effect of superpublishing an expert mech that centered around a luminaire crystal rifle. Through these clues and more, Vase and the Illustrious One were able to combine their respective know-how to deconstruct or decipher the majority of the changes. While they hadn't yet figured out the knack behind the more abstruse but impactful design tweaks, Vase was quite happy with the progress he accomplished. If I design a new luminaire crystal rifle, then its performance will probably be 8% better than normal. Much of it was because he was able to implement more efficient and effective internal circuitry patterns. While their fundamental workings were still unclear to him, he felt as if he had taken one step closer to the truth. They're not just transforming energy from one form to another. They also seem to distort reality to an extent. This is why the output of these luminaire crystals are so disproportionately powerful or abnormal. He still had a long way to go before he became an expert in this field, but at least he was able to move past an obstacle in his research. What Vase really appreciated was that he had managed to achieve a couple of minor breakthroughs in how to utilize the spiritual properties of luminaire crystals. As he performed some impromptu experiments by making a couple of luminaire crystals, he began to infuse his spiritual energy into the developing product in different and more intricate ways. Not all of his experiments succeeded. He still had to employ plenty of trial and error in order to achieve a result that was closer to what he knew was possible. In truth, Vase hadn't gained as much as he hoped from this study. The marginal increase in how to employ spiritual energy more effectively in the production of luminaire crystals did not teach him a lot of useful new insights. His theoretical framework on luminaire crystals hardly budged. That didn't mean he thought that this was a wasted moment. The new directions that the superpublished design was pointing towards gave Vase a lot of useful hints. If he chose to go deeper in a specific direction, then he would probably be able to make more substantial gains sooner than later. Vase was still in the dark as far as luminaire crystal technology was concerned, but at least he was able to spot some lights in the distance. A few days quietly passed by as every journeyman spent so much time on researching the improved mech design that the Larkinson fleet had already dropped out of FTL some time ago. Given that Vase had instructed the fleet to stay put in real space, he could not delay the fabrication of the Sentry project any further. All four journeymen gathered together again. They exchanged happy and knowing looks as they were already able to tell that each of them made substantial gains. Even Kedis learned a few profound lessons. We have to decide how to go forward with this project, Gloriana stated. Should we experiment more with the improved expert mech design, or should we proceed with fabricating it straight away? I doubt we can improve it any further than that. Vase voiced his skepticism. I know you want to build up on the better design, but it has already reached a level that is way beyond our ability. Any changes we'll make have a greater chance of disrupting the highly optimized arrangements than producing actual gains. I say we just move forward and fabricate it as is. Don't forget that it is an expert mech design that we already possess a limited understanding of its workings. Now that it has become more opaque, our ability to control its factors has decreased. Vase is right. Let us trust in the mech designer who presented us with this improved design. The last thing we should do is to despoil this great design with our lack of vision. Chapter 3162, Altered Timetable. The team of journeymen solemnly prepared for their fabrication run. Vase wanted each of them to take advantage of the exceptionally good mood they were in right now. The optimism that Gloriana and the others had held, while they designed the mech, along with the powerful rush of excitement from receiving a superpublished version of their work, produced a powerful effect that made everyone feel incredibly eager about their upcoming attempt to make the expert mech. Of course, not all of the circumstances were perfect. The technical fluency required to fabricate an expert mech was still daunting to mech designers at their level. Even if they poured more effort into studying more advanced fabrication techniques, they didn't know if they were able to handle the volatile resonating materials better this time. Their understanding and sense of ownership in the Sentry project was already less than ideal due to incorporation of the essential contributions of Master Willix. Now that a second external influence had made a pass on the expert mech design, Vase and the rest were not doing any better in this regard. They couldn't do much about this, though. Not without spending a lot more time on preparation, but that was unfeasible. The Larkinson clan needed its expert mechs sooner than later, and Gloriana was eager to finish them before she was ready to give birth. Therefore, everyone gathered at her personal workshop the next morning while looking eager and raring to go. Just like before, they had to work on the mech design for at least 5 days straight in order to complete the second major mech of their lives. Despite their optimism and eagerness, there was yet another complication that threatened to disrupt their attempt. I can't stay awake for 5 days straight while expending my full concentration during this entire time, Gloriana told her husband. I especially can't do so while injecting my bloodstream with a cocktail of stimulants that are designed to artificially keep me awake and in a hyperactive state. She rubbed her belly as she did so. Enough time had passed by now for her normally flat stomach to show the beginnings of a bulge. Vase briefly concentrated his mind and swept his spiritual senses across Gloriana's body. The constant effort he had put into feeding his unborn daughter with spirituality had made a substantial difference in her spiritual growth. Already his daughter's spirit had surpassed the average strength of a norm and was already on its way to reaching the level of someone who was spiritually active. Vase did not spend a single second on thinking whether it was wise, safe, or even desirable to make someone so spiritually powerful at such an exceptionally early stage. His daughter wasn't even born yet, but already her spiritual development surpassed most of humanity. All he cared about was letting his daughter enter the cosmos on the strongest footing possible. The ideal result he was aiming for was to implant her with a companion spirit seed before her birth. From what it looked like, his unborn daughter's current rate of spiritual growth was not fast enough for him to achieve his goal in time, but he wasn't worried. With each day that passed, her tolerance and capacity became a little greater. She was growing more and more adept at handling spiritual energy. By the time his little baby was born, she should definitely give him a pleasant surprise. Vase smiled and approached his wife in order to place his hand on top of hers. Pure warmth flowed between them as they both sensed their child in their own ways. I understand, he said. I don't want to risk the health of our baby either. We'll have to adopt a different approach to our design work. I've already reshuffled the timetable and set up a rotation so that we can each take extended breaks where we can take naps and rest our strained and overburdened bodies. I won't be able to stay on top of the ongoing process as much as I want, but this is the only way I will be able to ensure the health of our daughter. She had extensively consulted with Dr. Rania and the other medical specialists before she settled with this decision. Though they were mech designers who were highly passionate about their work, the quality of a single machine could never trump the importance of their own flesh and blood. As long as they invested enough time, they could easily design a lot of mechs. Birthing and raising a child with loving care was something different. Children were not products that should be discarded if they were defective somehow. Parental love didn't or shouldn't work that way. Though the genes of their designer baby was substantially better than that of a baseline baby, at this early stage both of them were equally as vulnerable to negative external influences. In fact, designer babies were even more sensitive because even a minor deviation from their design could ruin their ideal biological arrangement. When they announced the modified schedule to Juliet and Keddies, neither of them reacted too strongly about it. They had never fabricated a masterwork mech before, so how could they possibly know what they were missing? All of the changes meant that the fabrication time would likely be extended to 6 whole days. This was quite a difference, but there were other expert mech designs in the pipeline that likely required even more days. Vase feared how much time he would have to spend in order to upgrade the huge shield of Samar to its expert mech incarnation. "I think you have made the right choice," Juliet gently said. "You are a mech designer, but you are also a mother. Between the two, the latter responsibility is much more important because you have only one chance to nurture and raise your current child properly. The superior mother will be pleased with your dedication. You carry her grandchild, after all. If you insisted on keeping yourself awake by pumping your body with chemicals, then I would have said something myself." The two didn't always get along with each other, but ever since Gloriana had become pregnant, their relationship had mellowed out a bit more. "Let's pray for the superior mother's blessing before we start," Gloriana suggested. "We worked hard on the Sentry project not just because we want to protect ourselves, but also because we want to secure the future of our children. My daughter and the many children that follow will grow up under the protective shadow of our expert mechs. Each of them employ their great strength to guard all of our offspring on our behalf so that we can raise them in peace and without fear of death." After sounding noble for a moment, Gloriana and Juliet both moved to the giant statue of the superior mother and fell to their knees in order to begin their ritual worship. Vase simply shrugged at the nonsensical sight and turned his back to the display. "So, Keddies, are you excited?" "Surprisingly, I am," she said. "It's strange. I'm only really interested in working on sword-wielding mechs, but there's just something about this expert rifleman mech that interests me. I'm quite fascinated by all of the improvements. The stronger this machine, the more support it can provide to my fellow sword maidens who will have to rely on support from the rear. In the ideal case scenario, the Sentry project should be capable of sniping critical leader figures among the enemy ranks. Its ability to bend its beams will likely come as a nasty surprise to those who think they are well protected behind their barriers." The two chatted for a time as they waited for the hexers to be done with their silly prayers. After roughly half an hour, his wife and her colleague returned from the statue looking a lot more refreshed and ready to fabricate their second expert mech. "Let's begin." The mech designers all headed towards different production equipment in order to start with the fabrication process. This time, the division of labor was different. While Gloriana was still in charge of the main structure, Vase had taken complete responsibility over the Luminaire crystal rifle. His affinity with the tech along with his reliance on his unique methods to create the weapon did not give his wife a lot of opportunities to contribute to its creation. Juliet focused on the flight system but also took responsibility for the expert mech's extremities in order to make the best use of her time. As for Keddies, she was relegated to a lesser role. She performed odd jobs as well as tedious, time-consuming assignments that didn't require as much brainpower to complete. They all started picking up steam after an hour. Their excitement and energy had accumulated to a degree where they were not ready to put down their work anytime soon. "Vase," Gloriana called, "bring out Blinky. It's time for him to do his part." "Got it, honey." The purple spiritual cat emerged out of his head after Vase called him out. The companion spirit took one moment to look at his surroundings before he began to poke his black-tipped tail into the heads of all of the journeymen. This was a familiar process to the mech designers, so they easily accepted the connection that had formed between them and the remarkable cat. Murrow. It was only then that the mech designers truly started to pick up the pace. Every journeyman shared a piece of themselves while the design network was active. As could be expected, Juliet and Keddies didn't bring anything useful to the table this time. Vess's contribution was always useful as it was helpful for the others to become a bit more sensitive and aware of the life they were creating. Though the effect was not that useful at the very start of the fabrication process, it would become a lot more vital at the latter stages when the expert mech finally started to take shape. This meant that Gloriana's contribution dominated the design network at this time. The need to fabricate powerful components at exceptional quality was extremely important at this early stage, and she was able to encourage others to pay much more attention to the potential flaws and mistakes that they made or were about to make while they worked. The quality of their output noticeably increased right after the design network took effect. While the difference wasn't drastic, every little difference helped. As time continued to pass, Vase gradually realized that the design network was slowly shifting. With his sensitivity, he was able to perceive a small abnormality that somehow altered the character of the network but did not disrupt it in any way. Instead, Vase instinctively felt more relaxed and sublime when he focused on this subtle but peculiar influence. He quickly finished the luminaire crystal that he had been synthesizing with the help of the crystal cube and threw a brief glance at his wife. What the? His wife looked a lot more enthusiastic than normal. She boasted a wide grin as she churned out small and delicate parts with greater speed than ever before. When he swept Gloriana with his spiritual senses, he sensed that the temporary bond that Blinky had formed with her did not just tie her into the network. It turned out that this spiritual operation inadvertently brought along a hitchhiker. Our daughter. Both his wife and child came together in the design network. Even though Gloriana was highly focused on her current work tasks, there was an unconscious part of her that instinctively embraced and drew strength from her unprecedented intimacy from her child. As a result, her motivation skyrocketed and her energy grew more vigorous. Yet that wasn't all. Just as Vase detected this highly abnormal interaction, something even more drastic happened. The statue of the Superior Mother that was resting at the side of the work hall suddenly glowed with a spiritual intensity. Vase could feel the design spirit becoming more active. Suddenly, he noticed that his mother was forming a vague connection with Gloriana. No, this connection already existed. What the Superior Mother actually did was activate this connection. Pure energy flowed from the powerful design spirit and poured straight into Gloriana. Where it went after that, Vase wasn't sure, but in his spiritual vision, his wife started to glow as if she had become the incarnation of a perfect mother. Not only did this unexpected influence invigorate his wife beyond reason, much of her excitement along with the additional energy began to spill over into the design network. What the heck are you doing, Mother? Chapter 3163. The meaning of Sentry. With the surprising descent of the Superior Mother, the entire workshop became charged with energy. Every mech designer sensed a strong and firm presence watching down on them all. Despite the Superior Mother's oppressiveness, her sharp edge was not present today. Instead, everyone felt the enormous presence exude a glow that could only be described as maternal joy and love. The womanly and motherly aspects of the Superior Mother had come forth, drawn by a pregnant woman's own love and devotion. What made this moment even more remarkable was the strong family relations between them all. Gloriana was her daughter-in-law and the child in her belly could be considered the Supreme's directly related granddaughter in a way. As the model of a good mother, how could the ancestral spirit be any worse as a grandmother? She's really spoiling her granddaughter though, Vase muttered. The Superior Mother did not stage this grand appearance to impress Her Majesty to the mech designers. She had a definite purpose in mind. For whatever reason, she chose to descend and pass her blessings when the carrier of her grandchild was in one of her best states. Vase recognized that it was easier for the Superior Mother to connect with Gloriana when the latter was emotionally and spiritually excited. It also helped that she was in the same room as the giant lightning-struck statue that originally birthed the ancestral spirit. All of these circumstances provided the Superior Mother with a fantastic opportunity to check up on her future granddaughter and provide her own blessings. The final condition that enabled her to intervene was that Gloriana's unborn child already possessed an absurdly strong spirituality. Vase had constantly accelerated her spiritual development by feeding her with his own purified spiritual energy. Even though he felt that much of it either went to waste or got converted into something else at extremely low efficiencies, there was no doubt that his daughter took at least some of his energy as her own. Day by day, the drops of energy had already accumulated to quite a potent reserve for a baby that hadn't even left her mother's womb. For a moment, he grew worried whether the Superior Mother would ruin his arrangements. The reason why he constantly empowered his upcoming child was because he wanted to bestow her with a companion spirit seed. This took up a lot of spiritual capacity, which made it all the more important that it wasn't taken up by something else. So far, Vase did not see anything that suggested that she was ruining his original plan. He wasn't sure what the Superior Mother was doing, but most of the Superior Mother's energy flowed through Gloriana and directly entered the cells that made up his daughter's body. Vase vaguely sensed a strange reaction taking place. According to his perception, the superior mother was acting on the residual life-attributed spiritual energy that his daughter's tiny body had absorbed, empowering it and using it as a channel to transform the unborn child's flesh in some mysterious fashion. The remarkable event seemed to take hours, but ended just a minute later. His tiny daughter's body and spirit were both tiny and malleable in their unborn state, so the superior mother could easily apply her blessings. Once the fetus no longer experienced any further changes, the grand presence receded a bit and seemed to give the little girl's pristine spirit a gentle caress before drawing away. Though Gloriana didn't receive any direct gifts herself, the fact that she acted as a willing and eager channel for the idol she worshipped the most was definitely a boon in itself. When the superior mother finally receded completely, the statue no longer surged with energy and the workshop was no longer graced by her exceptional consciousness. A long silence ensued. The current fabrication tasks that everyone had previously been working upon had all been paused with one notable exception. Though Gloriana no longer hosted a powerful entity, the residual energy of the superior mother still clung to her form, attracted by his wife's own maternal desires. This extra byproduct seemed to invigorate her as if it was a powerful stimulant. Her eyes shone with more brilliance than ever while her spirit had become so elevated that it seemed as if it was about to ascend. If her earlier mental state was already good, now it was as if she was on fire. Her hands whizzed across the controls as she fine-tuned the fabrication of an extremely delicate component. Her judgment, intuition and mental processing speed had all been raised to their limits. Though it was quite burdensome for Gloriana to work at such an extreme load, the energies that flowed through her body and spirituality perfectly propped her up and gave her the strength she needed to maintain her peak state. There was no way that Vase wanted to waste such a good turn of events. While he had lots of questions and wanted to examine his unborn daughter's altered state in detail, this was not the time to interrupt the fabrication attempt. No matter what, Vase trusted the superior mother not to harm or screw up his future daughter. His spiritual sweeps did not detect anything amiss and his intuition was completely convinced that his daughter came about better after this experience. That's good enough, I guess. He discarded all of his worries and fully embraced the moment. Just like Gloriana, Vase also gained a rush from witnessing his mother bless his child. Both of their excellence moods bled over through the design network, filling it up with love, joy and an unprecedented degree of motivation towards finishing their expert mech. Of the remaining two mech designers, Juliet had gotten caught up in the excitement as well. Even though she was not a direct beneficiary of what happened, witnessing and feeling the superior mother take concrete action in the strongest fashion was an unforgettable moment for her. After knowing that the Supreme was paying attention to them somehow, she wanted to appear at her absolute best. Anything less would be a disgrace. I'm a penitent sister. I must prove myself worthy to the superior mother so that my child will also receive a blessing one day. Compared to Vase, Gloriana and Juliet, Kedis maintained her composure. Though she was happy for her mentor and his wife, as a swordmaster in her own right she always believed in her own strength. Her will was solid and her attitude towards the superior mother was one of respect, not worship. Well, whatever is going on right now, I'm not complaining. Her contribution to the Sentry project was a lot less than customary, but Kedis still identified herself as one of the designers and makers of this expert mech. She did not reject the buoyant influence from the design network even though she could easily block it out. Just like the rest, she fully embraced the moment and immersed herself in the rising tide. Roughly an hour went by until the high tide had finally faded. Blinky's ability to maintain his design network was still limited, and all of the excitement that previously took place did not change this basic quality. Moreau, you've done a good job, Blinky. You can rest now. Vase gently stroked his companion's spirit's head before allowing the cat to enter his mind. Everyone already expected the design network to go offline, so the journeymen had all been ready for it to happen. Everyone's productivity immediately dropped by a noticeable margin, but not as much as Vase had feared. Even without the benefit of Blinky's helpful ability, the mech designers were all pumped up. The realization that this day was special caused them to hold on to their fantastic moods. With their overflowing morale, they did not even feel tired despite working intensively for several hours. Under this combined influence, the parts they churned out were not only consistently high in quality, but came with their own unique charm that carried the hopes and dreams of their creators. The Sentry project was called this way because the expert mech was meant to act as a vigilant soldier who stood guard in front of the Larkinson clan. Any enemy that approached and threatened the fleet and the people aboard them had to be shot down before any Larkinson came under threat. This meaning also harkened back to the Battle of Reckoning, where an enemy expert mech came extremely close to reaching the Spirit of Bentime, threatening the entire vessel and everyone aboard, including innocent civilians such as mothers and children. Since the Larkinsons were nomadic and lived on starships, the people who resided on them constantly had to fear for their own lives when battle broke out. It was the job of the mech legions to shield the Larkinson clansmen from harm, but as the aforementioned battle already showed, this was not enough sometimes. Each and every expert mech of the Larkinson clan played an important role in defending the innocents, but none were more critical than the Sentry Project. The other expert mechs needed to spend a lot of time and find a good opportunity to close in on a threatening opponent. As much as Vase appreciated the speed and power of the Dark Zephyr, it could not come to the fleet's assistance if it was stuck on the other side of the battlefield. This was where a ranged expert mech was able to show its value. In a battle in open space, such a mech was able to attack at nearly every target at every position at very long ranges. It did not have to move forward in order to attack a distant target, which meant it was always ready and always poised to shoot down a powerful mech that had somehow managed to outmaneuver or break through the lines of existing Larkinson mechs. Paired with the Shield of Samar, the Sentry Project was meant to serve as the final line of defense against other expert mechs. This was the driving motivation behind this expert mech design project, but now it had taken on an extra meaning. Vase and Gloriana wanted to do their best to create the strongest possible expert rifleman mech so that it could become a guardian against any enemy that could threaten their child. This slight change in nuance was a deviation from the original design of the Sentry Project. Yet instead of leading the fabrication run astray, it empowered it because this additional intention was fully compatible with the original intention of the expert mech. In a way, the Sentry Project had taken on a more personal meaning to Vase and Gloriana. As future parents, their interest in seeing this expert rifleman mech did well was significantly higher than before. "I am not a mech pilot," Vase spoke as he accumulated his own intensity as he shaped the most exquisite luminaire crystals that he had made so far. "I can't go on the battlefield and defend my children in person. The only way I can keep my babies safe is to do the best I can on a different battlefield." He readily channeled the illustrious one as he manipulated the crystal cube, causing him to appear as if he had become an embodiment of light, crystals and perhaps even more. His recently acquired insights along with his strong motivation caused him to develop an even greater feel for the crystals he was making. The rifle parts he made became more lustrous as Vase not only refined his method of infusing them with spiritual energy, but also made small spontaneous tweaks to their physical design by following his instincts and intuition. This rifle was about to become something special. Several more hours went by as Blinky enjoyed enough rest to activate his design network once again. The four journeymen worked with gusto for 2 straight hours before they were finally beset with fatigue at the end. While the other mech designers could go on for a time, Gloriana had no choice but to take a break in order to preserve her health and the health of her baby. Chapter 3164. The second expert mech. The altered work schedule led to a different dynamic in the workshop. The Sentry Project was far from done. The journeymen still had to fabricate a lot more parts before they were even ready to begin the crucial assembly phase. Previously, Vase and Gloriana always insisted on working day and night for several days in a row in order to preserve and maximize their momentum. This did not come without a cost as they needed to rely on stimulants to artificially keep their mentalities at their highest levels. While Vase was a lot more able to cope with these strenuous demands, Gloriana was not able to match his physical and mental endurance. Previously, this was still a circumstance that she could cope with, but this time was different. The Sentry Project was already a little larger and more voluminous than the Dark Zephyr, which meant it took significantly more work to put it together. Gloriana's pregnancy also ruled out most if not all options to stimulate her body and mind. After all, a lot of influences acting on her body was also capable of affecting the fetus as well. This was an extremely delicate matter as the wrong chemical could easily cause the unborn baby to develop unnaturally. From the moment Gloriana had reached her time limit, she quickly finished her current fabrication job before reluctantly stepping back. Her instincts as a mech designer urged her to go back to the 3D printer that was still hot and ready to fabricate another mech component. However, her instincts and mentality as a mother easily won out this time. She retreated from the production equipment. Instead of leaving the workshop, she remained in it but moved away until she reached a special room that had been prepared for anyone needing a rest. The hastily fabricated room resembled a thick metal ledge that was luxuriously furnished and completely isolated from the hustle and bustle in the rest of the workshop. At least, that was supposed to be the case. Gloriana kept the hatch a little bit open so that the noise of active machinery was still able to reach the bedroom. Once she slipped into her bed, she quickly fell into slumber, dreaming of both Mechs and motherhood. Vase and the others were still at their stations. They continued to soldier on as they tried their best not to cause any undue delays. The absence of a strong and powerful motivating presence caused the workshop to become a little more subdued. However, that did not affect the mech designers too much as they still had plenty of compelling reasons to maintain their high state. Fabricating a mech isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. It's not enough to build up momentum. We need to sustain it in order to achieve a comprehensively better result. This was not an unfamiliar problem in the mech industry. Those who worked hard to make the most exquisite mechs came up with a lot of theories and approaches to maximize their chances. Vase had taken a look at these materials. Much of it was garbage, but he had also managed to gather some good tips. One of them was setting up a rotation so that only a portion of the fabrication team should go off duty at a time. As long as there were still enough mech designers on duty, the momentum of the fabrication team would not recede too much. Still, certain mech designers left behind a major void when they left. Gloriana and Vase disproportionately fueled the current momentum, so anytime that either of them pulled away, the mood in the workshop dropped by a noticeable margin. It's not all that bad, though. Vase had decided to follow suit and take breaks as well, even though he could have opted to take a lot of stimulants in order to keep himself awake and sharp for 6 whole days. He recognized that continually pushing himself to work day and night was ultimately detrimental to his health and to the health of the rest of his team. Humans weren't meant to work in this fashion. Just as he expected, Vase wasn't able to maintain his focus after he retreated from his work. He didn't feel so bad about it. After forcing himself to work at his peak for so many hours at a time, it was inevitable for him to slide a bit. By taking a short but well-earned power nap, he woke up almost completely recharged. When he woke up and quickly freshened himself up, he left his temporary abode and returned to his station with a bit more clarity in his mind. It was a bit difficult at first for him to get back into the groove. In fact, Vase doubted that he would ever be able to return to his previous mental state. Blinky, Muro. However, the moment Blinky emerged again and re-established his helpful design network, a rush of love, desire, expectation and many other notable influences poured into his mind. While this external influence wasn't strong enough for him to get subsumed by it, Vase was readily able to take advantage of it to stoke his dormant engine. He became increasingly more fired up and soon regained his older peak state. After another day of long work shifts interspersed by periodic breaks, it became clear that Blinky played a crucial role in keeping the flames of passion alive. The companion spirit's ability to pass on the sentiments of one mech designer to another enabled everyone to return to their peak conditions and go back into the flow. Even Gloriana acknowledged how essential Blinky had become to this fabrication. It also didn't hurt that his design network inadvertently brought her closer to her developing baby. After Superior Mother, blessed, her granddaughter, the unborn child's spirituality had become noticeably stronger and more defined. Surprisingly, despite being affected by 2 strong Hexer influences in the form of Gloriana and the Superior Mother, the baby's spirit still retained its pure nature. Part of it was because the child was still too young to develop any actual thoughts, but Vase also noticed that it possessed a resiliency that made it remarkably difficult to influence or contaminate. He wasn't sure why this was the case and whether it was normal. It reminded him a bit of the stubbornness of expert pilots, but there was no will component behind it. Odd developments like these showed that there were still a lot of facets about spirituality that Vase did not understand. It doesn't appear to be bad, though. Vase derived a lot of joy and comfort in his future daughter's growing strength. As an upcoming father, all of this was quite new to him, so his recent fatherly desires heavily affected his composure. With the driving force of 2 eager and highly motivated parents, the days continued to pass by while everyone constantly remained in high spirits. Progress on the mech design project hadn't actually slowed down as much as Vase feared. Though there were hours where mech designers were resting instead of working, once they went back to work, they became remarkably productive again. Their rested states enabled them to accomplish more work in less time. It was a remarkably pleasant pattern which continued to push them forward with unceasing optimism. Finally, the mech designers fabricated all of the powerful and sophisticated components for their next expert mechs. Though a large amount of parts were incredibly difficult to make correctly, the mech designers were a lot more prepared than before. They studied up on how to fabricate components with volatile and abnormal materials and possessed a considerably greater proficiency in all of the production equipment. Whenever they worked on a component that incorporated resonating materials, they made sure to wait until they were connected to Blinky's design network so that everyone could take advantage of Gloriana's design philosophy. In turn, the soon-to-be mother also benefited from the connection. The contribution made by Vase enabled her to feel the life in each and every component she created. She became more attuned to the Sentry project design and was able to make sure that each critical component aligned with each other in a more ethereal fashion. Once the 4 journeymen inspected all of the parts, they soon proceeded to the assembly stage. This was a less critical phase, but that did not mean they were allowed to slack off. They needed to take great care and fit everything together because the Sentry project packed a lot of delicate components together. Slowly but surely, the mech was being pieced together. Starting from the internal frame, heavy bots along with powerful robotic arms and lifting systems attached more parts to the expert rifleman mech. It slowly gained more definition at the fleet which was meant to support the rest of mech. Over the span of several hours, the legs became solid before it was the torso's turn to get covered up by solid armor plating. While Gloriana, Juliet and Kedis worked on the mech frame, Vase devoted much of his time to assembling the crystal luminaire rifle. Compared to the experimental products he crafted before, the weapon he was working on was the Sentry project's real weapon. It incorporated a sizable amount of opticonium, a remarkable material that was already giving the crystal components a different feel. Putting them together was not that hard, but Vase had to be careful and make sure that everything remained congruent with each other. The key resonating material was spread out among different components, but they all had to come together in a way for the opticonium to act as a single whole. Vase enjoyed assembling the rifle. Compared to his previous luminaire crystal weapons, this one was more powerful and significant than any mech-sized rifle he had made so far. It would likely remain as the premier ranged weapon that he had the pleasure to design and make for a very long time. Only an artillery cannon would be able to surpass this potent rifle in firepower, but Vase didn't think an opportunity to design a mech with such an exaggerated gun would come so soon. At the final day, the workshop received a small group of visitors in the form of expert pilots. Venerable Joshua, Janzi, Tusa, Orphan, Dyson Stark had quietly entered in order to watch the second expert mech of the Larkinson clan take shape. They stood close to the entrance and well away from the assembly section in order to avoid disturbing the mech designers. They all did their best to retract their force of wills to keep their presence to a minimum. "There's something different about this expert mech," Venerable Joshua commented. "How so?" Venerable Orphan asked. "Isn't it just an expert mech?" "It's not just an expert mech. Although I don't know a lot about how mechs are put together, something about this machine reminds me of the Quint." Now that Joshua had mentioned it, the expert pilots scrutinized the increasingly more complete Sentry project in a different way. Each of these remarkable individuals possessed a special sense for mechs. The others soon noticed the extra weight that the expert rifleman mech carried. "What do you think, Venerable Stark?" The only guest expert pilot of the Larkinson clan remained impassive. "I do not trust many people, but I trust that Vase will always deliver a good mech." Her eyes gradually turned hot as she was able to see her first true expert mech come to life. The prospect of gaining a lot more power than before put her a lot closer to fulfilling her own goals. As the expert pilots continued to admire the work taking in front of them, the journeymen had almost finished their work. The mech was fully put together except for one final touch. Everyone put their signature looks onto the mech. Vase did so first and applied his third eye in the form of a high-quality luminaire crystal to the forehead of the expert mech. Juliet came next and applied a pair of stylized six-sided wings coated in red onto the upper center of the flight system. Kedis did not contribute as much as the other journeyman, so she settled with carving a small imprint of a greatsword on the side of the Sentry project's waist. Once the three were done, Gloriana finally came forward and personally affixed the crystal rods around the third eye that Vase had already applied. From the moment she was done, the Sentry project finally became a single whole. Every journeyman paid rapt attention as the expert mech seemed to transform before their eyes, though its physical form did not change at all. This contradictory reaction only took place under specific circumstances. Vase quietly reacted to his hand from his hidden pouch. He had already guessed that they would come close, but even he was surprised that all of their hard work allowed them to push through the threshold. Masterwork, he whispered. Though he already had several masterwork certificates under his belt, this was a different matter. The probability of making a masterwork was much smaller when the complexity and difficulty of a mech went up. Yet due to a confluence of factors, the journeyman of the Larkinson clan managed to birth their first masterwork at the expert mech level. The implications of what they had accomplished barely entered their minds before each of them became utterly engrossed in the subtle transformations. Their design seeds bloomed with excitement as the incredible end result made them feel a lot more accomplished in their careers. Chapter 3165. Double Rule Breakers. Unlike Kedis and Juliet, Vase was already familiar with the benefits of completing a masterwork mech. Though he did not expect that they would succeed naturally without requiring him to cheat, he fully embraced the moment and opened up his entire mind and spirit to earn his just rewards. "It's been too long since I last completed a successful masterwork," he whispered. Unlike the previous time where he and his wife created the little angel, the finished and realized version of the Sentry project was an authentic masterwork mech. It did not come close to the masterwork threshold. It firmly passed through this barrier and achieved greatness on its own merits. The spiritual satisfaction that Vase was able to gain from that was considerably greater than if he created an artificial masterwork by using one of Lucky's gems to push it over the threshold. He was incredibly happy that he was able to make a masterwork mech under much more difficult circumstances than normal. Despite the fact that they were working on an expert mech that they weren't entirely qualified to work with, they were able to maintain a consistently exceptional quality by relying on their fantastic moods and Blinky's design network. It didn't even matter that their sense of ownership in the Sentry project had dropped twice due to the contributions made by Master Willix and Mr. S. The overwhelming drive to provide the greatest possible protection to their upcoming daughter drove the miracle couple to do their best. A circumstance like this was difficult to replicate in the future. What worked once would probably not work twice because the novelty was already over. All of the coincidences that went into enabling them to succeed in creating their first masterwork expert mech were so exceptional that it was impossible to make them all happen at the same time again. Vase did not think so much at the moment. Instead, he kept observing the Sentry project as it completed its indescribable transformation. He just knew that its performance had not only exceeded its theoretical maximum, but also gained an indefinable quality that was extraordinary by nature. This was one of the ultimate goals of many mech designers. Too many had tried and failed to make a single masterwork mech in their career, but a small group of young journeymen managed to do the impossible. It could not be overstated how remarkable it was for 4 young journeymen to violate 2 huge assumptions. First, journeymen weren't capable of developing expert mechs. Second, journeymen weren't capable of making masterwork mechs. While there were always freaks of nature who managed to be the exception rather than the rule, even Vase was surprised that he managed to break both of these rules at once. Though he did not dare to bet that he and his colleagues were the only journeymen so far to accomplish this incredibly improbable feat, the amount of mech designers who managed to make an actual masterwork expert mech was probably a minuscule number. The value and profoundness of a masterwork mech was directly proportional to its power, class, capabilities and other factors. A masterwork version of a budget third-class mech like the Desolate Soldier was incomparable to a masterwork second-class mid-tier expert mech. If not for the fact that Vase wasn't able to allocate any unending alloy to the Sentry project, this remarkable masterwork expert mech could have been a lot more significant. Even so, its more standard armor system was already fit for the purpose. The Sentry project would have never been able to produce a masterwork mech if the mech design itself was not sufficiently good. More than 10 minutes passed by in absolute silence as the journeymen were calmly absorbing and internalizing all of the invisible gains they made. The invisible transformation that had acted upon the completed masterwork mech provided all of them with a lot of revelations. To Juliet and Kedis, these benefits were entirely new. Thus, the impact of this wave was disproportionately high to them. The 2 women had become completely immersed as they gained inexplicable insights and truths that would definitely allow them to design significantly better mechs going forward. Vase and Gloriana were old hands at this, but the significance of creating a masterwork expert mech was substantially different from that of creating a regular mech. Some of the insights they gained were deeply intertwined with how resonating materials enabled expert mechs to align with their expert pilots. Gloriana's interests roused to the extreme as this was highly relevant to her future work. As for Vase, he was much more interested in another aspect of the Sentry project. He directed his gaze towards the Luminaire crystal rifle. The Sentry project was not only an expert mech, but also a prime mech. He strategically embedded several P-stones into the rifle so that it could carry the illustrious one's spiritual energy. The remarkable transformation that affected the entire mech did not skip over the Luminaire crystal rifle. The weapon was part of the design, so it also experienced subtle changes that affected the functioning and soundness of this potent gun. What Vase found most relevant was how the masterwork transformation caused the rifle to become even more whole and unified than he had previously managed. He thought that he had already done a good job, but evidently he had overlooked numerous shortcomings in the integration of resonating materials and prime materials in the rifle. He even saw hints of a connection between the two. Though they were responsible for different forms of resonance, they shared a lot in common. This was why Vase had always speculated that it was possible to combine true resonance with prime resonance and achieve a result that was much more transformational than overlapping their effects. Soon, Vase would be able to see whether his assumption was accurate. The Sentry project's design spirit was a lot stronger than Trisk and Arnold. The best was yet to come. Eventually, the mech designers pulled themselves out of their obsessive fascination. Each of them shared knowing glances at each other. The insights they learned were unique and difficult to describe. Their design philosophies had all advanced in some mysterious fashion, and they just knew that the quality of the mechs they developed next would inevitably be better than if they never went through this profound experience. "We should take a break," Vase suggested. "No," Gloriana shook her head. "I need to see our new baby in action. I can't wait that long to see what we have made. Look, Venerable Stark has already changed into her piloting suit. She's already eager to experience what it is like to pilot our first masterwork expert mech." To be honest, Vase was incredibly eager to see the results as well, so he did not resist her suggestion. He quickly made the arrangements, though he did not go out of his way to tell everyone that he had made another masterwork mech. Those who possessed the right vision for mechs would understand the implications of what they were looking at. Those who did not possess the ability to discern a masterwork mech did not need to know what kind of superweapon that the journeyman of the Larkinson clan had inadvertently made. A sense of exhaustion soon settled over the foursome. Even after enjoying periodic rests, the mech designers had spent almost a week on doing nothing except making the best expert mech possible. There was no way for them to cure their mental fatigue so easily. Despite that, they did not consider this session to be truly complete without witnessing the performance of their precious work. While the masterwork expert mech was slowly being moved to the hangar bay, Vase briefly met up with the expert pilots. "Well, I'm sure you know what happened," Vase lightly said. "I knew you were good. I have always believed that you're the best mech designer. This is one more piece of evidence that following you was the best decision that I have ever made." Venerable Joshua smiled as if he was as farsighted as Prophet Ilvain. Venerable Janzi was not as blind as her ex-boyfriend. The mild frown on her face caused her to experience a rare moment of puzzlement. "This is supposed to be impossible. You can't just make a masterwork version of an expert mech. I wouldn't bat an eyelid if you managed to succeed in making one if you were a master, but you're barely old enough that you need to shave your chin. How is it possible that you've managed to break so many rules?" From the way that Janzi was pinning her gaze at him, Vase had the feeling that she was speculating whether he owed his success due to blood sacrifice. What did she think he was, a cruel and greedy man who reveled in blood and did not hesitate to slaughter hundreds if not thousands of hapless humans just so that he could design and make better mechs? "Look, I've always been exceptional from the start," Vase shamelessly boasted. "Common sense doesn't apply to me. Besides, I couldn't have done all of this without the help of Gloriana, Juliet and Kedis. They have all poured their entire passion and devotion into this expert mech. The outcome should not be so surprising once you hear how much effort had been put into making it the greatest rifleman mech that we have developed up to this point." The designated pilot and the eventual recipient of the Sentry project lifted her arm. "Enough, Janzi. The process is important, but this discussion is a distraction. We should celebrate this result, not question it. I can already feel that this expert mech is alive and eager to show its light." The other expert pilots quieted down at that. This was her moment now. After a tormented journey, Venerable Davia Stark would finally be able to become an expert pilot for real. Vase asked an important question. "How do you wish to name your expert mech?" he asked. "We designed every aspect of this remarkable machine for you. Just like with Tusa, bestowing it with a name that you fully agree with helps a lot in bringing you closer to your partner." Venerable Stark fell silent for a few seconds. I had some names in mind, but, now that I have seen and felt my expert mech, I don't think they fit what you have brought into existence. Let me give you an answer after I've piloted my expert mech. I think it has the right to pick its own name. Okay, whatever you say. A name held a lot of meaning. Vase didn't want to pressure her into bestowing the masterwork expert mech a name that would ultimately detract from its majesty. I'll head over the hangar bay. Stark stated. Tusa, come with me, and don't forget to don your suit. Venerable Tusa began to have a bad feeling about this. You don't need my help. If you want to exercise your marksmanship, you can just tell the Larkinson army to set up a lot of practice targets. My role on the battlefield is to snipe down expert mechs. What better way to test my accuracy than to put my skills to the test against your Dark Zephyr? This argument was irrefutable. Vase slapped Tusa's back. Just go already. You've been complacent for far too long. It might be fun to bully around your fellow expert pilots, but that's no way for you to become an ace pilot. If you truly want to go forward, then you need to face a true challenge. Would you rather test your skills against Venerable Stark, or wait for later when an enemy expert mech tries to take you down? Tusa was still an expert pilot, so he did not hesitate for long. He was just concerned that this test might not proceed as well as everyone hoped. Not only was Venerable Stark piloting a brand new expert mech with untold power for the very first time, she also possessed considerably greater resonance strength than him. Her damage output would definitely be astonishing. Chapter 3166. The pinnacle. The significance of creating a masterwork was always great. Though no one was able to offer a truly precise definition of a masterwork, those who lived for their craft were always able to recognize the pinnacle of what an object could be. The appreciation that mech designers and other knowledgeable people exhibited towards works of supreme quality could not easily be passed on to those who lacked the requisite depth. In fact, whether a masterwork actually performed substantially better than a more normal copy was still a hotly debated question. Too many people who did not understand anything about craftsmanship could not fathom why the value of a masterwork copy was 100, 1,000 and in some ridiculous cases even 1,000,000 times more expensive than a normal version of the product. The materials were the same. The design was nearly identical. While there were certainly minute physical differences between a masterwork mech and a non-masterwork mech, these tiny shifts and adjustments were extremely crucial. They did not only optimize a design a little bit further, but also adjusted to the individual properties of the actual materials used in a design. Not every material was the same. Two identical bars of briar alloy might look and weigh the same, but when put under a detailed scanner, it was always possible to detect slight imperfections and natural variations. One of the reasons why the high-tech industry sector developed the fabled and incredibly demanding materialization process was to control for these difficult variables. By breaking down raw materials into individual atoms and molecules, a sophisticated production machine could select the most standard and suitable ones to piece together into a solid work. Any mech produced through materialization was theoretically identical to a given design. Yet the automated materialization process was not smart and adaptable enough to work with the natural imperfections and variations of different materials. Usually, these deviations were considered flaws, but in the right hands, the unique materials could be shaped and combined in a way that delivered greater performance than before. Masterwork mechs were intricately tied with synergy. They were put together in an exceptionally exquisite manner that somehow allowed them to make a collection of average components perform well and a collection of excellent components perform to an unreal degree. There was a lot more to masterwork mechs than just these simple effects. The mysterious transformation that masterwork mechs always undertook was largely metaphysical in nature. A single whole product that had reached an ideal state of a given design was such an astonishing creation that reality itself seemed to take a bow in front of it. This was the least that it could do after welcoming a work that deserved to be immortalized throughout the ages. We need to implement more safety precautions. The damage output of this mech should not be small, Juliet suggested as the mech designers all stood behind spare workstations on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentime. An occasion as memorable and important as this had to be witnessed from the throne room of the factory ship. Should we deploy extra interference measures in order to hide the Sentry project even further? The more people know about it, the more it will be coveted. That's not necessarily the case. Gloriana shook her head. Don't forget that proper expert mechs are tailored to an individual expert pilot from the ground up. While there are lazier methods that simply take an existing template and make some hasty adjustments to an expert pilot, that is not what we have done. I have done my utmost to meet each and every need of Venerable Stark. I can guarantee you that if another expert pilot like Venerable Joshua or my brother attempts to pilot the Sentry project, they will never be able to do it justice. She was absolutely confident in her own judgment. Designing an expert mech was one of the few times that she could truly stop bothering with trying to make a machine compatible with a range of users. By adopting a bespoke approach, she could maximize the compatibility between her product and her intended customer, which would hopefully result in a unique experience that also delivered much greater performance without resorting to more expensive parts and materials. This was her way of making a mark in the mech industry. "We don't need to bother with confidentiality too much," Vase remarked as he set up his own workstation. "The MTA probably already knows about it and it will be difficult to hide our new creation from our allies. I believe it is better to briefly show it off to the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan so that they know that we have taken another major step. Perhaps in time news of our incredible accomplishment will spread through the mech community, but as long as the exact performance parameters of our expert mech remains vague, we can still surprise any enemies we come across." Kedis snorted. "I'm not sure if many people will even want to provoke us after they learn what we can do. I might not pay much attention to the greater mech community, but I'm certain that we can become galactic celebrities if we wish. People throughout this galaxy and the next will soon knock on our doors in order to request a custom mech from us. Although the chance of producing a masterwork for them is too small to bother, I don't think we'll be able to remain as incognito as before. Were masterwork expert mechs rare? Not necessarily. The greatest of masters and star designers were able to make them at a decent rate according to articles that Vase had read. He wasn't sure whether this statement was true, but those who were willing to pay unlimited sums or grand favors were able to get the absolute best expert mechs one way or another. Yet for most people, such works of art were absolutely unattainable. They could forget about approaching such supremely accomplished mech designers. Compared to trying to request a mech from a powerful and unreachable figure, it was a lot easier to approach a bunch of journeymen who somehow lucked out and produced a miracle. Vase already felt the onset of a headache. He even entertained the radical idea of destroying the masterwork that had just been born into this cosmos, but he immediately strangled it a second later. Deliberately destroying the realized Sentry project was one of the greatest blasphemies that a mech designer like him could ever commit. His own design philosophy recoiled at the thought and his professional standards simply couldn't tolerate the thought at all. No matter what consequences a masterwork mech produced, it should never be despoiled. Vase rubbed his palm against his face. "I'm too tired to figure out what we should do next. All I know is that hiding it will never work in the long run. The best we can do is to control how we release our information." To be honest, he had no other ideas on what to do besides that. He was not a well-connected mech designer who was part of any greater industry-oriented clubs and communities at the moment. If he was still aligned with Master Olson or part of the Clifford Society, then he could easily shelter under their wing and have them handle the aftermath of what he had done. "It's too bad I cut ties with them. I don't have any choice but to go directly to the MTA." In fact, he was already counting down the time it took for a familiar dignitary to show up. He was sure that this annoying frequent visitor would present him with a firm recommendation. The only question was how much leeway he had in refusing her suggestions. Her attitude was an extremely important indicator to how much she, her faction and the rest of the MTA valued him at this time. "Well, she hasn't treated me wrong so far. The MTA always indulges in people who contribute to the industry." He briefly threw a glance at Gloriana. His pregnant wife was happily humming behind her own workstation as she projected over 50 different data projections. Vase did not forget that one of Gloriana's driving motivators to do well was to ask a favor from the MTA. With an accomplishment as amazing as this, she was bound to get her wish and even more. The Sentry project is about to launch. The entire bridge became a lot more quiet as many Larkinsons who heard that they were about to try out a new expert mech became incredibly curious to what they were about to behold. The Dark Zephyr had already exceeded their expectations. This next expert mech should at least equal the splendor of the Larkinson clan's first expert mech. The Larkinson army was already in the process of implementing an exercise region in open space. Due to the potential dangers of testing an expert mech that was noted for its firepower, Gloriana decided to hold the examination at least 100 kilometers away from the main fleet. This meant that it would take a lot of time to move all of the bots, mechs and hardware to a patch of open space. The increased activity emanating from the Larkinson fleet had already caught the attention of the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan. The sensors aboard their ships and mechs were already paying extra attention towards the Larkinson assets. Marshal Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross already received a brief and not very helpful notification of what the Larkinson clan were about to do. Though it shouldn't be too unusual for the Larkinsons to make a big movement in order to put a new expert mech to its paces, the activity taking place in their fleet was a lot more exaggerated this time. It seems the Larkinsons believe their next expert mech to be quite special. Professor Benedict Cortez noted as he entered the bridge of the Hemington Cross and walked next to the leader. The Dark Zephyr the Brats managed to design is quite a stellar package. I would love to get my hands on the materials used to make its armor system. Those damn journeymen are so wasteful. I have a feeling this mech will be different. Patriarch Reginald spoke. The senior mech designer frowned. That's strange. I feel the same way. I couldn't concentrate on my design work at all in the last 12 hours. Those Larkinson journeymen must have been working hard if they can affect my concentration from such an extensive distance. While numerous people began to speculate on what the Larkinsons were about to show, the expert pilot who had the privilege of piloting the most remarkable mech produced by the Larkinsons was just about to interface with it for the first time. The long amount of time she spent with the Larkinsons had calmed her down and made her appreciate her new life, but this was not what she was all about. I'm not a Larkinson. I'm a survivor of the Vinmar Republic. She recalled all of the sights she had seen when Brutus took her on a tour to the sand-scarred remains of her former state. The desolate planets, the sandblasted landscapes, the cities submerged in soil. All of these tragic sights and more reminded her of what she was truly trying to accomplish. Those responsible must pay. She softly hissed. Her force of will roared to life as the fires of retribution burned in her eyes. She resolutely activated her expert mech, causing her to interface with a new and completely different machine. The mech technicians standing far away in the hangar bay all skipped a breath as the expert rifleman mech flared to life. The red-coated mech lit up as its third eye along with several other elements began to show off an attractive luster. However, these luminous elements were incomparable to the rainbow patterns emitted by the rifle carried by the Sentry Project. Even though it was not fully active, the weapon already surged with so much life and energy that the mech technicians felt as if they were going blind if they kept staring at this exquisite weapon. This expert mech is completely opposite of the Dark Zephyr. Whereas the Dark Zephyr was the epitome of a shadow, the Sentry Project was the pinnacle of light. Chapter 3167. Rumblings. The moment that many people had already been waiting for had finally arrived. The first masterwork expert mech that the Larkinson clan had ever produced was about to step out into the field for its inaugural deployment. While expert mechs were always game changers to organizations, the ones developed by the Larkinson clan were much more significant than usual. Whether it was the unique mix of mech designers who developed them, the remarkable advantages that allowed them to stand out from the crowd, or their great significance in the Larkinson army, every expert mech designed by the Larkinsons in-house was definitely worthy to be put into a mech museum. When the Sentry Project activated for the first time, those who were more sensitive than others were able to sense elevated activity from the hangar bay. A bright source of light appeared to shine through every physical barrier and blind anyone sensitive enough to perceive this phenomenon. Of course, much of it was an illusion. The Sentry Project did not literally release any strong flashes of light, though people like Vase were still able to figure out that something remarkable took place. A strange thought entered his mind. The Sentry Project is already remarkable in that it is both an expert mech and a prime mech. That latter part actually matters this time because the illustrious one is a lot stronger and more developed than Arnold and Trisk. How much stronger will it become now that it is also a masterwork? Though the Dark Zephyr already showed some promising signs in how it was able to leverage its prime mech attributes, for now it largely revolved around true resonance. The Sentry Project had the potential to present a more balanced package. Though Venerable Davia Stark was a much more developed expert pilot than any of her peers in the Larkinson clan, the illustrious one possessed a rich background as well. Combining these factors with the fact that they were put together in a masterwork, then the expected power level of the Sentry Project should definitely surpass the Dark Zephyr by a significant margin. Out of everyone involved with the expert mech, no one else possessed a better inkling of how much power it had at its disposal than its pilot. Venerable Stark almost controls herself. One of the reasons why the Sentry Project exuded so much power at the beginning was because she did not expect to get swamped by the overwhelming amount of power she was able to harness. She gritted her teeth and imposed her will on her overactive machine. Calm down. Both Stark and her expert mech had trouble getting along at first. Gloriana had done a great job at making the physical mech fit her nature, but there were other influences that did not quite get along with a pilot like her. The design spirit of the Sentry project was out of alignment with the mech pilot. Venerable Stark and the Illustrious One had little in common with each other. While this was not a critical flaw, it nonetheless produced several compatibility issues that caused the pilot to experience greater difficulties in taming her unruly expert mech. Yet she never gave up in trying to master her new machine. Even though the mech was standing inside the hangar bay for several minutes now, she steadfastly concentrated her will and tried to find a way to get along with the Sentry project. It was absurd for her to be unable to tame her own expert mech at the first try. Even though she did not care too much about her pride, her self-image as a soldier would surely take a hit if she was unable to succeed in showing off the strength of her new machine on the very first attempt. "You're powerful and aggressive, I like that," she whispered to her mech as sweat began to pour from her brow. "Yet there is a time and place for you to show off your might. You're being too feisty right now. Calm down and control yourself before you harm our own allies." Compared to the Bright Beam Prime, which had been disassembled in order to reuse some of its parts, the Sentry project was much more alive. This was normally a happy occasion, but Stark had the impression that she was tasked with taming a new and overeager dog. She was pretty certain that this was not how it was supposed to go. Venerable Tusa never exhibited so many difficulties from the start. Then again, his expert mech was not as strong at the start. Despite the difficulties she was facing, she tried her best not to impose her will too harshly on the mech. This was her battle partner going forward, and it was essential for them to trust each other to the greatest degree. In order to further their mutual understanding, she did not hesitate to open up her mind and expose her will and intention to the powerful machine. Eventually, the first presence to accept her was not the expert mech itself, but the design spirit that watched over it. When the Illustrious One was able to learn more about what kind of person Venerable Stark was like, he managed to find common ground with her past. Though the Illustrious One was not a direct survivor of the downfall of the ancient Luminaire race, he was derived from at least two of them. He was the successor of both the Crystal Golem along with the Blinding One, two very different Luminaires who took up radically different paths as their race had begun to fall many eons past. Nowadays, the Illustrious One was probably the only surviving member of this nearly forgotten race. Perhaps he wasn't technically a Luminaire, but in spirit he fully considered himself to be a part of the extinct race's legacy. "So, you are carrying the dead of an entire nation on your back as well," Stark realized as she began to deepen her bond with this mysterious alien entity. She was reluctant to associate with the alien at first, but as she deepened her exchange with the Illustrious One, she realized that he was not an evil villain. As long as he did not have innocent human blood on his hands, she was willing to further her contact with this lonely spirit. Though their race, backgrounds and nature were radically different, the few things that they had in common allowed them to resonate with each other on an emotional level. Venerable Stark spontaneously decided to swear a pact. "I vow that I will destroy the killers of your people if they still exist. In return, I hope to receive your help if I ever need to borrow your help in wiping out the ones responsible for letting the Vinmar Republic and its people die." The moment the Illustrious One agreed with the pact in his own way, the Sentry project lit up again as its rifle began to exert a powerful influence that dampened the excessive activity emanating from the masterwork mech. It was remarkable how easy the Illustrious One managed to calm down the expert mech. It was as if it was made to act as a mediator between the mech and the mech pilot from the start. Once the expert mech no longer rioted due to its excessive strength, Venerable Stark was finally able to forge a proper understanding with her machine. The two came to an accord, in large part because the Illustrious One supported the expert pilot. It was only then that Venerable Stark began to feel that the Sentry project was truly made for her. The will she projected no longer encountered any resistance and seamlessly merged with the physical frame of her expert mech. The resonance between them rapidly grew as Venerable Stark was finally able to leverage her sizable resonance strength. A soft corona swelled around the mech. "It's stepping out." The Sentry project no longer glowed as brightly as before. It gave off a calmer and more controlled impression, but it was not weak by any means. It was unnecessary for it to display its might and waste its power when it wasn't firing its gun. The mech slowly moved to the hangar bay hatch before launching out at moderate speed. From the moment the Sentry project appeared in space, a lot of gasps were being uttered. "Have I gone blind? That's a masterwork mech. How is this possible? Only masters should be able to create such machines." The reactions from those who possessed the technical acumen to judge the quality of Mech were just as exaggerated as Vase had predicted. He switched through the feeds of the monitoring system throughout the fleet and observed plenty of looks of astonishment. Those who studied to become a Mech designer were the most shocked of all. The assistant Mech designers of the design department had no idea that their bosses succeeded in accomplishing the impossible. Both old and newer assistants had become more fervent about working in the design department than ever. Compared to many other Mech designers at their level, they were extremely fortunate for being able to work and study under the auspices of young but extremely talented masterwork Mech designers. My friend who stayed behind in Tallulah Silver will probably regret his decision to work for another company after he hears of this. He missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Do you know what it means to make a masterwork expert Mech? It's practically a certainty that Patriarch Vase and his wife will become master Mech designers. I need to work harder and break through so that I too can make a masterwork Mech design alongside the Patriarch. I bet that Miss Ketty's got a free ride this time. Vase chuckled as he overheard the speculations from the cute little assistants. At the very least, this accomplishment had certainly lit a fire under their butts. However, the strongest reaction did not come from the Larkinsons. Instead, the reaction was much greater from the allies of the Larkinson clan. So this is why we were able to feel closer to the superior mother in the last few days. She has personally blessed this great Mech. A devout glory seeker speculated. Marshal Ariadne Woden was not so certain about this theory. As the head of the glory seekers, it was important for her to maintain her composure at all times. Inwardly, her mind was already buzzing with thoughts. It seemed that the relationship between the glory seekers and the Larkinson clan had to be adjusted once again. She threw a brief glance over at the projection that displayed the flagship of the Cross clan. I bet the reaction over there is stronger. She wasn't wrong. The Cross clan placed a high importance on Mech pilots. This also caused them to possess a lot more appreciation for good Mechs than normal. Now, thousands of Crosser Mech pilots were looking at the Sentry project with stars in their eyes. Even if they weren't able to appreciate the true splendor of a masterwork, just being told that this machine was the pinnacle of what a design could be was enough for them to worship the expert rifleman Mech for a long time. Though Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict did not explode in excitement, the implications of what they were seeing had absolutely come as a bombshell to the two Crosser leaders. The Larkinsons have exceeded my expectations once again, Professor Benedict mildly said, though he wasn't able to hide his jealousy. I was already aware that common sense doesn't seem to apply to these kids, but this is something else. Even I have never been able to make a masterwork expert Mech. His desire to collaborate with Vase increased even more. It was as if he saw the hope of breaking through to master Mech designer in front of his eyes. As for Patriarch Reginald, his body was completely still but his will was roiling like an earthquake. If his next expert Mech could become a masterwork as well, then he had a strong hunch that there was no way that he could fail to become an ace pilot. What? A waste? Reginald painfully squeezed from his lips. That should have been my expert Mech. Chapter 3168, Blinding Flash. 100 kilometers was a large distance on land, but only a brisk flight in space. Thousands of additional Larkinson Mechs had deployed in space, but not because they needed to escort the second expert Mech of the Larkinson clan to its destination. They weren't needed to protect the Sentry project. The chance of the expert Mech malfunctioning was virtually zero at the moment. If the Mech contained any major flaw that could cause it to deviate outside of its optimal performance standards, then it wouldn't have become a masterwork in the first place. A lot of bots went ahead and prepared the large region of space instead. While it was impossible to hide any laser beams that surged past the interference envelope and continued to soar into the distance, the Sentry project itself would at least maintain some privacy. The Dark Zephyr had already launched ahead and was hovering patiently in the middle of the interference zone. When Venerable Tusa was able to see and feel the approach of the masterwork expert Mech, his face turned a little sour. Any expert pilot would feel jealous when they saw such a fantastic Mech. The probability of any of them receiving a masterwork was low. The few who were able to pilot them had won the lottery as far as everyone was concerned. He soon calmed himself down. It was natural for a human to experience envy, but expert pilots like him were not supposed to be shaken by these weaknesses. While this was not a real battle, it was still important for him to be in his best form. When the expert Mechs flew close enough to each other, the domains produced by their resonance overlapped with each other. Venerable Tusa immediately had the illusion that a portion of his territory was being taken over by a more powerful presence. He mentally inspected the resonance strength meter in order to see what it had to say. Damn, wasn't she just below 19 lavares previously? How come she jumped to 23.58 all of a sudden? The sudden increase in strength signified that Venerable Stark had not only managed to harness her new expert mech to a high degree, but also experienced a minor breakthrough after a long time of not being able to pilot a mech that could fully accommodate her strength. The lavare scale was not linear. An expert pilot who possessed a resonance strength of 5 lavares was not literally that many times stronger than an expert pilot who measured at just 1 lavare. Even if this was the case, there were many other factors such as mech class and mech type that determined which one was more likely to defeat the other. In general terms, a light skirmisher possessed a modest advantage against a rifleman mech. Every child knew that if a light skirmisher ever got into point-blank range of a ranged mech, the latter was almost certainly doomed. The only hope for the rifleman mech was to take an approaching light mech down before it closed the distance, but that was easier said than done. Many light mechs were primarily designed to thread through enemy fire, and the Dark Zephyr exemplified this archetype. Yet why do I have the suspicion that I am in trouble? Tusa whispered. Just the confrontation between their resonance fields already revealed a remarkable difference. Venerable Tusa was still young and had a lot of time to develop his potential, but that also meant that his current level of strength was still in the early stages. Venerable Stark was different. Despite her lack of experience in piloting actual expert mechs, her age and life experiences had molded her will into a strong flame that allowed her to persist despite the long delay in obtaining an appropriate machine. She had already experienced the lowest that an expert pilot could go. Every other challenge and difficulty seemed trivial in comparison. Even so, that did not stop her from becoming more and more excited at the prospect of finding out how much power she was actually able to wield this time. After a brief delay, a reinforced communication bot relayed a command from the spirit of Bentime. Before you can begin to test fire your weapon, let us make sure your mech is able to maneuver correctly. Please perform the following movements. The Larkinsons rushed through the basic maneuvering tests. Unlike the Dark Zephyr, the Sentry project was not a mobility-oriented machine. The only reason why Gloriana and the other journeymen wanted to see the expert rifleman mech move was to record the improved performance of a masterwork version of the expert mech. The maneuvering tests proceeded without any problem. The Sentry project wasn't capable of performing any extravagant moves, so Venerable Stark and everyone else was quickly able to ascertain how it moved. It's not a dancer, that's for sure. Vase muttered. The improvement in mobility is so slight that there is no need for us to study it any further. Let's proceed with testing its defensive parameters. Gloriana instructed. This was fairly simple. The Sentry project flew back to the middle and maintained a stable position relative to the interference envelope. A single bot warmed up its energy gun and fired a weak second-class laser beam onto the surface of the expert mech. The armor is holding. The bot began to fire successively more powerful laser beams at different parts of the mech. Although rifleman mechs were not known for their defensive prowess, their expert mech counterparts were still a lot better protected. The bot stopped firing when the Larkinsons gathered enough data to figure out how the Sentry project reacted against laser attacks. Another bot began to fire solid rounds at the Sentry project. The mech endured increasingly stronger impacts, but its armor held remarkably well. These tests repeated several times until Vase and the others gathered enough data to figure out exactly how much conventional damage the expert mech was able to take. Let's proceed with testing its resonance shield. This was a much more interesting test. Every expert mech incorporated resonating materials that were able to project such a useful ability. The ones incorporated in light mechs and slimmer rifleman mechs were substantially weaker, but as a different set of bots began to stress the glowing barrier, it remained incredibly strong. The Larkinsons did not plan to test the limits of the Sentry project's resonance shield in this specific test. It was too dangerous, especially considering that this work of art was not covered with unending alloy. Still, the data that they have managed to gather already allowed Gloriana to estimate how much damage the Masterwork expert mech could take before breaking. The results weren't precise, but the numbers were already a lot greater than those of the Dark Zephyr. The ranged mech was actually able to fend off a lot more attacks than a mech that was much more likely to be in the line of fire. None of the mech designers were surprised at this observation, though not all of them predicted this big of a gap. The amount of damage that a resonance shield can withstand under normal circumstances scales with the resonance strength of an expert pilot. Gloriana said, Venerable Stark is a lot further ahead than the rest, so it is expected that her expert mech can take a lot more hits than the Dark Zephyr. What they were really wondering was how its status as a prime mech in a masterwork strengthened the resonance shield. When Vase studied the projection of the Sentry project, he wasn't able to figure out how much stronger its resonance shield had become due to these extra influences. It didn't help that the machine in question was way too far away for him to sweep the machine with his spiritual senses. He would have to witness the mech up close in order to discern more details. He instinctively judged that the Sentry project's resonance shield was strong enough that it could give any attackers an unwelcome surprise. Alright, now that we got all of the chores out of the way, let's begin the fun stuff. Venerable Stark, please arm the rifle. We'll begin with a simple test shot. A sacrificial bot flew forward and occupied a conspicuous position. There was nothing behind it except for empty space that led away from the star system. In fact, it was pointed directly below the orbital plane. This ensured that if some other ship coincidentally transitioned into the star system, the chances of it getting struck by an errant energy beam would be so low that it was virtually zero. Before they commenced the first test, Venerable Stark suddenly issued a request. I would like permission to fire my rifle at maximum strength. I think I will be able to get a better feel for what I can do if I can see how much power it is able to unleash at a single time. Vase threw a look at Gloriana. Originally, they planned to follow the previous pattern and start out low before slowly ramping up the damage output. She shrugged. I suppose we might indulge her. It is extremely unlikely for the Luminaire crystal rifle to blow up considering it is a masterwork weapon in its own right. This didn't exactly conform with all of the safety rules, but they were willing to make allowances for the expert pilot of their first masterwork mech. In truth, Vase and the other journeymen were just as eager to know how powerful the Sentry project's single shot could be. Which mech designer didn't like to see things go boom in the most violent way possible? Permission granted, but make sure to pay attention to your safety. Venerable Stark finally began to grin. It's time, let's try and see what we can do. For the first shot fired by the Sentry project, she opted to stick with the standard laser beam. It was the simplest and most basic form of energy attack that the Luminaire crystal could fire, but light was the essence of her expert mech. In order to unleash the most powerful laser beam that the Sentry project could unleash, Venerable Stark took her time to charge up the attack. The crystalline rifle began to glow increasingly brighter as it began to accumulate more and more energy. Not only that, but the expert pilot also tried her best to leverage other ways of empowering the attack. She resonated with her mech and more specifically its rifle to an increasing degree. The weapon quickly began to radiate more and more light as several different energies coursed across its lustrous crystals. At least 3 different sources charged up the rifle. The expert mech had supplied a lot of conventional energy to the weapon. In fact, the rifle absorbed so much of it that it couldn't take any more. The true resonance generated by Venerable Stark exerting her force of will upon the weapon not only empowered the attack in a mysterious way, but also stimulated the opticonium that was seamlessly embedded in the rifle body. What made the Sentry project different from many other expert rifleman mechs was that it was also a prime mech. At this time, Venerable Stark resonated with the abundant amount of spiritual energy taken from the illustrious one and dumped into the P-stones embedded into the rifle. For a moment, it seemed as if the armament turned into an avatar of the illustrious one. If the weapon already glowed like a rainbow before, now it blazed like a sun. Signs of instability finally emanated from the Luminaire crystal rifle. It was trying to contain so much power from different sources that it could not physically bear the enormous strain for long. Enough, Venerable Stark, Vase shouted into the communication channel. Pull the trigger already. The projectors that displayed the Sentry project all flashed white as the bots observing the expert mech were momentarily blinded without exception. The entire star system seemed to have turned into a bunker as a thick laser beam that was as wide as Mech surged directly out of the interference zone and flew straight downwards relative to the orbital plane for many light seconds. It didn't take much time for the various sensor and observation systems to regain their normal functions, but the fact that they failed in the first place was already a sign that the attack was extremely remarkable. The white beam of death had not only vaporized every atom of the sacrificial bot, but also contained plenty of power to punch through the armor of a typical second-class expert mech. In fact, the exaggerated power of the Sentry project also had even greater implications. This is the perfect ship killer, Gloriana exclaimed. As the expert mech dimmed back to normal, Venerable Stark had become a bit more fatigued. It wasn't easy for her to leverage multiple forms of resonance to launch such a powerful attack. It was only now that she finally found the right name for her combat partner. We will fight side by side until one of us falls apart, Amaranto. The third eye of the masterwork expert Mech flashed in red for a brief moment of time. Chapter 3169, Easy targets. The firepower of the Sentry project, now named the Amaranto, did not disappoint. Vase, Gloriana, Juliet and Kedis did everything they could to maximize the firepower of their first expert rifleman Mech design. They gave up so many useful features and gave up the opportunity to strengthen many different parameters in order to specialize it to the extreme. Despite its stronger than average resonance shield, it was poorly suited for mid-range flanking and skirmishing action. Its flight system and other mobility systems were solely meant for positioning and repositioning, not dodging and weaving through enemy attacks. Just because it was able to move faster than a heavy mech didn't mean it could dogfight. Its defenses were also rather lackluster. Due to the scarcity in unending alloy, Vase was forced to resort to a more generic expert mech-grade armor system that was relatively light, coped well with heat, stable and dampened vibrations. All of these design choices were meant to increase the Amaranto's offensive actions first and defensive needs second. All of it was worth it, though. Vase grinned. After Venerable Stark fired her first fully charged laser beam, the remaining tests became a lot more routine. This was just a familiarization session for the expert pilot and an initial technical review for the design department. The more data the mech designers gathered on the Amaranto's performance, the more they were able to revise their models and accurately map out the expert rifleman mech's actual performance as opposed to making educated guesses based on dubious calculations. This was not something that could be completed in a single session. The Amaranto was unprecedentedly powerful, but that also made it exceptionally lethal. If the expert mech ever suffered an accident and inadvertently unleashed its full-powered attack on one of the vessels of the Larkinson fleet, then that would have been an absolute tragedy that could have easily been prevented if the Larkinsons implemented additional precautions. Stress testing could come later. The masterwork expert mech was in their complete control, so they could deploy at any time the fleet was not traveling through FTL. In fact, if the expert pilots didn't mind the limited maneuvering space and heavy firepower limitations, they could even train in a landbound environment in the large biomes aboard the Dissentibus and the Dragon's Den. The Amaranto no longer fired any full-powered shots. Instead, it stuck with the laser beam but began to vary its attack in different ways. The masterwork expert mech fired its weapon at various disposable target bots at once by splitting the laser beam. It fired its weapon in a rapid staccato pattern as it intercepted over 100 different dummy missiles. It fired moderate resonance-empowered laser beams that looked deceptively weak but could easily burn a hole through any typical second-class mech. As the Amaranto slowly churned through its energy reserves, Venerable Stark already looked a bit exhausted. Vase had been paying attention to the piloting telemetry when the red-coated expert mech unleashed its initial attack. Several indicators dropped by quite a margin, signifying that such extreme attacks took a lot out of Venerable Stark. She probably wasn't able to fire too many ship-killing laser beams in quick succession before she exhausted herself. He expected something like this to occur. The pattern was not that much different from before when Venerable Stark was still stuck with the Bright Beam Prime. The design department deliberately reused the same approach of her Prime mech to her current machine. The Amaranto can't fire too many times against powerful opponents, but it doesn't have to do so. Vase remarked with a smile on his face. As one of our trump cards against enemy expert mechs, a singularly powerful attack launched at the most inopportune time can either instantly take down an enemy expert mech or at least break open its defenses. Launching a lot of weaker attacks was not as effective against powerful and well-protected mechs. The resonance shields and high-quality armor systems of most expert mechs were expressly designed to minimize the threat posed by lots of conventional mechs. This was what allowed these expert mechs to sow terror on a large-scale battlefield. The best way to penetrate the armor of these resilient expert mechs was by moving as far away from the attack profile of conventional mechs as possible. This was why the Amaranto excelled so much at single-target, single-shot attack power. It was like a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of unsuspecting enemy expert mechs. The weapon only needed to drop down once in order to claim another head. I'm glad its performance against regular opponents is decent as well, Gloriana commented. It won't be as good as Brutus' upcoming expert mech in this area, but it can offer plenty of support when it doesn't need to guard against powerful opponents. The Luminaire crystal rifle designed by Vase was optimized for maximum firepower, but energy weapons were much more adaptable than their physical counterparts. Just dialing down the power setting and making a few other adjustments was enough to turn it into a rapid-fire turret. Of course, since the Mech and rifle wasn't designed for these firing modes, the overall power and fire rate would never be as good as a more appropriate weapon model. Vase contemplated whether he should develop a second Luminaire crystal rifle that could give Venerable Stark an additional choice, but he soon gave up on that. He doubted that his subsequent weapon would be able to reach masterwork quality. Handing over an inferior weapon would only diminish the Amaranto's splendor. There are hardly any battles where too much firepower is a detriment. He figured, if the firepower of the Amaranto is wasted against mechs, then it should just point its muzzle at the enemy starships instead. According to the measurements of the full-powered laser beam attack, the Amaranto was capable of burning straight through multiple layers of thick hull plating. That didn't mean it was capable of drilling through bigger heavily armored vessels such as the Graveyard or the Indigo Tremor. Both ships were clad with thick armor that only capital ships could bear. While the former was just a big wall, the latter was designed with military standards in mind, which meant she had to carry enough armor to resist long-range harassment from several powerful ranged expert mechs. Therefore, the Amaranto wasn't necessarily a vessel that was capable of crippling a capital ship on its own. Even with several targeted shots, at most it was able to damage an important module or two. That was far from enough to take down a typical fleet carrier since they possessed plenty of redundancies. The Cross clan's Antonio Cross was especially good at dealing with enemy expert mech fire. Though her mech capacity was disappointingly low for a capital ship, she was not only highly self-sufficient, but also possessed a clever hull plating arrangement that increased her redundancy factor and compartmentalization factor to an excellent degree. That didn't mean that a much larger but more fragile fleet carrier like the Hemington Cross was easy to cripple. Her sheer bulk and size automatically granted her a lot of buffer. Her density was lower, but there were so many compartments that a typical penetrating attack was unlikely to drill all the way to the most deeply nested sections where all of the power generators and armored bridges were typically situated. The Amaranto is fair game against anything smaller and lighter, though. Most sub-capital ships should not be able to remain operational when struck a couple of times. Vase already estimated that the Amaranto was sufficiently capable enough to cripple the sub-capital support ships of the Larkinson fleet. The various cargo haulers, mech repair vessels, tugging vessels and so on boasted thin hull plating and lightly reinforced structures in order to lower their costs. This made them prime targets for any mech that could precisely locate their critical modules such as their propulsion systems, power generator or FTL drives and punch through all of the hull materials in between. What makes the Amaranto particularly suitable to assassinate starships is if it can employ its beam-bending resonance ability. The Amaranto came with two key resonating materials, which each bestowed the mech with two different resonance abilities. The expert mech already demonstrated the overcharge ability bestowed by integrating electricium in its power reactor and energy transmission system. This was just a straightforward power boost that was primarily responsible for scaling up the Amaranto's full-powered attack to a ridiculous level. Vase had no intentions of testing out the beam-bending resonance ability granted by the Opticonium incorporated in the Luminaire crystal rifle. This was a strategic advantage that Vase did not want to show off in front of too many people. He would have to arrange a suitable test site in order to properly test how much Venerable Stark and the Amaranto were able to curve the beam attack. The more the beam was able to bend, the easier it was for the Masterwork expert mech to target the weak points of both mechs and starships. In the most ideal case, this beam-bending effect would not only allow the Aramanto to take out a combat carrier, but also immobilize a capital ship by crippling her normally inaccessible propulsion system. The existence of the Amaranto was so significant that it opened a lot more strategic options for the Larkinson army. The expeditionary fleet had much less to fear against large enemy fleets. Gloriana eventually wanted to move on to the final phase of the testing session. Alright, we've gained a good idea on the Amaranto's firepower. Before its power runs out, I want to test its accuracy. Vase smirked and switched to another communication channel. Tusa, you're up now. Go and build up some speed. You'll need it soon. Oh, and make sure to keep your Dark Zephyr within the designated zone. The expert pilot in question cursed for a moment, but did as he was instructed. While the Dark Zephyr began to accelerate in a circle, the Amaranto patiently waited. The red-coated mech still exuded a reddish glow due to all of the power it had expended. Its crystalline rifle was an especially eye-catching element. All of the different energies coursing through its crystal components had caused it to light up like a rainbow dancing in a nightclub. The masterwork expert Mech presented a notable contrast to the Dark Zephyr. Whereas the latter was coated in black, which psychologically made it a lot harder to track in the dark of space, the Amaranto not only created a light show, but also possessed a substantial energy signature, as not even its luminaire crystals were able to absorb all of the excess heat that its weapon had generated. All of this meant that most targeting systems would have a much easier time at locking in the Amaranto than the Dark Zephyr. The Amaranto definitely needs to rest behind a solid barrier. Vase noted, "We can't afford to expose its entire frame to an enemy force." Gloriana grinned, "That won't be a problem. When we finish the Shield of Samar, the two expert mechs will be able to pair together. Won't it be great if we can transform it into a masterwork as well? It will be the perfect combination." Vase rolled his eyes. That was an extremely unlikely possibility, considering they needed to build on top of an existing mech. The inability to start from scratch meant that the upgraded revision would always contain some flaws that would detract from its overall quality. This was a huge handicap that made the challenge of building a masterwork expert mech even more impossible. At this time, the Dark Zephyr built up a sufficient amount of speed relative to the Amaranto. Venerable Tusa had even opted to resonate his expert mech and activate its perception distortion ability on his own accord. The Dark Zephyr became a lot harder to pin down because its visual coordinates did not match its actual coordinates. Without the help of a few hundred ranged mechs scattering an entire area with ordnance, it was impossible to guess where the Dark Zephyr was located. Venerable Stark did not exhibit any doubt, though. Even though she was no longer in her prime condition, she was determined to land at least one hit against the elusive expert light mech. Begin. Chapter 3170. New trick. The first two expert mechs developed and employed by the Larkinson clan were about to test their mettle against each other. Every Larkinson who was able to watch the feed of the test session paid rapt attention to the coming confrontation. Even though both mechs were subject to numerous restrictions in order to prevent any accidents from occurring, this was still a tense moment, as the winner of this scenario would definitely affect the ranking of expert pilots in the Larkinson clan. Joshua, Janzi, Orphan and Dice had all gathered in a private observation room. They studied the expert mechs displayed on the large projections with a great amount of attention. "Who do you think will come out on top?" Orphan grinned as she lazily placed her hand on Janzi's shoulder and pulled her closer. "Do you think that flighty little Tusa will be able to remain untouched, or do you think that big bad Stark will be able to nail him down?" Venerable Janzi emphatically shoved Venerable Orphan's arm away. "I can't tell for sure. On the one hand, Tusa already spent several months with his expert mech. He knows all of the Dark Zephyr's nuances and is able to push it exactly as far as he needs it to go. On the other hand, the Amaranto is a masterwork. That gives Venerable Stark an immediate advantage. I don't think the power of the two mechs have much to do with who will win." Venerable Joshua said, "Just look at the mech types. Masterwork or not, I doubt the Amaranto is equipped with sensors that are good enough to uncover the Dark Zephyr's true coordinates." He was right. As much as the design department tried to equip the Amaranto with good sensor systems, sophisticated data processing systems and advanced target acquisition systems, the Dark Zephyr's resonance ability was not something that pure technology could easily solve. Venerable Dice nodded. "The only way for Davia to win is if she can figure out the Dark Zephyr's coordinates without relying on what her mech is telling her. The ability to go beyond the limitations of a mech is what separates good pilots from the bad ones." This was the principal reason why piloted mechs continued to remain popular even when there were pilotless alternatives out there. Humanity's technology had advanced far enough to make battle bots viable enough to deploy on the battlefield. Yet aside from the fact that their programming was always vulnerable to subversion, the fact that battle bots were never able to exceed their technical parameters made them a lot less exciting. Mechs piloted by real human beings possessed an undeniable allure that humanity simply couldn't resist. The emergence of expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots breathed a lot of life in this seemingly idiosyncratic concept. This was why Joshua and his fellow peers did not completely count Venerable Stark out despite all of the odds stacked against her. They knew most of all that expert pilots were quite proficient in breaking the rules. That also made every confrontation between expert mechs such a pain to predict. Striker mechs might not necessarily be able to beat light skirmishers, and there was always a chance that knight mechs could defeat lancer mechs. "It's starting." Back inside the interference zone, the Amaranto finally began to fire its gun. Venerable Stark had kept the weapon warm, so from the moment she received permission to begin, she immediately fired a couple of light-ranging shots. Just as predicted, The thin red lances hit nothing substantial. Even if a couple of beams struck the visual shape of the dark zephyr, it was nothing but a distorted image that was able to fool nearly every method used to ascertain the position of an expert mech. Despite the clear and obvious misses, Venerable Tusa did not relax in the slightest. Venerable Stark surely knew what the dark zephyr was capable of. This was just the start. After firing dozens of low-powered single beams without accomplishing anything, Venerable Stark started to split the beams up. This was a special feature that was standard in many advanced laser weapons. By using extra components to split the beam up and minutely angle them away from each other, it was possible for a single weapon to fire multiple beams that were spread in an expanding cone. This was quite a difficult weapon system to handle proficiently. It was extremely difficult for both a mech and a mech pilot to precisely angle the splitting laser beams in a way that allowed them to accurately intercept multiple targets or hit multiple weak points of a mech or starship at once. Hey, it's too bad you aren't an Ilvanan, Davia. Tusa couldn't help but grow cocky as the actual Dark Zephyr always managed to stay far away from the split beams. If this is all you've got, then you can forget about laying a hand on my mech. Each time the Amaranto fired a split shot, the Dark Zephyr danced and dodged an instant before as if it was just about to get hit. Even if that wasn't the case, Tusa diligently kept up the charade in order to give away as little clues as possible. Venerable Stark maintained an impassive expression as she continued to pepper the spaces in front of her with laser beams. She paid careful attention to the sensor and targeting data that her new expert mech fed to her. As much as the Amaranto tried to nail down the Dark Zephyr's actual coordinates, the data it supplied to her continued to miss the mark by at least dozens of meters. No matter whether her mech tried to judge the Dark Zephyr's position by analyzing visible light, heat trails, gravitic positioning or anything else, the results were fundamentally skewed in different directions and different magnitudes. Venerable Stark had already attempted to decipher some sort of pattern in the Dark Zephyr's deviation from its perceived coordinates, but Venerable Tusa already had months to work out a sophisticated system in which he made his actual hidden position as dynamic as possible. Perhaps in 1 second his actual expert mech was a little bit to the right, while in the next second it had pivoted as far to the left as it could go. Tusa had also become quite good at reading the firing patterns of enemy ranged mechs after challenging himself in so many practice sessions. An average approach would never work against his expert mech. The Amaranto was beginning to run low on energy. Though the mech came with additional energy cells, it had already fired its weapon plenty of times during this entire session. While the Luminaire crystal rifle was currently firing its beams at the lowest power setting, the sheer number of times that Venerable Stark pulled the trigger was taking a toll on the energy her expert mech had left. Not even a masterwork was able to generate an infinite amount of energy. It's a pity. My intuition and judgment hasn't improved to the point where I can pin this fast mech down. Venerable Stark frowned. She was hoping that piloting an expert mech would improve her battle sense and make her more sensitive towards the Dark Zephyr's actual coordinates. While she did experience a lot of improvements, she never excelled in this skill set. She was still dependent on the data that her mech provided to her. If the Amaranto made a misjudgment, then Venerable Stark wasn't easily able to correct for such a mistake. Still, if Venerable Tusa thought that she was unable to strike his mech without converting to the Ilvanan faith, then he was sorely wrong. Amaranto, let our light dispel the darkness that clouds our eyes. Illuminate. This was not a resonance ability that the mech designers had incorporated into the expert mech design. Instead, Venerable Stark leveraged the prime mech aspect of her machine, something which she had always been able to explore back when she piloted the Bright Beam Prime. Different from her former prime mech, the Amaranto was much more intricately tied to the Illustrious One, which had been designed to accommodate the design spirit from the ground up. She was able to make a much more substantive connection to the alien entity. The Amaranto's red glow began to grow brighter. At the same time, it began to light up in different shades. Back on the Spirit of Bentime, Vase was perhaps the only other person who knew what was taking place. Prime resonance. She's calling upon the Illustrious One. Through Venerable Stark's unceasing efforts, the design spirit was able to descend a lot closer to the Amaranto than what should ordinarily be the case. Even though the strain was taking a greater toll on her already weary mind, her will did not allow her to return in failure. We'll be facing far more difficult opponents in the future, so we cannot accept weakness. Dispel the darkness and light our way forward. After the Amaranto glowed so bright that it had turned into a rainbow, its third eye projected a broad and expanding field of subtle white light that instantly illuminated an entire section of space. The false dark zephyr's black-coated surface grew a little brighter when shown with this constant flood of light, but that did not necessarily mean anything. A few seconds passed before the Amaranto shifted the aim of its rifle and snapped a single, straight beam that unerringly hit a seemingly empty patch of space. Unlike the previous times, the beam did not continue to course into space. Instead, it halted abruptly and seemingly disappeared. At the same time, the false image suddenly showed that it had been struck by an invisible attack. Though the effect sounded complicated, the simple fact was that Venerable Stark successfully managed to identify and strike at the true coordinates of the Dark Zephyr. Even when the light skirmisher activated its boosters in order to jerk aside, Venerable Stark was still able to read Tusa's actions ahead of time. "That's cheating," Tusa shouted over the communication channel. "You cheated. It's gotta be Ilvanens, right? Did you ask them for tips or something?" Venerable Stark shook her head as her expert mech slowly grew dimmer. As far as she was concerned, she had passed the challenge. Now that she came up with this trick, she could rely on it to identify the Dark Zephyr's actual coordinates at any time. "You just don't use your expert mech well enough, Tusa," she calmly replied, though she wasn't able to hold back her sense of superiority. "There's more to your expert mech than meets the eye. What I just did was activating some of the hidden potential of my machine. I suggest you explore your own a little more thoroughly instead of sticking to your usual routine. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to block me next time." In truth, the trick she employed was not flawless. One of the factors that allowed her to find the real Dark Zephyr so easily was the limited range between the two mechs. Due to the inverse square law, at greater distances the illuminating light became more and more feeble. At longer ranges, it was unlikely for it to detect anything hidden. Still, Venerable Stark was already satisfied with what she got. She judged that she could cooperate with the illustrious one in more ways than just this improvised ability. The session had finally ended. The two expert mechs flew side by side and returned to the Spirit of Bentime without any incident. The bots deployed by the Larkinson clan all returned to their respective berths as well. However, in order to prevent any third parties from figuring out any sensitive clues about the Amaranto's performance, the Larkinsons dispatched a large salvaging party to scoop up all of the loose debris that could give away certain clues. Once everything was cleaned up, the fleet transitioned back into FTL and resumed its journey across the Bardo star cluster. Chapter 3171, Show Off. The Amaranto's performance significantly exceeded everyone's expectations. Vase, Gloriana and many other Larkinsons who were able to witness the new expert mech in action had become incredibly jubilant about their accomplishment. Not only was the Amaranto able to plug an important gap in the Larkinson army's lineup, it also showed a glimpse of the future of expert mechs that possessed prime mech capabilities. The journeymen all took a well-deserved rest as soon as the fleet transitioned into FTL. They went to bed knowing that they had absolutely created a mech that they could take pride in for the rest of their lives. In the next morning, Vase woke up feeling more warm and comfortable than ever. His wife pressed her body against hers, allowing him to feel her body warmth. She was still in slumber, though he knew it wouldn't take long for her to wake up as well. Meow. Clixie was already sitting beside Gloriana's pillow. As a cat, she possessed a different sleeping cycle, which was an important aspect in allowing her to stay on guard at night. "Did Gloriana sleep well?" Meow. "That's good to hear." One of his hands reached down to touch his wife's belly. At this stage of the pregnancy, a small bump had already formed, though it would take a bit more time for it to gain enough definition to be visible no matter what clothes she wore. This was the first time that he was truly able to inspect his unborn daughter after all of the events that had happened during the start of the fabrication session. He never expected the superior mother to just descend and bless her future granddaughter right when the journeymen had just embarked on one of their most important and critical endeavors. The fact that Gloriana and the others were able to take advantage of this phenomenon to create their strongest and most exceptional mech yet was a massive bonus. "Hey, it's all thanks to you, little girl." Vase grinned as he softly rubbed his palm across his wife's belly. If Gloriana never decided to become pregnant at this period, the superior mother wouldn't have been inclined to show up. How the Amaranto would end up in that case was anyone's guess. Perhaps we would have gotten close enough regardless. Vase wasn't complaining about the current outcome. Not only was he potentially able to save one of his precious gems, his daughter also gained a substantial boost. When Vase finally inspected his daughter with his spiritual senses, he noticed that the fetus already exuded a considerably stronger presence. Her spirituality remained pristine, but it had gained a lot of firmness. This was a crucial improvement that would make her much less susceptible to external influences. That's not the biggest change, though. He recalled that the superior mother poured most of her efforts into his unborn daughter's body. When Vase swept his senses across the fetus, he was only able to perceive a limited degree of changes. His baby's body felt a bit more substantial to his senses. Yet no matter how many times he inspected his daughter's cells, he wasn't able to find any differences. What did the superior mother do? What was her goal? Vase seriously doubted that she went through all of that effort just to give her unborn granddaughter a pat in the back. There had to be more behind this move that he was not able to figure out. He needed to make a lot more progress in spiritual engineering before he was able to discern the exact changes. She's a lot better than before, he instinctively judged. He did not feel that anything was amiss as he scanned his baby. If this wasn't the case, he would have forcibly interrupted the superior mother's ritual no matter how well-meaning it seemed. Vase, his wife opened her eyes and smiled warmly at him. She placed her hand above his own. Our daughter is going to be so strong one day. Not even I received so many blessings. With the superior mother as her grandparent, our baby will enjoy all of the care and attention she needs to become great. Maybe even greater than us. Hi. They spent over 10 minutes wondering about their future daughter before they left their bed and readied themselves for their day. The big project was already complete, but there were more projects that needed to be completed. The Amaranto also had to be checked over. Though the chances that a part had prematurely worn out was low, they needed to do their due diligence. They also had to inspect and scan every part of their latest work in order to see how exceptional it had become after it had become a masterwork. However, before the couple could exit their grand stateroom and head over to the design lab, their bodies suddenly dematerialized from existence. Meow. Clixie immediately panicked as she saw Vase and Gloriana disappear from view. Alarm. Their guards acted as if someone just poked them in their eyes. However, before they could do anything further, a small card materialized. Clixie caught it before it fell to the ground and studied it with a confused expression. Meow. Nida's armored form stepped forward and took the card. Her expression grew grim as she apparently received an answer of what had happened. It's the MTA. She did not entirely believe the card, but from what had happened, the powerful organization had somehow managed to teleport a pair of humans while the spirit of Bentime was still traveling in FTL. The level of sophistication that such an act required was unattainable to any of the local states in the Yina and Bardo star clusters. Only the Big Two were powerful enough to accomplish such a feat. Despite the fact that the MTA discreetly informed the Larkinson clan of their actions, the clansmen nonetheless began to sweep their ships. Who knew whether the MTA actually took action? While the Larkinsons were scouring through all of their ships, the people who were teleported by surprise re-emerged in a completely different compartment. Vase normally would have panicked and summoned the Amastendira if he was teleported in this fashion, but he carefully maintained his composure and observed what was happening. He expected the MTA to come knocking sooner or later. Though he did not predict the Mechers would make a huge power play by showing that they could take him from his ship during FTL travel anytime they liked, this action completely fit their profile. Vase. Kedis called from the side. She and Juliet had been summoned as well. This made it more than clear that they were definitely here because of their latest accomplishment. Larkinsons, it appears that I have been forced to visit you once again. A very familiar voice called from the side. Master Willix approached once again. She looked quite appreciative of the four journeymen, but paid special attention to Vase and Gloriana. I apologize for bringing you aboard this battleship in this fashion, but I needed to brief you before anyone else had the opportunity to reach you. What you have accomplished is a great feat that will ring across the mech industry, but it will also lead to severe disruptions to your lives. How so, ma'am? Vase carefully asked. I will explain that and more to you in a moment. Before he could ask another question, Master Willix snapped her fingers, causing everyone to teleport out of the empty chamber and straight into a mech workshop. When Vase got his bearings, he curiously scanned the entire workshop. Its clean metal walls were just as bare as before, and there were no exposed tool racks or traditional production equipment that he could see. He only managed to spot a few huge but completely unfamiliar machines that reminded him of a lot of materialization technology. They weren't here in order to fabricate a mech. They were here so that Master Willix could reunite them with Amaranto. You guys teleported an entire mech? Vase asked in a nervous tone of voice. Teleportation technology is much more versatile than you think. Master Willix answered. Under the right circumstances, we can teleport people, gases, mechs, ship components and even antimatter bombs. Yikes. Vase could immediately recognize how much terror these actions could sow, particularly if the MTA had already shown the ability to perform teleportation while traveling through FTL. You don't need to worry about that, Master Willix said. Teleportation technology becomes more ubiquitous at the first-class level, but you will also begin to encounter anti-teleportation measures. Also, the teleportation that we have performed is extremely difficult to perform by anyone except for us in the CFA. Our battleship actually had to approach extremely close to your factory ship during FTL travel in order to lock your coordinates, and that is not something that anyone can do. Outside of FTL, just make sure that no foreign ship gets close. If that cannot be prevented, then your ship should activate every possible shield generator. The energy shields they project naturally produce enough disturbances to make it substantially more difficult to teleport anything in or out. This was a valuable lesson. Vase suspected that Master Willix deliberately showed off the MTA's teleportation tech in order to make him aware of the potential dangers. What should I do if that is not enough? If you truly wish to guard yourselves ahead of time, it shouldn't be too much of a challenge to purchase the latter in exchange for a large amount of credits or a more modest sum of merits. Vase inwardly sighed in relief. As long as it could be bought, he would not have to worry too much. He directed his view back to his own creation. The dormant red masterwork expert Mech already exuded a strong presence without even doing anything. Even Master Willix couldn't help but look admiringly at the great creation. There was one nagging uncertainty, though. Will you be taking my Mech away? He hesitantly asked. He didn't forget that the MTA expressed a strong interest in the little angel. The masterwork Mech that Vase and his wife had created long ago had already fallen into the association's hands. We won't. Willix immediately reassured him. You can trust us on that. There are multiple reasons why we will not take it away. First, it is disrespectful to take a masterwork version of an expert Mech away from its original owner because it is meant to serve a specific Mech pilot. Mass-market models are designed to serve a wide variety of people. This makes it easy to adapt the masterwork versions of these mechs for another purpose. Not so for your Amaranto. That made a lot of sense. Vase also gathered an important clue from this answer. The MTA was evidently making use of the masterwork mechs in an unknown fashion. Second, it is disrespectful towards you, the creators. Your status and importance is no longer as trivial as they were in the past. I will be explaining this to you later, but with this accomplishment, you have finally entered the true galactic community. That sounded both good and bad. Vase did not like the implications of this as he was largely relying on his relative lack of fame to coast by without attracting any dangerous attention. Third, if we frequently take masterwork mechs away from their creators or owners without their consent, no one will make them anymore. Creating a masterwork of any mech is an event that should be pursued by every mech designer. Succeeding in making one should not make you feel as if you are punished. That is the exact opposite of what should be the case. The association has always insisted that great creators like you should be rewarded for your success. Vase truly relaxed at this time. This answer made the most sense. The MTA was a far-sighted organization and always tried to keep the mech industry as productive and innovative as possible. While it restricted technologies and messed with mech pilots on a regular basis, their overall goals had never changed. Chapter 3172. Hessarian Bardine Master Willix didn't appear to be in a hurry to talk about the Amaranto. After reassuring Vase and the Larkinsons that the MTA was not about to take away their expert mech or retain them as permanent guests, everyone relaxed. While working for the MTA was a dream to many mech designers, none of the four had much appetite to pursue a career in the association. Despite the immense wealth and power at the MTA's disposal, the Larkinson mech designers were more than confident that they would be able to climb up to the same height one day. This especially applied to Vase and Gloriana. The former held a lot of confidence in his unique talents as well as the system. The latter was just confident because she was Gloriana. The other two journeymen did not have any thoughts either. Juliet did not have any other thoughts because she took her vows to the Larkinson clan seriously. As for Kedis, her status as a swordmaster made it impossible for her to associate too closely with the MTA. Willix surely knew their attitudes, so she was quick to assure them that the MTA did not intend to take them away for too long. We'll return you and your expert mech to your factory ship by the end of the day. That long? Vase raised his eyebrow. What will we be doing here? Ah, you don't seem to understand. Well, You should brace yourselves, because you have become quite the talk of the town within certain circles within the MTA. Why do you think that we would go out of our way to dispatch an entire battleship to your fleet and put extra effort into teleporting you over while in FTL travel? Vase had a lot of questions about that, but he refrained from asking them. Ever since he was moved over to this unknown vessel, he felt as if he was being observed by a million different sensors. His every move was probably being tracked and analyzed by both humans and ice. In fact, shortly after he had been unwillingly brought over to this supposed MTA battleship, he had already employed one of his own tricks to make him appear more calm and composed. He did not want to leak out anything too delicate such as the system or his extremely controversial mother through his words or his body language. Though he wished he was wearing his more impressive dress uniform right now, his daily outfit would have to do. He offered the master a smile. We shall be in your care. Good. Before we proceed, let us analyze your handiwork first. A gap smoothly appeared on the ceiling. Hundreds of different people floated through this opening and began to surround the Amaranto from all sides. Vase did not dare to sweep any of them with his spiritual senses, but from his passive spiritual vision, he could immediately identify that each of them were high-ranking mech designers. There were at least 14 masters and 30 seniors among the group of buzzing mech designers. The remainder were journeymen who mostly assisted their superiors in scanning different parts of the mechs with their specialized handheld scanning equipment. The exaggerated lineup of impressive MTA masters momentarily floored Vase. Even if it was unusual for a bunch of journeymen to successfully create a masterwork expert mech, he didn't think it would warrant so much attention from the mechers. Was it because of the young age of the creators? Was it because of the improved luminaire crystal technology incorporated in the design? There had to be a compelling reason why these impressive mech designers showed so much interest in the works of just a handful of journeymen. One of the masters who was admiring the craftsmanship of the Amaranto turned around and descended as he flew in the direction of Master Willix. Once he reached the woman's side, he immediately said something critical. It is undeniable. I don't need to study the mech any longer to confirm that its design has been tweaked by a mech designer who is far superior to you. From the integration of the resonating exotics to the mech frame to the clearly superior implementations of luminaire crystal technology, I am 16% certain that the mech designer responsible is a highly advanced master mech designer and 79% certain that we are dealing with the work of a star designer. A grave silence stretched as the unknown older master issued his professional judgment. The wave of silence stretched for so long that Vase bet that they were talking to each other through a private internal network. The master likely said those words for the benefit of the guests. Vase finally understood what the excitement was all about. It turned out that the fake patron he invented had acted a bit too exaggerated lately. He realized that he had inadvertently given a lot more credence that he was backed by an unknown star designer by employing the superpublish function. This seemingly simple-sounding system ability was supposed to improve the overall performance of a mech by 10%. This didn't sound too impressive until Vase realized that it had also applied to Master Willix's contribution to the Sentry project. Vase wasn't sure how powerful of a master she was, but her relative prominence in the association signified that she was quite powerful even among other masters. It is good to hear that humanity boasts another star designer. Willix eventually replied in an even tone. We are beset by enemies on all sides and face numerous great challenges that threaten our current order. It is a pity that he is among the more elusive of his kind. The Mech Trade Association is the greatest and definite authority on mechs in human space. It is disturbing to know that there is one more star designer in existence that has never cooperated with us. He can do much more for humanity if he assists us in our grand designs rather than occasionally lend a hand to one of his favored seeds. It is not up to inferior designers such as us to question the motives of His Excellency. That is best left to other star designers or galactic mech counselors. This case is already being led by Her Excellency. There was a lot of spicy information in their conversation. Vase was keenly aware that the masters were trying to put up a show. They indirectly accused Mr. S of being an idiot for not aligning himself to the MTA and did so in a neutral voice that was completely devoid of emotions. Vase didn't realize it, but Master Willix always showed a bit more humanity when she spoke to Vase and Gloriana. Yet now that she was speaking to what appeared to be another rational mech designer, she didn't bother with any pretenses. To be honest, Vase felt a bit disturbed and intimidated by the two masters. The way they talked and the way they held themselves was so cold and devoid of emotions that they sounded like bots at some points. Master Faulkner, you should return to studying the Amaranto. You are our foremost expert on energy weapons aboard the Hessarian Bardine. There are many impatient researchers who are demanding a detailed analysis on the Amaranto's crystal armament. I shall transmit a report to you in 2 hours, though we should also interview the designer of the weapon himself for clarification. Master Faulkner directed a peculiar glance towards Vase. It was as if he saw the journeyman as an interesting experimental specimen. For a moment, Vase felt as if he was standing in the shoes of his test subjects. I shall take care of that, Faulkner. Master Willix finally showed a touch of pointed emotion this time. Eventually, the older man flew back to the Amaranto and approached its luminaire crystal rifle before slowly caressing its smooth surface with his hands. Master Willix guided the 4 Larkinson mech designers towards the side of the workshop. As they approached a bulkhead, a circular gap spontaneously formed. Everyone smoothly passed through, though Vase curiously looked back to see that the bulkhead regained its original form, showing no hint of a hatch or opening. None of you have ever had the pleasure of touring an MTA battleship, am I correct? Master Willix asked as she transitioned back to a friendlier facade. No, Kedis straightforwardly asked. We did explore a CFA battleship, once. Yes, I am aware. You have made quite the gains from that adventure. Willix said as her eyes twinkled in an interesting manner. The Hessarian Bardine is a different vessel altogether. Let me introduce her to you. In the interests of time, please step on these platforms. They each stepped on a circular floater platform that automatically lifted up and began to move them across the wide and spacious navy blue hallways at an elevated pace. While the corridors weren't large enough to allow mechs to pass through, they boasted enough height for the floater platforms to fly above the heads of the mechers walking on the deck. The lack of congestion meant that they were quickly able to reach another section of the Hessarian Bardine. They reached a wide cavern that was packed with first-class multi-purpose mechs. Vase and the other Larkinson mech designers couldn't help but stare and admire the powerful and exquisitely designed machines. Though they were only able to glean a hint of their capabilities, what little they managed to figure out was already astonishing. Our association's concept of battleships differ from that of the Common Fleet Alliance. Master Willix smiled as she saw her guests becoming suitably impressed. We have always insisted on the primacy of mechs over warships. However, the latter has been in development for millennia while mechs have only properly taken flight in the last 4 centuries. It is completely logical for warships and especially battleships to play an essential role in our civilization's continued existence. Now that Master Willix had turned back into her PR-friendly persona, Vase felt a lot more relaxed around her. His familiarity with her had long caused him to feel a lot less hesitant about acting casually around her. The recent events as well as the treatment that she was giving only reinforced this impression. You and your association wish to change that, right? It is the common goal of all mech designers to lead humanity towards a future that will make vessels such as the Hessarian Bardine obsolete. Until this transition ends, we must make compromises. Just as the CFA makes use of mechs under necessary circumstances, so do we make use of warships in order to pursue our goals. They watched over the mech workshop a little longer. Though Master Willix did not elaborate on any of the powerful first-class multi-purpose mechs on display, it was already a treat to see them in the flesh. Impressive, are they not? The 4 mech designers simultaneously nodded. Then what if I tell you that they are inferior to the Amaranto that you have just made? That remark threw them all for a loop. How could the MTA's finest designs ever be worse than a very good expert mech that was ultimately just a second-class machine? I would ask what criteria you are using to issue this judgment. Vase carefully answered. From a performance perspective, all of the notable features of the Amaranto ultimately can't match up against any of your association's standard-issue mechs. It was a harsh truth, but an undeniable one. He had recently witnessed how a small squad of first-class multi-purpose mechs completely dismantled the Uranus, a titanic biouggernaut that was definitely a lot more powerful than the Amaranto due to its sheer size and scale. We are proud of our work, but our design is not entirely of our own work. Gloriana admitted. You as well as Mr. S have been key in elevating our mech design to an impressive standard. We merely put the icing on the cake. Master Willix chuckled. It is that icing that is crucial to the MTA, the mech industry and perhaps humanity as a whole. What you perceive to be a minor contribution is actually the ingredient that can make all of the difference. This is why all of these mechs designed by esteemed masters that you see before you are inferior. They are technically without flaws, their entire existences are flawed from the start. Don't you see, this is not the direction that mechs should be heading for. They are misshapen children. Kedis scratched her head. I don't know, Master, they look really good in my eyes. Chapter 3173. Rungs of a ladder. None of the four Larkinson mech designers understood why Master Willix disparaged the proud works of her fellow colleagues. In the interests of self-preservation, neither Vase nor any other of the guests voiced anything negative about the mechs. Perhaps one of the designers of these powerful machines was among the masters that were currently studying the Amaranto. Master Willix didn't seem to mind the lackluster reaction. She gave them another smile before leading them away from the massive hangar bay. Come, let me show you around the other parts of our fine vessel. They flew above the heads of other mechers as they headed to another section. They briefly toured various departments such as those responsible for mech fabrication, mech pilot training and more. They even paid a brief visit to the control center of a massive main gun turret. The sheer amount of firepower that this gun could unleash at a decent rate of fire was absolutely astounding and completely overwhelmed the guests. This weapon is powerful enough to crack a moon, if not a planet. Gloriana exclaimed. The Amaranto's full-powered shot was like a needle prick compared to this humongous beast. It is merely the dumbest application of weapon technology, Master Willix said in a distinctly unimpressed tone. As I am sure you know well, building big is the easy way out. From the moment humanity stepped into the stars, we constantly pursued greater and greater strength. The best way that our race can attain this goal is by building larger and larger warships. Hence why the size of battleships has continued to balloon over time. Newer advancements, better materials and increasing pressure has constantly pushed us to upsize our battleships even further. How long is the Hessarian Bardine? She is just over 8 kilometers. She's a middling battleship by our standards. Despite the Hessarian Bardine's shorter length in comparison to the Starlight Megalodon, the MTA battleship was a lot more modern and a lot more powerful. It was too bad that they weren't able to see much of that in their tour. The interiors of many compartments were distressingly clean and free of any clutter that could give away some helpful clues. The mechers didn't talk out loud that much and instead relied on their sophisticated implants to communicate through their private ship network. They continued the brief tour. After briefly looking at some basic ship systems, they finally visited a more interesting department. They entered a large hall that contained a lot of huge machines that were immense in a way that Vase could hardly describe. The machines were as large as corvettes and were shaped like rectangular cubes covered with a gray metal material. What are they? Gloriana widened her eyes as she tried to make sense of the metallic monstrosities. These are one of the vital systems that define the role of the Hessarian Bardine. While I will not explain them in detail, I can tell you that they are responsible for tracking and interdicting starships traveling through FTL. They are essential to waging war in FTL space. Vase tried his best not to shudder. The concept of warfare in the higher dimensions was a frightening idea. To most of humanity, FTL travel was merely a means to get from point A to point B a lot faster than relying on conventional propulsion. The tech in the hands of most people only enabled them to travel through the higher dimensions, and only reluctantly. They lacked the sensors and advanced theories to perceive what was beyond them and to find and target other vessels that might be traveling nearby. Evidently, that was not a problem for the Big Two. Their advancements in FTL technology were so much further ahead that the rules didn't apply to them anymore. Does the MTA make use of this interdiction function often? Willix simply responded with a stare. Never mind. They proceeded with the tour. For several hours, Willix led them from one advanced compartment to another. The rather utilitarian metal interior of the Hessarian Bardine along with the mostly silent and professional-looking mechers occupying the vessel made it seem as if they were in a secret military base. Given the clues that Master Willix had provided to the guests, it appeared quite likely that the Hessarian Bardine was mainly used to perform clandestine missions. The implicit threat caused Vase to shudder inwardly. From tracking systems that could precisely sniff out ships traveling in the deeper reaches of the higher dimensions to teleporters that could seamlessly replace a human being with a biologically identical clone, the interdiction battleship could employ an endless amount of methods to infiltrate, sabotage and destroy anyone and anything traveling through FTL. Vase had a small suspicion that one of the reasons why the Big Two favored portal jumping was to prevent shenanigans like these from happening to themselves. In the end, the tour had been both revealing and non-revealing. Master Willix placed a considerable emphasis on specific examples of high technology that she felt the Larkinsons should know about, but she cleverly avoided many other properties that were best left hidden. Vase had the feeling that the areas she brought him to had already been deliberately cleaned up so that they did not give out any clues. The MTA would rather stay hidden. It was what he would do if he was in a position of power and needed to impress some yokels. Eventually, they entered a lab area where a lot of mech designers were developing mechs or performing research related to them behind closed doors. Master Willix led them to a spacious, high-tech lab that was currently rather barren but could easily summon lots of tools and materials on demand if needed. Upon entry, a table and several leg-less chairs emerged from the deck like it was made of ooze and took on a clean white coloration. The design of the furniture was both clean but possessed a touch of elegance as well. The comfort level of the chair was a lot more pleasant than Vase expected. He couldn't help but want to take one of these floating chairs back to his own ship so he could luxuriate in it all day. Once everyone settled down, Master Willix began to ask a basic-sounding question. What is a masterwork? None of the Larkinsons knew how to begin. Vase looked at everyone for a moment before making an attempt. A masterwork is a creation that matches but also exceeds a given design. Willix followed up with a slight smirk. Can masterworks be made without a design in mind? He never thought about that, and neither did the other Larkinson mech designers. They knew far too little about what a masterwork even meant. While they had successfully made at least one masterwork creation, they lacked far too much knowledge about it. This was why it was so difficult for any of them to reproduce their earlier success. It would have been nice if we had access to a textbook or a manual on masterworks. Kedis spoke up. Everyone is being so damn vague about it that it's impossible for us to know exactly what we're dealing with. I thought the MTA was all about sharing knowledge. Oh, Kedis. Vase inwardly sighed. Though he shared the same thoughts, he wouldn't have brought them up in such a blunt manner. Willix didn't seem to mind, though. We have found that there is little point in sharing what we know and how we think about masterworks, she said in a matter-of-fact tone. However, since you have come to our attention because of your unlikely success in creating a masterwork expert mech, I am authorized to enlighten you to some of our theories. Theories? Vase questioned. Yes, theories. Very few of us possess a deeper understanding of what a masterwork constitutes. It was rare for the MTA to admit that there were fields of research that even they didn't know a lot about. The master mech designer stretched out a hand, causing a rather simple mug to materialize in existence. Soon enough, the cup was filled with a warm and steaming liquid. Would you call this cup a good work of craftsmanship? She asked before she took a casual sip of coffee. I would say, not. Gloriana took the initiative to answer this time. It is an efficient design that is devoid of any extraneous elements, but it does no more than that. The cup itself was produced by an automated production method that literally prints products in the air. It is a precise way to create a copy, but it's not something that inspires anything. Vase quietly nodded. He agreed with those words. The cup lacked a personal touch that his products lacked. It's a product that does the job and doesn't have to accomplish anything else. There is no need to go out of our way to craft a handmade mug when our tech makes it much more convenient to print it out of a template. That is also a good point, Mr. Larkinson. What about you, Miss Stamaros? The penitent sister shrugged. I agree with my patriarch. We are strong because we can surround ourselves with many useful products. If we try to handcraft each of them, then too much of our population will be stuck with performing menial jobs that can easily be automated. In you, Miss Kedis, there is great value in a sword or any other stuff that is made with love and an attention to detail. The swordmaster replied, it's not what most humans want, though. They just want the best possible things at the cheapest possible prices. Oh, and they don't want any flaws or deviations either. Willix nodded in approval. These are all valid points. It is true that our civilization and many other ones have pursued greater efficiency and greater consistency. The materialization technology that is responsible for making this cup in my hand can be considered as the apex of this school of thought. There is no conceivably better way to produce items en masse with the best possible adherence to existing designs while maintaining near complete consistency. Vase frowned and so did the others. There was a very big flaw with this tech. It doesn't produce anything greater, though, he said. The lack of personal attention leads to an inability to create masterworks like the Amaranto. It also divorces mech designers from the practical side of mech design. Master Willix took another sip of coffee. Let me share with you a theory. Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship is a hierarchical model that suggests that the concept of craftsmanship has multiple layers. The most basic version of this theory claims that these layers or tiers can be stacked on top of each other like the rungs of a ladder. Now, how far up is the method of producing this cup? No one really knew, so the master answered the question herself. It is the first rung. What? That was barely above ground level. It is easy for you to become impressed with what our production technology can do, she said. Yet those who ascribe to the latter theory do not consider it to be a fundamental improvement or evolution from more primitive production methods such as refining ores into steel or throwing random ingredients into a big pot to make soup. In order to illustrate this point, she waved her arm to the side. Within seconds, a huge space lit up as a gigantic object was being materialized into existence. The mech in question took less than a minute to reach completion, but already the Larkinson mech designers recognized the design of the machine. It was a nearly identical copy of the Amaranto design. Yet, compared to the copy that Vase and his peers created by hand, the copy produced through the fastest, most consistent and most efficient method mastered by the MTA was hollow. Part of it was technical. Vase could clearly see from the makeup of the Luminaire crystal rifle that the materializer had trouble reproducing its more esoteric aspects. Another part of it was the lack of a human touch that so wonderfully characterized the real Amaranto. Master Willix's expression turned grim. If our best production tech cannot yield a better version than this copy, then it does not deserve to be placed at a higher rung of the ladder. What she essentially implied was that Vase and his people were capable of making far better mechs in their shabby second-class workshop than a mecher pressing a button on a first-class materializer. Chapter 3174. The True Role of Masterworks. Vase grew a bit skeptical about this latter theory. Though Master Willix made a compelling point, materialization technology had its own merits. As some of us have stated earlier, not every mech or product has to be made with personal attention. Sometimes, you just want something that works and don't want to deal with all of the hassle that comes with handmade products. The Amaranto we fabricated turned out to be great, but it could have easily ended up in a disaster if we were in a bad mood or something. More labor-intensive production methods were always associated with greater variance. The chance of creating a masterwork was small, but the risk of botching the process was significantly greater. The odds of creating a masterwork is virtually zero for the vast majority of people in our society, she said. Many believe it is not worth the effort to focus on it when quantity can easily trump quality. Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship is not universally accepted within our association. One of the great differences between us and the Common Fleet Alliance is that the latter completely believes in mass production, mass standardization and maximum efficiency at every possible level. That sounded just like the Fleeters. I can't argue with that. Vase shrugged. The CFA has to build and maintain hundreds of thousands of huge and extremely demanding battleships and who knows how many more sub-capital ships. It is a logistical nightmare to produce all of them with more labor-intensive methods. The number of accidents, screw-ups and deviations that can occur during production will certainly lead to vessels with so little integrity that they will be plagued with flaws from the moment they slide out of the shipyards. Gloriana added her own remark. It's also impossible to create a masterwork version of a battleship under such circumstances. We managed to luck out because all four of us were in a good mood when we made the Amaranto, but I don't believe it is realistic for a crew of thousands, tens of thousands or even more workers to get inspired at the same time for several continuous months or years. Battleships were so big and immense that making them like how the Larkinsons made their first production copies of their mech designs was physically impossible and unfeasible. Master Willix smiled at Gloriana. That is an excellent observation, Madame Woden. Bigger is not always better. The smaller the product, the less materials are used up to make it. The galaxy may be filled with exotics, but the supply of them is not endless. Material constraints are one of the main reasons why our friends over at the Common Fleet Alliance have not maintained a high rate of production of their battleships. They are not able to source the large quantities of high-grade exotics that are required to produce huge modules such as the interdiction modules and main cannon turrets that you have witnessed earlier. Think of how much less materials we have to consume if we can accomplish the same function in a mech-sized package. There was a considerable complication to this argument, though. Vase crossed his arms. Miniaturized components may use up less tons of raw materials, but the quality of what is left has to be a lot higher to make all of those fancy first-class multi-purpose mechs. You are not wrong, Mr. Larkinson, but what is the purpose of our profession? We serve mech pilots, he responded with the standard MTA-approved answer. And how do we perform this objective? We design mechs that aim to do more with the budget, tech, materials and other means we have on hand. Master Willix finally nodded at him. Good mech designers can make use of the same resources to create superior works compared to those that are not as skilled. This is the central premise of our approach to mech design. While the engineers and shipwrights of the CFA also aim to minimize waste, that is difficult to accomplish when their warships keep expanding in size. The fleeters are hungry for power, and that is pressuring them to commit to the most efficient production approaches that enable them to construct immense battleships. Don't we also do this to a large degree? Vase asked. I mean, to most people, mechs are just mechs. They just need to work for them. While it would be nice to deliver more, the cost and effort required to gain an improvement is too excessive. It depends on the need. Master Willix agreed. For ordinary mechs sold to customers looking for bargains, the rationale to make a great effort is not that strong. Yet what about the people you care about, such as your clansmen? What about exceptional individuals such as your expert pilots? Are they not worthy of greater craftsmanship? Vase immediately nodded. The costs aren't so great as long as better and more powerful mechs will help them achieve success and stay alive. Every mech pilot deserves to be treated like a king. That is the purest interpretation of our creed and a goal that some mech designers aim to realize. The ultimate ambition is to elevate craftsmanship to such a level that every mech pilot has access to a masterwork mech. The 4 Larkinson mech designers all looked astonished. They already knew that the MTA had great ambitions, but to create a condition where an endless amount of mech pilots had access to an endless amount of masterwork mechs was so ludicrous that they couldn't even begin to point out all of the challenges that had to be overcome. The silence that stretched on grew a little awkward, so Vase attempted to voice his own opinion. The biggest constraint to the CFA's build big approach is that it is limited by material scarcity. The biggest constraint to this ambition is the huge shortage of masterwork mech designers. I know from personal experience that it is incredibly difficult for anyone to succeed even once. Only the most accomplished mech designers can pump out masterworks at a more stable and frequent pace, but they can't spend all of their time in their workshops. Indeed, in fact, the less time they spend on designing new mechs or researching related technologies, the less they are able to succeed. At our core, we design mechs. Making them is a secondary purpose that should only be reserved for special occasions. Gloriana looked intrigued. I think it would be great if it was easier for professional fabricators to make masterworks. That would solve our manpower problem and leave this job to specialists. That is one area of research that we are engaged in, but centuries of studies have borne little fruit so far. Master Willix said, the shortage in skilled manpower is not a problem that can be solved in the short term. Nevertheless, our association will never cease exploring. This is also one of the reasons why we show great interest in studying masterworks, particularly those made by younger and less qualified professionals. The more data we gather, the more we can detect and analyze patterns. Vase blinked. This explanation sounded counterintuitive at first. Shouldn't the MTA value masterworks made by masters and star designers more? Then again, the MTA's research was obviously oriented towards enabling common people to make masterworks. Journeymen who were young were much closer to the average space peasant than some elite MTA master. Gloriana and the rest also looked enlightened. They finally understood a portion of the greater context behind the MTA's obsession for masterworks. Was it realistic for them to attain this absurd-sounding goal? Hell no. Yet Vase blessed them on their impossible venture anyway. At least the MTA wasn't focusing all of their resources on conquering human space in its entirety. There was just one little gap in the story that Vase was missing. Master, if I may ask, what is the point of all of this? He asked. I mean, sure, masterwork mechs are better than ordinary products, but is it really necessary? The MTA master tapped her finger against the metal table. There are many reasons why enabling the creation of more masterworks is desirable. I cannot share all of them with you, but as an extra reward for your impressive feat of craftsmanship, I am allowed to reveal the most relevant implication to the 4 of you. It goes without saying that you should not divulge this information further. This sounded big. Vase and everyone raised their attention and awaited the revelation. Masterwork mechs increase the probability of pilots breaking through. I am not talking about a mild increase, but orders of magnitude greater. The difference is minimal at the ordinary level. This is why the public has not been able to perceive the difference. The real difference starts at the expert mech level. The amount of variables that increases the chances of a breakthrough from expert pilot to ace pilot are too many to count, so I cannot exactly tell you a precise figure. Loosely speaking, the chances increase by as much as 1000%. If all of the earlier revelations haven't floored the Larkinson mech designers already, then this bombshell pretty much blew them into pieces. Only Kedis of all people looked slightly less shocked. A good sword's master requires a good sword. Master Willix nodded in acknowledgement. Aptly said. A different way to put it is that a low-quality weapon cannot accommodate the needs of a high-quality soldier. The greater the disparity between the two, the more the weaker partner of this relationship drags down the stronger partner. In order to further develop the potential of a superhuman, he or she must be matched with a superweapon, a product that has exceeded the conceptual limits of its kind. We call that a masterwork. A deep silence followed as everyone contemplated the massive implications of these assertions. Though there was a chance that the information provided by Master Willix was wrong or inaccurate, he knew in his heart that it should be true. It made too much sense. The logic behind these assertions were sound. Just as Kedis had said, a good swordsman needed better swords as they grew stronger and more skilled. While there was nothing wrong with letting a powerful swordsmaster like Kedis wield a butter knife against armored infantrymen, she could do a much better job if she wielded a more impressive weapon like her bloodsinger. This theory explained why Venerable Tusa but especially Venerable Stark experienced so much growth after obtaining their expert mechs. In fact, Venerable Stark already grew by a significant margin after piloting the Amaranto just once. Vase narrowed his eyes as another thought came to mind. Was Patriarch Reginald Cross hoping to achieve a breakthrough to ace pilot by obtaining a masterwork expert mech of his own? What did he feel when he saw the Amaranto for the first time? The Bolvar Rage was a potent high-tier expert mech, but in terms of craftsmanship it did not stand out too much. All Vase could say about Patriarch Reginald's expert mech was that its mech designers did their jobs. I have a question, ma'am. Gloriana softly asked. Do expert pilots benefit from piloting well-crafted expert mechs even if they fall short of masterwork level? They most certainly do, Madam Woden. The better the weapon, the less it will hinder a strong soldier's progression. What you must take note though is that an expert mech that remains on the first rung or level of craftsmanship can only provide a limited amount of assistance to the development of an expert pilot. The latter is called that way because there is a strong and clear difference between the first rung and second rung. Masterwork expert mechs truly stand at a much taller height. Vase turned his head and glanced at the materialized version of the Amaranto. Compared to the version that was the culmination of all of the design department's hard work in the last few months, the hollow copy in front of him was completely devoid of any element that only masterwork products possessed. It was a product, not a partner. Chapter 3175, Philosophical Difference, Humanity is a tool-using race. Master Willix spoke up again after the four journeymen had time to process the massive revelations. Our race and civilization progresses by making use of more and better tools. Technology is our crucial enabler and our dependence on it has grown exponentially greater as we have developed further along this trajectory. Think about what would happen if all technology from the simplest room light to our innumerable amount of starships stopped working overnight. What do you think would happen to our civilization? The answer to that was quite simple. It would be doomsday for us. Kedis said, I mean, if this battleship and every tech inside her falls apart, the vessel would violently eject out of FTL, which we may or may not survive. If we are lucky enough to still be alive and not lost in some weird or random higher dimension, we would slowly freeze and suffocate as the temperature drops and the oxygen level around us drops while we continue to breathe out carbon dioxide. What's funny is that we'd be better off than most people stranded on dead starships since the Hessarian Bardine is quite big. The more packed passenger liners would probably turn into floating coffins the fastest while the tiny crews of cargo haulers might be able to last for years if their cargo holds are air pressurized. Life on a planet won't be much better. Gloriana remarked. Transportation and many services will collapse overnight. People who live in densely populated cities will quickly go through their stock of perishable food products and will have to subsist on whatever stashes of emergency rations that they or the local government has stockpiled. The sheer amount of hungry mouths will ensure that these reserves will never last long enough for a group of urbanized and completely clueless humans to figure out how to start up enough farms to feed the desperate population. These were some of the few issues that would plague humanity after losing access to their tech. They didn't even begin to address other issues such as hostile alien empires overrunning defenseless human territories, the breakdown of order after the powers that be lost all of their tools of coercion and so on. Only the most isolated and most self-sufficient territories in the backwaters of human space had a realistic chance of survival. Vase could easily imagine that remote planets like Cloudy Curtain would continue to subsist even if there were no machines anymore to assist in tending to all of its farms. In contrast, hyper-advanced star systems that were stuffed with high technology such as Centerpoint would turn into an immediate catastrophe as all of those huge and heavy floating structures collapsed to the ground, and how the lack of radiation shielding and other forms of protection would cook and irradiate the entire population to death long before they ran out of emergency rations. Master Willix saw that she had made her point. Do you see what we have become? We as a race have decided that our best way to progress is to increase our development on tools and to become more dependent on them. Now, we at the MTA do not frown upon this. Compared to many other sentient alien races, we are individually weak and have very limited potential for transformational growth. Our dependence on better and better tools allow us to grow far past our biological limitations and become the dominant species in this galaxy and the next. Vase could hear a but coming. Not everyone believes we are following the right path. The master gravely said, there are great philosophical debates on the course we are charting and whether it is still the best choice for us to follow the historical trend. This is in fact another great difference between our association and the CFA. Can you guess what I am talking about? The journeyman took a moment to think about this question. Fortunately, Vase spent a fair bit of time on thinking about these issues himself. His overactive imagination always caused him to think about fanciful subjects even if they didn't have any direct bearing on his current life. I would say that the CFA attempts to reform the past while the MTA attempts to chart a different future. He spoke up. Warships have always been our strongest weapons, and even now they guarantee our dominance over the galaxy. The CFA may have some thoughts about who is allowed to control all of these powerful vessels, but it still embraces them and wishes to develop them even further. As for your association, you have already stated that you seek to shift away from this increasingly wasteful and unsustainable paradigm. You and your fellow Mechers are looking to make our race and civilization stronger through different means. The master nodded. You are correct. We do attempt to make a break from our past. Your answer falls short of the key point, though. Does anyone else have a more thorough answer in mind? Silence ensued as Vase and his fellow Larkinson Mech designers failed to come up with an idea they were confident enough to present. It was as if they were back in class and wanted to avoid embarrassing themselves in front of their professor. Fortunately, Master Willix did not keep them in suspense for long. Think about who we are, where we stand at this time, and where we are heading to. We are continuing to depend more on technology, yet we have never truly utilized its true potential. That sounded incredibly strange to Vase and the others. Humankind was incredibly powerful today because of its utilization of technology. Just the advancements in warship-related technologies was enough to break the old order that had previously governed the galaxy and push back the 7 apex races from their old territories. There was no way that Master Willix was kidding, though. Vase tried to think deeper and grasp the point that she was trying to make. He failed to connect the dots. Willix let out a disappointed sigh. We are growing weaker as a race. What? Everyone looked confused. Were they truly growing weaker? Then why didn't they feel that way? After months of relative calm, humanity had even begun a new round of expansion by invading the red ocean dwarf galaxy. How could their race and civilization possibly be weak in the face of this aggressive development? Let me bring up a simple example. She said, in ancient times, humans gained sustenance and more specifically meat through hunting prey. This was physical, demanding and dangerous work. The tools that ancient humans had access to consisted of stone-tipped spears and javelins. Even if they were further developed and made use of slings or bows, that still did not take away from the fact that they must physically exert themselves. The best and most successful hunters were all strong and fit and could use that to fight against any foe, not just their prey. Vase started to see where this story was going. With the passage of time and the advancement of early humanity's tech, hunting has become increasingly less demanding. Spears made way for hunting bows. Hunting bows made way for muskets. Humans rely increasingly less on hunting and more on capital-intensive factory farming to bring meat to their tables. These days, the mass cultivation of genuine meat is a near completely automated process. Bots and advanced algorithms can easily manage the entire process of raising and butchering livestock. Only the more traditional organic farms that serve a distinguished clientele bother with older methods, but even then these farm workers cannot compare to the ancient hunters in strength. You're saying that as our technology grows stronger, our fitness and self-sufficiency grows weaker. He said, that is my essential point. Willix finally looked pleased again. As you can imagine, the CFA with its obsession for ever greater warships and advanced automation does not ascribe to this viewpoint. The fleeters are strong traditionalists who continue to assume that it is irrelevant to the gradual weakening of individual humans. What does this have to do with masterworks? Kedis asked with a touch of impatience. These philosophical talks were not her cup of tea. If Master Willix wanted to lecture them about high-minded ideas that were barely relevant to the immediate issues, then Kedis would rather skip the boring lecture. I was getting to that, Miss Kedis. You see, our association also supports technology, but we wish to chart a different course from our friends over at the CFA. We believe that technology must strengthen humans, not weaken us, as is the case for most applications today. This was a profound and incredibly high-level aspiration that none of the Larkinson Mech designers felt that it mattered to them at first. However, the dots finally connected to them after a short time. So that is why you insist on studying masterworks. You think it is a way to make people stronger. Gloriana realized. As I have stated earlier, masterwork mechs are special in that they can strengthen both their creators and users. Master Willix smiled. Vase, you have created several masterworks already. How do you feel each time you succeed? Do you feel enlightened? Do you feel you have come closer to the essence of your profession? He nodded. All of that has happened and more. I don't really know why I experience all of these changes, but they have all been helpful to me. I feel I can design a better mech each time I complete a successful masterwork. The threshold of making another masterwork also drops. That is because you have elevated yourself as a masterwork mech designer. You have grown stronger in a way that many other mech designers are never able to achieve. The mech pilots that have the privilege to pilot your masterworks are also fortunate. Their stronger and more exceptional mechs can unlock their potential and speed up their development. Vase suddenly realized a critical detail. His first, true masterwork mech was the Devil Tiger. When his mother stole his proud creation and passed it on to his father, did she know about the usefulness of masterwork mechs? Did she deliberately pass it on to her husband so that she could be assured that he would be able to progress a lot easier as a mech pilot? This was perhaps the best gift that he could have given to his father. While it was undeniable that the Devil Tiger had already changed into a drastically different mech from his original form, Vase had designed it to be adaptable and capable of growth from the start. Its essential character and masterwork properties should still be intact even if a second mech designer upgraded it into an expert mech. As long as the Devil Tiger continued to upgrade, his father might even be able to break through to ace pilot one day. Unlike his brother Ark, Wrinkle may actually be the first son of Benjamin Larkinson to reach a height that no other Larkinson mech pilot had ever reached in the history of their lineage. While Vase mused about the optimistic future of his father, Master Willix continued to expand on her point. The CFA's ideal of a strong human is someone who relies on smarts and knowledge to manipulate advanced machines. There is a strict separation between man and machine, and it is only the latter that becomes stronger and more advanced. What about the MTA? Our ideal is one of mutual strengthening and mutual dependence. Master Willix looked a bit more proud. By elevating the quality of our mechs, we can create machines that are stronger but do not leave their human creators and users behind. At this time, we already know it is possible for this to happen. It is unfortunate that our circumstances raise the bar too high. In order for us to succeed in proving the CFA wrong, we must continue to work towards this goal and find a solution that will allow every mech designer or craftsman to make a masterwork. When we are able to realize this future, humanity will have truly stepped on the second rung of the ladder. Chapter 3176. Higher Rungs. Vase wished the MTA the best of success in realizing this utopian future. As a powerful organization, it could afford to chase after an impossible dream. He wasn't holding out hope, however. The challenges to creating a masterwork was so immense that it was too difficult to make them more accessible. Most people simply weren't good enough to touch this level of craftsmanship. What he did find interesting was that he learned a bit more about the division between the CFA and MTA. Many of the differences that Vase already knew, such as the preferences between mechs and warships, were basic disagreements that everyone in the galaxy took for granted these days. Few ever took the trouble to think deeper and figure out why exactly they committed to mechs or warships. Simple arguments such as, "Don't fix what ain't broke," and "Mechs produce less collateral damage," were shallow answers that did not fundamentally explain the driving motivation behind these differences. Vase finally received an actual answer now. He and his fellow mech designers understood the purpose of the MTA and CFA a bit better now that Master Willix explained what Masterworks were really about and why that was one of the basic factors that separated the big two. Still, the odds were stacked against the MTA. The stodgy CFA was less inclined to embrace all of this nonsense and continued to stick with humanity's tried and true approach that had already worked for millennia. Change was a lot more difficult to accomplish in times of prosperity. So far, no one had seen any proof that the current approach was flawed and wouldn't work any longer. What he and his fellow Larkinsons currently cared about was learning more about Masterworks so that they could utilize their benefits to the fullest. Master Willix, Vase politely asked, earlier, you spoke about how a masterwork expert like our Amaranto can increase the chances of ace pilots breaking through by more than 1000%. You also stated that masterworks of standard mechs don't make an appreciable difference in breakthrough chances. Given these observations, what are the chances of ace pilots breaking through to the rank of god pilot? Normally, he would never dare to ask such a profound and high-level question. Anything related to ace pilots and god pilots was so far above his head that he shouldn't even be thinking about them. He was too curious, though, and he recognized that this was a rare and precious opportunity to get some actual answers on what the upper end of mech design was about. Master Willix paused for a moment. Ace pilots are powerful human beings who distort and defy reality merely by existing. They belong to a higher tier of warriors who have worked hard and endured many risks to prove themselves worthy of their superhuman capabilities. Once an expert pilot makes the transition to ace pilot, a new world opens up. Ace mechs designed specifically with ace pilots in mind can allow them to exert vastly more power on the battlefield. However, the chasm between ace pilots is the widest that we know of. Ace pilots must overcome so many hurdles and work so hard to improve that our association has concluded that it is impossible for them to make the ultimate step through their own strength. Does that mean that every god pilot in existence today managed to break through by piloting a masterwork ace mech? Vase curiously asked. Not entirely, Willix admitted. There are special cases that I shall not discuss. In general, ace pilots will never be able to make any appreciable progress in moving beyond their current limitations if their mechs are still situated on the first rung of the ladder. They must have access to an ace mech that is at least on the second rung of the ladder to possess a slight chance of being able to overcome their remaining limitations and survive the metamorphosis that every mech pilot dreams of achieving. This was another massive revelation. Though it wasn't as relevant to Vase and his young clan right now, the value of this information would become priceless later on. Now that they knew one of the essential prerequisites to allowing ace pilots to progress further, they could specifically work towards improving this aspect further. How big are their chances, exactly? Vase followed up with another question. From the way that you have phrased your words, it sounds as if a masterwork ace mech is not quite sufficient. That is indeed the case. Master Willix said, as I have mentioned earlier, a human and a tool must be within a certain range of strength to foster greater strength. The second rung of ladder, namely Masterworks, corresponds well with expert pilots, but the equation is different for ace pilots. While piloting a Masterwork ace mech is better than piloting a perfunctory ace mech, it is ultimately not a good match. Vase, Gloriana, Juliet and Kedis all widened their eyes as they realized the unspoken but obvious implication of this statement. Is there a third rung of ladder? Master Willix responded with a smirk. There is. This is a supremely high level of craftsmanship. None of you are close to attaining it, so do not even think about aiming for it. You have only touched upon the second rung of the ladder for now. Pull yourself up first before you think about touching the third rung of the ladder. Gloriana couldn't hold in her curiosity, though. What kind of mech designer is qualified to design a mech that meets the standards of the third rung of the ladder? The master mech designer slowly let out a breath. This is currently the exclusive domain of star designers. Only they are qualified to create grand works that far exceed the properties of masterwork mechs. A grand work, yes, that is what we currently call any mech or work that has reached a level of quality that you can only dream about in your current stage. The word, grand, is colloquially used to describe great and ambitious endeavors, and in a way that also describes the mechs that can truly allow ace pilots to make the ultimate transformation and become a new form of existence. As for god pilots, their situation is special. How so? Master Willix did not immediately reply. It was as if she was contemplating whether she should throw the curious and eager Larkinsons another bone. At some point, she decided that it wouldn't hurt to broaden their horizons more. Do you remember when I said that humanity is a tool-using race? Our current paradigm with regards to this truth is that we humans are discrete from tools. When mech pilots step into the cockpit of a mech, they become one only in a symbolic manner. The separation between human and machine remains firmly in place. The only deviation occurs when the neural interface establishes a small line through the wall that separates the two. This connects the two sides together and allows them to cooperate to a limited degree. This all sounded normal to the Larkinsons, but then Master Willix presented a different model. Now what do you think will happen if we reduce the separation between man and machine? What if we blur the lines and integrate mech pilots with their mechs to a deeper and more fundamental degree? What the hell was Master Willix talking about? This sounded like a sick experiment. The last instance where Vase saw an example of a human merging with a mech was Uranus, and that ended up very badly for the Supreme Sage and the millions of innocent victims that had fallen victim to the uncontrollable bioargonauts rampage. Though we seek to strengthen humans, we never dismiss the value and utility of tools. Master Willix nonchalantly continued as if there was nothing wrong with what she said. The use of tools is not wrong as long as it is used to strengthen the human. With higher qualities of mechs, it becomes more and more possible to blur the lines between the two. The degree of fusion between God pilots and God mechs is an exceptional marvel to behold. God pilots can never lose their God mechs because he has become it in a sense. Vase and the others had practically grown numb with all of the shocking secrets they learned. They never knew that there were so many shocking secrets behind Masterwork mechs. The fog obscuring the top had cleared up a lot, allowing the young journeymen to see what they were working towards with their successive Masterwork successes. The jump from Masterwork to Grand Work was evidently an immense leap in quality. If only star designers were able to create grand works, then it was no wonder why they were so highly revered in human space. Vase finally understood the full significance of a grand design. It was not just a description of a high-quality work, but was an actual quality standard that only the top of human society were able to handle. He decided to ask one more question. Since there is a third rung, is there a fourth rung? Master Willix maintained her current smile. Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship currently defines 4 different rungs. I have already described 3 of them. We know they exist because we can make products that equate to each quality standard. As for the 4th rung, currently it is only inferred. It is said that the successful creation of a mech will shake the galaxy and start an entirely new epoch. She didn't say anything further about this topic. Her audience already received plenty of information for them to digest for many years. Eventually, Master Willix turned the discussion to a more relevant direction. Let us proceed to business. My colleagues have just completed their examination of the Amaranto. It shall be teleported back to your flagship in a short time. Vase truly felt assured now that Master Willix said that the MTA wasn't keeping his latest Masterwork mech. The powerful creation was paired with Venerable Stark, so it would never be able to fulfill the function it was made for if it was taken away. Besides, the MTA had a strong interest in seeing Vase and his co-workers develop even more Masterwork mechs. Master Willix and the other mechers couldn't treat their guests as dismissively as they did to other space peasants. Vase had finally gained some actual leverage. Though the relationship between him and the MTA was still heavily skewed, the latter had to be a lot careful about dictating terms to him. This was definite progress in his eyes. First, the merits. The master spoke. The value of a Masterwork expert mech is much greater than you realize. However, the design is not completely yours. I as well as Mr. S has improved its parameters well beyond what you are capable of. We have therefore decided that we will grant your team a total of 5 million MTA merits, split equally between each of you regardless of your actual contributions. 5 million MTA merits. Receiving such a sum should have been a celebration to the Larkinsons. Yet with all of the interest surrounding a Masterwork expert mech built by a bunch of journeymen, wasn't this too paltry? Willix raised her palm before Vase could open his mouth. Now, before you complain, the main reason why you will only receive 5 million MTA merits in total is because we have already granted you even greater rewards. What greater rewards? We decided to elevate you from the 12th tier of galactic citizenship to the 10th tier of galactic citizenship. This is a great leap that puts you on the same level as a common citizen of a first-rate state. This did not sound very impressive to Vase. He and his colleagues all looked confused. Was it really so impressive to jump from the lowest tier of galactic citizenship to something that was barely better? What difference did it make in practical terms? Vase seriously doubted whether anyone would take his elevated citizenship seriously when he was nowhere near the power level of a first-class mech designer. Chapter 3177. Extra favors. Up until this point, Vase perceived no appreciable benefits from becoming a 12th-tier galactic citizen. Every journeyman mech designer who recently broke through was eligible to become one when they made their pilgrimages to one of the sector headquarters of the MTA. Though the mechers over there spoke about how noble and important it was for them to be recognized as proper citizens of the human galactic community, the situation was a lot different outside of their ivory towers. Pirates and enemies did not pay any heed to the fact that Vase was a galactic citizen. His 12th-tier citizenship did not give him more protection or granted him any meaningful rights. At most, his name was put in the huge list of people who were of some significance and couldn't be lumped in with the names of other space peasants. A jump by 2 tiers might sound impressive in other circumstances, but what kind of benefits did this bring? Vase had little regard for symbolic rewards. The 10th tier is a true reflection of your value to human society, Master Willix said, paying special attention to Vase. Although it is an unfortunate description of our society, the fact of the matter is that not every human is equal. There are some who can contribute more because of their higher degree of knowledge and capabilities. They are awarded with higher tiers of citizenships to reflect their relative importance and grant them greater access to the products and services that we offer. For example, one of the reasons why I have been authorized to tell you about masterworks and grand works is because you are more qualified to know about matters that we do not feel the need to divulge to lesser people. Well, that sounded elitist as hell, but Vase understood why the mechers thought that way. There were way too many humans and the overwhelming majority of them were weak, poor and inconsequential. It was too burdensome to provide excellent treatment to them all when they did not nearly give back to society as much as first-class citizens. According to their new tiers, Vase, Gloriana Juliet and Kedis should be able to contribute as much as first-class citizens. Vase thought this was completely wrong. He was sure that he had already provided a lot more useful information and other benefits to the MTA than what an average Terran or Rubarthan could ever accomplish. Just because first-class citizens were held in high regard didn't mean that all of them were geniuses. There were plenty of bums among them who completely wasted the opportunities they received in their lives and went on to screw around and leech lots of resources without ever thinking about paying back to society. It was too bad his other colleagues didn't think this way. Gloriana looked especially proud for receiving recognition for her value. What kind of expanded permissions will we receive? It will become more convenient for you to gain access to high technology, whether in the form of knowledge or ready-made products. You can use some of your newly earned merits to exchange for teleportation countermeasure devices, personal teleporters, or apply for permission to study neural interface technology. You can explore the full range of options in your own time. Willix waved her hand. Vase felt a bit more mollified after he heard that. While he still needed to pay a price to obtain all of those goodies, it was already great that he had access to them as long as he had enough money or merits on hand. If Vase ever wanted to lift himself and his clan up to first-class standards, then it was vital for him to phase in more first-class tech and knowledge over time. This was destined to be a long and gradual process because he didn't have the benefit of a spouse who was already at the height he aimed to reach. He seriously doubted he would survive after he informed Gloriana that he was thinking about marrying a first-class princess. Well, it was for the better. He didn't want to rely on others to uplift himself this time. His previous jump from 3rd class to 2nd class had given the Hexers plenty of ways to insert themselves in his life. This problem would become a lot worse if he repeated the same dance with Terrans or Rubarthans. Do we get anything else? Vase asked. Or is that all? Master Willix looked quite unimpressed at him. Even if there are 9 more tiers in front of you, the status that you have gained is hardly matched by anyone in this region of space. Only masters and other highly distinguished individuals from the surrounding star clusters have received this honor. Many transgalactic organizations will provide you with much better treatment when you make use of their services. The treatment that you will receive will truly equal that of first-class citizens. Do mind that you are also expected to pay as much as them for many of the costlier and more exclusive services. All of this sounded rather vague to Vase for the moment. He did not want to put too much hope on this reward until he actually tried to make use of it for real. Until then, he withheld his judgment. So far, the only reward he really cared about was the 5 million MTA Merit Award. Though it wasn't as high as he wished, at least it was better than nothing. Before I return you to your ships, you are allowed to make additional requests if you wish. Mazer Willix finally said, "It is up to my discretion whether we will act on it or not. This is purely a favor to the four of you. It is also a small form of compensation for the disruptions that we have caused to you, so do not ask anything excessive." Gloriana had been waiting for this moment. She immediately pounced on the opportunity by issuing the request that had always been hanging in the back of her mind. "Can you grant the Glory Seekers permission to make use of Luminaire crystal technology?" "Yes." Master Willix immediately nodded as if she already expected it. "However, make sure the tech does not proliferate beyond their control. If the Glory Seekers prove to be unable to handle this tech in a proper manner, then we will not hesitate to revoke this privilege." That sounded quite harsh, but Gloriana was more than happy with what she got. By asking for permission on behalf of the entire Glory Seekers rather than just her brother, she effectively secured a huge boost in strength for the expeditionary fleet. As long as the Glory Seekers kept traveling with the Larkinson clan, then the two of them combined would be able to unleash much greater damage at range. Juliet raised her hand. "Can you give us permission to arm ourselves with weapons exceeding the limits of mechs?" "No." Willix immediately shut her down. "That goes far beyond the scope of a favor. Dial back your demands." Well, it was worth a try. Even Vase considered making this request before he judged that there was a 999.99 chance that Willix would say no. She had already said that bigger wasn't better, so why should she make an exception and allow the Larkinson clan to ignore the prohibition on warship-grade weapons? "Then, can you give our clan a free trade writ in the Red Ocean?" Vase wanted to scratch his head. What the heck was this? It turned out that this was quite a serious favor, because Master Willix waited for almost a dozen seconds before she answered. "Granted. We shall formally issue this writ to your clan when it reaches the Red Ocean. The writ will be in effect for 10 years before it expires. Given your galactic citizenship tier, any of you can apply to extend it by another 10-year term but at a vastly inflated rate of 100 million MTA merits. We don't like giving out free trade writs, so you must convince us that you deserve an extension." Vase almost grew sick when he heard this sum. 100 million MTA merits was enough to purchase another fleet Beander ticket. Who the hell would be crazy enough to cough up so many precious merits only to obtain this so-called writ that only made trade more convenient or something? This was definitely a scam. As Vase kept wondering what this writ was about and why Juliet of all people had heard of it, Kedis issued her request next. She reached behind her and grabbed her floating greatsword that was currently resting in its scabbard. "Can I make use of your facilities and stock of materials to upgrade and personalize my sword?" Willix responded with a curt nod. "I can only give you 3 hours. After that, the Hessarian Bardine must leave. Then please allow me to start straight away." Willix waved her hand, causing Kedis and Bloodsinger to teleport away from the workshop. She then turned to Vase. "What about you, Mr. Larkinson?" This was such an open-ended opportunity that Vase didn't know where to begin. Even if he couldn't be too excessive, there was still a huge amount of options he could choose from. What if he asked too little? He would probably regret the missed opportunity for the rest of his life. He did not rush his decision. So far, he already determined that he should skip any benefits that he could easily obtain by paying money or exchanging MTA merits. He could get his hands on material objects one way or another by himself. As for knowledge, while he was greedy to learn more about high technology, he already had access to the system. Therefore, anything which he could obtain through alternative channels was a bad choice. A much better use of this reward was to ask for something that people ordinarily couldn't ask from the MTA. Gloriana's request was a good example of that. When Vase thought in the direction of rules, he began to narrow down his choices. "Can you give me permission to sell my mechs to consumers through the MTA's trading platform for merits?" Willix's answer was firm. "No. Merits are non-transferable and should not be earned through barter. This is a long-standing principle that cannot be changed." Vase had the idea that this wasn't entirely the case, but obviously he wasn't valued enough for her to grant an exemption. He tried to figure out another option. "What if you give us protection while we're in the Red Ocean? I mean, you want us to make more masterwork mechs, right? We can't do that if we're dead. Can you give us a pass or something that will warn everyone else that they will immediately invite retribution from you if they attack our fleet?" This was a more interesting request to Master Willix. However, she was limited by how much she could do in her position. "We have had bad experiences with providing official protection to private individuals and organizations. The rules surrounding them have been tightened and we generally do not do this anymore. She stated, in light of the chaotic situation in the Red Ocean, we are prepared to give you a limited amount of cover. We will not extend protection to your entire clan, but it is much less problematic to extend it to just the 4 of you. For a duration of 2 years after you enter the Red Ocean, anyone who directly attacks you, restricts you and so on will invite the heaviest punishment from our association. This was much less than Vase hoped. Not only did it only cover 4 of them, it also expired in just 24 months. Still, Vase shouldn't complain too much. The MTA was quite stingy about these matters, so this was already a considerable concession. Thank you, I will be sure to take that all into account. Good, then this meeting has come to an end. I wish you good luck in your future endeavors and do not hesitate to inform us if you have made any breakthroughs regarding interesting tech, original new methods and developing more masterwork mechs. We must do our best to shift humanity's relationship with technology in order to prevent us from becoming slaves to our tools. Chapter 3178, Keti's Sharp and Long Blade. Chapter 3178, Keti's Sharp and Long Blade. 3 hours later, Vase and his colleagues returned to the Spirit of Bentime. They arrived with much fanfare as the Larkinsons were worried sick about them. Suspicious of being replaced by clones or well-trained spies who underwent a complete makeover, the guards firmly insisted on marching them to the medical bay in order to inspect that everything was in order. This was just an extreme precaution, as some things couldn't be faked. Vase, Gloriana and Keti's all exuded strong and unique demeanors that every extraordinary being possessed. Juliet was a bit more low-key, but any penitent sister would be able to recognize their own kind. Most importantly, the Larkinson network fully recognized them as authentic Larkinsons. This was the most definite test of all, so the ship no longer maintained its heightened alert status. For this reason, the extensive medical examination focused more on trying to identify any hidden tampering. From changing the chemical balance of the brain to installing a secret microscopic listening device in someone's hip bone, there were an endless amount of ways to mess with people without ever letting them know. The doctors didn't find anything unusual, not that they expected to in the first place. If the MTA actually did something, then there was no way a bunch of second-raters would be able to find anything with their current tech level. I don't think anything has happened, Vase said as he swept his entire body with his spiritual senses. Nothing is amiss or misplaced. I feel completely like myself. Meow. Clixie concurred as she circled around Ves's ankles and sniffed his body. Though they still had to undergo more extensive checkups later, for all intents and purposes everything was back in order. When Vase gathered the 3 journeymen together in an office in order to discuss what happened, he received a surprising announcement from Keti's. You did what? I bought a PP for myself, Keti's calmly stated to Vase. When I first heard about them, I always wanted to obtain one myself. I want to give back to the Heavensward Association for guiding me to the true path of swordsmanship, but I can't do that if I am moving away from Majestic Teal. Now that I earned the merits for it, I decided to spend 1 million on a new PP so that I can thrust it in the middle of the Yena star cluster while the costs are still reasonable. I would have to exchange a lot more merits if I want to do the same thing when I'm already in the Red Ocean, as it costs a fortune to transport it back. Vase didn't know how he should feel about this. He considered her merits to belong to the Larkinson clan's collective pot, as she only played a marginal role in the creation of their latest masterwork. Nonetheless, the merits were deposited in her account and it would worsen his relationship with her if he demanded her to spend it on another cause, such as helping the Golden Skull Alliance obtain a Fleet Beander ticket. Very well, he sighed. If this is what you want, then it's alright. It's just 1 million MTA merits anyway. We've got more left to spare as they seem to rain down on us lately. The merits he obtained from teaching the MTA how to make enhanced luminaire crystals and making a masterwork expert mech completely alleviated his MTA merit shortage. With one more mission in progress, Vase was completely confident that the Larkinson clan and its allies could afford to exchange a Fleet Beander ticket by themselves. Hey, I'll do my best to contribute as much as I can in our subsequent projects, Keti's promised. The Decapitator project is doing well, and after the Amaranto I have a lot of new ideas that can make it better. I will also do my best to strengthen the Vanguard project and the Chimera project as much as possible. Vase waved his hand. I expect the best from you regardless of any conditions. As mech designers, it is natural to have favorites and to be more passionate towards certain projects, but don't neglect those that fall outside of your interest. We are professionals. If you don't like a project, then make that clear from the start. Once you are on board, you must always endeavor to do your best until you finish the job. This is what it means to be a service provider. Kedis rolled her eyes. I already understand. You don't need to remind me. By the way, do you want to see what I did with my sword? I do. Look. When Kedis grabbed Bloodsinger and unsheathed it from its new and more robust-looking scabbard, a slightly slimmer but still heavy and substantial blade entered into view. The weapon exuded the sharp and distinct presence of Sharpie, lending the weapon a magnified sense of threat. Vase did not even dare to reach out with his hand to touch the flat side of the smooth and polished surface. Though Bloodsinger did not appear to have changed all that much compared to before, Vase was able to detect many different changes that made the weapon more sleek and streamlined. Tweaks. The original CFA greatsword that Kedis obtained from the Starlight Megalodon was already an excellent weapon, but it had become a lot heavier and more unwieldy after he and Kedis covered it with a thin but crucial layer of unending alloy. This allowed them to turn Bloodsinger into a prime weapon that paired well with Sharpie. From what it looked like, Kedis retained the unending alloy but pared back the materials that made up the original blade. He could see that Kedis also changed the hilt in certain ways. It looked a lot stronger and more specific as the Swordmaster made use of the stock of quality materials the MTA had on hand to accomplish a better fit with her hand size, arm strength and preferred fighting style. I see you also ripped out every remaining electronic module from this weapon. He said, I don't need all of those functions. She nodded. Sharpie and I can take care of the rest. Bloodsinger just needs to be a solid, timeless sword that I can rely on in any circumstance no matter what is going on. Electronics can fail or become compromised, but a naked blade made out of good quality materials is always reliable. He could see that Kedis truly poured her heart and passion into reforging the Bloodsinger. She took a lot of cues from Gloriana and focused a lot more on fit and made sure that each gram of metal served a useful purpose. At the same time, she also made sure to imprint her own identity and swordsmanship into the weapon as she reshaped it so that it belonged to her even more. He could sense how the weapon had become a bit more alive. By taking so much care of her weapon, it had become even more integrated to her. Over time, Bloodsinger would continue to bloom like his living mechs, especially now that Kedis added extra personal touches to the weapon. Did you attempt to create a masterwork out of it after hearing Master Willix's lecture? Vase asked as he looked up at his student. She let out a sigh. I did my best, but I still fell short. I didn't have enough time and I wasn't familiar with all of the advanced tools and materials that the Hessarian Bardine's manual workshop had to offer. If I could just spend a week planning out a design based on all of the resources I had at my disposal, I could have done a better job. Vase reached out and patted her firm shoulder. Those tools and resources aren't yours. For jobs like these, it's better to rely on the stuff you earned yourself. If you're not ready, then you're not ready. As someone who has made a few masterworks myself, you can never make one when you are underprepared and in a rush. Also, don't think that you are a failure if you haven't been able to meet your goal. My wife and I tried several times and didn't achieve any success for a relatively long time. It was a long time to the couple but an extremely short time to a normal mech designer. A lot of mech designers would beat Vase in the face if they heard that he was complaining about not being able to make another masterwork after just 1 or 2 rounds of mech design projects. Kedis was a strong-minded woman, so she did not take the failure too badly. She sheathed Bloodsinger back into its floating scabbard and allowed it to fly freely. I never imagined that I would strongly agree with the MTA on anything, but I am fascinated with this so-called ladder of craftsmanship theory. I've heard much about legendary swords back when I was in the Heavensward Association. I think the Heavensward itself ought to be a masterwork. There are tales how every successive Heavensward saint that gets to wield the weapon is able to break through to Sword Saint. Part of that was undoubtedly due to the fact that the state selected the most talented and qualified swordmasters to assume the highest office. The new people in charge already possessed a high chance of advancing once again. Once they got to wield the legendary Heavensward, which was a weapon of a quality beyond compare, their talent and capabilities were no longer constricted by their inferior weapons, allowing them to take a powerful leap forward. In fact, considering the exaggerated stories surrounding the Heavensward, it shouldn't be a normal masterwork. It was either a blade with a lot of unusual properties or it might be a grand work. Vase inwardly shook his head. It was too soon for him to think about making grand works when he was so far away from consistently producing masterworks. He needed to learn how to walk before he could run. It's nice to know about how we can refine our craftsmanship, but don't get too obsessed about it. Don't think the end results are worthless when you have fallen short of your goal. A product is always useful even if it only reaches the first rung of the ladder. What I don't like about the ladder of craftsmanship is how it degrades everything that sits at the bottom. There are so many things around us that are considered trash in this model, but I don't think that simple products are bad at all. As long as they do their jobs within reason, they are still fine. The same goes for your sword. A better quality blade might serve you better, but your current one can cut someone apart almost just as well. Vase did not completely buy into Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship. No matter how well it described the phenomena of masterworks and grand works, it was just an attempt to describe reality from a human perspective. Who knew what this Senfoven guy had overlooked when he initially proposed this theoretical model? After talking a bit more with Kedis, they eventually separated and went their separate ways. With everything that had happened today, they were in no condition to head to the design lab and start another routine design session. I need to gather my team and figure out how to go from here. Vase muttered. The MTA made a big movement and he was sure that he had become a definite person of interest to the organization as a whole. It was no longer just Master Willix and her faction that had eyes on him and his capabilities. The only reason why the association did not press any further was because they mistakenly thought that Mr. S already laid claim on Vase. If the Mechers thought that this mysterious person was merely a master, then that wouldn't have been a big deal, but now that they had proof that they were likely dealing with an elite and exalted star designer, then that was a different story. Vase was glad that it all worked out for him somehow, but he was not happy with his precarious situation. Only he knew that Mr. S was a complete fabrication and that the MTA were basically making fools of themselves by believing in his existence. Perhaps I should go on another vacation when my current round of projects is done. Chapter 3179, Free Trade Writ. So what the hell is an MTA trade writ? When Vase returned to his official office, he leaned back in his chair and lifted his shoes to his desktop. He felt awfully stiff after staying aboard an MTA battleship for several hours knowing that he was under a lot of scrutiny. Now that he returned to his own ship, he immediately felt at home and wanted to do nothing more than to relax for the rest of the day. He had a lot of questions, though. A lot had happened during his surprising visit and he needed to get to the bottom of them quickly in order to make sure his clan would do well once it reached the Red Ocean. To do that, he called Shedder Pernus first in order to get some answers. The foreign affairs ministers of the Larkinson clan looked surprised. The Mech Trade Association actually extended a free trade writ to us, sir. Is it a permanent writ? It's not a permanent one. Master Willix seemed quite reluctant to extend it to us, so we can only enjoy it for a single decade before it expires. Vase explained. Juliet requested one for the clan for some reason. Did she do us a favor? This is a massive favor, sir. It is. Vase raised his eyebrows. If you have read up on the legal intricacies of operating in the Red Ocean, then you should know that the star systems under the control of the MTA or the CFA are one of the few places that are absolutely safe. Shedderin began. They function as the military bases and launching points of the Big Two's invasion of the Red Ocean. As far as I'm aware, the indigenous alien empires that occupy the dwarf galaxy have never succeeded in dislodging the Big Two out of these key star systems. They're now known as central star nodes. I've heard a bit about them, but how do free trade writs fall into this picture? It's expensive to operate in a central star node. The MTA and CFA have heavily invested in their development, allowing them to raise its safety and infrastructure to impressive levels. This has also turned them into strong attractions, so much so that many people want to settle permanently in these paradises. That is obviously not what the Big Two has in mind, so they have implemented many measures to encourage people to go elsewhere. What kind of measures are we talking about? You can broadly separate them into two categories. The first one encompasses taxes and fees. You need to pay a hefty sum to the Big Two for every day you spend in a central star node. Ships and other large assets incur fees as well. Then there are the taxes. There are high taxes for any transaction you make when you are in a central star node. No matter if you want to purchase fuel, raw materials or finished mechs, the MTA or CFA takes a hefty cut out of every trade. That sounds like a ripoff. Vase remarked. It's not, in a way. The Big Two offer a trading venue with impeccable security. You won't have to worry about pirates swooping in to steal all of the goods or a trading partner reneging on a deal by employing violence. The Big Two will also guarantee every transaction so that you can have absolute confidence that a trade will proceed as agreed upon. You can't obtain such certainty if you conduct the same transaction in an empty star system or in some dingy little colony where the local owners are aligned with one of the parties. That indeed sounded rather sketchy. Strong and established states like the Heavensward Association and other second-rate states in the regions that the expeditionary fleet were traveling through didn't exist yet. Too little time had passed since the opening of the Red Ocean for alternative trade hubs to establish themselves. What about the second category of restrictions? Oh, they are mainly laws and prohibitions that forbid the use of mechs and limits where people can live and stay. Visitors are heavily constrained in what they can do. If they run afoul of one of the prohibitions, then they can expect a steep fine and a direct passage out of a central star node. In fact, not just the occupied star system, but also a buffer zone around it are subject to restrictions. The Big Two wanted the incoming pioneers to explore the depth and breadth of the Red Ocean. This wouldn't happen if too many newcomers opted to shelter right under their umbrella. So a free trade writ gives us an exemption to all of these trade barriers. Vase guessed. Not all, but some. We still have to pay hefty fees for each day we stay in the star system, and we cannot ignore the rules as we will, but what we can do is make direct transactions in a central star node without directly involving the MTA. While this means that they won't guarantee any private trades or crack down on any scams, we don't want to pay heavy taxes and fees either. This can make a huge difference in our profits. In fact, it will also allow us to attract a lot more customers, as it is a lot safer to conduct trades in a central star node. I can imagine that weaker clients who aren't confident in their ability to protect themselves will eagerly embrace the opportunity to purchase mechs from us in a safe environment without paying at least 50% more. Vase understood the true value of a free trade writ now. For 10 years starting from entering the Red Ocean, the Larkinson clan could basically flog its products directly to consumers in huge, convenient hubs that were absolutely safe. This was a powerful advantage that could definitely allow the LMC's business in the Red Ocean to jump ahead of the competition. The only issue was that the Larkinsons had to convince potential customers that nothing funny was going on. As long as the LMC built up a measure of trust in this new mech market, then it could easily build up quite a following through selling powerful mechs at a cheaper price in a market environment that was a lot safer than anywhere else in the Red Ocean. This change had a lot of implications for the revenue-generating strategies of the Larkinson clan going forward. Although the writ only lasted for 10 years, the clan could do a lot with this advantage. It could rapidly build up its reputation as well as spread its products to a much wider audience. By the time the writ ran out and Vase decided not to extend it by yet another time, the living mechs sold by the LMC should have become popular enough that he no longer needed to undercut his competitors in order to gain traction in the Red Ocean's mech market. Shedder and Pernus was thinking along the same lines. We can take great advantage of our free trade writ to develop a fixed clientele and forge new friendships in the local scene. This will be crucial later on, as it is very difficult to establish crucial trading relationships with organizations that either mine or distribute the raw materials we need to produce our mechs. That was an important point, as the demand for resources was immense. Plenty of pioneers had a lot of money to throw around, but the scarcity in resources due to lack of exploitation and lack of transportation meant that pioneers would have to go through a huge amount of effort to obtain goods that people in the Milky Way could easily order by going on the galactic net. Shedderan's interest reminded Vase that the markets were a lot cruder and less developed in the Red Ocean. This presented a lot of opportunities to aspiring traders to build up crucial relations and establish a powerful presence in the local markets that would definitely pay off in the future. We can also use the free trade writ to engage in other direct transactions in a central trade node. Shedderan pointed out, think about hiring personnel, stocking up on supplies and other activities that can quickly drain our cash reserves. There are so many goods a large fleet needs that it is difficult to source them in a location other than a central star node. We just need to convince the sellers or vendors to transact with us directly. This should not be a problem for you, I hope. The Foreign Affairs Minister looked confident. I look forward to the challenge. It is exciting to meet entirely different people who come from places much further away from us. Though it will be difficult at the start, it will become easier once we have built up an initial reputation. In newly established market environments where there are a lot of unknowns, reputation is more important than ever. I believe Chief Minister Raymond will be able to tell you more about how we plan to earn our keep in the Red Ocean. After they talked some more, Vase soon ended the meeting. Please write up a report on all of the potential ways we can use the free trade writ to our advantage. Discuss the matter further with the chief ministers. They'll handle this matter further. Understood. Patriarch. Vase was a mech designer. It was his job to design mechs that people in the Red Ocean wanted to buy. He could leave the other matters to the other professionals. Once Sheddarin left his office, Vase sank deeper in his chair as he continued to think about what the clan should do once it reached the Red Ocean. The more he heard about it, the more he learned how difficult it was to start off with the right footing. Proper colony fleets did not have to worry that much at the start, as they would likely be carrying all of the goods and supplies they needed to build an independent settlement from scratch. However, a fleet without colonial ambitions such as his own couldn't just find a random dirtball and stay there for a while. It also couldn't remain in a central star node forever despite possessing a free trade writ. The fees are too hefty and we won't be able to obtain all of the resources we need to keep producing mechs. Vase surmised. This is especially the case if I go to the high-end mech market. The production capabilities of the Larkinson clan was substantial, but not enormous by the standards of the mech industry. The best way to make use of the spirit of Bentime's production capabilities was to make expensive, high-quality mechs and sell them at higher markups. In order to make sure that such mechs performed well enough, they needed to incorporate quality components made with rare and not always accessible materials. Due to the high charges levied on every transaction, there were plenty of traders who refused to take the risk to ship their goods to central star nodes only to sell them at reduced costs or wait a long time before someone was stupid enough to pay inflated prices. All of this meant that the Larkinsons would definitely have to travel around. This was also his original intention, as every pioneer wanted to explore the breadth and depth of the new galaxy. Who knew what kind of treasures or relics they could pick up on an unexplored planet? The more he thought about it, the more impatient he became. He didn't want to stay in the Milky Way any longer than he needed to be. Though there were plenty of interesting sights to see in the Bardo star cluster and surroundings, nothing could make his heart race more than to enter a whole new frontier that humanity had barely explored. New people, new locations, new mechs, new possibilities, less constraints. Vase knew that he would likely become a different person and a different mech designer if he traveled to the Red Ocean. Whether he would be better off was still in question, but he was more than willing to brave the unknown in order to expand his horizons. Chapter 3180, Aiming for Quality Life went on after the surprise visit from the MTA. The expeditionary fleet continued to make its way out of the Bardo star cluster without receiving any more surprise visits. The Fermi star cluster was just around the corner. This was an important location despite the fact that the Lesser Beander Gate was situated in the Antilla star cluster that was just ahead. No one else but Vase knew that he had a very special reason why he needed to stop by one of the star sectors within the Fermi star cluster. With the system hanging over his head, he knew that it would probably get in big trouble if he passed by the Smiling Samuel star sector without doing anything. Damn, I hope Sheddarin is able to befriend a local guide who can take me to where I need to go. I don't want to have anything to do with these xenophobic dwarves. Visiting the Vulcan Empire had become a lot more complicated since the outbreak of the Crown Uprising. Though the Golden Skull Alliance hadn't experienced any further chaos after rooting out all of the suspected traitors, the same didn't apply to all of the other states that the expeditionary fleet was passing through. Some of them descended in the same upheaval that plagued the Ivna Federation where the Pernis family came from. Others fell into outright civil war that caused a lot of planets to descend into chaos. This had nothing to do with the Larkinson clan, though. The expeditionary fleet had no reason to stop at a dangerous star system and ventured to the inner system where it became a lot more vulnerable to attack. The three alliance partners had already stocked up on a lot of goods and supplies at Tallulah Silver and could easily go on for several more months without lacking in anything. Thus the fleet soared forth as if it existed in a different plane from the rest of the galaxy. Everyone in the fleet became occupied by internal matters. For example, Venerable Stark took every opportunity she got to take the Amaranto out for practice. The design department conducted subsequent tests on its capabilities. Vase even set up a temporary semi-closed testing range to test out the Amaranto's other attack phases. Just as everyone hoped, the Amaranto's positron beam, the light beam, the kinetic beam, the cutter beam and the disruptor beam were capable of dealing a huge amount of damage in the right circumstances. When combined with the beam-bending resonance ability, Venerable Stark had a lot more options to choose from to make sure her resonance-empowered attacks hit the mark at surprising angles. What Vase and every other mech designer was really interested in was how its masterwork properties made it better. Though Master Willix provided the journeyman with a lot more context, she hadn't actually clarified the mechanisms that explained why mech pilots derived more benefits from piloting masterwork mechs. Neither the journeyman nor the assistant mech designers who received permission to look at the Amaranto up close had any clues. They just saw a really high-quality mech that was wonderfully put together. Of all the visitors who loved to stare at the Amaranto, Xanthar Larkinson happened to be the most frequent visitor. He always attempted to get as close as possible until the pressure emanating from the rifle was too much to bear. By containing a substantial amount of spiritual energy donated by the illustrious one, the Amaranto had also become a proper expert mech. This had the unfortunate side effect of making the exquisite expert mech unapproachable to anyone who didn't possess the mental fortitude to endure the thick and overwhelming glow, so that made it a lot more complicated to perform maintenance on the machine. Fortunately, the Larkinsons were already accustomed to handling prime mechs, so the crews of mech technicians all knew they had to work through bots to perform many routine tasks. Despite the fact that Xanthar had to maintain his distance, the Amaranto was big enough for him to provide a sufficient view from a distance. "Are you having fun?" Vase asked as he dropped by the hangar bay one day. "This rifle, I can barely understand why it is better than others." The mech design student softly spoke. "The more I look at it, the more I realize how much I need to work to reach this level. The design, the craftsmanship, the originality, everything is so great to me that I don't know if I'll ever be able to catch up to your progress." Vase looked at the Luminaire crystal rifle himself and felt pretty proud of what he managed to cobble together in the span of a few months. "You're not even at the starting line, yet. Everything seems wonderful and amazing to you at your current age. It's okay to admire the great works of others, but don't let your envy and lack of ability consume you. From the moment you decide to become a mech designer, everything you do must in some way be conducive to your chosen career path. Staring too much at the Amaranto's weapon won't make you a better mech designer. You have already spent enough time here to gain enough inspiration. What you need to do is to process these gains so that you can make your own weapons. How can I do that knowing that my first work probably won't be more than a fraction as good as your work?" Vase sighed and shook his head. "This is how every novice and apprentice feels. You know what, even I feel envious of the capabilities of master mech designers. Yet do you see me study their works obsessively? Am I designing my mechs based on the design choices made by other mech designers? No, that's because I am following my own path. While I have an affinity for Luminaire crystal technology, energy weapons are not my forte. They can be yours, though. If you commit to specializing in energy weapons and more specifically Luminaire crystal weapons, then you'll be able to catch up to me eventually. It might take a decade or two, but you'll definitely be able to pass me by as long as you persist." Vase had to make sure that Xanthar kept heading in the right direction. He didn't want to go through all of this trouble only for his investment to crash and burn. Once he finished with encouraging Xanthar to think about his own work rather than wishing he was someone else, Vase took a proper look at his handiwork himself. He didn't blame Xanthar and other mech designers at all for admiring the majesty of the Amaranto. It was clearly a notch above the Quint in his previous masterworks due to the fact that it started off as a powerful expert mech right away. What Vase was most interested in was figuring out why expert masterwork mechs was so helpful to the progression of expert pilots. As a clan leader with ambitions, he wanted his expert pilots to prosper as much as possible. He also felt it was his duty as a mech designer to facilitate the growth of expert pilots that depended on his products. Besides, our clan would definitely experience a huge jump in strength and prestige if we have an ace pilot within our ranks. Though he was not as obsessed about it as the Crossers, it was undeniable that the Larkinson clan would definitely be able to do more if it proved to be powerful and capable enough to retain its own ace pilots. Yet in practice few expert pilots ever succeeded in becoming a coveted saint or half-god or whatever they were called in different circles. A good warrior must be matched with a good weapon. Vase agreed with this statement. It not only matched his own observations, but also matched with his overall design aspirations. His entire design philosophy revolved around achieving greater symbiosis between man and machine. It made complete sense that this could better be achieved if both sides stood at the same height or rung of the ladder. The way he contextualized the ladder of craftsmanship and how better quality mechs offered greater assistance was to equate them to mech pilots that were able to transcend their limits and become greater than humans. Just like how regular mech pilots were able to advance to expert pilots, ordinary mechs were capable of advancing to masterworks. This was not a perfect comparison, though. It was extremely rare and extremely difficult to transform an existing mech into a masterwork mech. By far, the most cases of masterwork mechs coming into existence was when they were just completed. The mech isn't responsible for enabling it to break through. The mech designer or people who are making it are the ones who have to do all of the hard work. Mechs were mechs. They couldn't do anything on their own. It was up to the humans that made them and used them to make them strong and help them grow stronger. This was a lot of effort, and in most cases the mechs never came close to reaching the second rung of the ladder. The biggest hindrance that prevented the MTA from realizing its dream of ushering a new paradigm where technology made people stronger instead of weaker was that it took way too much effort and skill to make masterworks. Only the top mech designers of human civilization were able to make consistent masterworks. This suggested that a high degree of spiritual development was essential for any creator to make a masterwork on a consistent basis. This was another consequence to the fact that humans were spiritually deficient by nature. It took extreme effort for mech designers to defy their natural weaknesses and reach a state where they have completely climbed up to the second rung of the ladder. Then they have to do it all over again. Vase twitched his mouth. Beyond masterwork was grand work. According to Master Willix, he shouldn't even begin to think about them until he reached Star Designer. From how much she hyped them up, they must surely be powerful and extraordinary enough to put masterworks firmly in the dirt. It's like the jump from expert pilot to ace pilot. There is an enormous gap in between them, but if someone ever manages to bridge it, then the rewards are massive. Just thinking about it already made Vase despair a bit. The road to becoming one of the best mech designers in the galaxy was so long and difficult to traverse that he felt a bit like Xanthar for a moment. Fortunately, he was a lot more mature than his student and possessed plenty of confidence. He quickly reined in his emotions and focused more on the immediate picture. I should just think about how to do more masterworks first. I might not obsess over them as much as my wife, but it is still essential for me to get a grip on them. The sooner I climb up to the second rung of the ladder, the smoother my journey to Star Designer becomes. He had gained an extremely crucial clue from Master Willix yesterday. Every Star Designer should be capable of developing grand works, so being able to make products of extremely high quality was probably one of the prerequisites to reaching it. If Vase was able to get a good grip on this ahead of time, then he had one less problem to worry about when he got older. How can I increase my chances of making masterwork mechs? He wondered. This was a daunting question and one that many mech designers had asked. If masterworks were products that transcended their limits, then trying to make them right off the bat was as impossible as trying to augment a growing fetus so that the baby came into the world as an expert pilot instead of a regular child right from birth. This is an impossible challenge. Chapter 3181. Outlived usefulness. Vase put the issue of masterworks aside for the moment. He was too far away from making a deliberate masterwork. Though he already possessed a considerable advantage due to his prior successes, the base chance of creating a masterwork was still low for him. The only instances where he came close was if the stars aligned. In this circumstance, he should stop dreaming and focus on more attainable goals. The first expert mechs of our expert pilots don't have to be masterworks. While it certainly helped with accelerating their progress, they weren't essential until the expert pilots had reached the limits of their progression. If they were on the cusp of becoming an ace pilot, then there were other factors that also determined whether they could break through. They were not completely hopeless. Still, if Vase wanted the Larkinson clan to grow stronger and field ace pilots that were the only adequate choice to fight against other ace pilots, then he should not forget about this matter entirely. Currently, our expert pilots are still in the early stages, so they don't need any extra assistance. It is only when they approach the stage of Patriarch Reginald Cross that they truly need a masterwork to help them advance. It would take many years or even decades before people like Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi reached that point. Vase would probably be a much better mech designer by then, so any solutions he came up now would probably be hopelessly outdated in the future. There were 4 major benefits of making a masterwork expert mech this early. First, Vase and any mech designer involved in its creation gained an increased affinity for mechs that measurably improved the quality of their subsequent mech designs. Second, masterwork mechs performed better in battle. Even the smallest difference could tip a duel in the favor of the Larkinson clan, so Vase did not look down on any gain no matter how little had actually changed. Third, mech pilots progressed much faster when paired with a mech that was closer to their level of extraordinary status. Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship essentially implied that each of the 4 rungs of the ladder corresponded to the different ranks of mech pilots. Maybe that's also why they think that there is a 4th rung. The first one corresponds to regular mech pilots, the second one to expert pilots, and the third one to ace pilots. Since we know that god pilots exist, there has to be a standard of mechs that fully complement their own strength and capabilities. Fourth, the design department didn't have to start a new expert mech design project that was expensive, time-consuming, troublesome, and had a high chance of failing to achieve masterwork status. All in all, everyone still benefited hugely for every masterwork expert mech the design department managed to make in this early stage of the Larkinson clan. "I'll just see where our next projects will take us," he decided. From his own experiences, any project completed shortly after a successful masterwork mech creation usually turned into duds. Part of that had to do with lack of accumulation. Over the course of designing his mechs, Vase encountered many problems which he wasn't able to solve but always lingered in his mind. By piling them up, his brain became filled with so many different ideas that all of them started to blend and mix. At a critical moment, the dam eventually burst and all of these started to fall into place and make sense. It was difficult to describe this phenomenon, but Vase vaguely thought that it would not be possible for him to make another masterwork mech unless he completed more projects the regular way. Work on the mech design projects resumed. Right now, Vase and his wife decided to work on the Vanguard project and the Decapitator project at the same time. They both had a lot of elements in common. They were melee offensive expert mechs that possessed relatively balanced parameters and faced many of the same threats. Many of the solutions developed for one of the expert mech designs could also be applied to the other one after a bit of adaptation. That said, the two projects had plenty of differences. The Vanguard project possessed a bulkier frame as it required more all-round protection in order to crash into and crack open prepared enemy formations. Whether it fought in space, in the skies, or on land, the Vanguard project was supposed to embody its code name and lead the charge against the enemy. As a result, the Vanguard project sacrificed both speed and agility in favor of obtaining better protection. There was only one issue that constrained the ambitions of the mech designers. "We don't have enough unending alloy to offer thick and solid projection over the entire frame of our expert spearman mech. It is an excellent material, but we don't have enough to make liberal use of this material," Gloriana noted to an audience of recently recruited assistant mech designers who were ready to perform some light and easy tasks in the design labs. She pointed at a projection that highlighted multiple layers of external surfaces. "This is why we have opted to go for a two-layer armor system in which unending alloy will comprise the inner layer. While we would have wanted to use it as the outer layer, that is not ideal because the armor coverage will have to wrap over a larger volume and therefore use up more materials. Though unending alloy is ridiculously strong compared to any other material we have access to, it can still melt or break when subjected to sufficient damage. Making the armor plating as thick as we can manage will prevent that from happening." The Vanguard project therefore stood out as a unique expert mech among the current batch due to its much less impressive outer layer made out of briar alloy. Though the Larkinsons could have opted to employ a better and more resilient material for the outer layer, the mech designers anticipated that the Vanguard project might get into frequent scrapes. Due to its prominent function, it was destined to get banged up each time it fought a battle. Briar alloy happened to be a material that the Larkinson clan could easily get a hold of. In fact, it was rather suspicious how a regular supply of an alloy that wasn't produced in large amounts in the galactic rim kept filling up the cargo holds of the Larkinson fleet. This was yet another one of those little oddities that the Larkinsons gradually took for granted. As long as the Patriarch told everyone that they didn't need to worry about it, there was no point in continuing to dwell over the issue. To be honest, briar alloy is a fine material, but it falls a little short when employed as the primary material of the armor system of an expert mech. Gloriana admitted. That also makes it cheaper and easier for us to replenish, so it is not all bad. In certain circumstances, it can even fool our enemies into thinking that the Vanguard project is one of our more fragile expert mechs when its inner layer of unending alloy actually provides excellent protection to its internals. The Vanguard project was designed to be loud and attention-grabbing. Its threat level had to be high enough to compel enemies to invest significant assets in order to stop it from rampaging. However, the biggest and most painful compromise the mech designers had to make was its ability to outfight other strong opponents. Due to the overall bulk of the Vanguard project, it doesn't react as quickly as the slimmer mechs and it is less able to dodge and reposition itself at close range. The Spearman mech's flexibility and range of motion is also more limited due to the need to cover its joints. If it is ever forced to duel against another expert mech, then it will likely have to trade injury for injury in order to achieve victory. Out of all of the Larkinson expert mechs, the Vanguard project would likely be the one that accumulated the most scars. It would also be the expert mech that was most likely to get demolished first. All of this dampened her enthusiasm for his project a little bit. She wasn't able to muster the same degree of enthusiasm for his project as last time, which was a shame because she really wanted to repeat her earlier success. The more masterwork mechs she made, the more the Larkinson clan was equipped to protect her future daughter. What of the Decapitator project, ma'am? That is Katiz's pet project, so she can tell you more about it. Gloriana grinned. It's a much more exciting if risky expert mech design. The Decapitator project is supposed to be a flanker, which means it trades protection for mobility. Its offensive power is higher as well as it needs to be able to exert enough mechanical strength to swing its greatsword. While the mech doesn't fare well against direct attacks, its superior mobility allows it to dodge and evade the worst incoming attacks. Progress on the Decapitator project picked up immensely after completing the Amaranto. Since that was the first time Ketiz participated in the fabrication of a masterwork mech, she received a substantial boost in her ability to design a mech. This had made her remarkably eager to apply all her new methods and solutions to the expert mech she cared about the most. The Decapitator project became a bit faster, a bit stronger and a bit sturdier as Ketiz and the other journeymen utilized their newfound gains to turn it up a notch. As Gloriana was attempting to bring the recent recruits up to speed, Vase met with Ketiz in order to discuss the design of the greatsword at his personal workshop. They were currently looking up at the Bright Sword Prime. The mech had to be broken down sooner or later so that the design department could reuse the precious unending alloy incorporated in the Prime mech. It's going to be a shame to dismantle this mech. Ketiz sighed. The mech doesn't deserve it. In the hands of an expert candidate, it can still do great things. Can't we just strip the current armor plating and put in briar alloy plating in their place? That's too much work, Ketiz. First, unending alloy isn't just used to wrap up the mech. A large portion of the internal structure right down to the core parts of the internal frame are made out of unending alloy as well. We have to disassemble the entire mech regardless in order to strip out all of this precious material. Putting it back together without unending alloy is difficult because briar alloy and many other materials aren't as strong. Their density and so on are so different that we need to make thicker structural elements in order to make the mech work again. They would have to design the Bright Sword Prime in order to accommodate the thicker support structure, and that was a huge pain for just a single mech. Ketiz got the message. It was too impractical and not worth it for the Larkinson clan to invest resources to preserve the Bright Sword Prime. The Bright Sword Prime and the other first-generation Prime mechs were always meant to be stopgap measures. Vase said, though I value them and appreciate what they have done for us, we shouldn't let sentimental reasons get in the way of doing what is best for our clan. We designed and made these mechs to protect the clan. If we allow it to become a hindrance to this goal, then that is a grave mistake. Ketiz didn't understand why Vase could think that way when his design philosophy was all about treating mechs as living equals to humans. However, Vase saw no contradiction in this case. Some mechs are more precious than others, Ketiz. They are designed with a specific purpose in mind and it has to make sense for us to keep using them. We don't have any room to put weak and outdated mechs into retirement homes. The best way they can serve the clan is to give up their existence and allow the materials they are made of to help in the production of better, stronger mechs. Can't you do anything to preserve life within this Prime mech? Ketiz asked. I mean, you're good at manipulating life, right? Why not transplant the life in this Prime mech to the Decapitator project? Won't that be a good way to preserve all of the progress that Venerable Dice had made so far in nurturing the Bright Sword Prime? It's a lot better than starting from scratch. This was an intriguing idea. Chapter 3182, Constant Design Work. Ketiz presented Vase with an interesting option. If they were insisting upon disassembling the Bright Sword Prime in order to recycle its unending alloy, why shouldn't they go a step further and recycle its spiritual foundation as well? When Vase studied the dormant Prime mech with his spiritual senses, he could feel the growth it experienced after many months of use. It already experienced a huge transformation during the Battle of Reckoning and had become firmly imprinted by Venerable Dice. Was it viable to transplant all of this spiritual development from the Bright Sword Prime to the upcoming Decapitator project? Vase had to think deeply about it before he could muster up an answer. He eventually shook his head. It's an interesting idea, but it wouldn't be fair to the newer mech. Let me give you an example. I have a daughter on the way. She's a completely new life that is well on her way to experience the wonders of life from a pure and unblemished perspective. Now, do you think it is right to just erase or kill this newborn consciousness and replace it with yours or someone else? This was quite an extreme analogy. Kedis frowned as she immediately repulsed at the thought. That would clearly be wrong. She admitted, I don't think the two situations are comparable, though. A mech isn't alive until you make it. What if you build the mech around the life of an existing mech from the start? That way, a new life won't be able to form. Vase shook his head. There are other problems. Transplanting an old life in a new body will doubtlessly lead to compatibility problems. The fact of the matter is that the Bright Sword Prime is a vastly different mech from the Decapitator project. Their properties and fighting style are only superficially similar. In truth, the changes are so much that reusing the foundation of an old mech into a much different one will lead to a lot of inefficiencies that will ultimately deprive Venerable Dice from getting the support she needs to make the most out of her expert mech. In his understanding, the Decapitator project also needed to start from scratch because the Bright Sword Prime was originally derived from the Bright Warrior design. This made it so that the Prime mech never fully matched with Venerable Dice. Bringing it over would just preserve this flaw and waste some of the Decapitator project. The Expert Swordsman mech was the first mech designed by the Larkinsons that fit Venerable Dice from the ground up. The compatibility between the finished Expert mech and the Expert pilot should be 100% or close to it. Vase believed this was an essential standard that any expert mech had to meet. Kedis brought up one more argument, though. You say all of that, but you've already decided to preserve the current version of the Shield of Samar by transplanting its life over to the Bulwark project. Isn't this exactly what you said you wouldn't do, Vase? Vase smirked. Nice try, but it's not the same. Unlike the other expert mech design projects, the Bulwark project was explicitly set up as an upgrade project, not a completely new design project. It is a different approach that expressly seeks to transform the Shield of Samar rather than replacing this old mech. In this particular case, a new living mech will never form because it was never meant to birth one in the first place. In the end, Kedis accepted the need to clean up the old in order to make way for the new. With cargo space at a premium, there wasn't any room to store the remains of old and decommissioned mechs. Still, Kutiz's attempt to persuade Vase to preserve an old but loyal living mech put him to thought. Despite what he said, he did feel sympathy for the Bright Sword Prime and the other Prime mechs that the design department needed to dismantle in order to make way for newer and better machines. Now that he thought about it, didn't he already possess a ready-made resting for old and broken mechs? We put all of the remaining parts of the Bright Sword Prime and our other decommissioned mechs onto the graveyard. He told Kedis. In that way, our loyal machines will be with us and can be of service to us in another way. She looked a lot less troubled after hearing that. I suppose that is the best we can do for this old mech. They returned to work after this. The reason why they brought the Bright Sword Prime to the mech workshop in the first place was to study its greatsword and see if they could derive any lessons from it that they could apply to the newer sword wielded by the Decapitator project. I think we should keep this sword and modify it into a different and more suitable form. Kedis suggested. Unlike the Prime mech itself, this sword is already highly similar to the weapon design I have in mind for the Decapitator project. Also, its use will largely be the same. We just have to adjust it to take the properties of the Decapitator project into account while also integrating Bisonot in its structure. These were substantial changes, but her idea was still valid. Vase thought about it for a moment and decided to agree to her request. Swords and any other weapons don't have to be shackled to any single mech. In fact, it is rather normal for weapons to be interchangeable. Expert mechs are different, but I don't see as much of a problem here. Great, Kedis grinned. If we do this, then we will be able to transfer over at least some portion of Venerable Dice's old Prime mech. The new design she had in mind did not differ too much from the old one, but to a specialist like her, the shift was a huge upgrade. What kind of sword style is the sword and mech supposed to execute, exactly? Vase asked. I've heard that Venerable Dice has been hard at work in trying to refine and develop her own sword style. Will she still fight like a normal sword maiden, or has she already set off on a different path? The latter is the case. She's a sword maiden, but she's also her own person, so it is only right for her to develop her own sword style. She's been doing that in consultation with myself and the Heavenswarders. As a mech pilot, she favors rapid, overwhelming assaults over steady, plodding duels. She's a hunter by nature and she wants to pilot a mech that can best allow her to get in, decapitate a powerful enemy mech and get out before she can be cornered. Mobility and momentum is very important to her for that reason. That sounds like a Lancer mech but with more lateral maneuverability. He commented, I can see why you think that, but the Decapitator project should also be capable of dueling tough opponents if necessary. It's not ideal, though. In a major battle, Venerable Dice would rather cheat than play fair and fight honorable duels. We're a bit different from the Heavenswarders in this way. The Sword Maidens were originally pirates who had spent decades doing their best to survive under harsh circumstances. That meant that they were a lot more practical and willing to do whatever it took to win a battle. Mechs designed for honorable duels possessed different traits than mechs explicitly designed to take advantage of enemy weaknesses. When Vase studied the current design of the Decapitator project, he got the impression of a ruthless swordsman mech that wasn't interested in honorable knightly combat. Even if it was locked in a duel, it would do everything in its power to create an advantage and decapitate an opponent by any means necessary. Kedis was responsible for the mechanical design of the Decapitator project. She largely determined the overall shape and proportions so that it best corresponded with Venerable Dice's newly developed sword style. She even worked together with Gloriana to optimize and increase the efficiency of these elements. While Kedis understood swordsmanship and Venerable Dice's sword style the best, Gloriana was a lot more adept at refining the enthusiastic swordmaster's implementation. Weeks slowly passed as the entire design department quietly worked to finish the remaining expert mech designs. During this time, many changes took place. The Larkinson clan had slowed down its growth but improved in many other ways. Headed by 3 proactive chief ministers, the various institutions of the clan had already completed a lot of reforms. The lives of average Larkinsons improved and there was much more to do in the fleet these days. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan were also undergoing changes as they had to make preparations to enter the Red Ocean. Unlike the Larkinson clan, the 2 lesser partners of the Golden Skull Alliance did not possess a lot of capital ships. This was a big problem as they would have to dump all of their sub-capital ships once they reached the Beander Gate. Under the current circumstances, it was extremely hard for both groups to acquire additional capital ships. However, neither of them had requested any help from the Larkinson clan, which led the Black Cats to suspect that they were already working on a plan to solve this issue. As the expeditionary fleet continued to cut its way through the Bardo star sector, it did not stop over in any star system. The 3 alliance partners still had plenty of supplies, and even if some of their resources were running low, they could always place orders ahead of time and receive their shipment brought by specialized transport companies. After 3 months of constant design work, both the Vanguard project and the Decapitator projects were nearing completion. Since they were substantially more robust and more complex machines than the Dark Zephyr and the Amaranto, the 2 offensive melee expert mechs demanded a lot more time to fill up their entire designs. Then the mech designers had to test and optimize all of these elements, and that ate up a lot of time. During this time, 2 major events took place. First, the expeditionary fleet smoothly left the Bardo star cluster behind. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers entered into a somewhat tense new place as the entire Fermi star cluster seemed to have been a bit more badly affected by the Crown Uprising than other regions in the galactic rim. Second and most importantly, Gloriana's belly had swelled to a noticeable proportion. No matter what dress or uniform she wore, there was no denying that she was carrying a child. Meow. Clixie rubbed the side of her cheek against Gloriana's belly during a typical morning. Meow. Lucky, who had finally returned from the blinding Banshee, looked a bit bewildered at the sight. He was only gone for a few months and already Gloriana looked completely different. Vase yawned and stretched his arms before picking up Lucky. Haven't you ever seen a pregnant woman before? Meow. He ignored his recently returned gem cat and reached out to press his hand on Gloriana's belly. Different from the earlier stages, Vase felt an immediate reaction that felt warm and intimate in a way that was indescribable. You've grown so much. You're almost ready, he smiled. After so many days of injecting spiritual energy in his already spiritually augmented child, her spirituality had already grown a lot more formidable than most adults. It was still in a pure and pristine state that did not exhibit any blemishes, so Vase wasn't too worried about robbing his child from her childhood. Her brain development simply hadn't caught up to that point yet. His efforts merely gave his growing baby an immense head start. No other parent was capable of bestowing spiritual potential to a child. It was too bad that this method wasn't valid to people who were already born. If that was the case, then he would have had a much easier time empowering the people he favored. Oh well, His daughter had already come very close to reaching the level of strength where Vase could safely grant her a companion spirit seed. Just a few more days. Chapter 3183. Boar and Leopard. We are nearing the star sector where 2 of our commissioned capital ships are being built. Gavin reported to Vase during a routine morning briefing session. Ever since the chief ministers performed their duties, the duration of these sessions had become a lot shorter. Gavin stopped reporting about smaller-scale issues that were already being taken care of by the other officials within the clan. Vase just wanted to be kept apprised of the general trends and high-level decisions that directly impacted his own possibilities. He didn't want to wake up one day and find out that the chief minister sold the spirit of Bentime or something. I remember, he answered after a short while. Vivian Sai told me that the clan had contracted a shipbuilding company situated somewhere in the Sin Beta Star sector. Gavin nodded. That's correct. According to the latest status reports, the Diligent Ovenbird's hull is fully built and just needs more electrical and internal installations before she can begin her trials. The Gorgonean is a bigger and much more substantial capital ship and will need a bit more time before her hull is done. Has anyone tried to steal our orders during this time? Vase critically asked. The Sin Beta Star sector is not that far away from the Beander Gate that is situated in the next star cluster. I can imagine that there are lots of aspiring pioneers who badly need a capital ship and can't resist exerting pressure on the shipwrights that are currently finishing our future assets. You don't have to worry about that problem, boss. Gavin smirked. Minister Shedderin has subtly conveyed your strong ties to the shipbuilding company and anyone who might have designs on our orders. Hardly anyone in this region of the galaxy is courageous enough to mess with the property of a Tier 10 galactic citizen. Ah, yes. Strong. Ties to the MTA. Useful, that, ever since Vase and his fellow journeymen created their first masterwork expert Mech, their status had clearly changed. Though the Mechers were kind enough to suppress the news about their accomplishment, some of the changes couldn't be hidden. The public records of Vase and the other 3 journeymen of the Larkinson clan clearly state that they had recently been promoted to Tier 10 galactic citizenship. This was a huge and abnormal jump. Unless Vase somehow managed to hypnotize the MTA, he and his colleagues must have done something drastic that earned a lot of appreciation from one of the big 2. Therefore, it wasn't his upgraded galactic citizenship tier that intimidated rivals. What people were actually wary about was messing with people who currently received the MTA's favor. So if everything is going well, we should be receiving the Gorgonean and the Ovenbird in a couple of months. Yes, boss, though the exact timing depends on how much time it will take for us to complete your side business. You mean our little excursion to the lovely little smiling Samuel Star sector, Benny? Vase smirked. Yes, that, Gavin trailed. Boss, I don't often question you these days, but are you sure it is wise to divert our fleet and enter an empire that does not look kindly on normal humans? Hey, no matter what these dwarves want to do, they don't live in a galaxy where they are dominant. Even if they want to screw us over, they have to get through our entire fleet first. Dwarf mechs fall just as easily as normal humanoid mechs. About that, I don't know if the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan will want to join you on this trip. According to Shedderin, our 2 allies have serious misgivings about entering the Vulcan Empire. There is nothing that the dwarves can offer to them, so they would rather skip this detour and resume our journey to the Tarnished Crown Star sector. This sounded like a big problem. Part of the reason why the expeditionary fleet did not encounter any disturbances was because it was too damn strong. Neither private nor public forces ever thought about messing with the Golden Skull Alliance because the price of attacking their passing fleet was too great. Though the Larkinson army by itself was already more than strong enough to fend off most threats, the absence of thousands of additional mechs made it a lot more realistic to launch an attack. This was not good news to Vase as he did not want his forces to appear weak when he entered the smiling Samuel Star sector. Will they split from us? Vase asked. Surprisingly, it doesn't look like Glory Seekers and Crossers will go through with their threats to move on ahead to the Beander Gate and wait for us to arrive. Gavin replied. First, they will become a lot more attractive targets themselves if they no longer combine forces with the Larkinson army. Second, they want to stay in our good graces. The primary mission of the Glory Seekers is to protect your wife, so they can't just ignore that. The Hexers also believe in the Superior Mother and your ties to her, so Shedderin judges that the Glory Seekers will stick with us regardless. What about the Cross Clan, Benny? That's a more complicated issue. The rank-and-file Crossers have no stomach to follow us into the Vulcan Empire, but the leaders think differently. Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict are highly in favor of you and don't want anything to happen to you. We can rely on that dynamic to drag them with us into dwarf territory, though they won't be happy with us at all. Relations between us will definitely become strained for a time. These were major downsides. Considering that they had fought and bled alongside the Larkinsons, this was not the right way to treat his allies. Yet Vase didn't have much choice. He was not about to let an opportunity to complete one of the system's long-stalled supply missions disappear. The system urgently needed the Timpala steel that Vase had buried in the star sector long ago. Stuck between choosing whether he should piss his allies or piss off the system, Vase resolutely chose the former. At least the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan weren't directly tied to his life. Relations could be mended and friendships could be regained. It was a lot harder to survive the consequences of the system's wrath. I know you don't understand, but you don't need to. I have business in the Vulcan Empire and I will head over there even if everyone else in the fleet leaves me behind. Vase stated in no uncertain terms. These days, Vase didn't need to come up with any spurious excuses. His power and prestige had reached such a level that he didn't have to depend on anything else to have his way. It also helped that he cultivated a reputation for eccentricity. Everyone knew that the Patriarch was both brilliant and unconventional. He displayed so many idiosyncrasies that one more oddity should not be a surprise. Still, this decision was a bit more extreme than others. There was no doubt that his incessant desire to venture deep into the Smiling Samuel star sector was straining many people's tolerance. The two talked a bit more about the preparations for the upcoming trip. The MTA's permit along with Sheddarin's efforts to find a local guide that didn't hate humans as much made the trip a lot safer. Vase smiled and leaned back against his chair. If there is one benefit to entering Smiling Samuel, it's that the Crown Uprising has hardly affected the dwarves. Even the terrorists look down on their kind. This has caused the Smiling Samuel to be a rare beacon of calm in these turbulent times. Though there was plenty of division in the Vulcan Empire, most of it had to do with the age-old struggle whether the god the dwarves named their state after was human or dwarf. This dogmatic question had plagued the Vulcan faith since its inception, and had never been resolved even as the dwarves somehow managed to dominate an entire star sector. Of course, this had nothing to do with Vase. He was just an ordinary human visitor who just wanted to see the sights and dig inside a random asteroid belt, that was all. Once he got what he wanted, he would leave straight away and leave the dwarves to their devices. After Gavin concluded his briefing and left, Vase took care of some other minor issues before standing up. Despite his reassurances, he still wanted to be sure that his clan would be ready to respond to any trouble that might unfold. We should complete the Vanguard project and Decapitator project before we enter Smiling Samuel. Isn't that right, Lucky? Meow. Lucky yawned as he jumped from the desk he was perched upon and floated next to Vase. Has your stomach been feeling queasy lately? Are you ready to give me another batch of gems soon? It's already been a few months before you last paid your rent. Meow. It didn't appear that Lucky would be producing another gem anytime soon, so Vase did not press his cat any further and walked over to the design lab. When he entered the large workspace, he was greeted with the sight of more than 150 young mech designers performing their designated tasks. Most of them sat quietly behind their terminals. Their projected screens showed detailed design schematics, dynamic graphs and endless tables of numbers. The older batch of 50 assistants worked a lot more adeptly than the newer batch of 100 assistants. The latter had already received a lot of training but still had some distance to go before they become fully productive. Gloriana couldn't wait that long, though. She decided to employ the new batch of assistant mech designers after just a few months so that she would have more manpower at her disposal. Currently, the majority of assistants had already moved on to the Chimera project and Bulwark project. The expert mech designs meant for both Venerable Dice and Venerable Orphan were nearly complete. When Vase approached Gloriana's workplace, she was carefully studying and putting the final touches to the Vanguard project. How is it going? Its two-layer armor system is anything but ideal, but I think our implementation makes the most out of the unending alloy and briar alloy that we are utilizing. She answered as Vase leaned down to kiss her cheek and enjoy her fresh scent. We will have to rely a lot on the effects of BSN-17A to augment the defense of the Vanguard project. If Venerable Orphan can sustain the energy barrier that this material can project, then she can divert a lot of enemy firepower. Master Willix had already done her job some time ago. What Vase found curious was that her approach to integrating resonating materials in an expert mech had become slightly more refined. It appeared that she too took notes of the solutions employed by the superpublish function. Between the Vanguard project and the Decapitator project, which one do you think is stronger? That's a silly question, Vase. They're both good in their own right. If I have to make a choice, I would place my bets on the Decapitator project. Kedis might be a new and inexperienced journeyman, but she's a fast learner and she knows more about swordsmanship than practically any other mech designer specialized in swordsman mechs. You can clearly see the difference if you compare the two designs. The Vanguard project fights like a tough but lumbering boar while the Decapitator project fights like an agile leopard. The difference between the two designs was not as big as the analogy suggested, but it was a good way to differentiate between the two. Vase personally felt the Decapitator project had more promise as well due to the work that Kedis had done. The Vanguard project simply didn't receive as much love and attention from the 4 journeymen. Well, make sure to do your best to finalize the projects in a couple of days. We're closing in on Smiling Samuel and I want these 2 expert mechs to come online before we visit the dwarves. Chapter 3184, A Day Aboard the Dissentibus, Mao. A gray shorthair hopped onto a bunk and prodded her paw on a sleepy face. Mao, come here, Circe. A pair of slender but toned arms embraced the cat for a moment. Lainey luxuriated in the warmth of her pet before she roused from her bed and freshened up. After donning her cadet uniform and trying her brown hair in a simple ponytail, she exited her small cabin and moved to the nearest mess hall with her cat padding after her stride. Hey Lainey, good morning, Jacob, what's up, Gigi, I hope you studied enough to pass the test this time, Imri. Don't even start on me about that, I don't have a cranial implant yet like you guys. Several other cadets who woke up at the same time strode towards the same mess hall situated close to their block of cabins. Once they entered the large compartments, they approached their tables while bots floated in while putting trays of nutritious meals. In the early days, the meals consisted of industrial meals prepared by autochefs and large food preparation machines, but the cadets complained so much that the ship soon took on human chefs. As the future of the Larkinson clan, the cadets deserved to enjoy some refinements. Nothing was more important than supplying their growing bodies and minds with the nutrients they needed. Mao. Circe rubbed her head against Lainey's boot. Go off to your little friends, Circe. I'll be okay. Mao. The slender cat rubbed her face against Lainey's leg one more time before running over to a dedicated pet section of the mess hall. She threaded through throngs of dogs, birds, lizards and other pets before reaching a small circle of cats who greeted her arrival with slight enthusiasm before getting back to putting their heads back into their bowls. As Lainey dug into her bowl of warm and filling porridge while chatting with the cadets sitting at the same table, someone sat down next to her at one point. Good morning, Lainey, he said as a bot plumped down a hearty meal consisting of eggs, sausages, beans and eggplant. Oh, a female cadet dramatically uttered. It's the highborn again, looking to woo the princess of our clan. I'm not a princess, Lainey barked back. That's not what everyone else is thinking, you know. You're one of the few trueborn Larkinsons in the academy and you're the highest performer to boot. You're still at the top of your year, right? Lainey shrugged. I just have a head start, that's all. Once more people get invited to the Dragon's Den to receive their suite of augments, I'm sure they'll catch up eventually. Due to her excellent performance in the academy, she received priority access to a suite of high-quality gene treatments and cranial implants that were especially developed by the Lifer biotech experts over at the bioresearch ship. Even though the augments weren't very refined, they were quite expensive and improved a lot of piloting-related parameters such as mental acuity, reaction time, high-impact force resistance and other helpful improvements. While it wasn't necessary for a mech cadet or mech pilot to possess augments in order to perform well, it made it a lot easier to pass the classes. Over time, the standards of the Larkinson Mech Academy had risen and it became increasingly harder for ordinary cadets to keep up with the curriculum. Lainey didn't understand why the implants were only provided early to the best performers of the class. The gap between the top cadets and the bottom cadets of every class became wider. At this rate, the top graduates would probably receive a direct invitation to join one of the elite mech legions while the bottom performers might not even make it into the living sentinels. It was none of her business, though. She was just a young cadet and had no right to tell the mech instructors that they were wrong for ignoring the less talented cadets. She felt sad about some of her old friends that she had fallen out of touch with. They were no longer able to hang out as often due to enrolling into different class. With her rapidly developing skill set, it made no sense for her to remain stuck in the more basic classes. That had led her to hang out with a different crowd of potentates, chief among them the boy that tried to befriend her in recent times. Are you still planning to pursue a ranged specialization track? It's a real shame for you to commit to it when you are so good with melee weapons. I'm not changing my mind, Petrus, she said as she was halfway done with eating her porridge. I do enjoy my time in the melee classes and I did score highly in the last exams, but I don't see this as my future. I'm much more interested in improving my marksmanship and hearing about the amazing new Amaranto and the new Luminaire crystal technology that will soon become the new standard has only made me more enthused about my choice. Petrus Pernus looked disappointed. That's a great waste of your talents, Lainey. Won't you at least consider taking up at least some advanced swordsmanship classes? Maybe you can become the next venerable Joshua Larkinson one day and be able to fight with any mech at any distance. Those new Heavenswarder instructors don't like wafflers in their classes. Lainey grimaced. They're good, there's no doubt about it, but they demand complete dedication to the sword. There are always other melee classes. You can join my axe classes, for example. Axes might not be as popular as swords in our clan, but they're excellent at breaking through armor. No thanks, I am already enrolled in a lot of other marksmanship-related classes. I still need to improve in many areas such as accuracy, energy weapon theory and also the new introductory class on Luminaire crystal technology. She was particularly enthused about the latter. Though the clan had been mum about the full capabilities of Luminaire crystals, the rumors she heard already made it was the new killer of the Larkinson clan. She couldn't wait to handle a real Luminaire crystal rifle herself. After the cadets finished their breakfasts, they left to attend their classes for the day. Lainey's schedule consisted of a mixture of physical exercise, simulation training and tactical instruction and basic physics. The mix of theory, practice and physical exertion was carefully balanced to avoid overexerting Lainey. Though she had to work hard to keep up despite her augments, she was always rewarded for doing well. Due to her distinct identity in the Larkinson Mech Academy, she received more attention than others. Though she hated to admit it, being a true-blood Larkinson had its perks. The fact that her scores vaulted her to the top of her year only seemed to vindicate her treatment. The next time she met with Petrus was late in the day. Though Lainey had already gone through multiple tiring hours of instructions, she had become far too enthused to let her exhaustion get the better of herself. Finally, I've missed you so much, Sagittarius. The Chirons had become ubiquitous presences aboard the Dissentibus. They were considered as the definite training mechs of the Larkinson clan for many reasons. The problem was that the Dissentibus could only carry so many Chirons, so the mech cadets had to go on a rotation in order to get their turn to pilot a real, physical mech. This was nothing unusual as many other mech academies adopted the same approach. It was too extravagant to reserve a single training mech for just a single mech cadet. Only the wealthiest and most elite mech academies in the galaxy engaged in such a wasteful practice. As a result, the Sagittarius along with every other Chiron mech had already passed through the hands of multiple mech cadets today. Though the Mech Academy cleaned and fixed up the training mechs after every use, Lainey could still see plenty of signs of use by other mech cadets. It sounds like we're about to play out another battle scenario today, Petrus remarked. I hope we'll be assigned to the same team again. Lainey snorted. I doubt that will happen. We perform too well. It makes much more sense to put us in opposing teams. A mech instructor eventually strode in front of the gathered cadets. The younger clansmen all straightened up and stood at attention. After the tough-looking veteran opened up the class by addressing some routine matters, he finally described the plan for today. Our fleet is about to head into dwarf country soon, and that has given us a great idea on how to conduct your next training scenario. It took a bit of time, but we managed to convince the engineers to ramp up the artificial gravity of one of the training compartments. Each of you will have the distinct pleasure of trying to pilot a mech under 1.5 grams. Don't underestimate this small number. Every mech and every object effectively becomes 50% heavier. Now, I would love to explain to you how that will affect mech combat, but I figure there's nothing better than throwing you into the field straight away and letting you experience the changes for yourself. Half an hour later, the cadets had all entered their assigned Chirons and grouped up into teams of 4. Lainey had become the leader by default and led her cadets through a hilly biome that was filled with artificially generated fog. The sensors of a real mech were easily able to penetrate the fog, but in order to give ranged mechs more of a challenge, their sensors were deliberately crippled so that their visibility was not much better than the naked eye. That didn't entirely prevent Lainey from detecting a threat. Stop. Enemies are hunkering at 2 o'clock. I can feel they are close. Though the Sagittarius was piloted by multiple Mech cadets under a rotation, that didn't make the Chiron Mech less effective. In fact, it was the opposite. The lessons learned by the other Mech cadets somehow passed on to the Mech and allowed others to benefit from the insights of others. When the Larkinson Mech Academy discovered this phenomenon, they adopted the rotation schedule to take advantage of these unannounced capabilities. The Sagittarius stood out from many other Chiron Mechs due to two reasons. First, only ranged Mech cadets were assigned to this specific training Mech. Second, these cadets all consisted of the best performers. This has quickly caused the Sagittarius to become a more specialized and focused training Mech that offered excellent help to people like Laney. The bond between Laney and the Sagittarius grew as the former drew more from the latter. Despite the fog obscuring their vision, the Chiron Mech resisted the stronger gravity and raised its training rifle in a specific direction. Get ready. Laney pulled the trigger, causing the training rifle to release a bright but completely harmless laser beam that struck a Mech that had been kneeling roughly 50 meters ahead. "Ah, how did you find us?" An angry voice roared. Seeing that the element of surprise had been lost, the remaining Chiron Mechs rose to their feet and closed in on Laney's team. Unfortunately, the heavier-than-usual gravity acted against the approaching Mechs and forced them to slow their advance lest they fell. This gave Laney plenty of time to fire deep within the fog and eliminate 3 out of the 4 Chiron Mechs of the opposition team. By the time the final axe-wielding Chiron closed the distance, Laney's teammates shamelessly grouped up and attacked their poor victim from multiple directions. Skilled or not, Petrus Pernus couldn't defend himself from attacks launched in 3 different directions. "Laney, I know it's you. How did you manage to find us and target us through this fog? Are you cheating?" Laney smirked underneath her protective helmet. "It's not cheating. I'm just that good. This is what dedicating my practice time looks like. I wouldn't have been able to suss you out this quickly if I didn't take all of those specialized classes." She had received so much help from Vase, her Mech instructors in the Larkinson clan. She wanted to make sure she lived up to their expectations. Chapter 3185. A day out. 2 of the most prominent Larkinsons in the clan enjoyed a rare moment together. Though they weren't able to spend as much time with each other lately, they still remained committed to their relationship. Venerable Joshua could hardly believe that his second relationship hadn't decayed into a rotten mess like his last one. Kedis may have changed a lot since her return from the Heavensward Association, but she was still the same girl that initially approached him and forced him to polish his swordsmanship. These days, Kedis spent most of her day at the design lab in order to do as much as possible to turn the Decapitator project into a great expert Mech. She frequently visited the Sword Maidens and the Heavenswarders to stay in touch with the thriving swordsman community of the Larkinson clan. For his part, Venerable Joshua was doing his best to contribute to the clan in order to earn more Larkinson merits and continue to serve as a model Larkinson. He also had to spend enough time on keeping his skills in shape to make himself as ready as possible to assume control of his upcoming expert Mech. Surprisingly, Kedis came up to him one day and requested that they go on a date the next time the fleet transitioned out of FTL travel. "You don't want to go out in Durham?" he asked. "Nah, it's too close and familiar for my liking. I want to explore the new cities in the fleet. Many people are already raving about how great it is to finally have a party boat." The so-called party boat turned out to be the Vivacious Wall, the 2-sided capital ship that offered a form of entertainment to almost any person. As a pair of important and extraordinary clansmen, they attracted attention wherever they went. Their force of wills alone meant that no one was able to ignore their presence as they entered the hangar bay of the Vivacious Wall and headed deeper into the vessel. At a certain junction, they were able to choose which of the 2 cities they wanted to visit. Joshua automatically turned to the entrance that led towards Dawn City, but Kedis took firm hold of his arm and dragged her over to the other entrance. "Kedis, why would you want to go to Twilight City?" "Oh, come on, Joshua. Dawn City is a bore. It's too clean and bright over there. It'll be just like visiting a better and more upscale version of Durham. Twilight City is a lot different from any other place in our fleet." Joshua did not expect to enjoy their date in this infamous place. His girlfriend was right in one thing. Twilight City was truly a place apart. The overwhelming majority of ships in the Larkinson fleet consisted of relatively clean, modern and well-maintained vessels. Even the production halls of the Spirit of Bentime were kept as clear and free of rubbish as possible in order to avoid a speck of dirt from ruining the fabrication of a critical component. Upon entering the large and expansive cavern that encompassed Twilight City, Joshua first looked up at the ceiling and became immersed in the cloudy sky that made it seem as if they had landed on a real planet. The illusion wasn't foolproof, though. No matter what his eyes told him, his intuition and other senses could still detect the presence of a solid layer of hull structure that was capable of withstanding a lot of attacks. He then lowered his eyes to the skyline in the distance and became dazzled by the sense of excitement that coursed in the distance. Though the couple had not yet entered Twilight City proper, he already felt as if he entered into an alternate universe. Come on, we're almost there. Kedis grinned as strode forward at a brisk pace while dragging him along. When the couple reached the streets of Twilight City, they both became immersed in the facade of a once prosperous city that had fallen into a strange decline. A faulty, rust-laden cleaning bot bumped into Joshua's leg, causing the expert pilot to be thrown out of his odd fascination for the brittle walls that looked as if they were marked by decades of neglect. Joshua gently pushed the bot aside with his leg, only for the stupid machine to press onto him again like a clingy dog. Annoying machine, do your job or something. There's an oil spill right on the other side of the avenue. Joshua pressed the bot away only for it to return. When he failed to rid himself of this annoyance for the 5th time, Kedis finally rolled her eyes and strode forward to unleash a powerful kick that caused the bot to soar at least 100 meters away. Hey, what are you doing? I did nothing except for doing what was supposed to be done. Kedis replied as she resumed going forward. Didn't I tell you about my trip to Mancroft Independent Harbor? I think someone with a wicked sense of humor deliberately prepared these faulty bots as a homage to what we experienced during that trip. Whenever you encounter a bot that is trying to clean your leg, just kick it. The further you can launch it, the better. That's vandalism. Oh, Joshua, it's okay. This is Twilight City. No one cares about these cleaning bots. What if the kicked bots land on someone else? I'm sure the people who are running this place have already thought about that. She said without much concern. She proceeded to drag Joshua to various venues that had already gained fame throughout the Larkinson clan. They entered a small dingy arena where Larkinsons fought each other with their bare hands and fists. The sheer brutality of it was galling, but with modern healing technology, nearly every injury could be healed. Of course, there were sufficient safety precautions in place to prevent brain injuries and other tricky afflictions. After this little warm-up, they visited a bar that was frequented and operated by sword maidens. Off-duty members of the Mech Legion as well as Heavenswarders liked to frequent this bar whenever possible. Joshua was impressed with all of the swords hanging from the ceiling with their tips pointed downwards. The display was such a huge safety hazard that only the most courageous clansmen dared to visit this place. Several hours later, the pair moved out of Twilight City and headed over to a different section of the Vivacious Wall. There, they changed into basic combat suits before heading deep into a jungle biome. The moisture and sweat was making Joshua feel uncomfortable. His combat suit was nothing more than a padded garment that offered none of the climate control functions of smart clothing. He looked down at the sword he held in his hands. It was a simple arming sword that Kedis had specially picked out for him. It was a scaled-down version of the one-handed sword that his girlfriend had already designed for the Chimera project. Kedis, shush. She furiously raised her palm at him while steadily lowering her stance. Our prey is close. The exo-beast is just up ahead. Let's get closer but watch your footing. They slowly waded closer, taking care not to step on any branches or disturb any of the dense foliage. However, before they reached a clearing, a large, plated exo-beast the size of a cow charged straight in their direction. Dodge. Kedis reacted speedily enough and easily moved her body away. Joshua started off slower but his combat abilities were not for show. Though he rolled aside in a disgraceful manner, he quickly picked himself up only to see the large gray beast swerve around and charge towards his girlfriend. Ha! Kedis easily sidestepped while whacking the side of the tough beast's reptilian head with the flat of her blade. When the beast attempted to chomp her another time, she smacked the creature's head as if it was a naughty dog. Stop attacking me, I'm not your food, attack him instead, doesn't his flesh look juicy? Whether her persuasion worked or not, eventually the exo-beast got frustrated at his continual failure to attack the human woman. The feral creature slowly turned towards Joshua and noted his smaller sword and his weaker aura. Though the exo-beast felt the human man might not be his enemy, his instincts and his hunger won out. The beast let out another alien cry before charging straight at the hapless-looking Joshua. Ooh-ha, Joshua, stop standing like an idiot and defend yourself. I'm trying. he yelled as he tried to stay on his feet and avoid getting chomped or stampeded upon. Aren't you going to help me out, here? My sword can't even get through this exobeast's armor. That would defeat the point. Kedis smirked as she casually leaned her body against a tree. You've been doing well in your swordsmanship training, though I wouldn't call you a swordsman per se. One of the areas that you need to work upon is your killing sense. All of the practice sessions that you've received merely allowed you to refine your techniques. You haven't actually applied them in a real fight, and that is what I want to remedy today. So have fun and remember my lessons. Joshua had an awful time trying to fend off this large and heavy creature. While he was an expert pilot who possessed superior fighting skills and instincts, the exo-beast he was fighting possessed a much greater advantage in physical strength and endurance. If the expert pilot was able to pilot a mech, then he could have relied on his machine's physical prowess to fight against opponents that were 100 times stronger than this feral predator. Unfortunately, his girlfriend threw him in a situation where he had no choice but to rely on his body to stay on top of this fight. In the first few minutes, Joshua was losing a lot of energy as he spent most of his attention on evading the deadly creature's attacks. He occasionally managed to stab his sword at his adversary, but the organic plating that covered the reptilian beast always caused the blade to bounce away. I can't go on like this. His sword wasn't as sharp and strong as Bloodsinger. The only way for him to beat this creature was to target his vulnerabilities. He did not think he would be able to attack the creature's eyes or open maw without getting injured in return, so he came up with a quick plan. Come here, you dumb beast. Ooh-ha! The seemingly inexhaustible beast charged straight towards Joshua and widened his teeth-filled maw to catch the annoying human only for his juicy target to move to the side. Crack! The exo-beast collided straight against the trunk of a mid-sized tropical tree. The force of the impact was so strong that the trunk had cracked. While the exo-beast was trying to gather its wits, Joshua had darted to the creature's side and stabbed his blade through the thinner and almost unprotected hide at the underside. Green blood poured through the wound as the exo-beast thrashed. Joshua was able to pull back his weapon and raise it into a block just before a meaty paw smacked into it, causing the expert pilot to get flung at least 10 steps back. That hurt. This is no time to relax, Joshua. Did you really think that little pinprick did anything? Look at your prey. Before their eyes, the exo-beast let out a soft cry before the flow of blood stopped. The alien creature had healed the cut and looked twice as angry as before. Kedis, the fight's not over yet, Joshua. Keep those legs moving. Outmaneuvering this beast is key to defeating it. Just stab it in its unprotected areas enough times and it will eventually fall. My legs will fall apart before that happens. I never fought a scrap like this without my mech. There's always first time. Chapter 3186. Worthiness Imon Ingvar looked up at one of the most special and unique mechs in the Larkinson clan. Though it had been overshadowed by the prime mechs and the expert mechs in recent times, there was no doubt that it was still one of the most unique and impressive mechs that the Patriarch had ever designed and built. Still, as much as Imon enjoyed the privilege of piloting this great and powerful machine, he felt it was not the mech that matched him the best. Soon, his turn would come to an end. The mech would be passed on to another expert candidate to see whether it could assist in helping them break through. Brother, sister. A caped woman wearing a light gray uniform with officer markings had entered the small hangar bay of the graveyard and approached the dormant mech. It's been a while since I saw the Quint, she remarked. It's been a while since I saw you, Casella. The woman whose bearing had become a lot more authoritative as of late loosened her posture a bit and shrugged. There are always issues that need to be dealt with in the Living Sentinels. Transitioning from a mech force into a more formal and structured mech legion has given me a lot of work. We're settling in now, fortunately. I have enough time to pick up my mech practice again. Imon frowned when he heard that. It's not right for you to neglect your practice in favor of administrative duties. We're expert candidates. We are one step away from becoming a true hero. There's no rush. I am already fulfilling my calling, brother. While I don't mind getting anything extra, I'm more than content with leading the Living Sentinels. There is more than one way to contribute to our clan. What I like about my fellow clansmen is that they don't force me to follow a single path. Though Imon had more to say about her lack of priority, he refrained from speaking any further. He knew her well enough that she would never change her mind just because he had a different opinion. Well, the Quint is yours now, at least for the time being, he said as he dramatically waved his hand at the masterwork mech. I've been taking good care of it and a part of me will miss it. There's a real difference between piloting a masterwork mech and a more normal machine. What is different about it? She curiously asked. Well, I don't know what the mech designers have been doing to the Quint, but it is considerably more powerful than an average bright warrior. No matter what configuration you choose to sortie with, you'll always feel like a champion when you go out with this mech. I imagine a large part of that is because it used to be piloted by Venerable Joshua. Imon nodded. It's a living mech that has definitely kept something from its original pilot. It's difficult to describe, but I just feel I can execute my moves a little better. Compared to other living mechs, this one is definitely a lot more alive. It sounds as if it can be a great help to any expert candidates. Are you regretting the fact that you have to pass it on? If you want, I can talk to Commandant Christoph or General Verl on your behalf. I don't particularly need a turn with this masterwork mech. You don't need to do that, sister. The Quint hasn't worked out for me, but I think it will fare better in your hands. How so? Casella looked curious at her brother. I would have thought a strong mech is just to your liking. I thought so as well, but that was before I actually got to pilot this mech. It's powerful all right, but it's not a machine that is meant to be piloted by someone like me. I can feel it each time I use it. The Quint has a bit of a personality, you see. Every living mech does, but this one is a lot smarter and pickier than usual. Oh, you'll experience it for yourself soon. Don't try to hide anything from it. You'll be connecting to the mech so it will know who you are and whether you are hiding something from it. Just bare your entire self to it and let it judge your worthiness. Casella began to look doubtful. This sounds quite different from what I expected. Is this mech really? I don't think you'll have to worry that much, sister. The Quint is a masterwork mech that feels as if it is dedicated to protecting our clansmen. Since you are already doing that as the Sentinel Commander, you'll probably get along better with it. I look forward to seeing you pilot it for the first time. Well, there's little point in delaying it any further. I have other duties on my agenda. She moved to the ready room and changed into a piloting suit before she returned. She floated to the open cockpit and entered it before it closed. Deep inside the old but majestic Quint, Casella felt a moderate pressure on her psyche. There was a good reason why the masterwork mech was restricted to expert candidates, and it wasn't because it was too precious. Ordinary mech pilots simply couldn't withstand the pressure of its dense and heavy glow. It was especially risky when they attempted to interface with such a powerful living mech. The Patriarch had told the clan in no uncertain terms that mechs as powerful as the Quint were not meant for normal mech pilots. There will be more mechs like this one, Casella predicted. After a brief pause, she resolutely activated and interfaced with the mech. A torrent of data and energy that was more overwhelming than any mech she had piloted before poured straight into her mind. Her eyes widened as her lack of practice was haunting her at this moment. She never endured such a strong and forceful interfacing attempt. She almost cried out as the pressure was starting to overwhelm her capabilities. Yet before she could press the abort button or call for assistance, her entire consciousness seemed to have been whisked away from her head. In one moment, she was sitting in the cockpit of the Quint. In the next moment, she was floating in some kind of digital realm that sparked with data and energy. Am I hallucinating? She half thought that she was tripping on something as she entered a strange state. Though she felt that she was still lucid and conscious, a vague haze had settled over her mind. She tried to look down on herself only to realize that her body wasn't present. It was as if only a portion of herself had been brought to this strange and unusual realm. As Casella slowly tried to make sense of her current condition, a glowing green point began to approach her position. It grew larger and larger until a green comet that dwarfed anything inside this realm slowed and stopped in front of her apparent vision. The green ball exuded a mixture of calming and pleasant emotions. She recognized it as the unique glow of the Quint. Not only did she feel the warmth of family, but also the joy of life. These two influences combined together to shape the life that defined the masterwork mech. Now, it was facing Casella directly. Though she didn't possess a mouth, Casella attempted to say something. Surprisingly, she could hear her own voice, if not exactly in a normal way. Are you, the Quint? The giant green orb did not seem to respond. It merely hovered close to her consciousness while subjecting her with its powerful glow. Am I being judged? You are. Casella almost let out an undignified screech. She had faced many horrible opponents in battle, but the Quint's response had definitely given her a fright. The power of the quint along with the way it communicated directly with her mind caused this conversation to gain a degree of intimacy and solemnity that was far beyond anything she experienced. Am I worthy to pilot you? The green orb continued to exude a warm and welcoming glow, but its attitude did not make Casella feel very reassured. Casella Ingvar Larkins on. Yes, Quint, why do you pilot mechs? I pilot a mech to protect my clan. Our clan. The orb flew closer. Before you became a Larkinson, you were an Ingvar. Tell me, young commander, would you rather give up on the clan and return to House Ingvar? Casella was just about to give the most diplomatic response she could muster in a short amount of time, but she briefly recalled her brother's advice. The quint was directly connected to her. It could see whether she was lying or obfuscating the truth. The mech was probably judging her at the moment. It would not only be wrong, but also dishonorable for her to lie to her own living mech. As someone who might have to depend on the quint to help her in battle one day, she had to build up a sincere rapport with her mech. Whether she was allowed to keep this masterwork mech or not, she did not want to add another disgraceful memory to her mind. To be absolutely honest, I regret much about the fall of House Ingvar. If the royal house of the Black Poppy hadn't conspired to destroy my house and cut off my road to return, I would have never agreed to join the Larkinson clan. My real family, my real home was back in the territories of House Ingvar. I am grateful for the clan for taking me in and finding a new place for me, but I am just a girl trying to pick herself up and find a second home among the Larkinsons. I'm happy here, and I genuinely consider my fellow Larkinsons to be my brothers and sisters, but I wish I could have still been an Ingvar. She felt ashamed for admitting the feelings that she had buried deep in her heart. Casella wasn't sure whether her brother felt the same way. He was also a loyal son of House Ingvar, though perhaps his time with the Larkinsons had caused him to forget his past attachment. Several minutes passed by, though Casella wasn't sure about that. Her perception of time wasn't exactly clear while she was locked in this strange realm. The giant green orb retreated a bit. Though it still exuded the same kind of warmth and vitality, the additional distance caused her to miss the old intensity. Casella Ingvar Larkins on. Yes, Quint, you are not the mech pilot I seek. Oh, a crushing sense of disappointment overcame her mind. Even though she had done the right thing by admitting her true thoughts, apparently it wasn't enough for her to be sincere. The Larkinson clan does not care about your past, nor your former loyalties. The Larkinson clan only cares about your dedication and your willingness to sacrifice yourself for your fellow Larkinsons. Are you willing to sacrifice your life to save your clansmen? I am, she answered in a firmer tone than before. No matter what lingering sentiments she held towards her fallen house, she was a Larkinson now. Not only that, she was a soldier and commander. As a living sentinel, it was her duty to protect the Larkinsons. Are you willing to sacrifice the life of your brother to save thousands of others' clansmen? What? This was a difficult question. As much as she wanted to respond with a righteous-sounding answer, she knew that there was only one true answer in her heart. Yet just before she voiced her response, a sudden inspiration entered her mind. I will never let my brother and any other clansman fall. She answered with a firmer tone. I will seek to prevent a situation where I have to choose between the two. No matter which Larkinson is at risk, each of them are equally worthy of protection. I would rather take action myself and risk my own life if that is what it takes to save both my brother and every other Larkinson. The green orb began to pulse. Warmth and vitality seemed to flow in her consciousness as she felt more close to the quint than ever. Very well, the Larkinson clan needs a mech pilot like you. Go now and fulfill your goal with my blessing. Before Casella could say anything more, she was suddenly ejected from this strange digital realm. As her consciousness returned to her body, the quint seemed to sing to her in a way that directly touched her heart. Imon, who was observing the initial activation from a distance, began to smile as he felt the quint exude a stronger and more harmonious glow. I knew you could do it, sister. Chapter 3187. Another pit stop after finalizing the Vanguard project and the Decapitator project, the four journeymen of the Larkinson clan were ready to embark on their next fabrication attempts. They gathered in the design lab where they decided on a course of action. We need to get these two expert mechs in action as soon as possible. Vase told the others. We've almost reached the Smiling Samuel Star sector where I need to fulfill a certain task. Now, I'm not going to explain to you why we have to head into the Vulcan Empire, but I'm sure you know that the dwarves over there aren't exactly the friendliest bunch. If we can add 2 more expert mechs to our lineup, we will gain a bit of additional deterrence. Will the dwarves really dare to touch us? Juliet quietly asked. You can never know. Vase honestly shrugged. Our expeditionary fleet is already strong and we have a history of wiping out military strike forces, and we are also entering their territory with the blessing of the MTA. There also shouldn't be a compelling reason for them to attack us. That said, the dwarves have a general hatred towards the so-called tall folk, and they are whipped up by their odd faith of theirs. Kedis snorted. The Vulcan faith is one of the most contradictory religions that I've encountered, and trust me, I've seen some crazy stuff. How is it possible for a dwarf-centric religion to worship a tall folk as their revered god of all of the possible choices? Whoever came up with this dumb idea practically set up the dwarves for failure. From what I've read about the Vulcan Empire, the infighting between those who believe Vulcan to be a human and those who think he's a dwarf has been raging on for many decades. Ahem. Vase loudly coughed. Kedis, don't talk about faiths in such a disrespectful fashion. Who knows whether you'll slip up in front of a dwarven delegation and draw a lot of trouble to us. We need to be more tolerant of the beliefs of others. This applies both inside and outside of our clan. Kedis crossed her arms. I still think it sounds stupid. The dwarves might as well worship a giant lizard god or something. At least they aren't revering their historical oppressors who continue to discriminate against them in many ways. You know, there might be a ploy behind the Vulcan faith. Vase suggested. It could be a clever, no genius ploy to keep the dwarves in check. Think about it. Dwarves have always been unruly due to their admittedly justifiable complaints about their ill treatment. Rather than deal with this headache across multiple star clusters, why not gather them up in a single star sector and rid the surrounding regions of their kind? In order to make sure they don't have any ideas about expanding outwards, introduce a source of conflict in their most sincere beliefs, and voila, the Vulcanites are locked into constant internal strife that mostly keeps the dwarves occupied against themselves. It sounded pretty devious now that he thought about it. As far as he was concerned, the inventor of this brilliant and effective plan deserved a pat on the back. Unfortunately, Vase was the only one who felt smug about what he said. The other 3 journeymen did not look so convinced. We're not here to talk dwarves today, so let's move on. His wife said after a while. The fabrication of a single expert mech is a strenuous event. Fabricating 2 of them at the same time or in quick succession is a great burden to us. Even if we take periodic breaks, we still have to work at least 12 to 14 days in a row in order to complete these offensive machines. What are you suggesting? Vase frowned. We should pour our total concentration into fabricating just one of the 2 expert mechs. This way, we won't get distracted by ideas that are only applicable to the other one. Our expert mechs deserve our full concentration. We should take at least a few days but preferably a week off before we embark on fabricating the other expert mech. That will impose significant delays to our schedule. We have to do this, Vase. I don't want to rush either of these projects. Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice deserve better. Vase sighed as he activated his comm and called up the schedule. I guess it won't hurt that much if we make another pit stop. I'll tell the chief ministers to make the arrangements and have our fleet stop at a port system near Smiling Samuel where we can replenish our supplies and pick up another batch of recruits. After leaving the Pelsa Rindover system, the expeditionary fleet pretty much traveled non-stop across the remainder of the Bardo star cluster as well as a significant portion of the Fermi star cluster. This was a huge amount of distance and it was inevitable that some of the vessels accrued a bit of wear and tear. This wasn't necessarily a big deal. Ships were built to last and they could travel on for many more light years before some of their systems started to creak in a worrisome manner. The expeditionary fleet was already quite close to the lesser Beander Gate that was just a star cluster away, so the state of the Larkinson clan's sub-capital ships took on less and less importance. The only reason for the Larkinsons to preserve their integrity was to keep their resale value as high as possible. What Vase did care about was the state of his fleet's capital ships. The only newly built capital ship was the Spirit of Bentime. Every system and module was still brand new and even the extended-range FTL drives pilfered from the Orlis were also relatively young. It was too bad that the engineers were still in the process of disassembling, inspecting and rebuilding these Fredaman devices in order to make sure they were completely reliable. Aside from his flagship and the nearly completed Gorgonean and the diligent Ovenbird, the remaining capital ships of the Larkinson clan were second-hand goods. Each of them had already been in service for a couple of decades to half a century. This meant that they had around 50 years or so left where they were able to operate at their peak before many aging ship modules started to degrade in efficiency and reliability. This was a nearly unavoidable process, and only a lengthy and expensive overhaul could stave off this process to an extent. What people weren't necessarily aware of was that constant or heavy use of ship systems wore them out a lot faster when they were supposed to. If they did not receive timely and frequent preventive maintenance, then multiple decades could easily be shaved off their total lifespan. This was especially dangerous in situations where a single major battle pushed many of these ailing systems beyond their limits. In short, the more his clan took care of its essential assets, the more they would have the Larkinson clans back when his clansmen needed them the most. After briefly conveying his intentions to his chief ministers, Magdalena soon sent back a reply. "Okay," he said to the others. "I've just been informed that the expeditionary fleet will make a pit stop at the Amswick star system." "What kind of place is that?" "It's a port system of the Empire of the Lost." "That's an unusual name for a state." Gloriana grew curious. Usually, people aren't eager to associate themselves with the notion of defeat. According to what I've learned, the Empire of the Lost is actually not a traditional state of the Bertrand Obsidian star sector. It's actually occupied by the survivors who fled the dwarven takeover of the Smiling Samuel star sector. The strongest factions and organizations that managed to get out with as many assets and people that they could carry on their refugee ships had to find a new place to settle. They essentially flooded one of the existing states of Bertrand Obsidian and forcibly took it over. This was the birth of the Empire of the Lost. The three women fell silent for a moment. This was a tragic history that hit Gloriana especially hard. She faintly saw the future of the Hexadric hegemony in this sordid tale. "I see," Kedis murmured. "The state is named this way because the fled survivors have never reconciled with their defeat. They wear their badge of shame as a reminder of what they once were and keep their original homes in mind. I bet they are still plotting a way to get back their territory from the dwarves." None of the Larkinsons cared about the plight of the Lost. There were losers of conflicts everywhere in the galaxy. Whether their defeat was just or unjust, the fist was the final arbiter. What mattered was that the Amswick system was a good place to stock up on supplies and spend some time performing useful maintenance. Since it was a port system, the expeditionary fleet was already heading towards it anyway. The only difference from their current plan was that the Larkinsons and its allies would stop over for a while instead of leaving as soon as their FTL drives finished cycling. In the meantime, the Mech designers made some additional preparations for their fabrication attempt. Kedis even came up with a rather outlandish idea. "You want us to what?" "I thought I made myself clear, Vase. The Decapitator project is an expert mech that will carry the hopes and expectations of the Sword Maidens as well as the Heavenswarders in our clan. I want to pick out a large delegation from them that will stay inside the workshop and witness the creation of our first expert swordsman mech from afar. I will make sure that they won't disturb the proceedings in any way. I don't know whether this is even proper. This is the only other way I can think of to increase the chances of turning the Decapitator project into a masterwork mech. I have to try. Please give this plan a try. If it works, then it's great, and if it doesn't, at least we are able to draw a couple lessons from the attempt." Vase did not relish the prospect of working in front of a large audience, but the benefits intrigued him. He briefly recalled the time where he set up a large ritual to birth the Superior Mother. Could he set up a similar ritual to augment the fabrication attempt of the Decapitator project? It was worth a try. Even if all of the show and dance did not actually grant any solid boosts, it would still give Kedis a huge boost in motivation. That might be enough to push her into an inspired mood, thereby drastically increasing the quality of her output. "I'll allow it," he said. "In fact, I've got an even better idea. How many Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders are in our clan right now?" "More than 40,000 last I checked," Kedis confidently replied. Her eyes lit up as she began to have an inkling of what Vase had in mind. "The numbers are probably even more now that we've gained some additional recruits, but the original numbers are at least that much. Each of them are strong supporters of myself and Venerable Dice." He smirked. "How about gathering as many of them as possible to cheer us on while we work? This will no doubt be a huge logistical challenge, but as long as we try hard enough, we can probably make something happen." It could also turn into a huge flop, but Vase didn't mention that at the moment. What mattered was putting Kedis in her best possible mood. From the moment he mentioned his bold idea, her eyes lit up and her force of will became a little sharper. Thinking about gathering so many sword enthusiasts together reminded her of the time she broke through at the first sword arena. The energy of so many people seemed to have filled up the giant sword-shaped arena and given her the push she needed to undergo apotheosis. An expectant smile appeared on her face. Let's plan this out properly. Vase, we need a lot more space in order to make this work. Chapter 3188. Empire of the Lost. The Empire of the Lost was a relatively young state that was burdened with a loaded past. When the Vulcanites initially rose up and rallied their dwarven compatriots from nearby star clusters, their conquest did not happen overnight. Many years passed by as the increasingly more emboldened rebels conquered state after state, beginning from the weakest and most decayed third-rate states to finally breaking apart the once powerful second-rate states. The dwarves accomplished all of this while fighting and dying under their unflinching belief in Vulcan and the notion that they were superior to the tall folk. Due to the blending of many different people and cultures in a single amalgamation, the Empire of the Lost was a bit of a mess. It was like the Friday Coalition but with more partners and without a neat partition between them. While the cultural differences between them had lessened through the passage of decades, the state was still dysfunctional in many ways. The only common threads that tied them all together was their undying hatred for the Vulcanites and their persistent desire to return to Smiling Samuel and take back the territories that they lost. What a sad people, Vase commented to Chief Minister Magdalena as the two stood in the bridge of the Spirit of Bentime while the fleet transitioned into the Amswick system. These guys just can't get over their loss and move on. I hear they are still trying to plot an invasion to push the dwarves off their former homes, but they never mustered up the courage to pull the trigger. Magdalena held a more generous view of the Lost. They have good reasons to avoid another confrontation. They suffered enormous losses during their flight. The Empire of the Lost is far from being able to contend against the united and much more expansive Vulcan Empire. It makes much more sense for them to bide their time so that they can rebuild their strength. That makes sense, but, from what I have read about the Lost, the newer generation born after the flight from Smiling Samuel care less about paying back old grievances and more about living decent lives in the Empire. In a few more generations, most of the survivors of the tragic flight will have died without ever seeing their dreams fulfilled. I bet the Empire of the Lost will slowly change into a normal state. The only unstable factor that could derail this predicted outcome was if the dwarves left their star sector and began to expand into other ones. The Empire of the Lost was too close to Smiling Samuel and would definitely suffer the brunt of dwarven aggression. Not that Vase cared about this. The benefit of being a traveler was that he did not have to sympathize for the plight of any local people. Upon entry into the Amswick system, the expeditionary fleet received a lot of attention from the local authorities. The port system was not just a major economic hub, but also a strategically important stronghold. It was the central node upon which the Empire's defense against the Vulcan Empire rested upon. Due to this crucial consideration, the Amswick system was the best fortified star system of the Lost. It not only concentrated a huge amount of orbital and fixed defenses, but also hosted an entire Mech army that were currently spread across multiple bases covering multiple angles of approach. The defensive layout of the star system is interesting, Magdalena commented as she pointed at the projection of the overall plot. The defenses are arrayed like an onion. There are multiple concentric circles of fortifications that become increasingly denser and more concentrated towards the center. While the outermost defenses can easily be bypassed by any invading force, leaving them up will make any attacker vulnerable to attacks from the rear. A proper invasion plan would have little choice but to take out the outer defenses one by one. That sounds like a wasteful defensive scheme, Vase said. Isn't it better for the Lost to just concentrate all of their defenses on a couple of key planets? This way, the dwarves wouldn't be able to defeat them in detail. The invaders will have to face much stiffer resistance if they want to push through the condensed defensive lines. The chief minister shook her head. The Amswick system is never supposed to hold back the Vulcanite onslaught by itself. The idea behind setting up layered defenses in a star system is to delay the invaders and increase their consumption of manpower, mechs and supplies. By the time the dwarves reach the final layers, they will already be weakened and vulnerable to an extent. That is where reinforcements from other parts of the Empire of the Lost can pounce the invading force from behind. There were many other tactical and strategic considerations that Magdalena hadn't mentioned yet. There were so many variables at play here that it would take days to inform Vase about all of the nuances behind the defensive strategy of the Amswick system. During this time, the fleet confirmed its arrangements with traffic control. It turned out that there was no possibility for foreigners to get close to any of the bustling planets. The traffic restrictions are just as strict as the prosperous Hill Star system that we once visited. The chief minister informed Vase. Every foreign and almost every domestic vessel is prohibited from entering the inner system. A local transportation monopoly takes care of every transfer of passengers and goods to and from Amswick V, which is the principal commercial planet of this port system. The only good news is that the transportation service possesses an abundance of cargo and passenger transports, so we won't have to wait too long to receive our shipments. Vase nodded in understanding. Take advantage of that to stock up on an abundant amount of war supplies. It's questionable whether we need any of it, but it is best to be prudent. I would rather end up with an excess amount of unused stuff than run short of it when we need it the most. Understood. Prices of combat supplies have gone up as of late, though. The Empire of the Lost is not in its most quiet period at the moment, and the constant pressure exerted by its dwarven neighbor is a constant source of concern. Vase dismissively waved his hand. The LMC is still doing well, right? We can afford the expenditures. As the fleet slowly settled into its assigned sector that was far from any other visiting ship or fleet, numerous preparations were being made to fabricate the 2 expert mechs. After numerous discussions with different mech designers, expert pilots and commanders, Vase decided to pull out all the stops for the Decapitator project but not for the Vanguard project. When Vase talked to Venerable Orphan about it, she did not become a fan of the scheme. We're Briters, Vase, she told him. We don't believe in this crap. The Vandals, who are my strongest supporters, are different from the Sword Maidens. Aside from their loyalty to the clan, they hold nothing sacred. They believe in their own strength and their own means and don't engage in any of this superstition. They'll obey if you order them to take part in this charade, but I don't think you'll get the result you want. The Flagrant Vandals were one of the secular-minded mech legions of the Larkinson clan. It more closely retained the traditions of the Bright Republic's mech corps but also kept its more irreverent culture. Vase realized that this plan might not work for the Vanguard project. Ah, I should have known. If this is the case, then we don't have much choice but to fabricate your mech the normal way. It's fine. Orphan clapped her hand on his shoulder. I hear that masterwork mechs come by chance. Either I win the lottery or I won't. I won't cry if I lose this time. Right now, I just want a decent expert mech that can allow me to fight to my heart's content. I understand. She was trying to avoid putting too many expectations on his shoulders. The successful creation of one masterwork expert mech raised the bar for the other expert mech design projects. Disappointment was inevitable as success in this area was tenuous at best. Otherwise, Vase wouldn't have gone as far as organizing a gigantic ritual to see whether that would help with increasing the quality of the Decapitator project. The bombastic attempt to fabricate the Decapitator project in full view of thousands of clansmen presented many different challenges. Aside from preventing the crowd from disturbing the journeymen at work, they also had to find a space to accommodate them all. The personal workshops aboard the Spirit of Bentime didn't offer enough room to host such an immense crowd, so Vase had to find a different venue to hold the public show. Would you be okay with fabricating the Decapitator project aboard the Vivacious Wall? He asked his wife. Gloriana frowned at him. Out of all of the possible choices, why there? It's far too busy over there and it is not the most stable platform. Who knows what kind of subtle vibrations and other disturbances occur over there that can interfere with the production of delicate and crucial components. Look, there aren't many spaces that are big enough that can host a lot of people in a short amount of time without leading to massive congestion and other problems. The Mech Arena in the center of Twilight City is literally made for this purpose. We just need to mitigate any sources of disturbance by preparing the arena grounds. There are plenty of devices that we can install and solutions that we can deploy to address any of the concerns that you have mentioned. I don't know, Vase. It feels wrong for us to fabricate a mech outside of our dedicated factory ship. We'll also have to ship all of our delicate high-quality production machines to another capital ship, and that comes with many risks. Trust in our people. I'm sure they will move our equipment without scratching them. Come on, just try it out. Though Gloriana had plenty of misgivings, her objections to this odd plan were not that strong. Even she was a little curious whether all of these extra measures would have an effect on the final outcome. Fine, do what you want, then. There will be hell to pay if any of my precious machines get damaged. I'll make sure to inspect and calibrate each of them once they are moved to the Vivacious Wall. After they finished talking business, they turned their attention to their growing child. Gloriana was roughly 4 months pregnant now and her belly had become a little bit more pronounced. Both of them placed their hands on the belly. Our daughter is growing bigger. Gloriana smiled in a loving manner. I can't feel her kicking yet, but the scanners already show that she is beginning to move around. Her development is completely fine at the moment. She had developed health, and the few odd mutations and gene expressions that she exhibited are well within tolerance. Humans were complex creatures and were filled with endless variations. Beyond the earliest stages, when they just consisted of a handful of cells, it was no longer as easy as before to correct every single genetic oddity. The geneticists in charge of managing these developments therefore acted with more restraint. As long as the baby did not gain any deformities or known maladies, it was fine for them to show a little variation. Have the doctors detected any unusual physical traits? Vase asked. Gloriana grinned. Well, her cells are stronger and more vigorous than before. She is able to resist germs a lot better. The combination of her designer genes as well as the superior mother's blessing will ensure she will become the healthiest baby possible. Vase wasn't sure about the veracity of her claim, but he was glad to hear his baby was fine, at least in a physical sense. Her body needed to be strong enough in case anything happened when he conducted his planned procedure on his daughter. Chapter 3189, White Mouse. The Larkinson fleet made some big movements. Not only were clansmen taking exceedingly great care to move Gloriana's precious production equipment from the Spirit of Bentheim to the Vivacious Wall, the Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders were also making arrangements. It was impossible and highly irresponsible for the Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders to leave their posts at the same time. They had to set up at least a partial rotation to make sure the ships were taken care of and that they had sufficient mechs on hand to guard against unexpected incidents. The planning of the ritual also took a bit of time. Vase only came up with it a short time ago, so Kedis and her circle had to scramble to come up with a ceremony that was elaborate, impressive and authentic enough to achieve the desired effect. Fortunately, the Heavenswarders came to the rescue. Relying on many millennia's worth of heritage and traditions, they were easily able to come up with thousands of large-scale rituals that served to bless the making of a heroic sword or the ascension of a swordmaster. To Vase, it didn't matter what kind of weirdness the Heavenswarders had in mind. As long as they believed in their own nonsense, the mood in the mech arena should be sufficient enough to give Kedis and perhaps the other mech designers enough stimulation to make the Decapitator project a little more exceptional. During all of this whirlwind of activity, Vase received a surprising request from the Cross clan to travel over to their flagship. What do the Crossers want? He asked his assistant as he was petting Lucky. The Cross Patriarch wants to talk with you. He hasn't told us why, but if I had to make a guess, he probably wants to begin discussions on the design of his next expert mech. Ah, well, if he expects something from me, then he'll have to wait for a while. After we complete the Decapitator project and Vanguard project, we still have to finish the Bulwark project and the Chimera project. That will take at least 3 more months or maybe 4 due to the greater complexity of the latter projects. After that, there are a lot of other projects that need to be taken care of as Brutus Expert Mech and so on. I hope they'll understand. You should tell that to the Crossers yourself, boss. Anyway, you can head over to the Hemington Cross whenever it is convenient. I'll travel in a couple of hours. Vase took care of some other routine matters first. He checked up on the preparations aboard the Vivacious Wall. He quizzed his students to see whether they kept up on their studies. One of the more interesting talks he conducted was with Dr. Rania. With the growth of the Larkinson Biotech Institute and its importance in ensuring his future daughter grew up healthy and without any flaws, he took the time to shuttle over to the Dragon's Den. By now, the bioresearch vessel's utilization was much higher than before. Her biomes already hosted hundreds of different designer beasts and exo-beasts. Many of them were purchased from market, but a couple of the organic products were actually homegrown. Dr. Rania personally brought him to a viewing area where they could watch the first of many designer beasts that the Lifer Beast designers had cooked up in recent times. What am I looking at? He asked as he strode to the windows of the high tower. The windows did not just provide a clear view of the forested terrain below, but also projected enhanced and alternate viewpoints that were currently tracking a sample of the interesting creatures that prowled this biome. Lucky flew over to the windows as well, but quickly grew bored with the sight. Cats were much more interesting than other animals in his opinion. Meow. The gem cat flew over to Dr. Rania and landed on her shoulder. When you gave our teams the task to develop useful designer beasts that can produce powerful mutations, they began with their original research projects first. We have a host of beast designers aboard this ship that have already worked on numerous existing designer beasts. We have been digging them up and used them as the base of what you want to obtain. So far, the designer beasts we have made range from flying fish, poisonous primates, long-living dogs and gigantic armored snakes. The latter should currently be in your sights. Though Vase wasn't able to see any snakes from his high vantage point, the projectors already tracked numbers of members of this artificial species. The snakes were just as big as she described. One of them was as thick as the leg of a humanoid mech and was impressively long. It probably took a lot of tons of food to fill up the stomach of such a massive creature. When Vase swept the forest below with his spiritual vision, he failed to encounter any strong presences. His enthusiasm level immediately dropped. I take it that your teams didn't have much luck in producing any mutated beasts. Our researchers tried their best to induce more mutations. She said, this big snake that you're observing now is considerably larger than it ought to be because of that. Sadly, that is the most that we have been able to achieve. All of the mutations that we have encountered so far are either inconsequential or purely physical in nature. We haven't created any designer beasts that can exhibit strange abilities like Arnold. Vase began to look skeptical. Maybe your approach is faulty. Physical mutations aren't useful at all. What I'm looking at are mutations in the mind. I'm not sure how you can encourage that, but I feel that randomly messing with the genes of these beasts will not increase our chances of gaining a new Arnold. I know that, Doctor. Rania sighed. We know too little about non-physical mutations. The few specimens we have are too few for us to observe any solid patterns. We can either continue to play with genes as we have done before, or... She did not say anything more as she grabbed Lucky from her shoulder and started to inspect him from every angle. She looked as if she had become a vet who was performing a biannual checkup on the gem cat. Meow. What did you want to say, Rania? What idea do you have in mind that you're not sure whether you want to share? Rania sighed as she let go of Lucky. The cat floated back to her shoulder and used it as a perch again. I've been thinking a lot about the phenomenon that you call spirituality. According to you, spiritual energy is derived from sentient creatures and sentient thought. However, there is obviously more to the story since only a fraction of organisms possess enough spirituality to do anything with it. Currently, Arnold is our only living specimen. A few months ago, I started to take samples of his cells and merged them into other designer beasts. That was quite an interesting idea. Did you get any useful results? No, though my experiments are still in an early stage. To be honest, I don't have much hope that this experiment will yield a mutated beast. However, I think we can produce more drastic results if we adopt a slightly different approach. What do you have in mind? I'd like to borrow an active sample of the life-prolonging treatment serum that you hold. If my assumptions about its formula are correct, it should contain the raw energy needed to boost an ordinary designer beast. No, absolutely not. This is a strategic resource that I can only spare for vital projects that deliver a guaranteed payoff. We can't squander it on spurious experiments. Vase responded. Doctor. Rania looked a bit disappointed, but she anticipated this answer to an extent. Then what about borrowing your own cells? What? Please hear me out, sir. She quickly said as even Lucky started to look oddly at her. While our attempts to implant Arnold's cells into other designer beasts has not achieved any immediate results, the story is slightly different when we attempted to use your cells. Do you remember the examinations you went through in order to prepare for the formation of your designer baby? Well, we still have some tissue samples of your flesh in storage, so I decided to take one out and implant it into a simple creature. Vase became a bit alarmed all of a sudden. Rania, I did not give permission for you to use my cells in an unauthorized and unannounced experiment. Has it ever occurred to you that you should inform me before you use my own tissue samples in some crazy experiment? It was just a tiny sample. Rania defended herself. To be honest, we were getting rather desperate back then. I wanted to show a positive result to you, so that you won't think that we haven't made any appreciable progress. He sighed. Rania might have acted a bit unethically, but she didn't do anything too egregious. The deed was already done, so there was little point in sticking to it. Besides, even he was curious at what this experiment yielded. So what happened? I think it's best that I show you in person. Let's head over to my private lab. They exited the observation area and moved to her laboratory. As the head of the Larkinson Biotech Institute, she claimed the largest laboratory and filled it up with all kinds of advanced lab equipment. There were numerous machines at work at the moment. Many of them cultivated different kinds of plant life while others were trying to perform deep analysis on different tissue samples. Rania ignored all of that and strode straight to a side chamber which turned out to be a dissection area. She approached a wall and pulled out a transparent cube which contained the corpse of a simple white lab mouse. The cube kept the mouse's body frozen. When Rania placed the cube onto the table, Lucky flew down a bit in order to inspect the mouse. Meow. Of course it doesn't look appetizing to you. It's an organic mouse, after all. Vase rolled his eyes at his cat. When Vase inspected the little mouse carcass with his spiritual senses, he became surprised by what he noticed. He detected the tissue sample that used to come from his body. Though it had already lost almost all of its potency, Vase did manage to detect a small whiff of spiritual energy. What really caused him to be surprised was that he managed to detect an even smaller trace of his spiritual energy had managed to spread across the mouse's entire body. Though it was extremely faint, it reminded him a bit of how he and subsequently the superior mother infused his unborn daughter's body with their energies. The difference was that it didn't seem to have ended up well for the mouse. How did it die? He asked. I see its head didn't blow up. That's different. Should I expect that to happen? Rania raised her eyebrow. Never mind. Just tell me what is going on with this mouse. It's a bit of a mystery to me, honestly. Normally, the method we use to integrate human tissue samples to mice is highly mature and almost completely safe. Sure, the mouse will be burdened by extra tissue or organs that aren't meant to be there, but we have always managed to keep them alive. Not this time. Just hours after grafting your tissue into its body, it started to exhibit less activity. This slowly continued until it became comatose. An hour later, its unconscious body functions shut down, causing it to die. This was an interesting sequence of events. The mouse had died gradually and over time. Also, it didn't suffer any deadly physical maladies. Instead, it slowly grew sleepy until it finally entered its eternal slumber. As Vase continued to inspect the carcass with his spiritual senses, he developed a suspicion of what had happened. Chapter 3190. God or monster. Ever since he and his mother began to infuse his unborn daughter's body with spiritual energy, he began to develop an interest in how it interacted with biological tissue. Clearly, there was a stronger relationship between the two than he initially thought. It made sense in a way, as the spiritualities of the vast majority of sentient beings were anchored to their bodies and more specifically their brains. For a long time, he thought that the bond between the two was loose. As long as the brain was sufficiently complex enough to produce a meaningful degree of sentience, the intelligent creature in question was able to gain and activate their spiritual potential. In all of his theoretical frameworks, Vase based all of his subsequent theories around this simple assumption. So when Vase encountered a case where his daughter's brain was incredibly underdeveloped yet still managed to reach a point where she gained spiritual potential, something had to give. What did it mean for someone's entire body to generate spirituality instead of just the brain? Would his daughter become even more talented and powerful in this area than himself? Just thinking about it caused him to shudder. Would she become a monster? Would she become a god? No, not if he could do anything about it. As long as he was there to guide his daughter into controlling her potent spirituality, nothing should go wrong. The companion spirit seed he intended to plant in her would also help a lot in regulating her excess power. As long as everything went well and his daughter managed to grow up alongside her companion spirit, she would start off her adult life at a much higher starting point than himself. On one hand, he felt immensely pleased at the prospect of being able to raise a daughter who was much more powerful than him, at least when she graduated from her studies and started her first job. On the other hand, he wasn't sure whether he would be able to control such a powerful offspring. Who knew what she wanted to do and how much she was willing to defy her dearest daddy, with a heap of power at her disposal. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a realistic risk. Even though his daughter still had several more months to go before she was finally born, already the potential of the growing fetus inside Gloriana's belly was frighteningly powerful at this very early stage. God or monster? The former did not exist, and he would definitely make sure to prevent his daughter from ever becoming the latter. In order to help him understand this strange new phenomenon, Vase needed more data. That meant that he needed Rania to conduct focused studies on this topic. Naturally, he would never allow her to treat his daughter as her test subject. Just the thought of taking a few cells from his baby girl just to implant them into a mouse or something sounded abhorrent. This was why Vase bravely decided to volunteer himself. If anything detrimental happened to him, then he would at least be able to spare his upcoming daughter from the suffering. His eyes firmed up as he took one last look at the dead white mouse that Rania had experimented upon. Doctor. Rania's initial attempt failed abjectly, but the clues that he was able to derive from it were quite novel and refreshing. How many mice do you have? Do you really have to ask that? Rania responded with a mirthful look. She waved her hand across her expansive laboratory. The Dragon's Den is not just a lab ship, but also a bioproduction plant akin to a miniature version of the Spirit of Bentime. The mass cultivation of lab mice is an essential function to any site that conducts bioresearch. We can literally grow millions of mice at once from any known genetic strain we can think of. We can even cultivate other animals and exo-beasts for experimental purposes on a large scale. If any of our research has reached an advanced scale, we can even switch over to mass-producing clones. Vase jolted a bit after he heard that last part. He stared directly in her eyes. Are you talking about sentient clones that are capable of living like actual humans? She shook her head. We do have the capability, though only a handful of senior lifer researchers are capable of conducting advanced human cloning. For experimental purposes, generating low-order human clones is more efficient. They aren't humans per se. They are merely sacks of meat that look like humans but don't have any consciousness. I see. So are you able to produce these low-order clones en masse? We are, but, for most experiments, we usually start off with humble lab mice. They're smaller, cheaper and easier to grow and maintain. They leave smaller messes behind and they can be disposed of with much less hassle. If we move on to conducting experiments on full-sized human clones, we would have to occupy a special lab that is configured for handling human bodies, and there are only so many of them aboard this ship. Right now, most of them are already occupied by research teams developing new genetic augmentations, minor longevity treatments and specialized implants for mech pilots. The Larkinson clan could easily purchase off-the-shelf versions of these products off the market, but Vase and several people within the clan thought it was prudent for the clan to master these industries. This way, they not only reduced their dependence on external services, but could also turn biotechnology into the second revenue source of the Larkinson clan. Not every pioneer who ventured into the Red Ocean was able to grab thousands of talented biotech researchers from a state that possessed a strong heritage of raising them. It would be an enormous waste if Vase allowed the lifer scientists in the Dragon's Den to become underutilized. Vase felt very pleased that he had access to his own bioresearch division. Not only was he able to commission studies on any topic he deemed interesting, but he was also able to do so without bothering with any of the annoying ethical and moral challenges that he would get if he contacted an outside company. The benefit of effectively controlling the Larkinson Biotech Institute was that it had become his playground for any fascination related to biotechnology. Initially, he wanted to use it to provide augmentations for his clansmen and cultivate new mutated beasts that had the potential to expand his collection of design spirits. As for now, Vase began to figure out that Dr. Rania and her teams of researchers might also be able to help him discover more about the nature of spirituality and how it empowered humans. Considering that he had haphazardly treated his own unborn daughter as an experiment, it became more critical than ever for him to expand his studies in this direction. I'd like you to do something for me, Rania. What is it you require, Patriarch? She asked, becoming more attentive as she noticed his demeanor had grown more serious. I need you to set up a secret research department. I trust you to handle my more sensitive requests with discretion, but you are not enough for what I have in mind. I need you to gather a team of trusted researchers who can keep their mouths shut to perform broad research on the properties of spirituality and figure out ways to harness it in humans. This was not a casual request. Dr. Rania weighed the possibilities. I can set up a new research department and keep it confidential easily enough. I imagine that my own measures probably won't be thorough enough, so I will need a lot of help from Calabast and the Black Cats to make it foolproof. You will have the help you need, and the funding. Vase said. The former member of the Woden dynasty thought a bit more about the steps she needed to take. It shouldn't be a problem for me to obfuscate the administration and set up a secret lab aboard this ship. The real challenge is finding the right personnel. I can imagine that you already know what the lifer researchers are like. They are very professional when it comes to maintaining their confidentiality. Their loyalty also shouldn't be in doubt considering that they have taken well to joining a clan that is willing to provide excellent facilities and abundant funding for their project. Then what's the problem? Vase frowned. These lifer researchers come from a state that has always emphasized the importance of innovation and developing new products in order to expand and diversify the biotech industry. As a result, they can be a bit overenthusiastic about their research. What I mean by that is that they sometimes lose sight of their limits and go too far with their experiments. Much of what I am trying to improve at the moment is to implement more oversight among our research teams. This will be more difficult to implement in a secret research department because it can't involve too many people. He could see why this would be an issue, but he did not let that stop him from going through with this essential plan. We can't remain as ignorant as we are now with how spirituality and spiritual energy interacts with humans. I mean, I don't even know what's going on with my daughter anymore due to all of the spiritual energy that she has sucked up. I'm not afraid of any experiments going too far. What I need are results and confidentiality. Give me answers and try to keep what this new department is doing as secret as possible. Can you do that, Doctor? The director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute nodded solemnly. I will make sure that you will have your results. I will personally see to everything. I have a high interest in these studies as well. I haven't heard anything like it in other biotech researchers. From what I have seen and inferred so far, spirituality may be the key property that will truly lead humanity to a new stage of evolution. Spirituality is responsible for making mech pilots, mech designers and swordmasters special. Imagine what it could do to our race if every person and every profession becomes extraordinary. Such a radical change would completely upend human civilization, and Vase wasn't sure whether it was for the better. Even if this scenario was the utopia that the MTA was striving towards, handing lots of power to an endless amount of people was extremely dangerous. After all, there were many individuals who weren't able to use their powers as responsibly as himself. Don't take spirituality lightly, Rania. He warned her. I know firsthand that messing with people's spirits in any way can easily turn fatal. Start your studies on small, disposable animals and work your way up to clones of the low-quality kind. My main interest right now is to find out how we can infuse human flesh with spiritual energy and what that does to an organism. I have a few hunches but I don't dare to voice them yet. I just want to understand what it does to a human. To be honest, he had also become a bit jealous of his daughter's fortune. Unlike her, his own body tissue was not infused with spirituality. He felt as if he was a defective human compared to his future offspring. Was he happy that she had the potential to become stronger than him? Certainly. Was he happy about the prospect of being left in the dust? No. As a responsible parent, Vase felt the need to overtake her and make sure he remained in the lead so that he could guide his daughter's development. The last thing he wanted to see was for her to make a mistake and steer her spiritual development in the wrong direction. Chapter 3191. Cross Business. After instructing Rania to set up a new secret research department, Vase bid her goodbye and returned to his shuttle. As his vehicle left the hangar bay of the Dragon's Den and began to move towards the Cross fleet under escort, he settled down and began to think about the implications of what he had started. A new research department centered around studying spirituality from a biotech perspective would likely yield interesting results, especially if Vase dropped by every now and then to provide assistance. There was no way the research department would be able to get anywhere without him supplying his spiritual energy or donating his biological tissue. As long as everything went well, Vase would have an explanation of what his daughter was going through and whether he could acquire the same benefits. Though he was certainly a lot more powerful than his unborn baby at the moment, if he extrapolated her growth trajectory, she could easily surpass him once she was well into her teenage years. The thought of trying to deal with a rebellious teenage daughter whose spiritual prowess exceeded his own already gave him a headache. Is this what every first-generation parent of a designer baby feels like? He wondered as he held Lucky in his lap and petted the pet's head. Meow. Oh yeah, I forgot. Goldie is sort of your daughter, right? Meow. Lucky proudly raised his head. So how do you keep her in line? Meow. You mean, you don't? Lucky responded with a helpless expression. Meow. So his cat basically failed and turned into a loser dad. How swell. At least Goldie turned out okay with the help of other design spirits like xianxia. After chatting senselessly with his cat, his shuttle finally reached one of the hangar bays of the massive Hemington Cross. He hadn't visited the fleet carrier in a while. Each time he exited his shuttle and beheld the crossers and the overall atmosphere on their flagship, he could easily differentiate the evolution of the Cross clan over time. There were a lot more personnel aboard this ship than before. The Cross clan hadn't expanded their fleet, but they readily took advantage of their new kinship network to recruit tens of thousands of military-minded people who became attracted to the promises and ideals of the patriarch Reginald and his clan. It was fairly easy for Vase to distinguish the newer faces from the other ones. The authentic Trueblood crossers carried themselves with a strong and unique demeanor that originated from many years of living in the Garland Empire. The foreigners who grew up in more peaceful and placid states still showed their relative freshness and inexperience. A good battle or two would quickly sort them out and complete their integration into the Cross clan. Vase was quite certain about this as his own clan faced a similar situation. A kinship network could only do so much in tying vastly different people together. An attendant from the clan welcomed the honored visitor to the flagship of the Cross clan before leading the way to an observation deck at the upper levels of the fleet carrier. Though Vase wasn't able to see as much of the vessel as he wanted, he could already tell that the clan had taken several powerful steps forward. They were far from the shabby band of military refugees that Vase initially met in the Sanok system. What was new since his last visit was that the Hemington Cross interior featured extensive upgrades. Older, worn modules had been replaced by newer ones. Several sections that previously looked fragile now looked a lot more sturdy after the crossers applied a lot of structural reinforcements. All in all, the Hemington Cross was able to take a greater beating than before. This was good news as the capital ship used to be a prestige project whose size was meant to impress and intimidate rivals outside of combat. As an actual combat vessel, her ability to resist and contain damage was not as good as other fleet carriers like the smaller but much more practical Antonio Cross. Where are they getting the money, though? He wondered. The Cross clan on its own didn't possess any native industries when it initially fled from the vicious Mountain Star sector. The only variable that presented the Crossers with a new option was its new senior mech designer. What has the professor been up to lately? Vase had not kept up with any news concerning the former pirate designer. After all, his expert mech design projects along with issues related to his own clan already took up all of his time. Well, I guess I will find out soon enough. After being led into a massive observation room, Vase slowly approached the center where Patriarch Reginald Cross and Professor Benedict Cortez were sitting in front of one of the windows. The pair of senior leaders were enjoying an expansive view of the hundreds of starships that made up the Allied fleet. From this distance, the numerous sub-capital ships all resembled tiny fish that were difficult to distinguish from each other. Only the capital ships possessed enough definition for humans to be able to identify them with the naked eye. The majority of capital ships belonged to the Larkinson clan. This was a great source of pride to Vase, and he couldn't help but needle the Crosser leader about their own stock of capital ships. "Hello," he greeted as he plopped onto the only available chair. "Nice view. I can't help but observe that your own fleet is rather skinny compared to mine. We're getting closer and closer to Tarnished Crown. The time to acquire capital ships is running out. Will you be able to bring enough powerful assets into the Red Ocean?" Patriarch Reginald narrowed his eyes, but Professor Benedict maintained his cool. "If we required assistance in this area, we would have contacted your clan beforehand." The latter replied, "We have already made some arrangements and we are already in the process of acquiring additional ships and merits. It might take some time, but you will not find us wanting by the time we reach the Beander Gate." Well, that was one less problem to worry about. When a senior mech designer told him that he would get something done, then Vase had no reason to question the claim. A few moments passed by as Vase calmly enjoyed the view. He found it rather novel to look at the distant red hull and iconic giant cat-shaped prow of his flagship from this perspective. It was by far the most impressive and flamboyant capital ship in the fleet. "We've started a couple of new industries in recent months." Professor Benedict spoke up again as he turned towards Vase. He studiously analyzed Lucky, who was currently staring right back with a challenging stare. "Meow." Vase pressed his hand on Lucky's head in order to restrain his pet. It wouldn't do for his cat to piss off the Skull Architect. "I've been wondering where all of the money is coming from. What markets did you decide to enter?" "We are currently working on entering two related industries. The Cross Mech Corporation is our principal mech company that is responsible for selling both mechs and mech designs. We are only engaged in the latter at the moment, but we hope to set up manufacturing in the Red Ocean that will service the regional markets." "I see." Vase pursed his lips. "If you don't mind me asking, how will the products of your mech company stand out from the competition?" Professor Benedict responded with a sly smile. "While I might not have your ability to grant mechs with a unique factor, I am more than capable of designing mechs that directly meets the needs of most customers in the Red Ocean. According to my market analysis, The dearth of industries, the bottleneck in transportation and the lack of availability of many materials and exotics that are common in the Milky Way means that there is a great demand for mech models that are adapted to the local circumstances. Every mech company and mech designer must either adapt their current designs or start from scratch. This presented an advantage to less established mech designers and mech companies. While the bigger mech corporations would also be doing their best to capture the emerging mech market of the Red Ocean, they had to begin anew, as well as it was incredibly uneconomical for them to export their products from the Milky Way to the Red Ocean. From what it sounds like, this isn't the only company that your clan has started. Vase remarked. That's correct, the professor said. We are also aiming to branch out into the research and development of mech systems and components. We decided to erect the Cross Development Center to develop efficient, rugged and reliable mech parts that we can use for ourselves and license out to others, including your clan. I'm aware that you have gained access to 2 different expansive component libraries, but they will eventually become obsolete without active development. The CDC is meant to build upon the Cross Clan's existing tech library and adapt all of the components and devices we need to the circumstances of the Red Ocean. Vase became a little shocked at what he heard. He hadn't put much thought about acquiring components and component designs that were modern and cost-effective over time. He thought he would just continue to license the appropriate gear from outside companies, but who knew whether that was sustainable in the future. The Larkinson clan's business ventures were currently centered around both mechs and biotechnology products, though the latter was still getting up to speed. Those were 2 huge industries that required a lot of attention, investment and commitment. Though Vase could order his clan to set up a new company that tried to perform the same activities as the Cross Development Center, it wouldn't be the same. First, the Crossers enjoyed a head start in this sector. Second, Professor Cortez was much more capable of developing quality components than anyone in the Larkinson clan. Though Vase wanted his clan to develop its own homegrown mech parts eventually, now was not the time. Rather than relying on external offerings, it was a lot cheaper and more convenient to rely on the products offered by the CDC, at least for the foreseeable time. Vase threw Professor Benedict a look that conveyed that he knew what the Crossers were doing. The Cross clan wanted to show its usefulness to the Golden Skull Alliance. At the same time, it hoped that the Larkinsons would become dependent on its excellent mech parts. Another consideration was that it also aimed to generate and maintain a competitive advantage in this industry. As long as the Golden Skull Alliance remained intact, its partners would always have to turn to the Crossers in order to license and gain permission to use its powerful and efficient tech. Vase didn't mind too much. He was willing to grant the Cross clan a victory in this arena because he knew the Crossers would have to knock on the doors of the Larkinson clan if they required any human augmentation services. Already the Larkinson Biotech Institute had begun to offer its simpler augmentation services to both the Glory Seekers and the Crossers. Good luck with that, he replied in a good-natured manner. I'm sure a senior like you will be able to come up with a large and expansive catalog of parts that we can all use to put together our next mechs. I'm not inclined to stick with one source, though. It's a big market out there and I'm sure that other entrepreneurs in the Red Ocean have the same idea as yours. Professor Benedict responded with a grin. Oh, I have no doubt about that. I'm sure their own offerings will be highly competitive, but unless you develop a close relationship with them, I doubt that they will be able to offer what you really need. And that is, custom mech parts that are completely tailored to your needs. These are essential to your expert mechs. Chapter 3192, Demanding Patriarch. Professor Benedict brought up a good point. After completing a couple of expert mech design projects, Vase and his colleagues became more and more aware of the importance of having good expert mech component designs on hand. Unlike ordinary mech component designs, the ones geared towards expert mechs were a lot harder to come by. Although the MTA offered a relatively bland selection of standard components that were appropriate for expert mechs, the good stuff was noticeably absent. The fact of the matter was that expert mechs and anything related to it was considered a matter of strategic interest. Any advantage that a state gained in an aspect of expert mechs provided it with a powerful advantage that might make a meaningful difference in any conflicts. It would be stupid for a Hexer mech designer to develop an excellent mech component only to enable the Fredaemon to license this new product. This was why it had become a custom for developers to limit their public offerings to older and outdated expert mech parts. If the Larkinson clan didn't initially gain access to Hexer components, then he would have been forced to make use of lower-performing alternatives that were at least a generation out of date. Would his expert mechs still be strong? Certainly. They just wouldn't be able to keep up with rival expert mechs as well. There were many different factors that determined the performance of an expert mech. The quality of its components was an immense influence that always determined the foundation of any mech, so being able to partner up with a friendly developer that could provide the parts his clan needed was quite convenient. Of course, it would be even better if the Larkinson clan could take care of its own business, but that was not viable at this stage. There was no one in the Larkinson clan that possessed an advantage in this area. He himself was responsible for turning the LMC into a success, and all of the lifers his clan picked up from the LRA were the key to turning the Larkinson Biotech Institute into a promising new business venture. Unless Vase was able to pick up an entire component development company somewhere, there was little hope that his clan would be able to catch up with the Crossers anytime soon. From a broader perspective, this kind of development would probably continue to take place. Neither the Larkinsons nor the Crossers were large enough to cover every industry. Within a solid alliance, it made much more sense for every partner to focus on what they were good at and rely on others to service their other needs. Vase did not mind it if that happened, though eventually the Larkinson clan really had to learn how to take care of its own needs. It did not have to be as good as the market leaders in every sector, but his clansmen should at least be able to develop its most essential expert mech parts for security reasons. When will you be able to provide us with a full lineup of mech components? Vase asked. It will probably take up to 5 years for us to build up an expansive catalog. Professor Benedict said after a brief moment. We have already gathered several teams of capable and experienced developers that I have managed to poach from other companies, but it still takes months and years to design new component designs that are actually better than what we have. Technological progress cannot be rushed, particularly when it has already reached an advanced stage. As a mech designer, Vase fully understood what the senior was talking about. That was the great thing about speaking with other mech designers. Their shared language and understanding was so great that they could easily dispense with the nonsense that they had to bring up when they talked to other people. Of course, as their discussion became increasingly more technical, Patriarch Reginald was feeling increasingly more left out. His force of will eventually flared, causing the other two to halt. Patriarch Larkinson, the expert pilot, addressed his guest. You and your people can discuss business matters with us at a later date. I had a different purpose in mind when I invited you over. Since our last meeting, you've managed to build up quite an impressive track record when it comes to designing expert mech. In my judgment, the Dark Zephyr that has been zipping about is an impressive disruptor, while the Amaranto's firepower is incredibly helpful from what little I have been able to observe. I hear that you are just about to add a pair of additional expert mechs to your lineup. Vase nodded. This was hardly a secret to his allies. They needed to know at least some details so that they could take these new additions into account when they made their battle plans. Correct. While we're here in Amswick, I plan to fabricate an expert spearman mech and an expert swordsman mech. Although they are both offensive machines, they are meant to adopt different approaches in battle. The former is more capable of fighting head-on while the latter is more suitable as a flanker. That fits with the fighting styles of Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice. I have great respect for both of them. Of course, I am more hopeful for your younger expert pilots. Venerable Joshua particularly sparks my interest. Out of all of your expert pilots, his love for mechs is more pure. That was a considerable endorsement from the most expert pilot in the expeditionary fleet. Vase smiled in response. Thank you for that. I hope to nurture each of our expert pilots into great heroes, and providing them with the right mechs is the first step to doing so. Our design department is already more than halfway through with finishing our current round of mech design projects. Patriarch Benedict faintly became more excited when he heard that. It was obvious to track the changes to his mood because his force of will so obviously radiated his strongest emotions like an open book. Have you considered the matter of designing my new expert mech? Vase nodded. I've already put some thought behind this commission, but most of my attention is taken up by my existing projects. I hope you understand that those come first. Once I am done with them, I will have plenty of time to think about other projects. When will that take? 4 months, give or take. Once we complete our last 2 expert mech designs, I will have plenty of time in my schedule to embark on other projects. Will you be able to deliver a masterwork expert mech for me? Patriarch Reginald abruptly asked as his anticipation caused the air to become more charged. I greatly admire your Amaranto. It is a true ranged fighting machine beyond compare. If you are able to supply me with a masterwork mech, I will readily pledge eternal friendship and support to you for as long as I live. Vase tried his best to stay calm when the aggressive expert pilot was practically distorting his entire surroundings with his will. It was as if the expert pilot wanted to force Vase into saying yes. Creating a masterwork expert mech was just a fluke. Just ask the professor over here how likely it is for me to repeat my success. The senior couldn't allow his nominal superior to continue this pursuit. He slowly placed his hand on Reginald's shoulder. We've talked about this already. The young Larkinson mech designers have already defied expectations once. Each of them are far from being able to fabricate masterwork mechs on demand. If even I can't do it, how can you expect our guest to do any better? Patriarch Reginald threw Professor Benedict a peculiar look. This was the problem with letting laymen talk about mech design. While Patriarch Reginald no doubt possessed a greater understanding of mechs than the average person, he was not a mech designer and did not understand all of the effort it took to create some of the best mechs of someone's career. You should trust your resident mech designer, Reginald. Vase softly said, forcing us won't get you anywhere. A mech will either become a masterwork or not. It would be great if we can succeed, but even if we aren't able to elevate the quality of your expert mech to the top, it should still be high enough to provide you with greater support than your current mech. Though the Cross Patriarch did not wish to accept this answer, he was smart enough to know that reality wasn't in his favor. He subsided his oppressive will and slumped a bit on his chair. I expect you to do your utmost to satisfy my needs. That is why I am willing to ally with your clan, and that is also why I allow my clan to accompany your fleet as you make your way into this hazardous region. I wouldn't call the Vulcan Empire a hazardous region. It is to people like us. I don't like it. Can you tell us straight why you want to bring your entire clan into the most dangerous star sector in this region of space? Vase found it ridiculous to compare the Smiling Samuel star sector to perilous places like the Nixian Gap. It wasn't as if the former was occupied by murderous scum, lethal space-time anomalies and horrendously powerful dark gods. He briefly thought about how much he should reveal. He supposed the Cross clan deserved to know a bit of the truth, considering that they were willing to risk their lives to stick with his clan. I'm on a mission of sorts, Vase reluctantly said. A very big mech designer who is much more powerful than you can imagine has found out that someone left a certain package behind. Now, back then, Smiling Samuel hadn't turned into a dwarf-dominated star sector like today, so it has become a lot more challenging than usual for someone trustworthy to be able to retrieve this package. That is where I come in. My task is to get in, retrieve the package and get out. It's as simple as that. I have no intention of staying in the Vulcan Empire any longer than necessary. The two crossers took in his words. Though they were wondering who exactly issued this mission to Vase and what kind of package merited so much attention, they knew better than to ask any further. Why you? Patriarch Reginald asked instead. Why not hand this responsibility to someone else? If this individual is as powerful as you imply, I'm sure he can contact the dwarves directly. Vase shrugged. Who knows? I can't give you any answers on this. All I know is that I have to retrieve the package in person. In order for me to do that, I have to bring the rest of my clan along, as even I don't think it is wise to enter a dwarf country alone. It still wasn't a wise decision, but none of the three bothered to mention the obvious. Reginald tapped his armrest. I don't feel reassured. We cannot abandon you and let you enter Smiling Samuel alone, but our crossers aren't willing to die for a cause they have no part of. I cannot ask my soldiers to make the ultimate sacrifice just to satisfy your personal ambitions. I understand, Vase slowly said. I would feel the same if I was in your shoes. It's not easy to lead a clan. Just so. Reginald briefly smiled. Now, I can do something about this, but only if you give me a reason to persuade my men to go along with your latest scheme. Are you able to do that, Larkinson? Vase finally got it. The Cross Patriarch wanted to negotiate with him. If Vase and his clan wasn't able to cough up anything worthwhile, then the Cross clan might not decide to back the Larkinsons up in their upcoming venture. Vase had to think carefully on what he had to say next. Chapter 3193, Interesting Information. Alliances were fragile. In some cases, they could be considered a single entity. In other cases, they were fractured beyond belief. Vase had encountered numerous states throughout his travels that exhibited both sides of the equation. The Friday Coalition was a typical example that embodied both extremes. On the one hand, they united together and formed a common bond to defend against the persistent threat of the Hexadric hegemony. On the other hand, of the original 9 partners that founded the coalition, only 6 of them were left. What happened to the three forgotten partners that seemed to have disappeared from history in the time between the founding of the state and the outbreak of the Komodo War? Obviously, something very fishy took place that caused the three coalition partners to disappear without getting entangled in open conflict. Then there was the old Vizia kingdom. While Vase wasn't sure how much it had changed after the aftermath of the Sand War caused it to swallow up a lot of ruined territories, but before this massive event, its various noble houses ostensibly answered to the royal house but in practice pursued their own ends. The ducal houses had become too powerful, causing them to develop a distinct lack of respect towards the central authorities and a lot of animosity towards their fellow rivals. If not for the fact that they possessed a common hatred against the Bright Republic, they would have long descended into more overt power struggles. Then there's the Garland Empire. On the surface, it was one huge second-rate state that dominated the vicious mountain star sector. Unlike the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony, it did not have to share territory with any other rival state. That should have turned the Garland Empire into a calm and peaceful refuge where the only threat to its territorial integrity came from beyond its star sector. Yet the glory hounds of this infamous state were not satisfied with peace. The aggressive ace pilots and expert pilots hungered for greater advancement and eternal glory, and an absence of conflict was not conducive to furthering these goals. So what did they do instead? They turned on each other and provoked conflicts with the flimsiest of excuses. Therefore, alliances were not necessarily harmonious. If an organization really thought that a treaty could protect them from betrayal from their own allies, then it was incredibly naive. The Cross clan happened to fall victim to this kind of betrayal. After its flight from Vicious Mountain, it surely had to have learned a couple of lessons. With the addition of a former pirate leader in the form of Professor Benedict, there was no way that the Crossers remained as naive as before. Right now, the Larkinson clan was in its ascendancy. The Cross clan attached itself to the upstarts because it depended on Vase to provide them with the benefits the Crossers needed to rebuild their own glory. The establishment of the Cross clan's exclusive kinship network and Patriarch Reginald's strong desire for Vase to contribute to the design of his next expert mech were both compelling benefits. They were the primary reasons why the Cross clan was willing to follow the lead of the Larkinson clan. Yet leading the Crossers straight into a potentially hostile state that was much more powerful than the Golden Skull Alliance was definitely stretching their willingness to play along. Vase would essentially be taking advantage over the fact that he possessed a hold over the Cross clan if he forced Patriarch Reginald and his men to come along his risky trip. If he wanted to placate his allies and ensure the Golden Skull Alliance remained stable, he needed to throw them another bone so that they remained committed to defending the Larkinson clan. This was quite problematic as he wasn't able to think up anything that sounded attractive enough. He couldn't guarantee the delivery of a masterwork mech and he had already provided them with a kinship network. He supposed he could choose to offer other valuable services such as providing the Crossers with companion spirits or battle networks, but Vase wasn't stupid enough to spread his own trump cards. The main reasons why he was okay with sharing his kinship network was because it didn't threaten him and would always remain under his control. The same could not be said for his other spiritual products. Vase scratched his cheek. It became clear that he did not have any good ideas at the moment. Since he couldn't come up with an answer, Professor Benedict decided to give him a hand. "What do you think about our clan, Vase?" You have done well in picking yourselves up from your lowest point. I no longer have the impression that you are in decline anymore. Your clan grows stronger with each day that passes. That is quite impressive. It's not easy to dispel the depression that comes from losing so many loved ones and being run out of your territory like a pack of defeated dogs. Patriarch Reginald briefly clenched his fists. We cannot give the traitors the satisfaction of ending us completely. We may have lost much of our might and glory, but we have not lost sight of our dignity and honor. As long as we hold our heads high, we defy the Praetors, the Planets, the Billards, the Chardons and any other enemy that has conspired to annihilate our clan. Both Vase and Professor Benedict had to lean back from the ferocity that the expert pilot was exuding. The cross of rebirth that hung on his waist even seemed to resonate with his earnest will, causing Patriarch Reginald to come across as a tragic hero who was hell-bent on exacting his revenge. Vase lightly coughed. Yes, that's a really good sentiment. The best way to refute their attempts at taking down your clan is to grow it to an even greater height. In my opinion, the best way to do that is to take advantage of the opportunities of the Red Ocean to grow to an even greater height than the Garland Empire could ever accomplish. Vicious Mountain can only offer so much, and the Star Sector is already divided into hundreds of different tribes and clans. There is no meaningful room for expansion over there, so it should only be a matter of time before your clan can surpass all of your enemies. Of course, it was not as simple as that. Rewards always come paired with risks. The greater the reward, the greater the risk. It was true that it was easy for pioneers to become rich and powerful in the Red Ocean, but there were even greater odds for them to face ruination. Professor Benedict smiled at Vase in a peculiar way. While it is good for our clan to spite its original enemies by surpassing them in size and wealth, this form of revenge isn't quite as satisfying as crushing the Praetors, planets and any other enemy that had a hand in driving the Cross clan out of Vicious Mountain. Don't you think so, Vase? Vase frowned a bit. We're too weak to beat them in person. I know how it feels to be unable to punch your enemies directly in the face. I too have grudges against certain powerful enemies like the Friday Coalition, but do you see me turning around and pitting my tiny clan against the might of an entire second-rate state? We can't let our personal desires get in the way of doing what is best for our people. Exacting direct revenge won't accomplish anything except causing all of us to fall just so we can derive selfish satisfaction out of the act. He had a high interest in staying alive. Committing revenge felt good, but not if he had to pay an excessive price. He always found it irrational for many people to forsake everything including their own existences just to get payback for their perceived slights. Vase dearly hoped that Patriarch Reginald and his band of crossers weren't a part of this group. If they were, then the Larkinson clan would seriously have to reconsider its association with the Crazy Cross clan. Fortunately, Patriarch Reginald forcibly calmed himself down. Though it was more than obvious that he wanted to do exactly what Vase feared, the expert pilot didn't completely disregard his responsibilities to his own clansmen. He was a lot better than his father in this regard. We can dream all we want, but without power, they will always remain figments of our imagination. The expert pilot gruffly spoke. The only way for our clan to exceed our rivals is for us to gain more strength. My ascension to my father's old rank is all that matters to us. In the event that you are unable to supply a masterwork expert mech to me, do you have any other means of enabling my promotion? Vase helplessly spread his hands. Who do you think I am? A miracle worker. No one has a foolproof way of producing ace pilots, let alone expert pilots. The MTA seems to think you have a chance. Reginald stated as he pinned Vase with a pointed stare. Haven't they assigned a batch of its own mech pilots for you to convert into expert pilots? It seemed that the Cross clan wasn't completely blind. Though news of this mission shouldn't have spread, it was hard for close allies to miss Master Willix's arrival and the appearance of 20 highly competent guest pilots within the ranks of the Larkinson clan. Vase sheepishly smiled. The MTA has a lot of faith in us due to our history of producing a noticeable amount of expert pilots and expert candidates. I've been trying to tell them that this is not because we stumbled upon a secret formula or anything. While I do believe that living mechs can help with nurturing mech pilots, my mech company has sold tens of millions of living mechs and I haven't heard any stories about lots of breakthroughs. The actual reason why our clan did well during our journey through the Nixian Gap is because of the inherent weirdness of this anomalous region. Our mech pilots have a much harder time advancing now that we have left it behind. This was a plausible-sounding excuse that Vase had used multiple times to brush away the noteworthy breakthroughs. It had the benefit of being true to an extent. I have heard that you have developed another solution. The Cross Patriarch slowly said. Vase raised his eyebrows as he petted Lucky again. Oh, that's news to me. If I had another method up to my sleeves, I would have already applied it to my own mech pilots. I have received word from scattered survivors from Prosperous Hill and other sources that you have come up with a new invention in the field. It is said that you have created a set of 4 artifacts that are able to induce different emotions in people. They are called the aspects of Lufa, if I am correct. That's correct. We know what 3 of them can do, but you have always kept the 4th one under wraps, is that correct? Yes, well, from what I have learned, you have called the final statue the aspect of transcendence. While I do not have any solid facts on hand, am I correct in guessing that this is an experimental new tool of yours to induce breakthroughs in mech pilots? Both Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict were paying very close attention to Vase right now. The abrupt increase in scrutiny made Vase feel as if he was being put on the spot. His mind was racing even as he forcibly froze his body to avoid giving away any clues. Damn, how the hell did the Cross clan find all of this out? It shouldn't be too difficult to learn about some of the aspects of Lufa, but Vase had always tried to obscure the aspect of transcendence as much as possible. How did the Crossers uncover the existence of this 4th aspect? Was there a traitor within the ranks of the Larkinson clan? That shouldn't be possible. Chapter 3194. The forgotten aspect. On the surface, the Cross clan was made up of a large number of soldiers who only knew how to fight and how to prepare for fights. They did not give anyone the impression that they actually maintained an effective intelligence operation. The history of the Cross clan and most notably its fall also did not show any indication that it was good in this area. The stereotypical Garlaner disdained trickery and subterfuge, and he couldn't imagine that the Crossers suddenly gained a lot of competence in this area. It just wasn't possible for them to turn one of their weaknesses into a strength so quickly. However, when Vase turned his attention to Professor Benedict Cortez, he felt he might have found the answer to this. One thing was for sure. Vase seriously needed to have a good conversation with Calabast after this meeting. Had she missed this recent development? Or was it none of her fault? Vase felt pretty confident about the security situation of his fleet after the Black Cats acquired the Blinding Banshee. Yet what about before the acquisition of this espionage ship? Perhaps the Cross clan managed to take advantage of the security holes that existed prior to the recent improvement in security. He briefly turned to Professor Benedict. What if the change didn't come from the original Crossers, but a powerful newcomer who possessed a different outlook? It was not that hard to imagine that a pirate designer like the Skull Architect set up his own network of informants. His entry into the Cross clan was the most viable explanation why the Crossers had become a lot more capable in gathering useful intelligence. He could contemplate all of that later. First, he had to get past this moment. He should have brought Shedder and Pernus along. The entire reason why he appointed the old man to Foreign Affairs Minister was so that he could let the professionals handle talks like these. Right now, he had to decide how much he could afford to reveal. While the existence of this statue was rather sensitive, he didn't actually mind it that much if one of his allies found out about it. Out of all of the secrets in his closet, this one wasn't that big of a deal, especially since it was defective. This was why he decided to come clean. In any case, the Cross clan was still a friend and he also needed its support in the times to come. If he could increase their commitment to the alliance in exchange for exposing one of his less important secrets, then that was still a favorable transaction. The aspect of transcendence is deeply flawed. Vase reluctantly explained. I don't know how you have heard of it, but it and every other aspect of Lufa is based around principles that I don't even understand. The nature of my creations is so esoteric and metaphysical that my control over them is tenuous at best. This is one of the downsides to trying to create living products. Professor Benedict nodded in agreement. I did notice that in your work. The glows of your characteristic mech designs don't seem to come from you. I have long speculated that you are using your design philosophy as a vehicle to leverage the power of other metaphysical phenomena. That was quite an accurate description. Senior mech designers really shouldn't be underestimated, especially someone who no doubt performed extensive analyses on his work. Vase briefly smiled. What I have done with my aspects of Lufa is more direct than that. The result are 4 organic statues that each express 4 different varieties of glows. 2 of them are rather average and can even be obtained in the Yena Star Cluster's mech market in the form of the treatment editions of my sanctuary model. We know. We purchased a batch of both variants. Patriarch Reginald answered. They are completely useless to me, but they have actually been helpful in helping our more traumatized Crossers gain some perspective. I thank you for that. While your 2 sanctuary variants cannot heal damaged survivors on their own, my doctors tell me that they are powerful tools when used as part of larger treatment programs. It is my pleasure. Many of my mechs are designed to kill. I'm glad that my work can also make people better. Vase always derived satisfaction from hearing that his products had served his customers well. This was the dream of every creator and he was no different. I have also heard something about your 3rd statue. Professor Benedict leaned forward. It is supposedly capable of making people completely rational. That is quite interesting, don't you think? Vase nonchalantly shrugged. It carries its own risks. Humans are emotional creatures by heart. Most individuals don't cope very well with losing all of their emotions. It only makes sense to employ the aspect of rationality in highly specific situations. The senior mech designer leaned back in his chair and nodded. You are correct in that. Rational humans are a special breed of individuals. It is hard for people to get started on this path, but perhaps it might be easier if they are able to benefit from the glow of this statue of yours. I don't see the point in that. Vase frowned. What's wrong with ordinary mech designers who rely on their passions and emotions? I can't imagine myself designing mechs by faking emotions instead of embodying them for real. That is because you haven't properly witnessed the full capabilities of a rational mech designer. It is not for nothing that the MTA prefers to employ those who can maintain as much objective and untainted reason as possible. As a trade association, it has a high demand for mech designers who can deconstruct and systematically apply the myriad of unique methods that many of our colleagues have developed. You cannot truly understand someone else's work in its totality without letting go of all of your preconceived biases and subjective tastes. That was actually quite interesting to hear. Vase already thought along these lines, but it was nice to hear a corroborating opinion from a better mech designer. The business of the MTA has nothing to do with us. Vase dismissively waved his hand. I have no need to steal the work of other mech designers, and I don't intend to replace the MTA. Correct. We are speaking about your fourth and evidently most radical statue of this series. Can you explain to us why you describe it as flawed? What are its defects? Vase thought carefully on what he should say here. A part of him didn't want to say anything, but another part of him actually felt it might be useful to consult with other knowledgeable experts. A second opinion was always handy, and someone like Professor Benedict most certainly possessed deep insights in many areas related to mechs. Well, for one, people's heads tend to blow up when they are subjected to its influence. Don't ask me how many times this has occurred. Neither Patriarch Reginald nor Professor Benedict looked disturbed at the mention that Vase had conducted a disturbing experiment where an unknown amount of people lost their lives just to try out a new invention. They were certainly pleasant company. Experimental results can show a large amount of variance depending on the traits of your test subjects. What population of test subjects did you take your samples from, Larkinson? Vase twitched his mouth. The professor certainly knew what he was talking about. Criminals. Scum. People who got what was coming to them, basically. I tested it out on both norms and mech pilots, but neither of them have yielded any positive results. These volunteers of yours are weak-willed cowards and losers who do not deserve the gift of ascension. Reginald declared, expert pilots like myself must discipline our minds and forge our wills into unbreakable steel. Each of us have undergone our own journeys where we are required to pass each and every test that comes our way. Few are worthy to make it to the end. Most are found wanting and will either stop making progress or die in the pursuit of an undeserved reward. In my judgment, trash can never produce greatness. You should have started off with better stock. I cannot justify the decision to subject the aspect of transcendence to people outside of this category. Vase self-righteously retorted, I especially can't condone any attempts to subject my own clansmen to an experimental product that has already produced a sizable body count. My duty as their patriarch is to lead them and protect them, not sacrifice their lives in order to further my personal ambitions. Vase made his stance clear. The aspect of transcendence was too dangerous and he would not agree to using it on anyone who was decent. Even he had bottom lines. You've become stuck, then. Professor Benedict observed. Your experiments on low-quality test subjects have produced constant failures, but you might be able to gain a different result if you make use of better stock. It is regrettable that you are not willing to do so. This statue has great potential if you can actually prove that it can live up to your promises. I do not believe you bestowed it with such a grandiose name if you never had any intentions of making it live up to it, am I right? Damn, Professor Benedict understood Vase a little too well. I have developed many ambitious ideas over the course of my career. Few of them succeed. That is the nature of innovation. These days, I don't even think about the aspect of transcendence anymore. It's already a failure in my eyes. What you consider to be a failure might actually turn out to be a priceless treasure. You want to obtain my statue? Vase narrowed his eyes. No, we recognize that it is your invention and that its use is completely up to you. The senior quickly replied, what we are actually thinking about is resuming your experiment with a different recipient in mind. Instead of using them on low-quality stock, we instead have a better idea. The professor pointedly looked at the cross-patriarch. You, in the event that you have failed to deliver a masterwork expert mech to me, I shall bear the test of your aspect of transcendence myself. The expert pilot stated, I must advance to ace pilot one way or another. If I cannot do it the old-fashioned way, then I am not afraid to resort to a more unconventional means. That's crazy. You don't know what you are talking about. My time is running out. Reginald shouted back while pointing at his graying hair. I have already passed my peak stage as a mech pilot. With each year that passes, my reflexes and thinking grow less acute. My chances of breaking through dwindles as a consequence. While my father has managed to defy the odds, I am not as talented as him. I need a faster, more assured way of breaking through, and I see much hope in your mysterious statue. Do not underestimate my resolve. Where others have failed, I shall remain unbroken. With my strength combined with the valued teachings of my father, I am confident I will succeed in breaking through. I only need a catalyst to push me forward. Vase looked confused. Why don't you find a war or something? The best way for mech pilots to surpass their limits has always been to risk their lives in battle. I have a responsibility to my clan, Reginald said. As a fellow patriarch, I am sure you understand. I vowed to preserve the remnants of my clan, but at the same time I must become a saint, which I will never be able to accomplish if I knowingly lead my men into doom. Therefore, even if your aspect of transcendence poses a greater threat to my life, at least I shall bear this risk alone. Whether I live or die, the Cross clan shall live on. I can put myself to the test with ease if that is the case. This guy's obsession was truly unshakable. Vase didn't mind it if Patriarch Reginald wanted to commit suicide, but the problem was whether the Cross clan would be happy with that. If the Crossers found out that Patriarch Reginald died in the Larkinson clan's custody, Vase seriously doubted whether they would remain friendly. Chapter 3195, Death or Glory. Vase regretted the creation of the aspect of transcendence. He should have never acted upon one of his inspirations and created a fourth organic statue that was meant to isolate and amplify the strongest obsessions of people subjected to its glow. It would have been a different story if he succeeded in making it work, but so far the cleaning bots had to sanitize the testing chambers so many times that the blood had seeped into their circuits. Of all of the test subjects that Vase had the pleasure of subjecting to his experiments, he never worked with such a high-quality expert pilot. There was no doubt that out of every expert pilot in the expeditionary fleet, Patriarch Reginald Cross was undisputedly the most powerful of them all. The resonance meters all hovered at around 55 lavares in the few times he deployed with his Bolvar Rage. This was close to the upper limit of expert pilots and made him eligible to undergo a second evolution. Yet for all of his efforts, Reginald never managed to make any progress over time. No matter what he tried, the resonance meters had not gone over 55 lavares at all in the span of a year. This was a sign of stagnation and signified that the leader may have exhausted his natural potential a long time ago. This was why he said his talent was not as good as his father. The only way for him to make meaningful progress was to resort to external pressure. The traditional solution had always been to drop into a battle and hope that everything worked out, but this was an exceedingly risky and reckless proposition. Vase actually found it quite novel for Reginald and Benedict to come up with the idea of using the aspect of transcendence as a more convenient alternative. If it works the way that the pair expected it to, then it could present every desperate mech pilot with a more direct source of stimulation without endangering anyone else. To certain kinds of people who valued power, attainment and success over their lives, the price of failure was not unacceptable to them. Ambitious individuals such as Patriarch Reginald were already accustomed to putting their lives on the line. Facing an unknown statue with a history of executing the unworthy was not that much a worse prospect. It was still a troublesome request, though. Vase wouldn't mind if Patriarch Reginald wanted to die, but the problem was that Vase and his clan didn't want to attract any blame for the expert pilot's untimely death. Just like Vase, Reginald played a crucial role in keeping the Cross clan together. He was such a forceful and impressive figurehead that the Cross clan would definitely descend into chaos if the heir and son of St. Hemington Cross died in a macabre experiment. Rather than perish gloriously on the battlefield, the Golden Skull Alliance would definitely get messed up as a consequence. Vase could not allow this pivotal figure to throw away his life. Aren't you being too hasty, Reginald? You are making way too many assumptions here. First, who says you can't progress any further at this stage? Ace pilots never tend to be young. You may have grown older, but you still have plenty of years left in your life as long as you are able to receive at least one round of life-prolonging treatment. It's not that simple, young man. The expert pilot shook his head. There are ways to extend the lifespan of my body, but it is a lot harder to ensure my will remains sharp. My goal isn't to maintain my current level of strength. My goal is to surpass it. Seeking ways to preserve and prolong my life will not bring me closer to my real goal. How else do you think that there are so few ace pilots in existence? In the Garland Empire, we expert pilots all know that to achieve greatness, you must have the bearing of a great warrior. Letting time pass by while taking your time to become stronger does not conform with the standards of someone who is eligible to become an ace pilot. I see. Mech pilots had it much harder than mech designers. The latter was mostly an intellectual occupation that did not impose any heavy demands on fitness and fighting capabilities. This granted the mech industry a much greater tolerance to those who advanced when they were older than the average. This was not necessarily the case for the former. Age was correlated with all sorts of variables that affected combat effectiveness. Even if piloting mechs was not as physical as swinging a sword in person, there were still many biological factors such as reaction time that still played crucial roles in determining overall performance. Reginald's chances of breaking through would continue to drop over time. Even if the cross-patriarch managed to succeed in his later years, there was not as much meaning to an ace pilot who already had a foot in his grave. I still have doubts about whether this is viable at all. Vase said, the aspect of transcendence has never yielded a positive result. You chalk that up to the quality of test subjects that I have used, but the results aren't necessarily different if someone better comes forward. This is all untested and this will remain this way because I will not betray the people we are tasked to protect. This firm response earned a rare look of approval from Patriarch Reginald. I think the same way, so I will only make the attempt myself. I alone shall bear the price of my decision. This was false. Didn't Patriarch Reginald release that he would be doing his clan a great disservice by dying early and abruptly without preparing a suitable successor? Though he wrapped up his words with noble-sounding intentions, the expert pilot was only thinking about himself. It appeared the apple did not fall too far from the tree. St. Hemington Cross had also been consumed by his self-centered views. Vase shouldn't have expected that the deceased ace pilot's son had learned enough lessons. Vase let out a sigh. Look, if you really insist, then I won't stop you any further, but at least we should do this properly. I admit that I have at least some belief that the aspect of transcendence can induce breakthroughs, but it does so in a very invasive and forceful manner. Those who fall short in any way will fail in the most gruesome manner possible. It may be the case that your aspect of transcendence is only effective to those who are already close to breaking through. Professor Benedict suggested, from what you have told us, the test subjects that you have experimented on before are substandard individuals who are most certainly nowhere close to advancing to a greater stage. Your statue's glow had to do too much work in order to make them improve, and due to their inferior cognitions, they were incapable of withstanding the rapid buildup of pressure. That was quite an extensive deduction considering that the senior mech designer shouldn't have access to any details. If Vase didn't know any better, he would have thought that Professor Benedict was the one performing this experiment. That's a nice theory, but we have no idea whether it is accurate. We should be a bit more careful in making assumptions here, especially when we are dealing with a deadly subject. We can never be too careful. The professor grinned like a shark. On the contrary, young man, we should be bolder and explore the truth even harder. The greater the extreme, the greater the results. Something that induces so much danger is bound to be remarkable in a way. In order to harness it, we merely have to find the right solutions. It is inevitable that we must make some hard choices in order to achieve progress, but that is what separates true inventors from those who wish they were as successful as us. Face it, Vase, you are eager to try your experimental creation on an expert pilot, am I correct? You don't have to lie. If I were in your shoes, I would have tried to march Patriarch Reginald to the lab straight away. It is not every day you get to conduct a study involving an expert pilot. Vase clutched Lucky against his body and frowned. Though he identified himself in the professor's words, that did not mean he liked it when he was being pressed in this manner. What I feel and what I desire has nothing to do with what is necessary. We Larkinsons always put duty and honor before greed and selfishness. Please don't lump me in the same category as you. We cannot be any further apart from each other. If you were indeed in my place, then the aspect of transcendence might have produced a body count that was 100 if not 1,000 times larger. The Larkinson clan would have already come to an end if that was the case. Patriarch Reginald reached out with his hand and pressed the senior mech designer back in his chair. Enough, Benedict, I am not here to discuss science with the two of you. The clan leader admonished before turning to Vase. As for you, I have issued my request and I expect you to honor it. I shall wait and see if you are able to produce a masterwork expert mech for me. If you succeed, then you can forget about this. If you fail, then I will make sure that I shall succeed in your stead. Vase wanted to palm his face. He was done with all of this nonsense. While he ordinarily welcomed anyone who volunteered to become his test subject, the latest person to step forward was too important to die under his care. Expert pilots were so mule-headed that they became persistent sources of headache for Vase. Only a rare proportion of them managed to retain their common sense. The rest had become so warped by their extreme convictions that they literally thought that reality had to conform to their will rather than the other way around. This was both the source of their extraordinary strength and the flaw that caused many of them to suffer from their self-inflicted wounds. After a brief discussion, Vase finally had this tiring and stressful discussion with the crosser leaders. He stormed back to his shuttle and waited for the vehicle to move away from the Hemington Cross before letting down his guard. "Goddamn meow." Lucky blinked as he floated next to Ves's head. "Do you think that Patriarch Reginald has a chance of surviving this experiment?" Meow. "Yeah, thought so. The aspect of transcendence should not be trifled with. Even I don't want to try out its glow." Vase suddenly recalled an important detail. Back when he worked together with a lifer biotechnician to create the statues, they used hastily grown human clone tissue to form its organic composition. Wasn't it supposed to last 3 months at most? A lot more time had passed since the aspects of Lufa initially came into existence. By now, it should have turned into a rotting mess. Yet Vase never heard anything about his old products decaying to such an extent. When Vase returned to the Spirit of Bentime, he headed straight to his workshop and entered the locked compartment where he had stashed all 4 aspects of Lufa. They're still alive. All 4 organic statues looked as pure and pristine as the day he initially created them. The low-quality human tissue that made up their flesh and other organic features did not show any sign of aging or breaking down. How is this possible? When Vase inspected the organic statues with his spiritual senses, he slowly widened his eyes. He even took a few steps back in shock. What he discovered was such a huge surprise that he even felt a surge of fear coursing through his spine. In his spiritual vision, the organic matter that covered all 4 statues were glowing with power. They were so tightly infused with spiritual energy that it was as if their flesh had transcended the limitations of ordinary human tissue. Monsters. Chapter 3196, Empowered Aspects, How? Vase was utterly shocked at what he was looking at. How could the 4 aspects of Lufa defy their own expiration date and remain alive long after they reached their natural lifespan? Meow. Lucky floated around Vase as if he was an orbiting moon. The cat looked confused. Why was Vase making a big deal about these statues? Didn't they look the same as before? That's exactly what's the problem. Vase shouted to his cat. They're not supposed to look the same. Their lifespan was 3 months. Even if there is a bit of wiggle room to that estimate due to the influence of different variables, they shouldn't have lasted more than 5 months at most. They should have been in their graves already. This was a new and unknown phenomena that happened right under his nose. Who knew what his statues had turned into after months of precipitation? At first, Vase remained on guard. He kept his distance and carefully scanned and observed the 4 statues with care and patience. His instincts never warned him of any threat, and nothing shot out towards him or anything. It became increasingly clear that his fears of facing monsters of his own making were overblown. Why did I freak out? These aren't even mechs. They're just statues. The aspects of Lufa differed substantially from his ordinary mechs by how they were able to move. His mechs contained all of the internal mechanical parts necessary to move their limbs. They could even fly if they were equipped with a flight system. In contrast, the statues in front of him shouldn't even be able to move. Though he did produce variants of some of the statues that were built like bots on the inside, those were just disposable decoys that had all been eliminated. The only ones left were the original ones sitting right in this compartment. Once Vase confirmed that the statues were completely inanimate and did not pose a threat to him, he relaxed a bit and began to approach this case as an investigation. First head to find out what exactly happened to them while they were lying in storage. Vase first called up the security footage from the monitoring system and rapidly skimmed through many days of no activity. No one had sneaked up to the statues to tamper with them or anything. That ruled out the possibility of a third party deliberately messing with the organic tissue. He then performed a more thorough scan on the statues. He moved closer and began to float around all 4 statues while holding his vulcani as it performed a thorough investigation of their physical makeup. Interesting. The solid inner base that was made out of inorganic materials was completely normal. The human tissue that had been molded to the exterior were also largely identical to normal samples. There was just one strange point. The organic tissue remained at the peak of their health. While this was not particularly impressive for ordinary cloned biological matter, What made this case a lot weirder was that any biomatter only maintained their optimal condition for a relatively limited period of their natural lifespan. This was especially the case for organic tissue that was not supported by an active replenishment system such as a human body or a biomech. Since the aspects of loofahs weren't biomechs, they didn't contain any mechanisms to regenerate or replenish aging and decaying biomatter. The cells should have exhausted themselves and dried out akin to dead skin cells. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the cells of the aspects of loofah appeared as if they were never affected by the passage of time. It was as if with each day that passes, the cells acted as if they were in a time loop or something. Vase clutched his hands through his hair as he tried to figure out the logic behind this unexplainable phenomenon. It doesn't make any sense. While he wasn't a biotech researcher, he didn't need to consult Drive Rania to know that low-quality biomatter shouldn't have lasted this long. Even his scanner told him that the tissue was likely only 17 days old. 17 days, my butt. It's been a year since I departed from the Life Research Association. If the situation wasn't so frighteningly unknown, he would have felt a bit more elated at discovering a real instance of rejuvenation or functional immortality. As it was, Vase did not like it when his products, especially his more dangerous ones, were subject to unknown influences that changed and mutated them in unpredictable directions. I don't have a problem with my products growing stronger, but I haven't anticipated any of this. Vase began to speculate what might have caused the flesh of the aspects to become rejuvenated. He couldn't help but think back on how life-prolonging treatments worked. These expensive and exclusive procedures relied heavily on serums that were produced in such a way that they contained an abundant amount of universal life-attributed spiritual energy. If someone had injected a lot of raw serum into the organic tissue of the aspects of loofah, then Vase would have accepted that explanation. However, there were no signs that an unknown party had ever done that. There's no reason for anyone to squander expensive serum on a quartet of cheap organic statues that I can easily reproduce. The 4 aspects of loofah may be the first organic totems that he had ever made, but they weren't particularly special when it came to their design and physical composition. He used bog-standard materials that were conveniently on hand during the time he was stuck on the surface of Prosperous Hill V. He did not insert any special ingredients in their structures like he did with the statue of the Superior Mother. Vase inserted several unique and spiritually significant ingredients in the latter that allowed it to birth a powerful new ancestral spirit. All of the abnormalities that took place with the statues, such as the fact that it drew an unexpected lightning storm, could all be explained by the remarkable ingredients he used as well as the intervention of his powerful mother. Yet what about the 4 statues? Vase didn't recall putting in any serum or other extravagant ingredients. The only design spirit that was connected to them was loofah. Was he the source of all of the changes? That was a worrisome thought. His spiritual products as well as his natural design spirits generally didn't mess with reality. For one, it was quite difficult and costly for them to reach beyond the spiritual realm and affect the material realm directly. Unless they had a very good reason and lots of spiritual energy to squander, they usually didn't bother to show up and instead focused on their own growth. The instance where the Superior Mother descended onto the workshop in order to bless the fetus growing in Gloriana's belly was already an extravagant move. Yet it was this move that Vase was currently thinking about when he tried to come up with an explanation of what happened to the statues. Did loofah empower the 4 aspects in a similar fashion? It sounded plausible, if unlikely. Loofah's spiritual domain wasn't based on life, so his spiritual energy affected matter in a different way. Perhaps his purity was able to rejuvenate organic matter, but that sounded extremely unlikely. He decided that the best way for him to get some answers was to get them directly from the most likely subject. Vase concentrated his mind and began to contact the design spirit through his spirituality. Once he established a line, he wordlessly conveyed his question. Loofah did not react with surprise of what had happened to the 4 aspects that were based around him. As the source of their glows, he had to have been aware of what was going on with the statues. You really didn't mess with them in a particular way. The design spirit firmly stuck to that story. Vase didn't think that loofah was lying. The act was against the spiritual product's nature and it was hard to hide dishonesty through a direct spiritual connection. After asking a number of related questions, Vase reluctantly concluded that the Angel of Tranquility hadn't tampered with the statues in any way. Then how did these statues manage to remain in such a youthful condition? Loofah supplied Vase with an answer that sounded unbelievable. Say again. Vase already heard it the first time and Loofah was not the sort of spirit to lie or joke around. He just couldn't accept what he heard. According to the design spirit himself, the 4 aspects of Lufa became empowered through the worship they received from many different people. This, Vase recalled how he had utilized the statues during his time on Prosperous Hill V. He made heavy use of the aspect of tranquility and aspect of healing to treat and soothe the lifer refugees who had become victims to the civil war that broke out in the Life Research Association. Though it had been a long time since he left the place behind, many of the lifers who originally basked in the glows of the different statues still retained their memories of what it was like to experience the sensations. If Lufa's answer was correct, then these survivors were not only reminiscing about the experience, but also showing their gratitude to the aspects by worshipping them as if they were divine. This is crazy. The 4 aspects may have profoundly changed their lives for the better, but these stupid people didn't have to go as far as to worship the tools that treated their traumas. To Vase, it sounded as stupid as worshipping a fire extinguisher just because it saved them from getting burned. A tool was a tool, and even if the statues were organic and alive in a sense didn't mean that they were anything greater. He did not dare to accept this conclusion for now. He had way too little proof of what was actually going on. A single source, even one as credible as Lufa, could still be wrong due to perspective bias and limited understanding. There were several incongruities with this simple answer. First, how could the worship of several thousands or at most tens of thousands of average people lead to such a profound transformation to the 4 aspects? They had not only changed from a physical perspective, but also a spiritual one. Each of them were a bit more alive than before, and Vase had only seen this in mechs and objects that were being personally used by their respective pilots and owners. Second, if misguided religious worship was related to their empowerment, then how come all 4 of the aspects became empowered instead of just the 2 most public ones? The aspect of tranquility and the aspect of healing were by far the ones that had been exposed most often to other people. The aspect of rationality barely got any use at all, and most people who were able to view the aspect of transcendence in person were already dead. Did the deaths of those test subjects feed the aspect of transcendence? Did I accidentally sacrifice human lives to fuel the growth of an unholy monstrosity? Vase shuddered. This was a ludicrous fantasy. He would have noticed if a notable amount of spiritual energy transferred from the exploding corpses to the aspect of transcendence. Could it be that the worship generated from the slow but significant sales of the sanctuary treatment editions directed back to the initial models? This was a more plausible explanation, though it still sounded unlikely. Any spiritual feedback generated by the satisfied patients that had been treated with the few sanctuary variants that had been sold to various treatment institutions should have flowed directly to Lufa. None of these answers are sufficient. If Vase wanted to get to the bottom of this phenomenon, he needed to conduct a more proper study. He shrugged. I don't have time for this. I'll just throw the 4 aspects onto Ranya's new secret research department and see what it can make out of them. I really want to know how their disposable organic matter is able to defy the passage of time. Chapter 3197. Stack of bodies. As soon as Vase decided to dump the 4 aspects of Lufa onto Ranya's lap, he quickly made the arrangements. He informed the doctor with a brief message and also packed up the statues into special containers before making sure they were shipped to the Dragon's Den with the use of bots. He did not want any clansmen getting close to any of the statues. There was no question that the aspect of transcendence was fatal to anyone unfortunate enough to fall within the range of its glow. What Vase was less certain about was whether the empowerment that the organic statues had gone through also affected the expressions of their glows. He did notice that they were stronger and more pronounced than what he remembered, but he was easily able to block their effects. He had no idea whether someone who didn't possess his level of spiritual strength and resilience would get badly affected or not. He did not dare to presume that the aspect of tranquility and the aspect of healing were as benign as before. Even if his instincts and his own impression of them just now were positive, as a proper scientist Vase should not make any conclusions without obtaining definite proof. Vase stuck around long enough to make sure that a swarm of automated bots slowly brought the statues out to the hangar bay while the route was temporarily cleared of personnel. Once he became assured that no one was about to suffer an accident because they strayed too close to the 4 aspects, he returned to his main office and decided to leave this matter aside. I won't get any answers quickly and I have other business to take care of at the moment. He muttered. Meow. Lucky settled onto his desk and began to take a nap. He was still concerned about the 4 aspects of Lufa, because of its parallels to his own daughter. In both cases, a source of spiritual energy or other types of energy pumped into their physical forms, triggering a transformation that made them a lot more powerful while at the same time causing them to become more spiritually reactive. This was a completely new form of spiritual empowerment that led to complete unknowns. Though he didn't think it was likely that they were harmful, it was best for Vase to make sure. This was why he sent them off to the dragon's den straight away. Even if the researchers over there weren't able to study the more esoteric properties of the four aspects, they should at least figure out how the expirable organic tissue still remained alive and well. I wonder what this will mean for my daughter. Would her body essentially remain stuck as a baby once she was born? That would be an absolute tragedy and one that would definitely devastate Gloriana. Vase vigorously shook his head. The superior mother personally blessed my baby. She would never do something so cruel to her own granddaughter. The fetus had already grown by a lot since the superior mother did her business. There was no indication that his unborn daughter had stopped her physical development, so this theory was unlikely to be true. Well, I need more data first. All of this empty guesswork is pointless. For now, he was willing to assume that his daughter's development remained healthy despite all of the spiritual empowerment she received. Vase might have no clue of what was going on, but the superior mother should know her craft. Raising kids was literally her job. After he succeeded in setting aside his concerns this time, he tried his best to move on and summoned his core advisors to his office. It took a bit of time for all of them to gather. Some of them were stationed on the Spirit of Bentime and merely had to interrupt their original schedule to answer the call. Others had to leave their current ships and shuttle over to the factory ship because Vase insisted on holding this meeting in person. Vase and the people who arrived earlier quietly waited as the latecomers finally arrived. The last one to arrive was Calabast. She sidled into the office with Arnold waddling in her wake with her long boots clacking against the metal deck as if she was playing an instrument. After a brief sweep of the office, she approached a couch and laid her body down as if she was in a lounge instead of a serious meeting. Squeak. Arnold tried and failed to jump onto the couch. His chubby body and multitude of weak limbs weren't conducive to jumping. Strangely enough, Calabast did not do anything to help her pet climb up. She simply looked at her pet with an expectant look. Eventually, Arnold gave up his futile action and decided to get up through another method. Squeak. Vase snapped towards the Arganid Clysanta as he detected elevated spiritual activity in the exobeast's direction. Much to his surprise, a dark corona surrounded Arnold's body for a moment before it split up into multiple versions of himself. What was notable here was that each of them were stacked on top of each other. This tower of exo-beasts reached as high as a meter. While it already showed signs of toppling over, the Arnold at the top happily plopped forward and landed on a soft cushion that automatically molded to his body. Squeak. The other Arnolds that made up the rest of the stack dissipated into black mist that quickly faded from existence. Good boy. Calabast grinned and reached out to scratch her mutated pet's furry back. Squeak tilde. Suffice to say, everyone else in the room was quite shocked at the display. It wasn't every day that they saw such an abnormal display, if not for the fact that this wasn't even the weirdest phenomenon. In the Larkinson clan, the others would have long freaked out already. Calabast. Yes, kid, please secure this compartment. Isn't it secure enough already? I just want to make absolutely sure this time. Fine, fine. Calabast personally activated the security suite in the office and also deployed additional jammers and devices that offered another layer of insurance. Though Vase was 99.99% sure that his security hadn't been breached, it was best to make sure considering the topic he was about to discuss with his fellow advisors. First off, thank you for attending this meeting in person. I know it can't be easy for you to drop what you were doing to answer my call. This was the first time he gathered most of the top leaders of the clan for an important meeting. An impressive lineup of powerful Larkinsons who held most of the executive power in the clan were all paying a lot of respect to Vase. This made him feel pleased as it was a solid sign that he was still in charge. The recently appointed chief ministers sat directly in front of his desk. Chief Minister Magdalena, Chief Minister Novalon and Chief Minister Raymond had already made a name for themselves by starting up many initiatives that introduced a lot of welcome changes. General Verl already had an inkling of what this meeting was about. It seemed that Vase could not go by for too long before landing in trouble again. Shedder and Pernus could also tell that this meeting was of great importance. The old man's face already turned grave as he thought of what could cause Vase to take this matter so seriously. As for Calabast, she was highly focused and alert right now despite her casual posture. The chubby exo-beast that was currently enjoying her ministrations might look cute and harmless, but had actually grown a lot more powerful in recent times. Vase briefly scanned Arnold with his spiritual senses, causing the living design spirit to feel as if he had been violated for a brief amount of time. Squeak. Interestingly enough, now that Vase knew what to look for, he also managed to detect a degree of spiritual empowerment from Arnold's physical state. The only difference was that it was hardly detectable in this case. The implications were disturbing. A cubic centimeter of body tissue from his daughter contained much more concentrated spiritual energy than the same sample of flesh from the mutated beast. What this actually meant, Vase wasn't sure, but he hoped that she retained enough humanity for him to regard her as a daughter rather than something else. He mentally shook his head. He was being way too alarmist about this issue. He decided to resume the meeting. Ahem, as you may have guessed, I did not call you here to talk about trivial matters. A few hours ago, I visited the Hemington Cross in order to hold a lovely little discussion with the patriarch and head designer of the Cross clan. A couple of weighty topics came up that I think I should share with you. I can't figure this out myself, so I need your help to get some answers. Vase briefly summarized his visit to the Crossers. He relayed his meeting with Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict as best as possible. The most difficult part in relaying his story was how he should address the aspect of transcendence. He eventually decided to skim over it and instead referred to a vague experimental procedure that was exceedingly dangerous and had not yielded any success up to this point. Once his advisors took in the story, they calmly mulled it over and sorted out their own thoughts. General Verl spoke up first. I've encountered my fair share of expert pilots, but Patriarch Reginald Cross is really something else. He's a damaged soldier. All expert pilots are damaged to an extent, but he has it worse than others. His twisted admiration and hero worship towards his father is driving him to chase after every possible means to catch up to St. Hemington's splendor. If he is crazy enough to think that one of your unproven and highly experimental procedures can turn him into an ace pilot, then he is truly beyond saving. Many of the others nodded. They were all knowledgeable enough to know that expert pilots weren't exactly normal. They were defined by their obsessions and convictions. Sometimes, that led to rather wholesome characters like Joshua, and sometimes this permanent shift produced deranged, mule-headed idiots like Venerable Ganso. If Vase created a spectrum and put Joshua and Ganso at the opposite ends, then Patriarch Reginald would definitely fall close to the side marked by the deceased expert pilot. What I don't understand is why Professor Benedict Cortez has not raised any objections to this crazy-sounding scheme. Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson frowned. The current Cross Patriarch is the pillar that supports the current Cross clan. It would have never been able to make it this far without his strong personality. Although the worst has already passed, the Cross clan is still in a fragile state and could easily disintegrate if he is gone. I think it is helpful to think about who would succeed Patriarch Reginald as the next clan leader if he is no longer fit to rule. Calabast spoke. Vase slowly nodded. The Cross clan's culture is still shaped by the customs of the Garland Empire. The expert pilots are always expected to be the leaders. Who else is there? The Cross clan currently has 3 expert pilots in total. Calabast answered. Aside from the Cross Patriarch, there is Venerable Linda Cross and Venerable Amari's Cross. Neither of them are as prestigious, strong, forceful or commanding as their patriarch. Reginald is simply too strong, and his blood relationship to an ace pilot grants him a lot of legitimacy. His prominence is so overpowering that the other 2 Crosser expert pilots seem much paler in comparison. Do you think that the Crossers will have trouble accepting the rule of either of them if Patriarch Reginald is gone? Vase asked. Oh, I'm sure of it. Venerable Linda and Venerable Amaris are good fighters, but that doesn't make them capable leaders. Aren't we forgetting about someone here? Sheddarin spoke up. There's one more strong figure in the Cross clan who may be able to gain control over it as long as Patriarch Reginald Cross is taken off the board. Who says that expert pilots have to be the ones in charge? Why can't a prominent leader such as Professor Benedict Cortez not assume leadership instead? That's impossible. The Cross clan would never respect someone who isn't an expert pilot or ace pilot. Are you certain about that assumption? That was a good question. Chapter 3198. Cross game. The notion brought forward by Minister Sheddarin Pernis sounded preposterous at first. Anyone who possessed even a sliver of familiarity with the Cross clan knew that they were made up of a bunch of warriors who revered the strongest among them. With St. Hemington Cross as their greatest example, the Crossers all immersed themselves in a martial culture where only strength conveyed righteousness. Therefore, The people attending the meeting did not seriously consider whether the guest designer that had recently been inducted in the Cross clan was eligible to succeed Patriarch Reginald if the latter had passed away. In the Garland Empire back in the vicious Mountain Star sector, almost all of the citizens over there showed open disdain towards cerebral leaders who couldn't even beat a mouse. Their views on what kind of people made for good leaders had become so distorted that they directly equated piloting ability to good leadership. It was a stupid mindset and one that Vase did not think would last. The Cross clan should have ended with Saint Hemington. He was the model example of how putting a meathead in charge was pure idiocy. The fact that pretty much every single member of the Cross clan still revered the deceased ace pilot to this day said everything about their ability to think critically and learn from the past. Vase therefore found it very difficult to reconcile this negative impression of the Cross clan with the notion that a mech designer could take it over. "Shedarin, why do you think that way?" he asked. Everyone turned their attention to the former ambassador. The purnacer calmly obliged and explained his reasoning. "It is true that the Cross clan is following the ways of the Garland Empire, but it would be a great mistake to assume that it is still the same. First, this outlook has already failed them before." He raised a finger. They had to have learned some lessons from the calamity that nearly ended their clan. Shedarin raised another finger. "Second, they are no longer in Vicious Mountain. As our fleet keeps traveling forward, the distance to their old home increases. This makes it increasingly more difficult to maintain the same values and customs as before. It becomes a lot easier to adopt the customs that are more common in their current surroundings." He raised a third finger. "Finally, Professor Benedict Cortez is of much greater importance to the current Cross clan than the alternatives. From my own observations, Venerable Linda Cross and Venerable Amari's Cross are not up to par. It will be difficult for them to command as much respect as their predecessors." "I don't think you're wrong, but will the Crossers agree?" Vase questioned. "I don't think the clansmen will be able to accept the notion that they should turn to someone who isn't a fighter." "Ah, but is that really true?" Shedarin smiled. "Is Professor Benedict really as weak as you say? I think he shares a lot of traits in common with you, Patriarch Vase. Like you, he is a mech designer who is uncharacteristically able to project strength when necessary. Like you, he is an indispensable part of his organization because he is their main source of revenue. It is conceivable that the Crossers might look at the Larkinson clan as an example of how a strong and capable mech designer can lead an organization into prosperity. If they decide that they want to pursue a similar future, then choosing a senior mech designer over any of the expert pilots as their next leader might sound like a more viable option. When people get desperate, they tend to pay less attention to established rules and traditions." Calabast remarked. "Isn't that right, Vase?" Yeah," Vase lamely answered. "Will the Cross clan really be driven to such a state, though? Even if Patriarch Reginald disappears, the rest of the Cross clan will be okay, right?" No one could say for sure. The Cross clan has undergone several major changes since they have joined the Golden Skull Alliance. Shedarin said. Not only has it shifted into a nomadic, spacefaring clan that is not attached to any fixed territories, the clan has also taken in tens of thousands of foreigners and inducted them into the clan with the help of their kinship network. Think about what this can do. Both steer the clan away from its former identity. At some point, the changes may go far enough that it is no longer unthinkable to allow a senior mech designer to gain acceptance. Acceptance won't come naturally, his son Novalon added. Professor Benedict must actively lay the groundwork to convince the Crossers to break tradition. He will have to contact all of the stakeholders in the clan and win over a majority of them to induce a change. He should also be working on encouraging Venerable Linda and Venerable Amaris to comply with this unprecedented change. If either of them objects, then they can instantly rally a large number of Crossers against the seniors' takeover attempt. The conflict might get very bloody very quickly, and that will most certainly lead to grievous losses to both sides. If Professor Benedict is aware of this, then he will not commit to any action that will lead to a lose-lose situation. Vase and everyone else thought about what the Pernacers had said. Their vision on this potential power struggle was much further ahead than anyone else in the compartment. Even Calabast looked thoughtful. There were still a lot of questions. Too much about this scenario is based on spurious deductions. There wasn't enough evidence that any of this might take place. Does Professor Benedict really want to take over the Cross clan? General Verl skeptically asked. In my opinion, the downsides far outweigh the gains. Not only does he have to be responsible for everything, but it will take an unreasonable amount of effort to tame the unruly Crossers. No matter how much he is able to manipulate them into accepting his leadership, the crossers are still crossers. They won't be able to shake off the sense that they should have appointed a genuine crosser expert pilot instead of a mech designer who only entered the picture relatively recently. Vase nodded in agreement. I think the same way. I know firsthand how troublesome it is to manage an entire clan. While the control is nice, there is just too much stuff going on. A senior should mainly focus on working towards master. Maybe the professor needs more resources. Raymond suggested. From what I know of high-ranking mech designers, they need to have access to an increasing amount of finding, resources, equipment and manpower. If the Cross clan is reluctant to provide him with these expensive demands, then he might choose to take over the clan just so that he can fulfill his own demands. That was a viable answer, though Vase wasn't sure whether Professor Benedict was truly the sort of person who would do that. The senior's current position in the Cross clan was already high. There was little need to acquire more power unless he had more changes in mind. Magdalena raised another point. If Professor Benedict is truly plotting to take over the clan, shouldn't Patriarch Reginald himself be aware of what his resident mech designer is doing? Why would the Cross Patriarch tolerate such open ambition from someone who doesn't fit the bill of a proper leader in his clan? That was a good question. Vase had met Patriarch Reginald enough times to know that while the expert pilot was very mule-headed, he was not someone who was too ignorant. In his meeting with the two Cross leaders, the relationship between them appeared to be relatively harmonious. While they had their differences, they mostly formed a united front. What was going on over there? I think, even if Patriarch Reginald thinks that Professor Benedict is up to something, it wouldn't be so easy to break their relationship. Vase guessed. The former relies heavily on the latter to design his expert mech. While the Cross Patriarch also wants my help, I cannot design an expert mech by myself, let alone a high-tier one. The participation of a competent and trusted senior is an indispensable part of the plan. You know what, I think this case is an open conspiracy. Calabast concluded. An open conspiracy? Magdalena frowned. It's just like a regular conspiracy, but known to both sides instead of being kept secret. Let's say that Professor Benedict wants to become the leader of the Cross clan for some reason. He might have raised the topic of Ves's experimental procedure to the Cross Patriarch as a deliberate attempt to create a vacancy. Shouldn't this trap be obvious? Even if Patriarch Reginald isn't able to see it, surely the other people by his side must recognize the danger in pursuing this option. So what if Patriarch Reginald knows that this is a trap of sorts? Calabast smirked. According to our personality profile on him, he cannot resist the temptation of grasping the chance to advance to ace pilot. If Reginald succeeds, then he will win the game and the Cross clan will restore the glory of the past. If the expert pilot dies in the attempt, then Professor Benedict will take advantage of the leadership vacuum and take over the clan and lead it into a different direction. Either way, the Cross clan will likely become even more prosperous than now, so the clansmen will definitely be better off. This assurance will make Patriarch Reginald feel at ease. Vase thought it quite sad that Patriarch Reginald thought he wouldn't be able to do his clan justice if he remained as his current self. What was wrong about being a high-tier expert pilot? He was already stronger than nearly every expert pilot in human space. Was it truly necessary for the Cross clan to be led by an ace pilot again? It was doing just fine at the moment. These crossers are total nutcases if they agree to go along with such a bet. He resentfully said, a high-tier expert pilot is a treasure to any organization. How can they allow one to gamble with their lives in such a risky gamble? If Patriarch Reginald dies, the crossers will only have 2 expert pilots left. That is not enough. It all comes down to what Patriarch Reginald Cross wants for himself. Shedder Pernus sighed. Unlike you, Patriarch Vase, he is not as considerate to others. His views and decisions are solely centered around himself. He may feel compelled to protect the Cross clan, but this is a responsibility that had been thrust into his hands due to unfortunate circumstances. His real goal has always been to become an ace pilot. He is willing to set aside everything including the traditions of his clan and his own life just to gain a chance of attaining greatness. Death or glory, General Verl spoke. The warriors that adhere to this creed never live long enough to reach old age. Their ultimate aim has always been to become a god pilot and become the strongest warrior in reality. They make for the most powerful pillars of support if they think they are successful, but they can easily trigger disasters if they start to become desperate. Well, that sounds nice. Vase sarcastically said, what should we do in response to this crazy development? I don't want a bomb to explode next door one day. I don't think we necessarily have to do anything, Vase. Calabast said as she ruffled Arnold's furry sides. Our clan has been overtaking the Cross clan for a while now. If this goes on, our allies will eventually be left in the dust and the Golden Skull Alliance will no longer have as much meaning. If we want to maintain a viable coalition, then why not let the Crossers play out their game? Calabast raised a good point. Sheddarin nodded. If Patriarch Reginald succeeds, then he will owe us a great amount of gratitude due to the assistance that you have provided. Our clan will enjoy the protection of a powerful ace pilot for a very long time, which is a luxury that few pioneers enjoy in the Red Ocean. And if Professor Benedict Cortez takes over the clan, then he will fix most of the deficiencies that hold it back and turn it closer to something akin to our own clan. Novalon Pernus grinned. Sure, the Cross clan will become a stronger economic power under the lead of a senior, but as long as Professor Benedict is friendly to us, we will have a stronger ally that is much more rational than before. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Was it really so bad to allow the former Skull Architect to take control of a powerful military clan? The idea sounded wrong at first, but perhaps he was being unfair to the reformed senior mech designer. Chapter 3199. Honorable Conduct. Expert pilots are always hard to deal with, but you can usually manage them as long as you keep them away from anything important. General Verl said, "This isn't possible here. When the expert pilot is the highest authority of a clan, then there isn't anyone else who can rein him in. Cases like these easily illustrate why we rarely elevate demigods to leaders. They are too self-centered for their own good. It's part of their DNA." Chief Minister Magdalena concurred. They work harder than anyone else and their resolve is inhumanly strong. Expert pilots have to possess an unflinching confidence in themselves. The moment they begin to doubt their abilities is the moment when their upward momentum stalls. From what it sounds like, Patriarch Reginald is already inching closer to this point. He knows what it will mean for his future progress, so he has become quite desperate for a solution. All of this meant that Patriarch Reginald Cross was unlikely to change his mind. Even if his radical decisions could lead to a great upheaval within his clan, he didn't let that stop him from pursuing his own desires. In fact, the expert pilot rationalized that his extreme actions would ultimately benefit his clan despite the immense risks he incurred. You know, Patriarch Vase, you have a huge influence in the outcome of this foolhardy attempt. Calabast said as she held Arnold in her lap and casually squished his cheeks. There are two instances where you can play a role. First, you can try to make a masterwork mech or deliberately aim to keep it normal. Second, you are in complete control over the experimental procedure that you have developed. I can't tell how successful you are in making either of them succeed, but you can definitely ensure that Patriarch Reginald will fail without letting anyone grow suspicious. Vase frowned. What are you saying? She smirked. If you believe that an idiot like Patriarch Reginald is unsuited to lead an allied clan, then why not make sure that he will exit stage? Just look at the history of the Cross clan. The emergence of an ace pilot only temporarily benefited the Cross clan. The same ace pilot possessed awful judgment and was way too caught up in his power for his good. His enormous failure almost led to the extinction of his clan. Do you really want to see a repeat when his son reprises his father's worst traits if he succeeds in becoming an ace pilot? This was an important consideration. Though Vase was sure that the Cross clan at least learned some lessons from its calamitous fall, it was quite doubtful whether the Crossers were truly willing to recognize the faults of the late St. Hemington Cross. Would helping Patriarch Reginald break through his bottleneck truly trigger a second fall? One that might not just end the Cross clan, but also drag the Larkinson clan down as well. Since both clans were journeying together in the same fleet, any trouble that the Crossers incurred would also affect the Larkinsons and vice versa. Vase had a feeling that Patriarch Reginald wouldn't pay too much attention to such matters when he gained more power than ever. While several other Larkinsons put serious thought in this suggestion, others objected to the idea. What you are suggesting is dishonorable. Chief Minister Magdalena sternly insisted. When someone asks for our help or requests our service, we should work honestly and do everything we can to fulfill expectations. How can we possibly build trust and camaraderie among our allies and partners if we act insincerely? We are Larkinsons, not Vrakins, madam. Do not mistake our identity. Both Magdalena and Calabast glared at each other. They obviously held different stances and could not see eye to eye on this matter. I am on Magdalena's side on this. Vase spoke up. I am a mech designer. It is my job to serve mech pilots. While Patriarch Reginald's requests are rather difficult and unorthodox, that does not change the fact that I have an obligation to meet his needs to the best of my capacity. This is my principle and a principle that every mech designer should adhere to. I am not going to sandbag in either of those instances. He was being very serious about this. His tone sounded so definitive that Calabas decided not to argue further. Whether Patriarch Reginald would become better or worse when he advanced to ace pilot was not in his consideration. Vase just didn't want to stoop so low as to screw over his clients who earnestly sought his service. Vase expected the same from Professor Benedict Cortez. Becoming a senior was much more important to him than gaining a temporary advantage due to pulling off a dirty move. Master mech designers were above such sordid moves. If the older mech designer ever wanted to become one himself, then he should at least clean up his behavior. Since Vase decided to act with sincerity, there wasn't much to talk about anymore. There was little else they could do because Patriarch Reginald was too intractable to change his mind. The best the Larkinsons could do was to keep an eye on the Cross clan and make sure they were prepared for anything that might happen. If the Cross clan really descends into chaos, we may have to go in and restore order ourselves. General Verl said in an ominous tone. We have no way of knowing how bad it can get, but if we consider the Crossers to be our brothers, then we have an obligation to lend them a hand. Let us hope it won't come to that. The meeting ended and everyone went back to their respective ships or stations. Calabast and her pet decided to stick around a little longer, though. While Arnold was running around the office while inspecting every ornament and piece of furniture, Calabast sauntered forward and leaned against Vess's desk. She reached out her hand and softly patted her palm onto Lucky's dozing form. Meow, hey, I miss your cat quite a lot. It's incredible what he is capable of, you know. If you leave him with me, I can make much better use of him than you ever will. Vase shook his head. Lucky is off limits. You can loan him but he's not yours. He has even more uses than serving as a hacking tool. Fine, fine. As long as I can borrow him every now and then, my life would already be much easier. He turned to observe Arnold scurrying about. The exo-beast had grown a bit more powerful since the last time Vase laid eyes on the creature. The transformations taking place inside the mutated beast's body were also signs of progress. Where it led to, Vase wasn't sure, but a stronger Arnold was able to provide a lot more assistance to the Larkinsons than a weaker Arnold. How is your pet coming along? Well, he's grown smarter and more human, I would say. Oh, Arnold was already quite smart to begin with, but he has grown even further away from just a beast. Calabast clarified, I'm trained to analyze and predict human behavior. It's essential in my line of work. Do you know what I see when I study my pet? He's becoming a little less of a beast every day. He is able to control his instincts to a greater degree and he is fully capable of understanding complex human instructions. I am curious how far this improvement will go. Will he surpass us humans in terms of intelligence? Intelligence is difficult to define. Perhaps Arnold might indeed become smarter than us in some aspects, but I doubt he will be able to surpass us on all fronts. He's still an alien beast at heart. Maybe you're right. I'll make sure to continue my observations on Arnold. After they finished talking about their pets, Calabast decided to bring up a more serious topic. Vase, yes, have you made a decision on what your stance towards the Hexers will be after the Red Ocean? She asked. While the Hexers are on our side, they are not always sincere in the way they do things. You need to make the right decision going forward. Our clan should not be beholden to the Hexers. I did not quit Diva and parted ways with the Vraken matriarchal dynasty only to continue associating with them in the Larkinson clan. Vase raised his eyebrows. I thought a Hexer like you would be glad to have like-minded company at your side. I haven't identified myself with the Hexers for a very long time, kid. I am glad that we have distanced ourselves from the Hexadric hegemony, but its people are still around us. The Glory Seekers will continue to exert an adverse influence on you, your wife and the rest of our clan. They're not good company, Vase. He sighed. I know. Then follow my suggestion and kick them aside before we reach the Red Ocean. I can't do that, Calabast. Gloriana won't like that at all and I owe too much to her dynasty to repay their kindness with such an ungrateful move. Vase, Vase. This isn't the time for you to be soft. Calabast tutted and shook her head. Compared to before, our situation is vastly different nowadays. We have grown powerful enough to take care of ourselves. We no longer need to depend on the professional soldiers of the Glory Seekers to win our battles. They're leeching from us at this point. Perhaps you think that is their just reward for assisting us when we were weak, but there are more ways you can repay your debts to the Wodens and the Hexers than tolerate their presence. Vase grimaced. Let's not go that far too soon. I have a different idea in mind on how to handle the Glory Seekers. We still have time until we reach the Red Ocean. Once we have firmly left the Milky Way behind, it will become a lot easier for us to change our relationship with the Glory Seekers. The main problem is finding a solution that does not upset my wife too much. Well, good luck with that, Vase. You're asking for the impossible. If I were in your shoes, I would cut my losses. It might not be nice to act like a scumbag, but you and the rest of our clan would be much better off in the long run if the Hexers aren't constantly trying to cling to us like an overly possessive wife. There are many other groups and factions in the Red Ocean that are more worth it for us to associate with. They don't come with problematic baggage either. He sighed. If he had a choice, he would have never chosen to associate with the Hexers either, but his life led him onto a different path. Calabast was right that Vase had already gotten what he wanted from the Hexers for the most part. As long as he designed 2 more mechs for them, he would complete his obligations to their people and state. If not for the presence of the Glory Seekers, he would have been able to make a clean break with the women. In fact, there was something else that Vase hadn't mentioned to his spymaster. The Superior Mother was also intertwined with the Hexer people. If Vase wanted to make sure the ancestral spirit was fine, then he needed to make sure the Hexer people did not stray away from admiring his mother. The only way for him to ease his concerns on this matter was to spread the Superior Mother to other states and cultures. Yet this was bound to be a difficult task, as the Superior Mother was not an easy design spirit to work with for people without a Hexer background. Let's wait until we pass through the final portal. Vase reiterated. A new galaxy should allow us to make a new start. I hope you'll be ready to make the necessary decision by then. Calabast said as she pushed herself away from his desk. Let's go, Arnold. We're done here. Squeak. Chapter 3200. Fabrication order. Before they were ready to embark on their upcoming fabrication attempt, the mech designers briefly had to decide which one they should tackle first. The fabrication of the Decapitator project will be a high-profile event that will take place in front of lots of clansmen. Gloriana began. If we succeed in turning it into our second masterwork expert mech, then we would gain a lot of benefits which will doubtlessly help us elevate the quality of the Vanguard project. Our chances of success are too low, though. Vase frowned. I don't want to blow your bubble, but our last attempt was a fluke. Even if we are pulling out all of the stops today, I don't think we have improved our odds sufficiently enough for us to assume that we will succeed again this time. What do you think, Kedis? The Swordmaster looked solemn. You're more qualified than me, Vase. I only made one masterwork, and I only played a marginal role back then. You know much more than me. If you think that our odds of success still won't be enough, then you must have your reasons to think that way. Gloriana furrowed her brows. You should have more confidence in your work, Kedis. Out of every expert mech design project, the Decapitator project aligns with you the most. You contributed more to it than with any other expert mech. If you want what is best for Venerable Dice, then you should always aim for the top no matter the odds. Vase reluctantly agreed. She's right, Kedis. This is the closest thing to a passion project to you now. While your design experience and refinement are not the best, don't worry too much about it, as we can cover that aspect. You just focus on channeling your passion and making the Decapitator project an expert mech that you can be proud of after you finish it. Just imagine you are fighting a powerful opponent. Just because the odds are stacked against you doesn't mean you are destined to lose. At least put up a fight so that you won't have any regrets. Kedis firmed up after she heard this. Her force of will became sharper and more focused again. Thank you, Vase. I needed this lesson. I'm as ready as I can be, though in my opinion I would feel a little more confident if I can gain some additional experience. If we are able to work on the Vanguard project first, I can learn some crucial lessons that I missed out on back when we put together the Amaranto. Last time, they worked on an expert rifleman mech, which was too far removed from her interests. While a spearman mech was not completely in her tastes, it had a lot in common with swordsman mechs. Working on an expert melee mech was good practice that would definitely allow her to be more prepared. So we've decided, then. Vase crossed his arms. We'll fabricate the Vanguard project first before we start with the Decapitator project. Juliet had a different opinion. Making any expert mech is a huge and stressful job. A week between fabrication runs might not be enough for us to regain our peak condition. We are all fresh right now, but we might not be that way anymore after we complete the Vanguard project. If its quality turns out to be worse than we expected, then we would not be in a good mood by the time we make the Decapitator project. She raised a good point, but Vase was willing to gamble that the increased experience was enough of a benefit to allow Kedis to make a greater contribution later on. She played a pivotal role in reforging and reshaping the Decapitator project's greatsword. Her practical experience was too little that any additional fabrication attempts would lead to noticeable improvements. Gloriana held this opinion as well. We will work first on the Vanguard project. While both projects are similar in terms of complexity and orientation, the fact of the matter is that we have someone who is highly passionate about swordsman mechs in our team. That gives the Decapitator project a better chance of turning into a great machine. Don't get me wrong, I don't dislike the Vanguard project. It just isn't anyone's favorite expert mech. Every mech designer had favorites. Vase cared the most about the Chimera project. Juliet was quite proud about the Dark Zephyr. Gloriana favored the Bulwark project. Kedis obviously adored the Decapitator project. However, that did not mean that the remaining two expert mechs had no chance. The Amaranto was no one's favorite either, and through a series of improbable events turned out to be far greater than anyone had expected. The journeyman thought deeply on what was best. Eventually, the majority chose to go with the Vanguard project first. It's uncertain whether all of the factors that we've brought up will apply, but one thing is for sure. Kedis will definitely do a better job if she gains more practical experience. Gloriana decided. This meant that the Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders would have plenty of time to plan out and prepare their ritual ceremony. Since it was supposed to last for as long as it took to fabricate the Decapitator project, this news allowed them to devise a much more elaborate show. Whether it would all help was still in question. A part of Vase thought that this senseless theater wouldn't yield any qualitative better results. Another part of him expected that at least something might happen. In his experience, when a large number of like-minded people gathered together, their collective energy tended to coalesce into a faint but noticeable influence. Could it really help in creating a masterwork? The more elaborate the ritual, the more definitive the results. He was willing to try, and so was everyone else. They had all become so addicted to making masterwork mechs that they were willing to try out crazy ideas just to feel that unique rush yet again. Vase recognized that this was not a correct mindset. Masterworks should be the exception rather than the rule for mech designers of their caliber. Building up unrealistic expectations wouldn't do them any good in the long run. Once they decided to start with the Vanguard project, the journeymen took one day to set everything up and adjust their mentalities. Since Gloriana's workshop had been emptied out, the journeyman decided to make the Vanguard project in Ves's workshop instead. The machines were solely configured for his use. The other journeymen all had to program their own settings on the production equipment they planned to use. They also took the time to thoroughly test and calibrate all of the machines because a large proportion of them had not been used in many months. Hey, what are you doing, Gloriana? What does it look like I'm doing? I'm bringing in the statue of the Superior Mother from my workshop to your workshop. You could have asked first. You wouldn't mind, right? I know you regard this compartment as your so-called man cave, but I really hope your mother comes and gives us another blessing. I think she has already done enough. Their baby was already far more powerful than any unborn child should be. Vase became increasingly wary of any further shenanigans that made their daughter even more removed from average baseline. Humans, implanting a companion spirit seed in her developing spirituality should already be enough. The statue still stayed in his workshop, though. Gloriana and Juliet all treated it as their good luck charm of some sorts. Even if the Superior Mother didn't make a move this time, just knowing that they were working directly in her sights would definitely boost their moods. Once the preparations came to an end, Gloriana and Juliet both prayed right in front of the statue of the Superior Mother as usual. They looked extra earnest as their belief and gratitude towards the Supreme had skyrocketed after what happened last time. Vase and Kedis didn't roll their eyes at the display this time. At least Kedis showed a bit more respect towards the remarkable statue that directly represented an ancestral spirit that was revered by trillions of hexers. Is she really your mother? Kedis asked as she casually polished her newly reformed bloodsinger with a cloth. I mean in a literal sense. It's complicated. My mother isn't exactly normal. She used to be a lot more human than before, though. The mother that raised me was just a normal-sized human. Something happened after that, partially turned her into something more like this. Vase waved his hand at the giant statue. That must be some story. Kedis dryly remarked. It must be really nice for you to be raised by such a lovely mother on a normal planet. My parents were different. You were raised on the frontier, right? Yes, she sighed. The settlements over there are not places that any girls should grow up in. I can't recall too many details of my life before I joined the Sword Maidens, but I am glad for that. I don't want them weighing down on me. As far as I'm concerned, the Sword Maidens are my actual family. Commander Lydia and Myra gave me an entirely new life. They turned a weak, scrawny and hungry girl and molded her into a proper Sword Maiden. Vase found it unfortunate that Kedis hadn't been able to grow up in a nicer environment. Children shouldn't ever grow up under these suboptimal circumstances. We can't save every child in human space, but we should at least make sure that none of our younger Larkinsons have to go through that. I consider our clan to be one big family. No one should ever feel alone in our fleet. Kedis smiled. That is one of things I love about the Larkinson clan. It's just like the Sword Maidens but on a much bigger scale. I know that I can count on a penitent sister, Vandal, Avatar or any other Larkinson if I need help. I really hope we won't lose that once we become bigger. I hope so as well. They both enjoyed their warmth together until Gloriana and Juliet finished their prayers. They returned with renewed enthusiasm. Let's start. They proceeded to fabricate the Vanguard project. As a relatively bigger and fatter expert mech than the ones that came before, the 4 journeymen had to process significantly more materials. That didn't mean they had to fabricate a lot more parts. Most of the components that made up the Vanguard project were relatively bigger and more robust in order to account for all of the frequent impacts and shock damage the expert mech was expected to incur. Its 2-layer armor system was a particularly big job. The mood among the mech designers hadn't spiked all that much. Even with Blinky's design network did not give them much of an advantage this time because none of the journeymen were as fired up as before. It was not their fault. The journeymen did not slack off and worked earnestly on an expert mech they respected. They all wanted to make the Larkinson clan stronger and do right by Venerable Orphan by providing her with the best expert mech possible. Yet, nothing remarkable happened. The fire just wasn't there. The Vanguard project did not rank high in anyone's list of favorites. The superior mother never showed up and none of the mech designers gained any epiphanies. Days passed by as the Vanguard project slowly took shape. Once the mech designers fabricated a large collection of good quality parts, they began to assemble it while Venerable Orphan and the other expert pilots watched on from the sides. After just over a week of work interspersed by short breaks, the design department finally completed its 3rd expert mech. It's a good mech, Vase simply said. That should have sounded like a success in any other instance. In this context, though, it was not the best. The quality of the Vanguard project was merely good. It was not a masterwork and was too far away for Vase to ever consider using one of his gems. To be honest, the Vanguard project was just as good as the Dark Zephyr if not better. There shouldn't be a reason why any of the mech designers looked disappointed at this time. Still, Vase felt that he could have made it great if the circumstances were different. He couldn't help but feel as if he failed in some way. Chapter 3201. New Vanguard. Vase tried to follow his own advice and did his best not to look down on the Vanguard project. The expert spearman mech was completely fine from an objective standpoint. There weren't any signs of defects or manufacturing flaws. Even though the expert mech still had to be tested to make sure everything worked properly, Vase didn't think it would produce any surprises. It's just a good expert mech. Gloriana had a different outlook. She looked a bit pained. Even though she should know quite well that the odds of success were small, she had become too confident in her abilities. Her expectations were completely unrealistic that she set herself up for a painful correction. Vase reached her side and held her by the shoulder before pulling her into a hug. It's okay, honey. The Vanguard project might not have turned out to be as good as you wish, but it is still a mech that meets the demands of the clan. We have not failed in that regard. His wife let out an exhausted breath and leaned against his body. Her perfume had almost entirely faded away at this time. I'm not disappointed. I just think we missed an opportunity to do better. She said, maybe we were too distracted by the Decapitator project. Maybe we should have conducted a ritual for this expert mech as well. Let's not think this way. These what-ifs are pointless. We chose to fabricate this expert mech with a normal approach. We got a decent expert mech out of it, but it could have been worse. Let us not forget that expert mechs are still relatively new to us. From that standpoint, what we have managed to create is still great. It took some time for Vase to convince Gloriana not to let the result weigh down on her that much. She needed to return to her optimal state in time for them to fabricate the Decapitator project. Since the next expert mech was one of great significance to Kedis, he did not want her to get handicapped by his moping wife. When Gloriana finally looked better, Vase moved to Kedis and saw how the youngest journeyman was faring. Unlike Gloriana, who always set unreasonable expectations on herself, Kedis was much more realistic. "What do you think about the third expert mech that you have made with your own hands?" Vase asked. "It's interesting," she said as her smile denoted how much satisfaction she derived from completing this expert mech design project. "Last time didn't really count for me because I only contributed a little bit to a ranged mech. This is much more to my liking. I learned so much and managed to get a lot of practice from this fabrication run." "What impressed you the most?" "I definitely enjoyed creating the Spirit IP. It's not quite a sword, but it still has an edge of some sorts. It's kind of weird working with Pierotis though. It's not something that I would pick for a sword, but it is an appropriate resonating material for a spearman expert mech. If the Vanguard project's mobility was a little stronger, then it could have functioned as a much better Lancer mech. Lancer mechs have extreme requirements. They can easily shatter themselves apart if they aren't loaded with features that mitigate the counterforce or employ disposable lances that break upon impact. The latter was a much more convenient solution, but not one that was often used. Mech weapons were expensive and the good ones were even more expensive. Breakable lances were usually made out of lower quality materials in order to avoid running up costs, but that also made them less effective as mech armor was very tough in comparison. Still, this limitation didn't apply to the Vanguard project. It was supposed to fight while primarily relying on a single spear. Made out of unending alloy, its structural strength was indisputable and its unique qualities would likely turn it into an even more remarkable object over time. The length of the spear was medium. It was short enough to prevent it from becoming too unwieldy at close range, but it had enough reach to keep a typical swordsman mech at bay. The spear tip was triangular and arrow-shaped. It was optimized for piercing rather than cutting, and this was standard for many spears equipped to mechs. The opponents they faced in battle were typically other melee mechs that always possessed relatively thick shells. For a spearman mech like the Vanguard project, it was worth it to sacrifice cutting power in favor of amplifying its puncturing capabilities. The expert mech's entire mechanical design was geared towards strengthening its ability to stab its spear forward with as much force as possible. This made it a good answer against very heavily armored machines such as expert knight mechs and so on. While the Decapitator project armed with its really sharp greatsword should be able to overcome similarly tough opponents, that was only the case when it relied on several additional advantages. The expert mech designed for Venerable Orphan should be able to pierce through the armor of any other expert mech without relying on any fancy elements such as resonance abilities or prime abilities. "Have you gained more confidence in your ability to fabricate the Decapitator project?" Kedis nodded. "I need to recharge myself and spend a lot of time on digesting my gains, but once I'm done, I think I will be in a better place than before. I already have numerous special ideas in store that won't show up in any other expert mech. Not even the Chimera project. Just because a mech is armed with a sword doesn't make it a swordsman mech." She admonished him. "It's the same distinction between an infantry soldier and a traditional swordsman. The latter can wield any sword or knife he likes, but he will never be able to harness such a weapon like a true swordsman." Vase scratched his head. "Is it because of the mech type, or does the expert pilot play a role as well?" "It's both," she said. "Well, if either one of them has any relations to traditional swordsmanship, then I can still work with that, but neither the Chimera project nor Joshua are good enough. Swordsman mechs are special because they are designed to fight like real swordsmen from the start. When paired with a mech pilot that is also trained in a real sword style, then the results will definitely blow your mind. The Heavensward Association gained a notable reputation for fielding much more powerful swordsman mechs than any other state." Vase looked a bit skeptical. "If this combination is so strong, why don't we see it anywhere else? No one will say no to extra power." Kedis dropped her smile. "It takes too much time and effort to train the right swordsman mech pilots. The only reason the Heavensward Association succeeded was because the state was fully invested in raising as many swordsmen and swordmasters as possible. If this wasn't its main priority, there wouldn't have been enough mech pilots to fill up all of those cockpits. Mechs were not standalone systems. They were always tied to human mech pilots. Anyone could potentially design the most fantastic mech of its type, but if there weren't any suitable mech pilots to make use of the powerful capabilities, then it wasn't a good product. This was why the Decapitator project stood out from the rest. It was an expert swordsman mech piloted by an expert pilot that had fully embraced traditional swordsmanship. Vase couldn't even imagine the synergy that might result from such a combination. When combined with possibly the most promising swordsman mech designer of the entire mech industry, Vase had multiple reasons to expect much from the Decapitator project. Vase and Kedis continued to discuss what they learned from fabricating the Vanguard project and how they should adjust their plans for making the Decapitator project. Once they were ready to wrap everything up, Vase approached Venerable Orphan with a modest smile. "Congratulations, Venerable Orphan, you have an expert mech now." She nodded and smiled back. "I can see that. It's a beauty, all right. I have waited so many months to obtain my own machine. I can finally spar against Tusa for real. You'll have to be patient for a couple more weeks." Vase cautioned. "We are currently parked in a busy port system. If we deploy the Vanguard project right now, we would be giving away most of its secrets for free. No matter how many countermeasures we employ, the local military probably have access to humongously powerful scanners that can break through most forms of interference. They either came in the form of massive orbital satellites or even larger land-based emplacements. Since they were essentially fixed and static, there were no limits to their size and power. The only limitation to their efficacy was how much money their owners were willing to spend to acquire high-powered scanning capabilities. These powerful scanning arrays tended to be very fragile on top of being expensive, so they were generally deployed in richer strategically important star systems. This was why Vase vastly preferred to test out his new mechs in emptier rural star systems. "Can't we test my new expert mech in an enclosed environment? There ought to be plenty of space over at the Dissentibus or the Vivacious Wall." "It's not that simple, Venerable Orphan." Vase shook his head. "While the chance of catastrophic malfunctions is minimal, it is still present. Even a 0.05% chance is too much. If something goes explosively wrong, then we can still control the damage if your expert mech blows up in empty space. If the same thing happens inside the hull of a large capital ship which hosts tens of thousands of Larkinsons," Venerable Orphan's face turned serious. "I get it, you don't need to persuade me any further." He fully understood her frustration. He also wanted to behold the power of the Vanguard project. It was much different from the Dark Zephyr, which mostly focused on mobility, and the Amaranto that sacrificed almost every parameter in favor of maximizing its firepower. The Vanguard project was his first true proper expert mech that excelled at frontal melee combat. It possessed a good balance between offense, defense and mobility, though the latter was a bit less impressive than he wished. Regardless, this configuration turned the Vanguard project into a powerful and necessary addition to the Larkinson clan's expert mech lineup. Vase no longer feared enemy expert mechs as much with the successful creation of an expert spearman mech. The Dark Zephyr might be adequate in a duel, but its relative fragility put it at a heavy disadvantage against opponents that were able to cope with its speed. The Amaranto was an amazingly deadly killer at range, but what if an enemy expert mech got close? The Vanguard project neatly plugged those holes. It was able to accompany the Dark Zephyr and occupy an enemy expert mech by itself. It was also able to shadow the Amaranto and act as its protector if a strong hostile opponent came close. Of course, the Vanguard project was not supposed to do the latter. Once the Shield of Samar received its expert mech upgrade, Venerable Orphan would be free to take the fight to the enemy. "You know, this expert mech came at an opportune time." Venerable Orphan's grin turned wicked. "Those dwarf mechs are infamous for being tough to crack. If we encounter any expert dwarf mech, you can rely on me to poke holes in their armor." Vase coughed. "Don't be so eager to fight the dwarves. I don't want to pick a fight with them, and they're not our enemies. Let's try and get along with each other. We just need to play nice until I get what I want and manage to get out. You can go back to imagining yourself impaling dwarves after that. Hey, a part of me misses the time we spent on Eon Corona 7. Those were the good old days. I wonder how the Vulcanites differ from the Wildlings. From what I heard about the former, they're nearly just as savage from the feral dwarves we encountered back on that crazy planet." Vase looked shocked. "Don't say that, Venerable. You're discriminating against heavy gravity variant humans. Just because they are both short-statured doesn't mean they are equally as dumb. The dwarves from Smiling Samuel are proper, civilized people who are all capable of higher thought. I hope you'll keep that in mind once we begin to liaise with the friendly and hospitable folk of the Vulcan Empire." "Peef, a dwarf is a dwarf. They're all jealous of people who are at least a head taller than them. You can't change that, Vase, it's human nature.